Chapter 1. The prince raises pigs, noble children tend the fields, cultivating immortality in such a grand manner. Little ones, you have dwelled here for over a decade. In these 12 years, you have inquired of me time and again when you may commence your cultivation. Today, I shall provide you with the answer. It is this very day. Gather around, and I shall bestow upon you the methods of cultivation. At the foot of Taiyuan Mountain, beneath a seemingly ordinary village, an elder stood beneath a grand banyan tree, his resonant voice echoing across the land. Today, we can learn. 12 years have elapsed. Do you know how I have spent those years? I am the son of a general from the Qi dynasty. In this desolate village, devoid of any establishments, I have toiled for 12 long years, and at last, the day has arrived. What is fetching water compared to my plight? I have raised pigs for a full 14 years, and they are nearly ready for curing. The stench of swine is so entrenched that it cannot be washed away. To think that I, the son of the chancellor of the proud ally kingdom, have been reduced to a mere pig farmer for 14 years. Who would believe such a tale? Once I return home, I shall slaughter the few pigs I have raised. No sooner had the elder finished speaking than a throng of youths gathered around him. Some bore shoulder poles, others led sheep by their sides, while some wielded sickles, all adorned in coarse cloth and straw sandals. Were it not witnessed firsthand, who would dare believe that these individuals were not of noble birth, but rather the signs of wealth? Do any of you suffer as I do? I am a prince of the Qingmu dynasty. At that moment, Lin Yu, astride a hefty green ox with a blade of grass clasped in his mouth, spat out the grass and could not help but murmur. Lin Yu is a time traveler. Born into a prestigious lineage as a prince of the Qingmu dynasty, he arrived with memories intact. Alongside Lin Yu, 2 other princes were born as well. Initially, Lin Yu was quite pleased with his rebirth and noble lineage. A prince, with wealth and women at his disposal. Should the old emperor meet his demise, perhaps he might indulge in the pleasures of life, reveling in authority and luxury. What bliss! However, gradually, Lin Yu discovered that this world was far from ordinary. Dynasties, they belonged to mortals. In this realm, celestial beings towered above. At merely 6 months old, Lin Yu witnessed his adoptive father, the sovereign of a nation, bowing low before a youth yet to sprout a beard like a tea. That moment, Lin Yu was struck with awe. Before the immortals, even the ruler of a dynasty was but an insignificant insect. Lin Yu soon felt that the throne, so readily attainable, lost its allure. Fortunately, a twist of fate soon emerged out on the day of his first birthday, during the traditional Zhou ceremony. Lin Yu's father not only displayed an array of gold, silver, and precious jewels alongside the 4 treasures of the study, but also presented the imperial seal. As Lin Yu's father proclaimed, life and death are fated, but wealth and nobility are ordained by the heavens. Should Lin Yu truly grasp the imperial seal, he would be declared the crown prince, destined to inherit the dynasty. Observing his father treat the establishment of a crown prince with such levity, the 1-year-old Lin Yu could not help but chuckled. As for the other concubines, their faces darkened with anger. However, Lin Yu ultimately chose not the imperial seal, but rather a jade pendant rumored to originate from the realm of immortals. Lin Yu distinctly remembered that jade pendant. It was given to him by a youth who had reduced his father to a state of subservience. His father had explicitly stated that should Lin Yu select this pendant, he would be sent to cultivate immortality. How could one dismiss the opportunity for immortality? Grasping the pendant tightly, Lin Yu would not let go. Just when Lin Yu believed he was destined to enter the realm of immortals, he found himself abandoned in this desolate village for a full 16 years. From the tender age of 3, Lin Yu, barely larger than a cow's hoof, was tasked with herding cattle. His father and mother could visit him only once each year, and whatever gifts they brought were confiscated by the ancient village chief under the pretense of safekeeping. Initially, Lin Yu was nearly overwhelmed with frustration. Instead of living as a prince, he was reduced to the status of a mere cowherd. However, as he gradually discovered that many villagers held esteemed positions, his spirits were lifted considerably. Gather round. 1 book each, everyone will receive 1. Whether you can enter the realm of immortals depends on today. Once you have acquired the techniques, I shall explain how to cultivate. Those who cannot grasp it shall return to their homes. The village chief, with a beaming smile, despite his white hair, moved with surprising agility, carrying dozens of thick tomes, running without breaking a sweat. You, old rascal, do you truly possess the knowledge? Don't tell me you understand the ways of immortality. I've never seen an immortal who resembles you. Many youths looked skeptically at the village chief upon hearing his words. Bang, bang, bang. At this, the village chief seized a tome and swiftly struck the youths who had spoken, his speed astonishing. I do not resemble you, you resemble me. Do you think that one must fly in the heavens to be an immortal? When the village chief scolded, his voice was full of vigor. Not all who fly in the sky are immortals, there are birds as well. Yet even if one is an immortal, if they cannot soar, their power is limited. Lin Yu, observing from a distance, muttered softly to himself. Whoosh! In the next moment, a book was hurled from the elder's hand, striking Lin Yu squarely in the chest. Thud! The force of the blow sent Lin Yu toppling from the back of the cow. Moo! The great blue cow was startled, nearly trampling Lin Yu with its massive hooves. Such keen hearing. What a skill honed from years of eavesdropping. Lin Yu muttered again, but this time he caught sight of the village chief, whose white eyebrows quivered. He hastily clutched the book and dashed back to his small wooden hut, swiftly securing the door. The hut was indeed quite small. It could barely accommodate a table, a bed, and 4 chairs. I shall see what extraordinary secrets lie within these tomes of cultivation, earned through years of herding cattle. Lin Yu placed the tome upon the table. The cultivation technique. On the thick cover of the ancient tome, 3 characters, still untouched by time, boldly proclaimed their presence. This sight prompted Lin Yu to wonder if the village elder, unyielding to the passage of time, had hastily penned these words to deceive him. Despite his skepticism, Lin Yu's curiosity prevailed, compelling him to open the tome. Qi. Suddenly, the characters on the pages illuminated with a radiant golden light, which surged into Lin Yu's mind. This golden essence flowed in. A magnificent tree materialized within the depths of Lin Yu's consciousness. Simultaneously, a torrent of profound knowledge cascaded into his memory. The tree of the Tao, gazing upon the tree within his mind, Lin Yu's expression transformed into one of astonishment. Chapter 2. Establishing the law for the people, astonishing the world for millennia. The tree of the Tao. It possesses the ability to distill the astonishing past of all beings and forge the fruits of the Tao. Distilling the astonishing past, forging the fruits of the Tao. Lin Yu was taken aback. Buzz. At that moment, Lin Yu's consciousness trembled, and an image began to materialize. The Xing Qi Ju, created by the revered Sanbao Xianzun. When Sanbao Xianzun embarked upon the Tao, he struggled to find a method. After wandering the world for a century, lamenting the plight of those without a path, he spent 30 years at the edge of heaven, ultimately crafting the Xing Qi Ju. Though the Xing Qi Ju is deemed the most elementary of cultivation methods, its universal applicability makes it suitable for all practitioners, thereby astonishing the world of. The Luo.it has become the foundational practice for the majority of cultivators within this realm. In the vision, an elderly man with flowing white hair sat in stillness beneath a cliff, his heart as steadfast as a mountain, evoking a deep sense of reverence in those who beheld. Him.is this the astonishing past of the Xing Qi Ju? Lin Yu pondered, his heart stirred. Universal applicability, becoming the initiation method for cultivators in the Deluo world. Buzzing. The tree of the Tao trembled gently, and the imagery within Lin Yu's consciousness shattered into fragments, absorbed by the tree of the Tao. With a rustle, ethereal lights danced upon the tree of the Tao, and amid the swaying branches, a flower bud, the size of a thumb, awaited its bloom. Distilling the astonishing past of the Xing Qi Ju, it birthed the flower of enlightenment. Effect of the flower of enlightenment. Doubles cultivation speed, enhances comprehension, with a certain probability of triggering sudden insight. In that fleeting moment of the flower's manifestation, another wave of information surged into Lin Yu's consciousness. He beheld a delicate glow swirling upon the flower of enlightenment. Under its illumination, Lin Yu sensed a transformation in the world around him, though he could not articulate the precise nature of this change. This elder did not deceive me. The Xing Qi Ju is indeed a legitimate cultivation method, applicable to the majority of practitioners. Lin Yu's eyes sparkled with determination as he delved into the Xing Qi Ju. Buzz. Lin Yu felt the flower of enlightenment gently sway, enveloping him in a state of serene transcendence. With the flower's blessing, Lin Yu found that the once obscure scriptures now revealed their essence to him with remarkable clarity, as if a fog had lifted, granting him profound understanding. That he felt as though he were immersed in an ocean of qi, with invisible forces entwining around him. Is this the sensation of qi mentioned in the qi manipulation technique? Lin Yu mused thoughtfully. The sensation of qi allows practitioners to perceive the spiritual energy that pervades the world, thus enabling them to draw qi into their bodies and embark upon the path of cultivation. Buzzing. Lin Yu instinctively began to circulate the qi manipulation technique, and the previously chaotic spiritual energy around him became orderly under its guidance. With each breath he took, it surged into his body. Buzz. The instant the spiritual energy entered his body, Lin Yu felt a powerful tremor, realizing that his vitality had surged significantly. Buzzing, he could distinctly sense a thread of spiritual energy, as fine as a hair, manifesting within him. As the Qi manipulation technique progressed, it followed a specific path before returning to his Qi Si. Subsequently, that thread of spiritual energy surged forth from his dantian, completing a circuit within his body before rejoining the Qi Si in his dantian. Throughout this process, that thread of spiritual energy continually absorbed the Qi introduced into his body by the technique, thereby strengthening itself. As the spiritual energy grew, its repeated circulation nourished Lin Yu's body, enhancing his flesh, vitality, bones, meridians, and soul at a gradual pace. When the spiritual energy within him expanded from the thickness of a hair to the size of a mung bean, Lin Yu found himself struggling to absorb any more Qi. Strange, why can I suddenly no longer absorb Qi? Lin Yu exited his meditative state, his expression filled with doubt. He'll just ask. That old codger has taken so much from me, what's wrong with me, asking him a few questions? With determination, Lin Yu pushed open the door and stepped outside. What awaited him was a scene of utter chaos. Lin Yu saw a youth claiming to be the son of the general of the Xinyu dynasty, clutching a shoulder pole and gaping at the open Qi manipulation technique on his knee, his eyes nearly popping out of his head. Not far off, the youth who claimed to be the son of the prime minister of Ally Nation was furiously sharpening a knife, all the while glaring at the old village chief in the distance. I am definitely going to chop that old codger into pieces today. None of you can stop me. After raising pigs for over a decade, I am left with nothing but an incomprehensible book. This is outrageous. The son of the prime minister of Ally Nation ground his teeth as he sharpened his knife. Sensation of Qi? What precisely is this sensation of Qi? It must be the poor air quality here, otherwise why can't I perceive any spiritual energy around me? The prince of Tianyu Nation, after staring at the Qi manipulation technique in his hand for a while, directly ran to the base of a large tree, swiftly climbed to the treetop, stretched his neck, and took a deep breath, cough, cough, cough. However, he soon found himself coughing loudly with a dark expression. Little did he know, someone below was stoking a fire, and that deep breath nearly choked him to death. You rascal from Black Rider Nation, why are you burning anything? The prince of Tianyu Nation shouted in anger. I am searching for the sensation of Qi. Look, when the fire burns, smoke arises perhaps by kindling a fire. I can summon forth that invisible spiritual energy. The son of the Minister of Finance from Black Rider Nation, holding a fire stick, spoke with an air of certainty. Upon hearing this, the Prince of Tianyu Kingdom was momentarily overcome with a mixture of anger and amusement. I ask you, having tended the fire in this village for over a decade, have you ever encountered spiritual energy? I think you must be quite daft from all that fire you've been tending. The prince swiftly descended from the tree, pointing at the son of the Minister of Revenue from the Black Steed Kingdom, unleashing a torrent of invective. You are the one who's gone mad. Do you dare me to strike you down with a single blow? The son of the Minister of Revenue, equally incensed, brandished his firewood and lunged at the prince, leading to a tumultuous scuffle between the two. Meanwhile, the old village chief sat leisurely beneath a grand tree, one leg crossed over the other, a teapot in one hand and a tattered fan in the other, observing the fray with a contented smile. Old village chief, pray tell, why is it that once the spiritual energy within the body reaches the size of a mung bean, it ceases to grow? Lin Yu circled around to the back of the old chief and inquired softly. Fool, the growth of spiritual energy to the size of a mung bean signifies the surge towards the dantian. The next step is to advance to the Qi refinement stage. Hence it no longer increases, the old chief instinctively replied. However, almost immediately, the teacup in the old chief's hand crashed to the ground, shattering into two halves as he abruptly turned his head, staring at Lin Yu as if he had seen a ghost. Chapter 3. Old Codger. I can introduce Widow Wang to you. Ah, you old codger. That was my purple clay flying immortal cup you promised to return it to me once I master the basics. It takes 1,000 kills to produce just one, and you've shattered it. The commotion beneath the tree caused the son of the Minister of Revenue to momentarily pause, only to unleash a heart-wrenching scream. On ordinary days, who would dare to call the old chief an old codger to his face? The soles of their shoes would have met their faces long ago. Yet now, the old chief seemed oblivious, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Yu. Lin Yu felt a chill run down his spine under the old chief's penetrating stare. He recalled the expression on the face of the large blue ox he had released when it spied a cow from the neighboring village. Old bird, I do not have such a penchant. I can introduce you to Widow Wang from the neighboring village. Lin Yu retreated a few steps in fright. Tell me, How do you know that once spiritual energy reaches the size of a Hmong being, the body can no longer absorb it? The old chief asked with fervent intensity. You wish to know this? I merely practiced according to the breathing technique you provided, and thus cultivated spiritual energy to the size of a Hmong being. Lin Yu exhaled, relieved that the old codger was not lusting after him. Just as Lin Yu finished speaking, all the youths present turned their heads in astonishment, staring at him in disbelief. Come, go and topple that blue ox you've been raising for me. The old chief, his face alight with excitement, stood up and directly pulled Lin Yu towards the large blue ox. Topple this creature, old village chief. Have you lost your senses? Can Lin Yu possibly overturn this blue ox? Many of the youths gaped in disbelief. Lin Yu himself felt a twinge of uncertainty. Under the attentive care of Lin Yu for over a decade, the magnificent blue ox had grown considerably larger than the average specimen, weighing at least several thousand pounds. When provoked, it could easily topple trees stout enough for a person to embrace. Bang! The old village chief, undeterred by the beast's formidable presence, circled behind the blue ox and delivered a swift kick to its rear. Moo! In pain, the blue ox's eyes turned crimson as it emitted a furious roar and charged toward Lin Yu. You old fool! Boom! Lin Yu was momentarily startled. Confronted with the charging blue ox mere feet away, evasion was impossible. Instinctively, he reached out his hands toward the beast's horns. Boom! As soon as Lin Yu grasped the horns, he felt an overwhelming force surge through him, causing the ground beneath him to tremble and sink. To Lin Yu's astonishment, he found himself actually able to withstand the furious charge of the blue ox. He held its head at bay, while the beast's hooves frantically tore at the earth, unable to overcome his steadfast presence. Lie down. Lin Yu's eyes brightened, and in an instant, his arms trembled vigorously. Lin Yu discovered that within him, the Qi, as thick as Hmong beans, surged forth at an astonishing speed, transforming into a tremendous force that erupted outward. Moo! Boom! The great blue bull let out a mournful cry, instantly toppled by Lin Yu, raising a cloud of dust. The surrounding youths were momentarily bewildered. The old village chief's expression shifted dramatically. Only the great blue bull, pinned to the ground by Lin Yu, continued to moo pitifully, tears shimmering in its eyes. Is this the power bestowed by cultivating immortality? The gazes of the youths turned towards Lin Yu, entirely transformed. With a sudden tremor of his arms, he exhibited an overwhelming strength, indeed resonating with the energy of the Dantian. But how could this be possible? I had barely practiced the Qi cultivation technique for less than an hour, and with my poor memory, struggling to memorize it. How could I have directly attained such a level of proficiency? The old village chief was equally perplexed. No, that manuscript, still wet with ink, was clearly a counterfeit. How could it lead to immortality cultivation? It must be that this old fool had secretly assisted Lin Yu, and the content of the manuscript was undoubtedly different. A youth, with a glint in his eye, dashed to Lin Yu's wooden cabin, rummaging through his Qi cultivation technique. Wait, the content is the same as ours. The son of the Prime Minister of Ally Kingdom, flipping through Lin Yu's Qi cultivation technique, was left dumbfounded. Prince of the Qingmu dynasty, teach us how you cultivated your Qi. Yes, please enlighten us. Once we are initiated, we shall repay you generously. Many youths flocked around, gazing at Lin Yu with eager anticipation. My Qi cultivation technique is identical to yours. Lin Yu chuckled and remarked, we are aware of it. Yet, we find it perplexing and wish for you to enlighten us. A chorus of youthful voices chimed in eagerly. Just then, the old village chief skillfully removed his straw sandals and delivered a resounding slap with one of them. You are foolish, and yet you refuse to believe it. Lin Yu implied that the teachings were sound, but it was the understanding of the individuals that was lacking. The village chief's words left the group of youths visibly abashed. Lin Yu, come, sit over here. After reprimanding the others, the village chief donned a sycophantic smile and cordially ushered Lin Yu to take a seat on the chair that was originally his, positioned beneath the tree. Lin Yu, please wait a moment. Your situation is quite unique, and I shall report it to the sect immediately. The village chief fanned Lin Yu gently with his hand, his demeanor having undergone a complete transformation. Chief, I find myself rather parched. Lin Yu suppressed a smile as he spoke, observing the village chief's demeanor. It seemed that his swift attainment of the Qi condensation stage was quite remarkable. Whoever from Tianyu Kingdom, hurry and fetch a cup of tea for Lin Yu. The village chief brandished his straw sandal, pointing at the prince of Tianyu Kingdom, who, startled, hurried off to prepare the tea. The village chief then produced a jade token and tapped it lightly, and to Lin Yu's astonishment, an ancient voice emanated from within the token. What is the matter? The elderly voice sounded impatient. Report to Elder Lu. We in Honghe village have someone who has achieved the Qi condensation stage within an hour. The village chief exclaimed animatedly, gesticulating with enthusiasm. Clang. Boom. In the distance, Lin Yu seemed to hear the faint sound of something exploding. Is what you say true? The ancient voice echoed once more. Absolutely true. If it were a lie, Elder Lu, you may as well use my head as a stool. The village chief replied with unwavering confidence. Your head as a stool? I would find it too uncomfortable. Elder Lu retorted coldly. Very well, I shall send Song Qingfeng over immediately. After all, he has been handling matters in Honghe village for some time. Additionally, provide Lin Yu with a Qi-nourishing pill, and it must be the finest. Give him 10 spirit stones. If he manages to advance to the refining Qi stage before Song Qingfeng arrives, that would be even better. Elder Lu paused before speaking with gravity. Understood. The village chief nodded vigorously before concluding the transmission. Lin Yu, come with me. The village chief said to Lin Yu. A sycophantic smile plastered across his face. Let us go. Lin Yu rose with a smile. The tea has arrived. At that moment, the prince of Tianyu Kingdom, eagerly carrying the freshly brewed tea, rushed over with a fervent gaze fixed upon Lin Yu. Lin Yu, will you drink the tea now or later? The old village chief observed Lin Yu, nodding with deference. Perhaps later, he replied. Lin Yu spoke. Lin Yu had just heard quite clearly that the old village chief intended to bestow upon him a Qi-nourishing pill and 10 spirit stones. The Qi-nourishing pill was undoubtedly a potion for cultivators, while spirit stones were also known to him. It seemed that his own Qingmu dynasty had a task of mining spirit stones for the Xianluo sect. His ability to tend cattle in Honghe village was indeed a privilege granted due to the Qingmu dynasty's contributions to the Xianluo sect. Did you hear that? The old village chief glared at the prince of Tianyu Kingdom. I heard. The prince of Tianyu Kingdom replied, feigning innocence, I am not deaf. Then why are you standing there like a fool instead of heating the tea? The old village chief delivered a sharp slap to the back of the prince's head, causing him to grimace in pain. Lin Yu, let us proceed to my residence. The old village chief continued, turning to Lin Yu with a warm and amiable expression. I assure you my abode is quite extraordinary. All right. Lin Yu smiled and followed the old village chief towards his wooden abode. From the outside, the chief's residence appeared no different from those of Lin Yu and his companions. However, this particular house bore a large lock that had remained steadfastly secured for many years. Lin Yu and his companions had often harbored suspicions that the seemingly immortal village elder was harboring a clandestine affair within his abode. Once, the prince of Tianyu Kingdom attempted to break into the locked chamber in the elder's absence, only to narrowly escape being struck by a bolt of lightning. From that moment on, no one dared to act recklessly again. Upon arriving at the house, the elder promptly produced a key and unlocked the door, inviting Lin Yu inside. Is this your room? Lin Yu stepped into the wooden cabin, utterly bewildered. The interior space was at least 100 times larger than it appeared from the outside. Upon entering, he was greeted by an enormous shelf. Each compartment of the shelf was inscribed with names. The items upon it were gifts sent by the parents of Lin Yu and his companions over the years. As he ventured further inside, he discovered even more shelves. Some held jars and bottles, while others contained various boxes. Even the village elder's bed was fashioned from polished jade, with radiant light cascading over it. Most importantly, the spiritual energy within this wooden cabin was remarkable. Lin Yu had already cultivated a sense of Qi and could naturally perceive that the spiritual energy within the old village chief's modest cabin was at least 10 times greater than that outside. Lin Yu, this house was specially crafted for me by the Xianluo sect, in recognition of my diligent service, the old village chief said, filled with pride. Are you certain you haven't shortchanged us? Lin Yu wore a face of skepticism. This Lin Yu, Elder Lu has instructed me to present you with a Qi-nourishing pill, along with 10 spirit stones. I shall retrieve them for you at once. The old village chief hastily diverted the conversation and approached a nearby shelf. After a moment of hesitation, he poured a single pill from a rather antiquated vial and selected 10 spirit stones from a box, presenting them before Lin Yu. Buzz. As Lin Yu received the Qi-nourishing pill, he unexpectedly noticed a golden light, invisible to others, surging into his brow. A vivid scene then materialized. A serene young girl, immersed in her own tranquility, was situated within a humble thatched cottage, diligently testing various spiritual herbs. The imagery flickered incessantly. Lin Yu was unaware of the extent to which the young girl had tasted the myriad flavors of spiritual elixirs. However, in the concluding moments of the scene, the girl was seen channeling fire to refine her elixir. At the moment the pill was completed, intricate patterns began to swirl, manifesting extraordinary phenomena. Subsequently, a pill adorned with 3 peculiar swirling patterns emerged from the cauldron before the girl. This was the Qi-enhancing pill, crafted by the pill master Danqing. The Danqing pill master, having initially struggled to grasp the art of alchemy, resolved to explore the full spectrum of herbs to comprehend their medicinal properties. This particular Qi-enhancing pill was the culmination of the Danqing pill master's first attempt at pill refinement after sampling countless herbs. Upon completion, it bore 3 intricate patterns, yielding effects 3 times greater than that of a standard Qi-enhancing pill. Simultaneously, lines of text materialized within Lin Yu's consciousness. Was this a glimpse into the remarkable history of this Qi-enhancing pill? Lin Yu felt a surge of joy within, astonished that a mere pill could possess such an extraordinary history. Buzzing, the tree of the great path trembled once more. The scene within Lin Yu's sea of consciousness unfurled, transforming into fragments that were absorbed by the tree of the great Tao like nourishing sustenance. With a resounding rustle, the tree of the great Tao swayed incessantly. Amidst the swirling ethereal lights, a flower bud, no larger than a thumb, was formed. This was a breathtaking moment reminiscent of the refinement of the Qi pill, culminating in the blossoming of the pill Tao flower. Effects of the pill Tao flower: it allows one to discern medicine by its fragrance, rendering the pharmacological properties transparent. During the alchemical process, it guarantees a flawless creation of pill patterns. The instant the pill Tao flower was formed, a vast array of pharmacological knowledge seamlessly integrated into Lin Yu's memory. As Lin Yu inhaled deeply, the elixir in his hand, infused with various spiritual herbs, revealed its essence to him through its fragrant aroma. The flower of alchemy. It grants me unparalleled talent in the art of potion making. Lin Yu gazed with delight at the Dan Dao flower within his sea of consciousness. Lin Yu, this Qi-nourishing pill is the finest we have in Honghe Village. With 3 intricate patterns, it possesses threefold potency. This elixir was deliberately crafted by our very own alchemist, who, having emerged from Honghe Village, chose to leave it behind for us. The old village chief spoke with solemnity. I shall trust you this once. Lin Yu nodded with a smile. You may practice here for now. I shall not disturb you, the old village chief remarked before stepping out of the wooden cabin. Lin Yu seated himself cross-legged, holding a spirit stone in his hand, and promptly swallowed the Qi-nourishing pill. Boom. As soon as the pill entered his mouth, Lin Yu felt a surge of profound and mighty energy rushing towards his dantian. Chapter 5. I have been negligent. I did not evade. In an instant, Lin Yu realized that the spiritual energy, which had ceased to advance, was now violently trembling and expanding. With a rustle, the tree of the great path within his sea of consciousness quivered gently, and the blossoms of enlightenment descended, showering him with radiant brilliance, immersing Lin Yu in a unique state of comprehension. Enlightenment. The enlightenment effect of the blossoms of the great path was activated. Lin Yu entered a state of profound enlightenment. His spiritual awareness elevated to an astonishing degree. As the Qi circulation technique flowed effortlessly, its inherent truths dawned upon him like a divine revelation. In an instant, the originally pea-sized spiritual energy within Lin Yu erupted explosively, unleashing a volcanic force that surged forth from his elixir field. Within Lin Yu's dantian, the energy churned violently. Lin Yu beheld the myriad streams of radiant energy flowing within his dantian, a surge of spiritual essence swelling profoundly. Amidst this ethereal energy, a distorted vortex gradually materialized. In an instant, an overwhelming aura surged through Lin Yu's limbs and bones. He had ascended to the first level of Qi refinement. In the depths of his consciousness, Lin Yu sensed that he had successfully advanced to the realm of Qi refinement. The effects of the Qi-nourishing pill continued to be inexhaustibly absorbed by Lin Yu. Moreover, this was just the beginning. The 10 spirit stones held by Lin Yu, infused with abundant spiritual energy, surged wildly into his body under the guidance of the Qi circulation technique. Buzzing. Within Lin Yu's dantian, the swirling energy, bolstered by the essence of spirit stones and the elixir of Qi, swelled and trembled with vigor. Delicate tendrils of spiritual energy surged towards Lin Yu's limbs and bones, refining his skeleton, fascia, and vital essence, thereby enhancing his strength in a comprehensive manner. Buzz. In the span of just half a day, Lin Yu's dantian quivered once more, and then the second vortex of energy materialized. Following that, the third and fourth vortices coalesced in succession. For vortices, cultivation at the 4th level of Qi refinement. In less than 3 days, Lin Yu's cultivation ascended triumphantly to the 4th tier of Qi refinement. Lin Yu could genuinely perceive the transformation from the energy surging in his dantian to the 4th level of Qi refinement. That was the true distinction between the immortal and the mortal. Lin Yu opened his eyes, a divine radiance emanating from them, as spiritual energy surged within him, flowing ceaselessly in an endless cycle. Is this the essence of cultivating immortality? Truly formidable. Lin Yu clenched his palm, and a resounding explosion of energy emanated from his hand. It was worth it. After 16 arduous years, the effort had finally borne fruit. As Lin Yu's thoughts raced, he pushed the door open. Outside, the old village chief awaited with a look of eager anticipation. The other youths also gazed from a distance towards Lin Yu, their expressions a tapestry of varied emotions. The third level of Qi refinement? Lin Yu cast a glance at the old village chief, a smile emerging on his face. The old rascal's prowess was surprisingly at the third level of Qi refinement, one tier beneath his own current state. Have you ascended to the Qi refinement realm? The old village chief's eyelids fluttered, his gaze fixed on Lin Yu in disbelief. Dear village chief, I am truly grateful for your care over the years. How about we engage in some practice today? Lin Yu wore a mischievous grin as he gazed at the old village chief. Having just ascended to the fourth level of Qi refining, he could hardly contain his eagerness to test his newfound strength. Indeed, a little sparring. Old rascal, didn't you claim to be an immortal? Surely, you are not afraid? The surrounding youths erupted in laughter and jeers at this remark. This old rogue was simply too irksome. For the past 16 years, nearly everyone had endured his relentless torment. Now that Lin Yu was ready to step into the limelight, they were more than eager to witness the unfolding spectacle. After all, who doesn't relish a bit of excitement? However, the old village chief appeared somewhat apprehensive. What is there to be concerned about? We are merely engaging in a friendly exchange. Lin Yu chuckled. Shall we have a friendly spar? The old village chief, feeling uncertain, could only ascertain one thing. Lin Yu had undoubtedly advanced to the Qi refinement stage. However, he found it challenging to discern the specifics of Lin Yu's cultivation level. Come on. Without uttering a word, Lin Yu swung his fist and struck towards the old village chief with tremendous force. Boom. Lin Yu unleashed a powerful punch. The air resonated with a thunderous roar as the formidable force of the fourth level of Qi refinement surged forth like a tidal wave, crashing down upon the old village chief. Spiritual energy coursed through his being. You monster, you must be at least at the third level of Qi refinement. The old village chief, sensing the imminent threat, responded with a punch of his own, his energy center vibrating with intensity. Faintly, a dazzling blaze flickered above the old chief's fist. Boom. Their fists collided, enveloped in spiritual energy. The overwhelming force radiated in all directions, sending the onlooking youth sprawling to the ground. A cacophony of cries erupted. Ah! The old village chief also gasped in surprise, his form retreating in an instant. Bang! 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 With each step he took back, the ground erupted beneath him, fissures resembling spider webs spreading across the earth. After retreating 7 steps, he finally steadied himself. Yet a tempest of astonishment surged within him. The fourth level of Qi refinement. Lin Yu's cultivation had astonishingly reached the fourth level of Qi refinement. Boom. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yu surged forward, delivering a punch fueled by personal vendetta directly to the old village chief's face. Lin Yu, you lack martial ethics. The old chief let out a piercing scream as he was sent flying by Lin Yu's punch, landing with a thud and rolling twice upon impact. Ha! This is utterly hilarious. Old rascal, today is your day of reckoning. You were so smug. Now you've got a taste of defeat. Tell me, does a straw stick taste good? The surrounding youths erupted into hearty laughter, their pent-up grievances from the past decade dissipating in an instant. What defeat? I merely let my guard down and didn't dodge. The old village chief, sporting a black eye, sprang back up, spitting out the straw he had inadvertently bitten down on, his face aflame with indignation. Indeed, you didn't dodge, but I wager a cabbage that you couldn't have avoided it. I bet a sheep that the old rascal will still act tough. The group of youths continued to chuckle merrily. Clang! A sharp sound resonated from afar, followed by an overwhelming wave of scorching energy that enveloped them all. Swish! Lin Yu and the old village chief both changed their expressions, quickly lifting their heads to gaze in the direction of the sound. A long sword, slicing through the air with astonishing speed, was hurtling towards them. A young man stood alone amidst the sword's radiance. He was tall and slender, his robe billowing gracefully, emanating a faint yet piercing aura from his brow, akin to an unparalleled divine sword. It was him. Lin Yu gazed at the young man from a distance, an expression of peculiar intrigue gracing his features. Chapter 6. The young master urinated on the immortal's face at just 1 year old. This individual was known to Lin Yu. It was this very youth who, 16 years prior, had compelled his surrogate father to bow in deference. It was also this young man who had bestowed upon him a jade pendant, allowing Lin Yu to boast in Honghe village for the past 16 years. Lin Yu could not fathom the depths of the young man's cultivation. The old village chief, too, recognized the youth's visage, his eyes brimming with reverence. In a flash, as the crowd stood entranced, the young man landed atop a treetop. The long sword beneath his feet transformed into a streak of luminous energy, vanishing into his being. As soon as the young man came to a halt, Lin Yu perceived a golden light, invisible to others, surging into his brow. Another vision unfolded before him. In this vision, a young man sat cross-legged within a volcanic crater. The youth raised his hand, conjuring an immense force of fire, which coalesced into a searing longsword. At the moment the sword was unleashed, the volcano erupted, and flames soared skyward, reaching heights of 1,000 feet. With a single stroke, the land within a radius of several dozen miles was instantly reduced to scorched earth. An astonishing past. Did this young man also possess his own remarkable history? Lin Yu was struck with astonishment. The previous marvels he had absorbed were derived from objects. Yet, the current marvels originated from a person, the swordsmanship prodigy, Song Qingfeng. He had spent 30 years at the mouth of the earth fire volcano, comprehending the essence of the sword amidst the fiery forces, grasping the blazing sword intent. With this sword intent, Song Qingfeng, wielding innate power, triumphed over foundational cultivators and was hailed as the foremost swordsmanship genius of the Xianluo sect's Yuntian outer gate in a century. Simultaneously, lines of characters began to manifest within Lin Yu's sea of consciousness. As they emerged, the tree of the great path trembled once more. The scene within Lin Yu's sea of consciousness unfurled, fragmenting into shards that were absorbed by the tree of the great path. With a rustling sound, the tree swayed, causing beams of sword light to coalesce. Amidst the swirling brilliance of numerous sword lights, a flower bud, no larger than a thumb, was formed, encapsulating the extraordinary essence of swordsmanship. The effect of the sword flower: it doubles the speed of comprehending sword techniques and enhances any sword-related divine abilities with a searing sword intent. At the moment the sword flower was conceived, a faint glimmer of sword radiance flickered at Lin Yu's fingertips, exuding a subtle yet intense heat. Zhou Chaoxian, I have encountered Lord Song. The reverent voice of the old village chief broke Lin Yu's reverie. Indeed, Song Qingfeng slightly nodded, his gaze then settling on Lin Yu, revealing a hint of astonishment on his face. 4th level of Qi refinement. Innate sword bone. After scrutinizing Lin Yu for a prolonged moment, Song Qingfeng struggled to articulate those 8 words. At this moment, his heart was filled with profound shock. Song Qingfeng was acutely aware that Lin Yu had never practiced any sword techniques, yet there was a flow of sword intent within him. This could only be explained by the existence of an innate sword bone. Innate sword bone. What does that mean? The young men exchanged bewildered glances, while only the old village chief looked at Song Qingfeng with an expression as if he had seen a ghost. Lin Yu, Lord Song has come to escort you to the outer sect. Do not delay in paying your respects. The old village chief hastily gestured to Lin Yu. Lin Yu, I have encountered Lord Song. Lin Yu hurriedly bowed. No need for such formality. Song Qingfeng gracefully landed before Lin Yu, his expression softening slightly. Lord Song, I have indeed had the pleasure of meeting you before. Upon witnessing this, Lin Yu smiled and inquired, Have you seen me before? Song Qingfeng was taken aback, ruminating carefully, yet finding no trace of memory. Ah, indeed. The Qingmu dynasty. At that time, I was scarcely a year old. Lin Yu spoke with unwavering certainty. So it is you. Upon hearing this, Song Qingfeng's expression immediately turned peculiar. That was an event from over a decade ago. At that time, Song Qingfeng had just comprehended the blazing sword intent, ascending to the pinnacle of innate mastery, and was dispatched by his sect to various kingdoms to distribute the tokens of named disciples. Although Lin Yu was still young, Song Qingfeng noticed a profound brilliance contained within his eyes. Coupled with the invitation from Emperor Qingmu, he decided to cradle Lin Yu, intending to bestow upon him a great honor. Little did he know, Lin Yu responded by urinating on him. This incident remains vividly etched in his memory. Given Song Qingfeng's cultivation and temperament, he naturally would not be incensed by such an occurrence. However, if he were aware that Lin Yu's act of urination was entirely motivated by disdain for him, one can only imagine his thoughts. At that time, Lin Yu felt quite triumphant. What a celestial being! Yet he was doused by my urine. Fear not, dear father, for I shall reclaim the honor. It is I indeed. Lin Yu also recalled this matter, a smile gracing his face. Quite remarkable. When I first met you, I sensed your intelligence. And who would have imagined that after more than a decade, you have already embarked upon the path of cultivation? Song Qingfeng reined in his emotions, nodding with a smile. My dear Sir Song, what do you mean by saying I possess a natural affinity for the sword? Lin Yu promptly inquired. Since I have come to escort you, you are now an outer sect disciple. There is no need to address me as Sir. Simply call me Brother Song. Song Qingfeng replied with a smile. Yes, Brother Song. Lin Yu ascended the pole with ease. Those born with a natural affinity for the sword possess an innate sword aura within them. With this aura present, one's future cultivation in the sword arts will undoubtedly yield results with half the effort. Song Qingfeng stated succinctly. So that is the case. The surrounding youths looked at Lin Yu with envy upon hearing this. There is no need to rush in your training. Once you enter the outer sect, you will naturally receive detailed instruction. Today, we have several matters to attend to, Song Qingfeng said with a serious expression. Please, Senior Brother Song, give your instructions. Lin Yu nodded. The first matter at hand is that I have been entrusted to bring you here, and in accordance with your qualifications, you are to first cultivate a divine art. Originally, I had prepared a variety of divine arts, but given your innate sword bone, it is only fitting that the focus be on swordsmanship. You may choose one from these 3 sword divine arts. With a wave of his hand, Song Qingfeng summoned 3 jade slips that floated before Lin Yu. The opportunity to select a divine art? The surrounding youths were nearly wide-eyed with astonishment. Many of them, having diligently practiced the Qi method for 3 days, had only just begun to sense their Qi. However, in comparison to Lin Yu, their progress paled in insignificance. He had already commenced his studies in divine arts. The disparity between them was striking and disheartening. Lin Yu's eyes sparkled with interest. Which of these 3 sword techniques holds the highest rank? All 3 sword techniques are of introductory level and possess no distinctions in superiority, Song Qingfeng replied. Then which of the sword techniques exhibits the greatest power? Lin Yu inquired once more. Among the 3, the Thunder Flame sword technique possesses the greatest power. Yet it is also the most challenging to master. Song Qingfeng replied with a serious demeanor. Difficult? Then it shall be the Thunder Flame sword technique. Lin Yu was struck by a sudden realization and decisively spoke. Chapter 7. The essence within your dantian is not but a trivial matter. Song Qingfeng nodded and presented the jade slip containing the Lei Yin sword technique before Lin Yu. You have 3 hours to comprehend this sword technique. During this time, feel free to ask me any questions you may have. After 3 hours, we shall embark on our journey to the Qingwu dynasty, and I will guide you in your cultivation along the way, Song Qingfeng declared. Return to the Qingwu dynasty? Lin Yu felt a stirring in his heart. Indeed, once one enters the outer sect, returning to the Qingwu dynasty becomes fraught with numerous constraints. Moreover, having resided here for over a decade, it is only natural to revisit home before stepping into the outer sect. Song Qingfeng chuckled. Very well, Lin Yu nodded. He found himself yearning for his parents, reminiscing about the times they would visit him in Honghe village, their eyes glistening with tears. This thought warmed his heart. Please take your seats. I will assess your cultivation achievements, and those who meet the criteria will have the opportunity to return home to visit their family shortly, Song Qingfeng remarked, casting a glance at the others with a calm demeanor. Understood. The group of youths, upon hearing this, immediately displayed expressions of excitement and swiftly settled into a meditative posture. Lin Yu bid farewell and turned to enter the old village chief's quaint wooden cottage. Holding the jade slip, Lin Yu focused his thoughts, and instantly, the contents of the slip surged into his mind, revealing lines of characters inscribed within his heart. To his astonishment, as the characters representing the Thunderfire sword technique emerged, a series of golden lights radiated once more. Could it be? This Thunderfire sword technique possesses its own remarkable history? Lin Yu was astounded as he gazed upon the scene before him. Within the vision, a towering figure, bearing a long sword upon his back, lifted his gaze to the heavens. Above him, countless bolts of lightning roiled, emanating an aura capable of annihilating the world. With a thunderous roar, the heavens trembled, and torrents of lightning cascaded down. In an instant, mountains crumbled. The void was torn asunder like a fragile curtain, and it seemed as though the very fabric of existence would be utterly obliterated by this cataclysmic heavenly tribulation. What shocked Lin Yu even more was that, in the face of this all-consuming lightning, the mighty man let out a soul-stirring howl towards the sky, and his sword soared upwards, gathering the tempestuous lightning at its tip. The Thunder Flame sword technique was birthed from the celestial art of the Thunder Sword Immortal, the 9 Heavens Celestial Thunder Sword. This technique was inspired by the Thunder Sword Immortal's experience during his own tribulation, a realization born from the very essence of the annihilating thunderstorm that sought to extinguish all vitality. With this sword technique, the Thunder Sword Immortal eradicated the Thunder Tribulation, achieving transcendence to immortality. When the 9 Heavens Celestial Thunder Sword was forged, the Thunder Sword Immortal perceived that this divine art was excessively domineering and challenging to cultivate. Thus, he divided it into 12 volumes, progressing from the simple to the complex, in hopes that sword cultivators across the realm could reap its rewards. The Thunder Flame Sword Technique is the introductory volume. One by one, characters emerged, revealing the astonishing legacy of the Thunder Flame Sword Technique. Is this a sword technique derived from the understanding gleaned from the celestial thunder tribulation? Lin Yu's spirit was jolted. He never anticipated that the entry-level swordsmanship technique spoken of by Song Qifeng held such profound significance. Bang! Amidst the shocking turmoil, the images within Lin Yu's consciousness quietly erupted, transforming into a torrent of sword intent, absorbed by the tree of the great path. With a resonant hum, the sword Dao blossom trembled violently, its previously thumb-sized bud expanding dramatically. Simultaneously, arcs of thunderous light intertwined and emerged, drawing upon the stunning legacy of the Thunderfire Sword technique. The sword Dao blossom experienced a remarkable enhancement. The effects of the sword Dao blossom are as follows. 1. The comprehension speed of sword Dao is doubled. 2. Any sword Dao spell can be imbued with searing sword intent. 3. Any sword Dao spell can be infused with Thunderfire Sword intent. 4. The power of Thunder attribute sword Dao spells is increased by 50%. After absorbing the breathtaking history of the Thunderfire Sword technique, the effects of the sword Dao blossom underwent a monumental transformation. It became evident that the effects of the sword Dao blossom could be elevated in this manner. Thus, one might ponder whether the enlightenment blossom and the alchemy blossom could also be enhanced through a similar approach. Lin Yu gazed upon the 3 blossoms of the great Dao flourishing upon the tree of the great Dao, his heart swelling with elation. He practiced the Thunder Flame Sword technique, eager to observe the effects of the sword Dao blossoms. Lin Yu no longer hesitated and began to meticulously study the Thunderfire Sword technique. Lord Song, do you think I have reached the realm of Qi Cultivation? At that moment, in the village, the son of the Minister of Finance from the Black Rider Kingdom eagerly gazed at Song Qingfeng. Qi Cultivation. Upon hearing this, Song Qingfeng's lips twitched involuntarily. To achieve Qi Cultivation, one must cultivate internal energy to the size of a Hmong being. The energy within you is scarcely the width of a hair. You are far from reaching Qi Cultivation. Despite his helplessness, Song Qifeng patiently explained, "That's not right. Lord Song, I can clearly sense a mass of energy in my Dantian, and it is much larger than a Hmong being." The minister's son from the Black Rider Kingdom protested stubbornly. Hearing this, Song Qingfeng's expression shifted, and he found himself in a quandary, unsure of how to respond. "Lord Song, allow me to clarify this matter." The old village chief, aware of Song Qingfeng's bashfulness, boldly stepped forward to speak. "Very well." Song Qifeng nodded. The old village chief, with a smile, approached the minister's son and asked with a sidelong glance, "Is that energy you speak of located in your abdomen, and does it feel swollen?" "Exactly. It even seems to move." The minister's son's eyes brightened. "Were you not at Widow Wang's place in the neighboring village yesterday, pilfering some beans?" The old village chief scoffed. "How did you know?" The minister's son was taken aback, then quickly retorted, "I didn't steal. I merely borrowed. I left a note promising to repay it 100-fold upon my return to the Black Rider Kingdom." "Enough. That mass of energy in your Dantian is simply a result of overeating beans." The old village chief rolled his eyes. "What does that mean?" The minister's son was even more bewildered. "You simpleton, that mass in your Dantian is not energy, it's gas. Just let it out." The other youths burst into laughter, leaving the minister's son feeling so embarrassed he wished to find a crack in the ground to hide. Boom. At that moment, the direction where Lin Yu was located trembled violently, and a bolt of lightning suddenly pierced through the roof, shooting into the sky. Chapter 8. The Initial 10 Realms. The world often sings the praises of immortals. Boom. After the lightning broke through the roof, it transformed into a torrent of sword light, suspended in mid-air. Each beam of sword light blazed fiercely and raged like thunder. The sword light was faintly interwoven with lightning, causing many to feel their hearts race with fear. Is this the Thunderfire Sword Qi? Even Song Qingfeng, witnessing the sword light, could not help but display a look of astonishment. Was this not precisely the Thunderfire Sword Qi that emerged after mastering the Thunderfire Sword technique? But how could this be possible? How long has Lin Yu had the Thunder Flame Sword technique? It has been less than half an hour, yet he has already mastered the Thunder Flame Sword Qi. Moreover, Song Qingfeng observed that Lin Yu's Thunder Flame Sword Qi bore significant differences from any he had encountered before. Amidst the astonishment of all present, the Thunder Flame Sword Qi soared through the air, rushing towards a tree that could be embraced by several individuals. Boom! The sword light descended. The tree fell with a resounding crash. In the midst of fire and lightning, the toppled tree ignited into a roaring blaze. In the blink of an eye, it was reduced to ashes, scattering in all directions. My heavens! Is this the power of divine abilities? Such a colossal tree, gone in an instant? The youths present widened their eyes, mouths agape, struggling to swallow their disbelief. Even Song Qingfeng wore a look of utter astonishment. My cave dwelling. The old village chief wore a sorrowful expression, his heart aching as if it were bleeding. His own dwelling. The roof has just been obliterated. Swish. Lin Yu's figure flickered as he dashed out of the small wooden cabin, gazing at the swirling ashes that filled the sky, his face betraying a look of exhilaration. Is this the formidable power of the Thunder Flame Sword technique, enhanced by the bloom of the Sword Dao? Lin Yu silently spoke to himself. Excellent. Truly remarkable. My junior brother is indeed endowed with a natural talent for swordsmanship. In less than half an hour, he has mastered the Thunder Flame Sword Qi. This is indeed a cause for celebration. Song Qingfeng did not conceal his admiration in the slightest. Thank you, senior brother. Lin Yu smiled and said, Senior brother, this time you departed in haste and brought nothing of value. This bottle of Qi-regulating elixir and a few spirit stones shall serve as a token of my congratulations to you. With a flick of his wrist, Song Qingfeng revealed a porcelain vial and a jade box, presenting them to Lin Yu. Senior brother, this is too much, isn't it? Lin Yu was taken aback. You are just beginning your journey in cultivation. You need this. There is no room for refusal. Upon hearing this, Song Qingfeng's expression turned serious. Thank you, senior brother. Lin Yu felt a warmth in his heart and promptly accepted. Junior brother Lin, you have mastered the Thunder Flame Sword technique. We shall set forth immediately to the kingdom of Qingshan. Song Qingfeng declared. I shall leave everything in your capable hands, senior brother. Lin Yu spoke with a serious demeanor. Indeed, among you, although many have cultivated a sense of Qi, there remains a considerable gap from the standards required to enter the outer sect. For the time being, continue your training in Honghe Village. Village Chief Zhou, please keep a close eye on their progress. Once they achieve the level of Qi condensing in the Dantian, they may return home to visit their families. In half a month, I shall send someone to bring them back to the outer sect. Song Qifeng turned to the elderly village chief. Understood. The village chief nodded earnestly. Brother Song, after so many years without returning, could you ask Lin Yu to help us deliver letters home? Indeed. Lin Yu, given our childhood friendship, we hope you can assist us in this matter. The youth spoke with eager eyes. Lin Yu, what do you think? Song Qifeng inquired of Lin Yu. Very well. Upon our return to the Qingmu dynasty, I shall arrange for someone to deliver your letters home. Lin Yu chuckled. Indeed, having resided in this desolate place for over a decade, we have grown up together, akin to childhood sweethearts. Although we often engage in playful banter, our bond remains exceptionally strong. Old village chief, please return some of our belongings to us as tokens. After all, it was agreed that you would safeguard them, and it has been so many years. It is time for their return, is it not? A group of youths turned their gazes towards the old village chief. All the items are inside, neatly categorized and stored. You may retrieve them yourselves. The old village chief remarked, gesturing towards the roofless cave with a weary expression. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu and the others rushed into the wooden cabin to retrieve their belongings. Moments later, the young men had composed their letters home, affixed with tokens, and presented them to Lin Yu. Lin Yu swiftly secured a bundle, hoisting all his belongings onto his back. With a resounding clang, Song Qifeng formed a sword gesture, and a long sword erupted from within him, expanding as it met the wind. In a mere moment, he leaped onto the blade. Junior brother Lin, the journey to the Qingmu dynasty is a long one. Climb aboard, and I shall take you back on my sword. Song Qifeng addressed Lin Yu. Yes. Lin Yu's eyes sparkled with brilliance. Returning on a sword? Surely, this could be considered a source of pride for his family. Upon this realization, Lin Yu swiftly leaped onto the sword's blade. Junior brother Lin, take your position. With a subtle tremor, The sword beneath his feet surged forth, slicing through the air. Is this the sensation of traversing the skies upon a sword? Lin Yu stood upon the blade, enveloped by an aura of spiritual energy, experiencing a fleeting sensation of speed that spanned 100 miles, filling him with an invigorating sense of vitality. To traverse the skies upon a sword is merely a trivial path. Once my junior brother ascends to the innate realm and acquires a suitable treasure, he too shall be able to ride upon his treasures. The sword is merely one of many. Song Qingfeng elucidated. Ah, now I understand. Lin Yu nodded. Senior brother Song. The innate realm you speak of should be a level above the Qi refinement stage. Just how many realms exist in the pursuit of immortality? Lin Yu inquired with curiosity. The path of cultivating immortality. It encompasses the stages of Qi induction, Qi refining, innate beginnings, foundation establishment, golden elixir, primordial infant, spirit separation, divine integration, and tribulation crossing. These constitute the initial 10 realms. Each realm is further divided into 9 levels. Upon crossing the tribulation, one ascends to the great ascension or becomes a loose immortal. Beyond that lies the realm of the immortals, which is also vast and diverse. You will come to understand all of this once you reach the outer sect. Song Qifeng exhibited ample patience as he meticulously elucidated to Lin Yu. Is that so? Lin Yu suddenly realized that, in this light, cultivating Qi can indeed be considered merely an entry-level endeavor. People often refer to us cultivators as immortals, yet this notion is somewhat misleading. We are merely treading the path towards immortality. The journey to becoming a true immortal is fraught with challenges and demands great perseverance, Song Qingfeng remarked. By the way, senior brother, I have noticed that after departing from Honghe village, the spiritual energy between heaven and earth seems to have become remarkably sparse. What could be the reason for this? Lin Yu sensed the ethereal aura within the void and curiously inquired. Chapter 9. Cultivation of Immortality. Destined to be accompanied by solitude and loneliness. A pertinent question. Song Qingfeng replied with a smile. Upon departing from Honghe village, the spiritual energy becomes sparse. For Honghe village is indeed a sacred ground for cultivation. Song Qingfeng elucidated. Sacred ground? Lin Yu was taken aback. The term treasured land actually refers to a place abundant in spiritual energy, ideal for cultivation. Naturally, above the treasured land, there exist small secret realms, large secret realms. Small paradises, large paradises, and original paradises, which are even more conducive to cultivation. To possess even one of these locations allows for the establishment of a sect. Yet, all these cultivation sites share a commonality. Song Qingfeng inquired. What commonality? Lin Yu transformed into a curious child. After all, having spent over a decade in Honghe village, the knowledge he possessed about cultivation paled in comparison to what he acquired in just a single day now. He drew upon the surrounding spiritual energy to ensure that the essence of this cultivation ground remained intact. Song Qingfeng remarked. Does this imply that the spiritual energy in other areas is scarce because it has all been siphoned away by these cultivation sites? Lin Yu furrowed his brow. This is certainly one way to articulate it. Song Qingfeng nodded in agreement. Within the vastness of existence, there are numerous realms conducive to cultivation. The exact origins of these sacred spaces remain a mystery. However, they continuously draw forth the surrounding spiritual energy, preserving their unique characteristics that facilitate cultivation. Individuals like you, who have been nurtured within such a realm from a tender age, may struggle with the path of cultivation. Yet you have been subtly absorbing the essence of spiritual energy all along. Consequently, your physical constitution is inherently incomparable to that of ordinary individuals. To speak candidly, even without entering the immortal sects, you could effortlessly rise to become the pinnacle of martial prowess in the secular world. The existence of these cultivation realms renders the secular sphere largely deficient in spiritual energy. Therefore, even when cultivation techniques occasionally surface, few possess the aptitude to grasp them. The art of cultivation emphasizes the importance of dharma, companions, resources, and the environment. Among these, environment refers specifically to the realm of cultivation. Song Qifeng elucidated methodically. No wonder. It is indeed understandable that one must first enter the immortal sect to pursue the path of immortality. Lin Yu suddenly realized. According to his original thoughts, although the Qingmu dynasty could not be classified as an exceptionally powerful dynasty devoid of allies, it was certainly not weak. Seeking out certain cultivation methods, such as the Qi circulation technique, which serves as an introductory practice, would undoubtedly not pose a challenge. However, His rather unhelpful father still insisted on sending him to Honghe village. Would these cultivation locations eventually be depleted of spiritual energy? Lin Yu inquired. Indeed, Song Qingfeng replied without hesitation. Although the cultivation site can absorb the nearby spiritual energy to sustain itself, there comes a time when the energy is depleted. Once the spiritual energy is exhausted, the cultivation site inevitably transforms into a mundane realm. Back when Honghe village was first discovered by our Xianluo sect, the spiritual energy was far more abundant than it is now. However, it is now nearing exhaustion. After your group departs, it is likely that Honghe village will be abandoned. Song Qingfeng elucidated. Are we the last generation? Lin Yu was taken aback. Although he harbored a lingering resentment towards the 16 years he had spent tending cattle in Honghe village, it was nevertheless a place where he had lived for over a decade. To claim that he felt no attachment would be a falsehood. There was no need for you to feel disheartened. The path of cultivation is one that leads to transcendence, a pursuit of the ethereal and elusive essence of immortality. From the very moment you embarked on this journey of spiritual growth, it was destined that you would walk hand in hand with solitude and desolation. Friends and loved ones will depart one after another, leaving you to traverse a solitary path. Hence, cherish the present and gaze towards the future. This is also one of the reasons your sect encourages you to return home to visit your kin. Song Qingfeng gazed into the distance, an unmistakable hint of loneliness flickering in his eyes. Is it truly destined to be a life accompanied by solitude and loneliness? Lin Yu felt a jolt of emotion, a surge of complexity rising within him. Very well. It is merely that my senior brother is expressing a few grievances. Would you like to witness what a once prosperous cultivation ground looks like after its decline? Song Qingfeng, suppressing his emotions, inquired with a smile. Of course I would. Lin Yu nodded. With a soft chuckle, Song Qingfeng also nodded in agreement, forming a sword gesture with his fingers. The long sword beneath their feet shifted direction slightly, then soared towards a distant mountain. Moments later, Song Qingfeng had brought Lin Yu before an ancient and majestic mountain. The mountain exuded an air of antiquity, presenting a rather desolate sight at first glance. Amongst the slopes, remnants of dilapidated palaces could be faintly discerned. As Lin Yu stood on the long sword, gazing at the looming mountain, flickers of golden light began to illuminate the ancient edifice within. A stunning past revealed itself. Could it be that this mountain too possessed its own remarkable history? Lin Yu displayed a look of astonishment. Amidst the ancient and majestic mountains, an innumerable array of golden lights flickered to life, resembling countless stars descending upon Lin Yu's brow, where they coalesced into a vivid tableau. A grand mountain loomed, resplendent with myriad phenomena, billowing clouds entwined with radiant hues, casting a celestial glow that transformed the scene into a paradise on earth. Above the mountain, magnificent palaces stretched endlessly. Cascading waterfalls flowed with grace, and shadows of figures flitted about, revealing the splendor of the immortal sect's cultivation. The stark contrast with the desolate scene before him was like the difference between heaven and earth. The Tsongshan Mountains, once a revered haven for cultivation, now lay in decline. In its heyday, it was cherished by golden elixir cultivators, who established the Qingtsong Immortal sect with its 81 majestic halls and 36 cascading waterfalls, nurturing 3,000 disciples who drew reverence from all directions, commanding allegiance from every corner. This was the breathtaking legacy of this sacred ground for cultivation. The Immortal sect stood tall, attracting worship from afar, resembling a realm of deities. Yet now, time has passed, and all has vanished. Lin Yu gazed in astonishment at the inscriptions and images within the sea of consciousness. With a sudden rush, the scenes in the sea of consciousness collapsed under Lin Yu's scrutiny, being inexorably absorbed by the tree of the great Tao. As the tree swayed, layers of temporal light converged, gradually coalescing into a new blossom. Drawing from the breathtaking past of the Tsongshan Mountains, it forged the flower of time. Effects of the flower of time. 1. During cultivation, the flow of time in the surroundings slows to 1/3 the normal rate. 1 day of practice equates to the effect of 3 days. 2. The essence of the path of time, imbued with the profound weight of history, can be imparted to supernatural abilities, endowing them with substantial significance. As the flower of time blossomed, further inscriptions emerged within Lin Yu's sea of consciousness. With a hum, the flower of time quivered gently, and Lin Yu felt as though he had undergone a transformation, gaining an aura of historical gravitas. Junior brother Yu. Song Qingfeng sensed the shift in Lin Yu's aura, his expression revealing astonishment. It seemed that his junior brother, upon arriving here, had experienced a remarkable change in mindset compared to before. Alas, it appears that the Taoist friends from the Xianluo sect have arrived. It seems I have failed to extend a proper welcome. At that moment, an aged voice resonated, and an elder emerged from the Tsongshan Mountains, landing before Song Qingfeng and Lin Yu. Chapter 10. What? Are they going to carry my mother back? Before them stood an elderly man, appearing even older than the village chief, clad in coarse linen garments, burdened with a bundle of firewood, and wielding an axe at his waist, presenting the visage of a woodcutter. Yet, this seemingly ordinary elder soared through the air, his cultivation and aura eluding Lin Yu's comprehension. Junior brother Song Qingfeng, accompanied by my junior brother Lin Yu, happens to pass through this area. My junior brother has just entered the sect and wishes to experience this place. If we have caused any disturbance, I humbly ask for your forgiveness, esteemed elder. Junior brother Lin, do not hesitate to pay your respects to the esteemed elder. Song Qingfeng bowed respectfully, his tone exceedingly courteous. Junior Lin Yu, I have the honor of meeting you, esteemed elder. Lin Yu hurriedly bowed. The once thriving sect had long since fallen into desolation, leaving it devoid of any presence. What disturbance could there possibly be? The elder waved his hand nonchalantly, acknowledging that it was commendable for you to still remember this defeated mountain gate. In the heyday of the Qingtsong sect, there were 3,000 disciples. With esteemed figures of the nascent soul residing within, how could the younger generation remain oblivious? Song Qingfeng stated with solemnity, "You are quite remarkable yourselves, especially this young lad, who, despite his tender age, resonates with the Tsongshan, grasping a fragment of our Qingtsong sect's profound truth." The elder scrutinized Lin Yu with considerable interest. I merely expressed my sentiments upon witnessing the passage of time and the transformation of the world at Tsongshan. Lin Yu humbly remarked, "What this old man values is your heartfelt expression. The Tsongshan mountain has stood here for many years, and while many cultivators have visited, few can truly resonate with its essence." The elder shook his head, lamenting, "It is a pity that you are a disciple of the Xianluo sect." As soon as the elder finished speaking, Song Qingfeng's eyes brightened. "Senior, although our Xianluo sect upholds rigorous traditions, we are not averse to our disciples practicing the methods of other sects." With these words, Song Qingfeng cast persistent glances at Lin Yu. "Lin Yu, this esteemed elder seems inclined to impart the teachings of the Qingtsong sect to you. Do not hesitate to express your gratitude." Seeing Lin Yu remain motionless, Song Qingfeng took it upon himself to offer a direct reminder. "Is the senior truly willing to share his teachings with me? I am immensely grateful for your kind regard." Lin Yu felt a stirring in his heart and bowed deeply to the elder. "You two young ones are quite intriguing," the elder remarked, observing Lin Yu's grand gesture with a mix of amusement and exasperation. "Enough, enough. The Qingtsong sect is long gone. Its teachings will merely accompany this old man into the earth. Your Xianluo sect lacks for ordinary methods. As for the core teachings of the Qingtsong sect, the time for you to learn them has not yet arrived. How about this? When you reach the pinnacle of innate mastery, return to the Qingtsong sect. At that time, I shall impart a few words of guidance as my final contribution to the sect." The elder pondered aloud. "On behalf of my junior brother, I thank you, esteemed elder." Song Qingfeng's face brightened with joy. "Remember, come only when you reach the pinnacle of innate mastery. Do not establish your foundation prematurely. If you do so or arrive too late, I may already be laid to rest, and you might find your desire for knowledge unfulfilled." With a swift motion, the elder vanished, leaving only his aged voice lingering in the breeze. "I take my leave." Song Qingfeng and Lin Yu bowed once more towards the Tsong mountain before turning their swords away to depart. "Brother, is the Qingtsong sect's teachings superior to those of our Xianluo sect?" Lin Yu could not help but inquire. "Junior brother Lin, the existence of each sect possesses its unique attributes. The techniques of the Qingtsong sect cannot be deemed powerful. However, the core methods of the Qingtsong sect are exceedingly profound in the path of foundation establishment. Should we acquire the foundation establishment techniques from the Qingtsong sect, it would significantly enhance our understanding of the foundation establishment path in the Xianluo sect. Remember, do not underestimate any form of inheritance in this world. The path of cultivation, in every sip and peck, transitions from simplicity to complexity and back again. Each accumulation profoundly influences the distance one can traverse along this journey." Song Qingfeng earnestly advised, unreservedly sharing his insights on the path of cultivation. "Junior brother, do take heed." Lin Yu nodded solemnly. Time was of the essence. We must continue our journey and strive to reach the Qingmu dynasty by dawn tomorrow. In the meantime, make sure to solidify the insights you have just gained. As Song Qi spoke, the speed of the sword beneath his feet increased yet again. Lin Yu sat cross-legged atop his sword, swallowed a qi-nourishing pill, and took out a spirit stone, holding it in his hand as he entered a state of cultivation. The sound of rustling filled the air. Lin Yu entered a state of cultivation as the flower of enlightenment gently swayed, releasing delicate strands of light that cascaded downwards, effortlessly guiding Lin Yu into a moment of profound realization. Lin Yu consumed the qi-nourishing pill, and the spirit stones in his hand were expended at an astonishing rate, enhancing his cultivation. The talent of junior brother Lin is indeed remarkable, effortlessly entering a meditative state. It is no wonder his progress is so rapid. Song Qi, sensing Lin Yu's condition, could not help but display another expression of awe. Buzz, under the dual enhancement of the enlightenment flower and the time flower. In just a single night, Lin Yu's qi once again formed a vortex, propelling his cultivation to the 5th level of qi refinement. The speed at which he soared through the skies on his sword was indeed astonishing. As the first rays of dawn broke, a magnificent city could already be seen in the distance. Attack, breach Qingmu City, and bring back all of Qingmu Emperor's wives. Indeed, if they do not surrender the 7-colored spirit mushroom, we shall seize all of Qingmu Emperor's wives. Meanwhile, before the grand city, smoke and dust billowed, and the sounds of battle echoed thunderously, abruptly awakening Lin Yu from his meditation. Qingmu Emperor? Is that not my father? They intend to take my mother away? Lin Yu opened his eyes, gazing strangely into the distance, where a tide of clashing weapons surged toward Qingmu City. How dare you attempt to seize what is rightfully mine? Fire the arrows. Furthermore, Lin Yu heard a resonant voice echoing from atop the city walls. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Following that was an uncountable rain of arrows, shooting furiously from within the city, overwhelming the advancing soldiers. Clang, clang, clang. The besieging soldiers evidently did not hail from a singular dynasty. Their coordination was lacking. Yet they all raised their shields to fend off the deluge of arrows. The dense barrage was mostly thwarted by the shields, though a few arrows did manage to fell some soldiers. Nevertheless, a greater number of warriors charged fearlessly toward the city. Simultaneously, some soldiers bore massive logs, rushing forth to batter against the city gates. Thud! The colossal log collided with the gates, producing a thunderous roar. Brother, can cultivators slay mortals? Upon witnessing this, Lin Yu regarded Song Qi and solemnly inquired, in the pursuit of immortality, is there anyone beyond the pale of retribution? Song Qi turned to glance at Lin Yu, a smile gracing his lips as he nodded in affirmation. Chapter 11, Thunderfire. A single sword shatters armor worth 26,000. Senior brother, your younger disciple wishes to borrow your long sword for a moment. Upon hearing these words, Lin Yu smiled and spoke. Although the Lei Yan sword technique can be executed with a finger in place of a sword, wielding an actual sword offers an undeniable superiority in power. However, with a mere flick of his hand, Song Qi summoned the long sword beneath their feet, which soared into his grasp. The long sword, entirely crimson, bore intricate and intertwining patterns, reminiscent of flowing lava. Lin Yu also sensed an invisible wave supporting him, allowing him to hover in the air. This sword, named Earthfire, was forged from the essence of Earthfire by his senior brother. With your talent in swordsmanship, dear junior, you can unleash a fraction of its power. As Song Qi spoke, he horizontally presented the sword to Lin Yu. Junior brother, remember this. Though we, as cultivators, do not resort to tyranny, we shall show no mercy to those who offend celestial might. If you cannot strike them down, your elder brother shall. And if I cannot, there are countless fellow disciples within our sect. We may refrain from action, but when we do strike, it shall be with the force of thunder. A fierce dominance gleamed in Song Qi eyes as he spoke. Lin Yu understood. As the saying goes, one punch to open the way, to prevent 100 punches from coming. Clang. As Lin Yu spoke, he firmly grasped the Earth-Fire sword, and the resounding, searing sound of the sword echoed through the heavens and the earth in an instant. The reverberation of the blade was akin to the rolling of magma, surging across vast distances, and like fierce flames igniting oil, it was violently piercing. This sound suppressed the thunderous cries of battle nearby, causing both the attackers and defenders to momentarily halt and turn their gazes towards Lin Yu's direction. What is happening? Such formidable sword energy, ascending into the air. A celestial being, my heavens, a celestial being has appeared. When both sides beheld Lin Yu standing aloft, Their faces were etched with expressions of horror. Clad in armor, though slightly aged, his physique remained robust and imposing, and the aura of the powerful Qingmu Emperor was unmistakable as he stared blankly at Lin Yu and Song Qifeng. So familiar. Those two celestial beings appeared strikingly familiar. Thunderflame, sword technique. Clang. Lin Yu smiled faintly, his sword of earthly fire sweeping forth with a flourish. With a single stroke, the blade sang incessantly. A torrent of sword radiance cascaded down like the Milky Way, unfurling in an awe-inspiring display. The sword's energy surged forth, filling the void with a searing heat. Bolts of lightning flickered, as if divine retribution had descended. An overwhelming aura akin to a mountain bore down, instilling a profound sense of dread in all present. No, you are an immortal. How can you strike at mortals so casually? We mean no offense. We implore you. Esteemed immortal, spare us. The sword light, reminiscent of the celestial river, rained down upon the soldiers attacking Qingmu City, eliciting cries of sheer terror. However, it was all in vain. As the celestial river of sword light descended, all sounds were silenced. Only the intertwining of fire and lightning remained. The blinding brilliance rendered the leaders of the Qingmu dynasty, within the imperial city, unable to open their eyes. Hiss, hiss, hiss. When the sword light finally dissipated, astonishment etched on every face. Outside the city, sparks flickered amidst a sea of corpses. In the charred earth, lethal sword scars marred the landscape, with sporadic flashes of electricity illuminating the scene. Gone. Tens of thousands of soldiers had been annihilated by the immortal's single stroke. One sword shattered 2,600 armors. Such was the might of the immortal. The entire Qingmu imperial city, from top to bottom, gazed in awe at Lin Yu and Song Qifeng, suspended in the air. We have beheld an immortal. It was uncertain who led the charge, but soon, soldiers within Qingmu City knelt in reverence. Even the Qingmu Emperor, who had yet to recognize Lin Yu, bowed his head in homage, fearful of incurring the immortal's wrath. Father, after a year apart, and now we meet again. Do you not fear that such deference may shorten your son's lifespan? Lin Yu and Song Qifeng, perched upon the city wall, gazing down at the bowing Emperor Qingmu, burst into hearty laughter. Father? Son? Upon hearing these words, Emperor Qingmu could not help but lift his gaze. Is that you, Yua? The Emperor, observing Lin Yu's still youthful visage, widened his eyes in astonishment, and a look of pure ecstasy spread across his face. It truly is you. Emperor Qingmu's excitement grew even more fervent. The soldiers present were equally stirred, their eyes fixed on Lin Yu with fervent admiration. Your son pays his respects to his majesty. Lin Yu smiled gently, and then solemnly bowed to the emperor of the Qingshan dynasty. Just as Song Qifeng had advised, cherish the present while looking towards the future. Wonderful. Truly wonderful. Yu has matured and transcended. The emperor of Qingshan excitedly patted Lin Yu's shoulder, his hands trembling slightly. Father, allow me to introduce you. This is senior brother Song, though you should already recall him. Lin Yu chuckled and remarked, You are the immortal Song. The emperor of Qingmu was momentarily taken aback, but soon recalled the past, gazing at Song Qifeng with astonishment. Although they had not seen each other for 16 years, Song Qifeng's appearance remained unchanged. Yet his demeanor had transformed remarkably, now exuding an ethereal and mysterious aura. No wonder he had failed to recognize him at first. Your Majesty, there is no need for excessive formality, Song Qifeng said with a smile. As the Emperor of Qingmu is the father of Lin Yu, I shall not stand on ceremony. Father, what is the meaning of this? If I hadn't returned, your 3 palaces and 6 courtyards would have been spirited away. Lin Yu chuckled and teased. Is it merely based on them? The Aoki Emperor disdainfully remarked. I just overheard them mention the 7-colored Ganoderma. It was Song Qifeng who casually inquired. Indeed. Isn't your birthday approaching? Your mother and I intend to visit you in Honghe village. Coincidentally, amidst the mountains on the borders of our Aoki dynasty and several other kingdoms, a 7-colored Ganoderma has appeared. It is said that for mortals, consuming this Ganoderma can prolong life, while for cultivators, it enhances their cultivation. Your father has seized this 7-colored Ganoderma to present it as a birthday gift to you. Who would have thought these individuals, feeling disgruntled, would pursue us all the way here? Each of these new dynasties has yet to produce an immortal, yet they dare to covet what belongs to you, The Aoki Emperor chuckled. Now it all makes sense. Lin Yu felt a warmth spread through his heart once more. The 7-colored Ganoderma, he understood, was a transcendent medicinal herb. To the immortal sects, it might not hold much significance. However, for the common folk, it was indeed a treasure of immense value. Despite the disdainful attitude of the Qingmu emperor towards others, it is worth noting that the Qingmu dynasty itself is a nascent dynasty. After all, a truly formidable dynasty with a long-standing heritage would not find itself in such a barren land. The fact that such majestic mountains could yield the seven-colored Ganoderma is a rarity indeed in any other location. It would not be the Qingmu dynasty's caliber of nation scrambling for it. The troops that had just arrived were clearly not from a single dynasty. It seems there is some connection to my fellow classmates. In light of potential future retribution, Father, I urge you to dispatch these letters. Should there be any who remain oblivious, I shall take it upon myself to address the matter. As Lin Yu spoke, he retrieved the letters from the package, presenting them to Emperor Qingmu. Chapter 12. The Star and Moon Dynasty is in a state of panic. Otherwise, perhaps a marriage would suffice. The Emperor Qingmu accepted the letters from Lin Yu's hands, his gaze drawn to the headings, revealing a glimmer of intrigue in his eyes. The Ministry of Revenue of the Black Rider Nation, the General S. Mansion of the Star and Moon Dynasty, the Chancellor S. Residence of the Proud Nation. Each letter pointed to a different dynasty, each associated with pivotal figures. These dynasties had, only recently, been on the brink of invasion. I shall immediately dispatch someone to deliver these letters. Emperor Qingmu nodded. Master Song, shall we set forth to the palace at once? The emperor entrusted the letters to a general under his command and then respectfully addressed Song Qifeng. Let us return. At once. Father, you must have someone prepare a feast. It has been over a decade. As a prince, I have endured a meager existence in that desolate place, subsisting on the barest rations. This time, I must indulge. Lin Yu spoke with a smile, his words eliciting an involuntary grin from Song Qifeng. Fear not. I shall promptly notify the imperial kitchen to prepare a feast of rare delicacies. The Qingmu emperor also spoke with mirth. We humbly invite the immortal Song to return to the city. We humbly invite the immortal Song to return to the city. We humbly invite the immortal Song to return to the city. With a decree from the Qingmu emperor, the city erupted in thunderous cheers. What? An immortal has appeared in the Qingmu dynasty, capable of shattering armor with a single strike? What could this mean? Those celestial beings, who usually resided above the mundane. How could they possibly intervene in the affairs of mortals? Could it be that the Qingmu emperor possesses the power to summon an immortal for aid? Or perhaps the immortals are drawn by the allure of the seven-colored spirit herb. At this moment, the news of Lin Yu's formidable prowess, shattering armor with a single strike, had already spread. None of the approaching dynasties could remain calm. The intervention of an immortal signifies divine authority, an unstoppable force. Even with the might of a nation, one becomes as fragile as a clay doll in the presence of such celestial power. The Xingyue dynasty. The Xingyue emperor, upon reviewing the battle reports from the front lines, was filled with trepidation, as if facing a grave threat. Quickly summon General Jiang Zhenbei. The Xingyue emperor commanded. Calling for General Jiang Zhenbei. I greet your majesty. Jiang Zhenbei arrived, his stern and resolute visage also shadowed by concern. No need for formalities, General. Quickly, provide the general with a seat. The Xingyue emperor sat upright, his demeanor serious. Zhenbei, you are aware that an immortal has intervened in the Qingmu dynasty, shattering armor with a single strike, correct? The Xingyue emperor inquired earnestly after Jiang Zhenbei had taken his seat. I have heard the news. Jiang Zhenbei replied with a solemn nod. As the esteemed general of the Xingyue dynasty, he had received the information even more swiftly than the emperor. Zhenbei, you know full well what the appearance of an immortal signifies. I am aware that your son, Jiang Lu, has been cultivating in the Xianluo sect since childhood. Might it be possible for you to use your connection through him to recommend an immortal to mediate this situation? The Xingyue emperor spoke with gravity. Uncertain of the consequences of an immortal's intervention, the Xingyue emperor understood that the best way to safeguard their lives was to facilitate dialogue between immortals. Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhenbei couldn't help but display a bitter smile, unsure of how to respond. Indeed, Jiang Lu was training in Honghe village, but as far as he knew, his son was merely fetching water at the immortal sect. How could one possibly request the aid of an immortal capable of shattering armor with a single strike? General Zhenbei, if you can devise a solution to this matter, the position of National Protector General shall be yours. In the future, all three armies of the Xingyue dynasty will fall under your command. The Xingyue emperor declared through clenched teeth. National Protector General? Jiang Zhenbei inhaled sharply, taken aback. There were several generals in the Star Moon dynasty. Yet, the Grand General of the state could only be one. And under no circumstances would any dynasty permit a singular figure to monopolize military authority. Jiang Jinbei felt a surge of excitement. However, he was at a loss. Surely, he couldn't disclose to the Emperor of Star Moon that his son was merely fetching water at the Immortal Gate, could he? At that moment, a sharp voice pierced the air as a eunuch respectfully entered the Grand Hall. Your Majesty, the Qingmu dynasty has dispatched an envoy bearing a personal letter for Grand General Jinbei. The eunuch's announcement left both the Emperor and Jiang Jinbei momentarily stunned. A personal letter for the Grand General? Sent from the Qingmu dynasty? The Emperor's gaze towards Jiang Jinbei was rife with suspicion. Could it be that his own Grand General had an illegitimate child in the Qingmu dynasty? Otherwise, why would there be a need to contact Jiang Lu without any sign of progress? Jiang Jinbei felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. For no apparent reason, how could his personal letter have been sent from the Qingmu dynasty? Summon him. The Emperor, though displeased, spoke with authority. Moments later, an envoy from the Qingmu dynasty was ushered into the hall. Which one is Grand General Jiang Jinbei? The envoy asked, his demeanor indifferent. Venturing deep into enemy territory, he faced the Emperor and the Grand General without a trace of fear. After all, he was delivering a message for the immortals, basking in borrowed power. You dare to strike me? I am. Jiang Jinbei frowned and rose to his feet. This is your personal letter. The envoy directly handed the letter to Jiang Jinbei. With the letter delivered, the envoy turned to leave. Open it. The Emperor's voice was grim. Yes. Jiang Jinbei hastily opened the letter, reading it alongside the Emperor. Father, do not blame me for not warning you. Remember, never offend any dynasty, but above all, do not cross the Qingmu dynasty. Not only must you avoid offending them, but as you previously mentioned, you have a daughter who is as beautiful as a flower. You must immediately propose to the Qingmu dynasty for her hand in marriage to Prince Lin Yu. If she cannot be a princess, then at the very least, let her serve as a maid. Lin Yu, that young lad, has ascended to immortality and possesses extraordinary talent, accompanied by an outer sect senior of the Xianluo sect. Should he be offended, there shall be no hope. His Majesty must hastily go to the Qingmu dynasty to offer apologies. He must not stubbornly resist, for he cannot endure it. Signed, Jiang Lu, the Starry Moon Emperor, and Jiang Jinbei were taken aback upon receiving the letter from Jiang Lu. So that is the case. The immortal from the Qingmu dynasty is none other than Prince Lin Yu. The Starry Moon Emperor turned pale. Your Majesty, do you believe there is still time for you to apologize? Jiang Jinbei inquired with a wry smile. Chapter 13. Someone. Prepare the 7-colored lingji for my son. Yua, come. Let your mother take a look. In the Qingmu Imperial Palace, the Empress of Qingmu, upon receiving the news, grasped Lin Yu's hand and scrutinized him closely. Lin Xian, look at the state you have brought our Yuer to. He has grown so gaunt. What madness possessed you to send our son to cultivate immortality? The Empress glared at the Qingmu Emperor, her brows furrowed in discontent. This is unjust. Did not Yuer choose that jade pendant for himself? The Qingmu Emperor lamented in despair. During Lin Yu's coming-of-age ceremony, he had indeed presented the imperial seal. Yet, Lin Yu rejected it and chose the jade pendant instead. How young was he then? What did he understand about cultivating immortality? It is you who have been reckless. The Empress shot daggers at the Qingmu Emperor, refusing to engage in rational discourse with him. After all, it is well known that while the Qingmu Emperor acts tyrannically, he is utterly submissive to his wife, doting on the Empress to the core. The Qingmu Emperor was momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. He discreetly observed Song Qingfeng, anxious that his wife's unrestrained words might provoke him. Only upon noticing that Song Qingfeng remained unperturbed, quietly savoring fine wine, did he feel somewhat reassured. This won't do. We must make amends. Old fellow, did you not claim to have found a 7-colored lingji to gift to Yuer for his birthday? Why have you not had it prepared for him to consume? The Empress glared at the Qingmu Emperor. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu and Song Qifeng exchanged oddly expressive glances. The 7-colored spirit mushroom, a treasure of the highest order, is an extraordinary herb capable of producing elixirs. It takes 3 centuries for the 7-colored spirit mushroom to fully mature, with each additional hue appearing every 100 years, culminating in a total of 9 centuries for its complete development. For ordinary mortals, consuming just one color can extend life by a decade, while the full spectrum can prolong existence by 70 years. If refined into a medicinal pill, a single dose not only grants an additional century of life, but also possesses the remarkable ability to cleanse the marrow and rebuild one's foundation. For novice cultivators, it is an invaluable treasure. Yet, the Empress of the Qingmu dynasty intends for Lin Yu to consume it directly. Such an act would indeed be a waste of its profound potential. Why not procure the seven-colored spirit mushroom at once? The Emperor of Qingmu, aware only of its rarity, remained oblivious to its true nature. Upon hearing his consort mention it, he spoke with authority. Father, mother, to consume the seven-colored spirit mushroom directly is akin to a cow chewing on peonies. Lin Yu reminded, indeed, since I have entered the outer sect, I can bring back resources from there. At that time, I shall invite the alchemists within the sect to concoct elixirs, which will yield even greater benefits. Song Qingfeng also spoke with a smile. Is that so? The Empress of the Aoki paused in surprise. Indeed, Lin Yu nodded. Mother, didn't Brother Song just mention that I have already joined the outer sect of the Xianluo sect? Surely, I will no longer have to tend to the cattle, and my living conditions will undoubtedly improve. Lin Yu gazed at Song Qifeng and remarked, indeed, upon entering the outer sect, one partakes of spiritual rice and drinks from the sacred spring. Once you receive the insignia of the outer sect, you will be bestowed with a complete set of outer sect disciple robes, which not only shield you from worldly dust, but also render you impervious to fire and water. Song Qifeng replied earnestly, then my mother can rest assured. Esteemed immortal, please indulge in the wine and dishes. At this, Empress Qingmu broke into a radiant smile, repeatedly filling Song Qingfeng's cup and offering him more delicacies. With Lin Yu present, Song Qingfeng felt less of a formal air and more of a homely warmth, and the gathering enjoyed a lively and pleasant conversation. However, as they continued to eat and chat well past noon, their revelry was abruptly interrupted by a eunuch. I have decreed. Today we are hosting an immortal, and no disturbances are permitted. Emperor Qingmu's displeasure was evident. This was Lin Yu's first return home for a meal in over a decade, and with Song Qingfeng present, how could anyone dare to intrude? Your Majesty, forgive me. Yet, there is indeed a pressing matter. The eunuch hastily interjected. Speak. Lin Yu waved his hand and said, Thank you, Your Highness. Upon hearing this, the old eunuch finally let out a sigh of relief and reported, Your Majesty, Empress, Your Highness, the Immortal, the Emperor of the Star and Moon Kingdom, the Emperor of the Black Steed Kingdom, the Emperor of the Proud Come Kingdom, and several other esteemed dignitaries seek an audience with Your Majesty and Your Highness. So soon? Lin Yu was taken aback. Your Highness, I have heard that all the emperors have mobilized the resources of their dynasties. Several steeds have perished in the long race. And ultimately, it was only through the aid of foreign avians that they managed to arrive, the old eunuch hastily reported. Deservedly so. They dare to seize the birthday gifts we prepared for you. It is only just that they suffer the fate of their horses, or even have their dogs' legs broken. The Empress of the Qingmu dynasty's face was filled with fury. These individuals were not all part of the previous assault on our Qingmu dynasty. The Emperor of Qingmu remarked with a smile. Simple. For those who did not partake in the attack against us, let them rest for the time being. As for those who did, allow them to find a place to stand. Lin Yu spoke with indifference. Those soldiers who had previously besieged the city had boasted of carrying their own mothers back home. How could Lin Yu possibly let this matter slide so easily? Indeed, upon hearing this, the old eunuch, filled with trepidation, slowly exited the grand hall. Junior brother Lin, you continue your conversation. I have matters to attend to. I shall return to escort you in 3 days, Song Qingfeng announced as he rose to his feet. Lin Yu returned home to visit his family, a time that ought to be spent in the warm company of loved ones. However, with Song Qingfeng present, the Emperor of Qingmu felt a certain restraint. Furthermore, Song Qingfeng had old acquaintances to meet, thus he naturally took his leave. Your Excellency, would you like me to prepare a palace for your rest? The Emperor of Qingmu inquired eagerly. No need. Song Qingfeng replied, and with a swift motion, he vanished from sight. Once Song Qingfeng departed, both the Emperor and Empress of Qingmu felt an immediate sense of ease. Lin Yu did not hasten to meet the emperors, but chose instead to spend time with his parents, sharing the events of the past decade in a simple conversation. Each time the Empress of Qingmu heard that Lin Yu had been repeatedly pulled away by the great Qing bull, her eyes would redden with emotion. The waist of the Emperor of Qingmu had turned purple from the strain. Their conversation continued well into the night. And by the time Lin Yu finally summoned the emperors inside, those waiting outside the palace had nearly lost feeling in their legs after standing for an entire day. After a brief moment, several emperors, under the guidance of the elderly eunuch, entered the grand hall. At that moment, each emperor appeared weary, their legs akimbo and beads of sweat dotting their foreheads, clearly having endured the rigors of standing outside all day. Those who had not participated in the battles exhibited a more dignified demeanor, while some attendants gazed at Lin Yu with a mixture of reverence and awe. Do you wish to possess the seven-colored spirit mushroom? Lin Yu spoke indifferently, and an aura of authority instantly cascaded like the Milky Way in turmoil. Chapter 14. The Reversal of the Immortal Sword Box. Crafting celestial weapons with mortal hands. Thud, thud, thud. Under the overwhelming pressure exerted by Lin Yu, several emperors, their legs trembling and hearts filled with trepidation, found themselves kneeling before him along with their attendants. As for those who were merely resting, although they were internally terrified, they managed to maintain their composure, unscathed by Lin Yu's deliberate targeting. Your Highness, please spare us. We have been blinded by our own folly and misled by our own delusions. We beseech you to consider our shared bond as classmates with your esteemed self and grant us mercy. Whatever your Highness requires, we shall comply without hesitation. A multitude of individuals, ensnared by Lin Yu's gaze, dared not draw a breath, hastily pleading for clemency. Had it not been for the connections they shared with His Highness, they would have long since become mere corpses. With a single utterance, Lin Yu instilled a sense of dread among all present, causing cold sweat to cascade down their brows. However, while the death penalty may be evaded, no one can escape the punishment of life. The several dynasties shall cede half of their territories to the esteemed Qingmu dynasty. Henceforth, for a century to come, you shall pay tribute as vassal states. Lin Yu surveyed the crowd with a detached demeanor and spoke indifferently. What? Surrender half of the territory? For the next century, you are to pay tribute as a vassal state? Upon hearing these words, the kneeling individuals turned pale. Their faces drained of color. In a single utterance, half of their nation's strength was to be relinquished, and their status would be reduced from that of a dynasty to a mere vassal. Do you have any objections? In Lin Yu's eyes, a chilling intensity erupted. I dare not. He would act according to the prince's wishes. None among us would dare to disobey. The multitude, kneeling upon the ground, were drenched in cold sweat, repeatedly bowing their heads. Witnessing this scene, the emperor of Qingmu was filled with profound emotion. The various dynasties had often clashed with the Qingmu dynasty, some even possessing greater strength in it. Yet today, a single utterance from Lin Yu rendered them submissive as dogs. This exemplifies the overwhelming presence of the immortal. We have also brought some gifts, and we humbly request the prince to accept them. The emperors, resigned to their fate, exchanged glances, and their attendants promptly knelt and advanced, brandishing an array of offerings. Prince Lin Yu, we too have brought congratulatory gifts. I am the minister of the treasury from the Black Knight Kingdom, and I express my gratitude to Prince Lin Yu for his care of my son, Wenhua, in Honghe village. Not only those dynasties that had taken action, but also those that had remained passive, presented gifts in abundance. Most of these offerings consisted of gold, silver, jewels, and rare antiques, which Lin Yu regarded with indifference. However, one particular ancient wooden box caught his attention. The box stood 4 feet tall and more than a foot wide, adorned with engravings of swords, its surface a deep dark hue. With Lin Yu's discerning eye, he recognized it to be crafted from mysterious ironwood, an extraordinary material in the mundane world. Most importantly, he sensed a faint sword intent emanating from the box. Lin Yu fixed his gaze upon the wooden box, turning his attention to the emperor of the Tianqi dynasty. It is worth noting that there are indeed individuals from the Tianqi dynasty present in Honghe village, though they are not princes, but rather a princess. I humbly report, Your Highness, this sword box was unearthed from a deep pool at the inception of our Tianqi dynasty. Beside the pool stands a monument inscribed with the characters Defying Immortals. Thus, we have named it the Defying Immortals Sword Box. Unfortunately, over the years, perhaps due to fate not yet being ripe, it has remained unopened. Now, presented to Your Highness, with your celestial prowess, it is certain that you can unlock this sword box, the Emperor of Tianqi hastily proclaimed. Let me take a look. A stirring sensation coursed through Lin Yu's heart as he beckoned with his hand, causing the sword box to soar into his grasp. The moment the sword box settled in his palm, the tree of the great Tao within his consciousness quivered gently. With a resonant sound, the previously tightly sealed sword box unexpectedly opened of its own accord. A chilling sword aura surged forth, sending shivers through everyone present, causing their very beings to tremble in fear. A booming sound echoed as an invisible golden light emanated from the sword, penetrating Lin Yu's brow. A series of vivid images unfolded, revealing astonishing phenomena. An elderly man sat serenely at the mouth of a volcano, harnessing the power of the earth's fire to forge a sword upon a crafting platform. This master craftsman was undoubtedly a paragon in the realm of mortal swordsmiths, with each of his movements executed with flawless grace. Upon the creation of 13 long swords, the elder sacrificed himself to the blades, thereby ensuring their perfection. As the swords were completed, celestial thunder rumbled from above, heralding extraordinary omens. The reverse immortal sword box was crafted by the esteemed swordsmith, Oyezi, the finest of the mortal realm. Beginning his sword-making journey at the tender age of 3 and forging the legendary weapon, Shui Shui, at 7. He earned the title of the greatest swordsmith genius of the mundane world. By the age of 30, Oyezi had mastered his craft and, at a swordsmithing convention, triumphed over his contemporaries with a colossal sword named Ju-Kei, thereby claiming the title of the foremost swordsmith. Obsessed with transcending his own craft, Oyezi yearned for guidance from a distinguished mentor. It was not until he reached 40 that he encountered an elderly man atop the summit of Tianqi, who, with a single stroke of his sword, severed the Ju-Kei, revealing the unparalleled might of divine weaponry. From that moment on, Oyezi devoted 30 years to traversing renowned mountains and vast seas, gathering 13 unparalleled materials to forge a divine weapon using mortal techniques. After 10 additional years, the reverse immortal sword box was completed. Though it surpassed the Ju-Kei, it still fell short in comparison to weapons of the immortals. Yet, within Oyezi's heart resided an indomitable spirit, willing to sacrifice himself for his craft, culminating in the creation of the reverse immortal sword box. This artifact stands as the first and only treasure in existence, forged by earthly means to shatter the barriers between the mortal and immortal realms, hence its name, Reverse Immortal. As the images unfolded, lines of text materialized, proclaiming, "A treasure forged by mortal means, breaking the shackles between the mortal and the immortal." In the midst of Lin Yu's profound astonishment, an involuntary sense of admiration for the elder depicted in the scene arose within him. Lin Yu found it hard to fathom. To be an ordinary person, one must possess an extraordinary tenacity and a sincere devotion to the art of sword forging, in order to create celestial weapons through mortal means. Bang, bang, bang. In a moment of profound astonishment, Lin Yu's consciousness was engulfed by vivid imagery, which erupted with a fierce intensity, transforming into radiant streams absorbed by the tree of the great path. To Lin Yu's astonishment, the breathtaking past of the reverse immortal sword box materialized into 2 distinct forces, causing the tree of the great path to tremble violently. Chapter 15. The Flower of Artifact Path. The future Grandmaster of Artifact Refinement. 2 forces emerged. One surged into the sword path flower, where delicate strands of sword intent cascaded downward, causing the sword path flower to grow substantially in an instant. With a resounding flourish, the tree of the great path swayed once more, and the second force forged a new bloom upon the tree, a new flower of the great path. Drawing from the astonishing past of the reverse immortal sword box, the efficacy of the sword path flower was enhanced. Effects of the sword path flower. 1. Tripling the speed of comprehension in the sword path. 2. Any sword-related divine ability can now be imbued with searing sword intent. 3. Any sword technique can be enhanced with thunderfire sword intent, doubling the power of thunder attribute sword abilities. 4. When executing any sword technique, the essence of the reverse immortal can be infused, thereby amplifying the potency of sword divine abilities by a factor of 2. Drawing from the astonishing past of the reverse immortal sword box, the Flower of Artifact Path was forged. Effects of the Flower of Artifact Path. The power of any crafted treasure can be doubled. The enhancement of the sword path flower and the forging of the Flower of Artifact Path manifested as lines of text shimmering within Lin Yu's consciousness. This effect, Lin Yu gazed at the handwriting, filled with joy. Previously, the effect of the sword Dao Blossom merely doubled the power of the lightning attribute sword techniques. However, with the addition of the reverse immortal sword intent, the potency of all divine abilities is augmented twofold. If the lightning attribute sword techniques were to be combined with the reverse immortal sword intent, the enhancement would be exponential. Moreover, following the enhancement of the sword Dao Blossom, Lin Yu's comprehension of the sword Dao has reached an astonishing threefold. The effects of the artifact Dao Blossom are even more remarkable. The power of any crafted artifact can be increased by a factor of 2. Emperor of the Heavenly Pool, the sword box you have offered is of great utility to me. Pray, tell me, what are your conditions? Lin Yu gazed at the Emperor of Tianqi and declared, I would not dare. I have brought this sword box solely to congratulate Prince Lin Yu on his entry into the immortal realm. The Emperor of Tianqi promptly responded, no. This prince is clear about his grievances and favors. Should there be any requests, feel free to voice them. Lin Yu shook his head. The most challenging debt to repay in this world is that of human sentiment. The Heavenly Pool Emperor, having not offended the Qingmu dynasty, still bestowed such a precious gift. If he claimed to seek nothing in return, that would be disingenuous. May I then venture to inquire? The Heavenly Pool Emperor asked cautiously. Speak. Lin Yu nodded. My daughter and you are classmates. I would like to request that you look after my little girl within the realm of the immortals. The Emperor of Tianqi bowed respectfully. Lin Yu's heart stirred with realization. Indeed, the ambition of the Heavenly Pool Emperor is not to be underestimated. He aspires to cultivate an immortal for his dynasty. Very well. If Tianqi Yao is able to enter the outer sect, I can extend my care to her there. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yu nodded in agreement. It is indeed rare for the royal family of the Tianqi dynasty to bear the surname Tianqi directly. Thank you, Prince Lin Yu. The Tianqi Emperor promptly expressed his gratitude upon hearing this. Lin Yu waved his hand, securing the sword sheath upon his back. Enough. This matter is now concluded. Lin Yu did not linger here. He rose to lead Emperor Aoki away. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Most of the time, Lin Yu devoted himself to cultivating within the confines of his chamber. The qi-boosting pills and spiritual stones provided by Songqing Feng, combined with the tripled effects of the Flower of Time, allowed Lin Yu's cultivation to ascend steadily, ultimately reaching the 7th level of qi refinement. During his leisure moments, Lin Yu would spend time with his parents. Life continued to unfold in its usual tranquil manner. To Lin Yu's surprise, in addition to the colorful spirit mushrooms, his father had also procured over 100 spiritual stones and various rare treasures. Father, from where did you acquire these spiritual stones? Lin Yu expressed his astonishment. My dear Yu, there is much you do not know. Our Qingmu dynasty has always undertaken the task of assisting the immortal sect in gathering various ores, including spirit stones and medicinal herbs. Each time, the immortal sect rewards us with a portion of spirit stones. Some of these we have squandered in our attempts to cultivate. Yet the majority have been preserved. The more than 100 stones you see here are what remains. The Emperor of Qingmu smiled. As the ruler of the dynasty, he naturally harbored ambitions of achieving immortality himself. However, despite possessing methods and spirit stones, the path to cultivation remained elusive. For instance, the emperor himself had practiced the Qi cultivation technique since the age of 16, yet after all these years, he had not even managed to circulate Qi to his dantian, let alone refine it. Nevertheless, there were benefits, at least in the realm of martial arts. The Emperor of Qingmu was regarded as a top-tier expert, with longevity and physical prowess far exceeding that of ordinary individuals. I see now. Lin Yu nodded. However, it is now a joyous occasion. Your entrance into the Immortal Gate signifies the fulfillment of our Qingmu lineage's long-held aspiration. Once our father has been laid to rest, he will be able to stand tall and face our ancestors. The Qingmu Emperor spoke with a smile. Father, your desire to embark on the path of cultivation is not without possibility. Lin Yu pondered and spoke. Is it possible? Upon hearing this, Emperor Aoki's eyes brightened. Indeed, the 7-colored spirit pill, crafted from the 7-colored Ganoderma, can cleanse the meridians and refine the essence with just 1 dose. Given the foundation that my father has established over the years, utilizing this to break through to the Qi refinement realm should pose no significant challenge. Lin Yu pondered. How can this be acceptable? To consume such a miraculous substance would be a sheer waste. No, it is enough for you to partake, my dear Yu. The Emperor of Qingmu shook his head repeatedly. Father, you are unaware. The 7-colored spirit pill can only be ingested once in a lifetime by each cultivator. Consuming more yields no effect. However, a single 7-colored spirit mushroom can produce at least 3 pills. In due course, Mother shall also partake. Lin Yu chuckled. Really? The Emperor Aoki's eyes brightened once more. Indeed, Lin Yu possesses the essence of the elixir, and the attributes of the world's spiritual medicines have long been comprehended by him. Were it not for the absence of a formula, he could effortlessly concoct pills himself. In such a case, my father could simply await your 7-colored spiritual elixir. Emperor Qingmu's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Buzz. At that moment, a beam of sword light swiftly approached the hall, then came to a steady halt. Junior brother Lin, the time has come. We must return to the outer sect. Songqing Feng stood atop the sword, his complexion slightly pale. Senior brother, are you injured? Lin Yu stepped out of the grand hall, gazing at Songqing Feng, whose pallid complexion and blood-stained robe evoked a sense of astonishment within him. Chapter 16. The Vast Immortal Luo Sect, 370,000 Treasures. Lin Yu wore an expression of incredulity. Song Qingfeng, a cultivator of the Foundation Establishment realm, had once comprehended the blazing sword intent and wielded the Earth-Fire sword, using his peak innate strength to decisively slay Foundation Establishment practitioners. A feat that was nothing short of astonishing. In the mundane world, who could possibly harm Song Qingfeng? Merely a trifling injury. Song Qingfeng shook his head, choosing not to elaborate further. Whoosh. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu ceased his inquiries and leapt gracefully, landing upon Song Qingfeng's sword. Surely, only a foundational cultivator could inflict harm upon Song Qingfeng. Lin Yu is not yet qualified to interfere. Father, take care. As for mother, I fear she would be reluctant. So I shall refrain from bidding her farewell. Await my return. Lin Yu waved his hand towards the Emperor of Qingmu. Take care, you. I will clarify everything with your mother. The Emperor of Qingmu gestured with his hand, his face filled with reluctance. Senior brother, let us depart. Lin Yu let out a sigh. Very well. Song Qingfeng nodded, forming a sword gesture with his hands. The sword beneath his feet transformed into a streak of brilliance, whisking Lin Yu away into the void. Junior brother Lin, since you are returning to the outer sect, it is imperative that I share matters pertaining to the Xian Luo sect with you. Song Qingfeng mused as he soared on his sword. I humbly ask for your guidance. Senior brother, Lin Yu hastily remarked, in contrast to the Red River village where you resided previously. The outer sect truly serves as the cornerstone for nurturing disciples within our Xian Luo sect. Each outer sect of our Xian Luo sect is situated within distinct minor and major secret realms. There exist subtle variations in the traditions among the different outer sections. Song Qingfeng replied earnestly, Senior brother, are there not multiple outer sects? Upon hearing this, Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback. Certainly, there are more than just a few. Song Qingfeng asserted confidently. Under the auspices of the Xian Luo sect, there are as many as 370,000 cultivation sanctuaries akin to Honghe village. While the number of external sects may not rival that of the cultivation sanctuaries, there are still over 3,000. Otherwise, relying solely on one Honghe village, our Xian Luo sect would have produced merely a handful of external disciples over the past decade, and our lineage would likely have long since perished, Song Qingfeng continued. Lin Yu pondered for a moment. The outer sect where his senior brother resided was known as the Yuntian Small Secret Realm. However, this single secret realm was responsible for overseeing hundreds of cultivation sites. Song Qingfeng added, is it truly the case that one secret realm manages so many cultivation sites? Lin Yu gazed thoughtfully at Song Qingfeng. Although there appeared to be a multitude of cultivation sanctuaries, in reality, only a few hundred individuals were deemed worthy to enter the outer sect each time. Furthermore, joining the outer sect merely marks the beginning of one's journey. After all, the disciples of the outer sect are categorized into ordinary, elite, and core ranks. Your status will determine the privileges you can enjoy within the outer sect. Song Qingfeng remarked. Is the outer sect divided into so many tiers? Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, the outer sect is essentially a selection process. The greater the talent you exhibit, the more resources the sect will allocate to you. If one proves to be exceptionally outstanding and gains entry into the inner sect, that is when one can truly be considered a disciple of the Xian Luo sect. When the inner sect was mentioned, a fervent glimmer ignited in Song Qingfeng's eyes. Even the senior brothers lack the qualification to enter the inner sect? Lin Yu was taken aback. The qualifications for entering the inner sect are not so easily acquired. Song Qingfeng said with a bitter smile. Is it true that even those with foundational cultivation cannot enter the inner sect? Lin Yu was even more astonished. It was not that one could not enter due to a lack of foundation, but rather that his senior brother was unable to gain entry. Song Qingfeng shook his head, asserting that there were numerous conditions to meet in order to enter the inner sect. For you, it is premature to discuss these matters at this stage. What you must focus on is striving to attain a core identity in the outer sect during the assessment in 1 month's time. Song Qingfeng turned to Lin Yu and said, the outer sect assessment? Lin Yu expressed his interest. Upon entering the outer sect for merely a month, each of you will be granted the status of an ordinary disciple. During this month, the sect will conduct a comprehensive evaluation of your cultivation and combat abilities, culminating in a final assessment after the month concludes. This evaluation is of paramount importance. If one is deemed an ordinary disciple, the prospect of entering the inner sect will be forever out of reach, and one will hold little status within the outer sect. Conversely, being recognized as an elite of the outer sect bestows a rank far superior to that of an ordinary outer disciple. Should one attain the designation of a core member of the outer sect, they will not only enjoy the finest privileges, but also wield certain authority within the outer sect. Most critically, to gain entry into the inner sect, one must first become a core member of the outer sect. Song Qingfeng stated earnestly. Is the core membership of the outer sect one of the criteria for entering the inner sect? Lin Yu squinted slightly. Indeed, junior brother Lin. Your ability to reach the Qi condensation stage within 3 hours and to cultivate to the 7th level of Qi refinement in such a brief period is truly remarkable. Such talent undoubtedly qualifies you to vie for a position among the core members of the outer sect. Should you succeed in becoming a core member, I, as the leader of Honghe Village, would also receive a significant reward. Song Qingfeng regarded Lin Yu with solemnity. Rest assured, brother, I shall devote myself entirely to this endeavor. Lin Yu spoke with a serious demeanor. As the two engaged in conversation, they journeyed towards a majestic range of mountains, traversing the expanse before them. Along the way, Lin Yu encountered numerous cultivators in areas far removed from the mundane world. Some were familiar to Song Qingfeng, who would pause to greet them, while others, strangers to him, opted to keep their distance upon recognizing Song Qingfeng. Naturally, Lin Yu also encountered several formidable beasts, some exuding an aura even more powerful than that of Song Qingfeng. When faced with these creatures, Song Qingfeng would not hesitate to steer clear. Their journey was punctuated by moments of pause, spanning 4 days, until Song Qingfeng finally halted before a grand mountain. During this time, Lin Yu's cultivation advanced remarkably, reaching the 8th level of Qi refinement, a testament to his rapid progress. Junior brother Lin, do you see that waterfall? The entrance to the Cloud Sky's secret realm lies behind it. This waterfall is inscribed with a formation. Without knowledge of the method to enter, even cultivators would find it exceedingly difficult to gain access, Song Qingfeng explained, gesturing towards the distant cascade. Is the entrance concealed within the waterfall? Lin Yu was somewhat astonished. Suddenly, a sound reminiscent of something slicing through the air echoed from afar, followed by the rapid appearance of a gourd not far from the two of them. Upon the gourd stood 2 women. The foremost woman, clad in a flowing white dress, had her face veiled, exuding an air of cold nobility. Behind her was a girl of about 15 or 16, whose youthful features, though tender, were exquisitely refined, a true beauty in the making. Buzzing. To Lin Yu's astonishment, as soon as the 2 women appeared, golden light emanated from them simultaneously. The golden radiance surrounding the young girl was even more brilliant than that of the leading woman. As the resplendent golden light converged towards Lin Yu's brow, it transformed into a vivid scene. In the vision, a woman clad in white sat gracefully upon a block of icy crystal, surrounded by swirling snowflakes that fell gently around her. Lin Yu then perceived an aura of profound coldness radiating from her, summoning the winds and snow from all directions. In an instant, the atmosphere around the woman was charged with chilling energy, shimmering with myriad lights. Faintly, a platform of Tao was coalescing within the woman's dantian. She was Fang Mingxue, a prodigy of cultivation. She entered the path at 16, broke through to the innate realm at 18, and within 3 years ascended to the pinnacle of innate prowess. Celebrated as the foremost genius of the Cloud Heaven's secret realm in the Skin Luo sect over the past century. At 19, Fang Mingxue ventured alone into the frigid ice plains, meditating on the 1,000-year-old cold marrow for 3 months, harnessing the power of extreme cold to enter a state of enlightenment, thereby achieving foundational establishment in one fell swoop. During her foundational establishment, Fang Mingxue infused her body with the power of extreme cold, refining the 1,000-year-old cold marrow, an astonishing feat of the past. As the scene unfolded, lines of text appeared. The Xian Luo sect, Cloud Heaven's secret realm outer sect, celebrated as the foremost genius of the past century, and it seemed that her cultivation speed was perhaps not as swift as mine. Lin Yu felt a stirring in his heart. Suddenly, a cacophony ensued. In the depths of Lin Yu's contemplation, the scene unfurled, transforming into streams of golden light, absorbed by the tree of the great path. Upon this tree, the blossoms of enlightenment swayed gracefully, radiating an extraordinary brilliance. Layers of profound resonance emerged, as the thumb-sized blossoms of understanding expanded, now reaching a girth of 2 fingers. Drawing upon the stunning past of Fang Mingxue, the blossoms of enlightenment flourished further. The effects of the blossoms of enlightenment are as follows. 1. cultivation speed is doubled. 2. Comprehension is enhanced twofold. 3. With each session of cultivation, one enters a state of sudden enlightenment. As the blossoms of enlightenment ascended, so too did their effects amplify. Splendid. Not only has the speed of cultivation been further augmented, but the ability to enter a state of enlightenment with each practice session feels akin to possessing extraordinary powers. Lin Yu was filled with immense joy, experiencing a sudden enlightenment. This was something rare and invaluable for cultivators, an opportunity that could not be sought after but only encountered. Before Lin Yu, the effect of the flower of enlightenment merely allowed for a chance to enter a state of profound realization. The current Fang Mingxue, throughout her cultivation journey, has only entered this state once, earning her the acclaim of having once dazzled the past. In the state of enlightenment, one can grasp the deeper truths of the great Tao, and their understanding of the teachings reaches astonishing heights. A moment of sudden insight surpasses a decade of diligent effort. This speaks to the nature of the state of enlightenment. With the enhancement of the flower of enlightenment, Lin Yu can now achieve a state of realization with each session of cultivation. In a moment of elation, Lin Yu beheld yet another scene emerging within his consciousness. The image portrayed a small village, distinctly superior to Honghe village. A tender young girl sat cross-legged beneath an ancient tree, with a scroll of energy cultivation techniques spread across her lap. As she meditated, the surrounding spiritual energy seemed to gravitate towards her, as if drawn by an innate affinity. In an instant, she transitioned from an ordinary being to a master of energy cultivation. Another prodigy. She is strikingly different from me. My own journey began with the cultivation techniques, guiding the spiritual energy into my body, whereas this girl appears to have the energy itself eagerly penetrating her being. Lin Yu gazed at the scene before him, his heart brimming with astonishment. Ji Yanling, the embodiment of the celestial spirit, was favored by the Tao, possessing an unparalleled affinity for the spiritual energies of heaven and earth. Without the need for any cultivation methods, she could effortlessly draw the essence of spiritual energy into her being, making her one of the fastest cultivators in terms of advancement. Upon her initial encounter with the paths of cultivation, she awakened her celestial spirit, achieving a profound infusion of spiritual energy that surged directly into her dantian. A truly breathtaking spectacle. No wonder it seemed so extraordinary. It was indeed the celestial spirit. Lin Yu suddenly realized. With a rustle, the scene gently dispersed, absorbed by the tree of the Great Way. Once again, a blossom of the Great Way was formed, drawing upon the stunning past of Ji Yanling. It culminated in the flower of constitution. Effects of the flower of constitution. 1. Even without cultivation, one's cultivation level may gradually increase. 2. The purity of the spiritual energy within the body is doubled. These two seemingly simple effects left Lin Yu in a state of astonishment. To enhance one's cultivation without any practice? What does it mean for the purity of spiritual energy within the body to be doubled? Lin Yu was astonished, murmuring to himself. At that moment, as the flower of physique gently trembled, rays of light cascaded downwards. Lin Yu felt that the spiritual energy within him was gradually circulating along the prescribed route of the Qi manipulation technique. The spiritual energy from the universe was naturally flowing into his body. Lin Yu also discovered that the spiritual energy within his body was undergoing a remarkable transformation at an astonishing pace. The power it contained was escalating rapidly, reaching a point twice its original potency before returning to normal. The method operated autonomously, with the spiritual energy purifying itself. Is this not a way to cultivate immortality while simply reclining? Lin Yu sensed the surging spiritual energy within him, his expression growing increasingly peculiar. Ahem. Could you refrain from staring at us? In the midst of Lin Yu's delight, an awkward voice from Ji Yanling reached his ears. Lin Yu regained his composure and noticed that Fang Mingxue and Ji Yanling were both gazing at him with peculiar expressions. Song Qingfeng wore an expression of deep concern. It was Lin Yu who had been somewhat impolite, having lingered in the village for an extended period, accompanied only by a hefty blue bull. He found himself at a loss in the presence of two celestial beings, inevitably losing his composure. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu graciously admitted to it, for after all, he had seen it, and there was no need to deny it. Indeed, Lin Yu's candid demeanor alleviated the expressions of Fang Mingxue and Ji Yanling. So, you are also a herder? Fang Mingxue gazed at Lin Yu with increasing excitement. You too? Lin Yu felt a stir in his heart. Indeed, I have raised cattle for 15 years, and before I left, Shaoqing had given birth to 2 little ones. Fang Mingxue said proudly. You are truly fortunate. The bull I raised is a male and has a rather ill temper, often kicking me with its hooves when it was young. I gained nothing from it at all. Lin Yu expressed his regret, and his words brought an involuntary smile to Fang Mingshua's face. Junior Lin, why are you not quick to greet senior sister Fang Mingxua? Song Qifeng hastily reminded, his expression still bearing a hint of seriousness. Lin Yu, I have the honor of meeting you, senior sister. Lin Yu hurriedly bowed. Junior brother Lin, there is no need for such formalities. Junior brother Song, we shall meet again. Fang Mingxua nodded at the two of them, shouldering her gourd, and vanished into the waterfall. Senior brother Song, it seems you harbor quite a fear of the senior sister Fang, do you not? Upon witnessing Fang Mingshua's departure, Song Qifeng visibly exhaled in relief and could not help but inquire, are you aware of the status that Sister Fang holds within the outer sect? Hearing this, Song Qifeng widened his eyes as he posed the question to Lin Yu. Chapter 18. Once you enter the Immortal Gate, you must shine forever. What status? Lin Yu has developed an interest. Outside the Cloud Sky Secret Realm, the chief disciple. He is also the only disciple at the Golden Core stage within the outer sect at present. Song Qifeng spoke with a glimmer of yearning in his eyes. The chief disciple? Lin Yu felt a stirring in his heart. Indeed, after becoming a core disciple of the outer sect, an annual ranking battle is held among the core disciples. Senior Sister Fang has consecutively secured the first position for 3 years, a position that remains unassailable. As for me, I have merely managed to barely rank within the top 20. It is not just me, among the outer sect disciples. None can meet Senior Sister Fang's gaze without feeling a sense of trepidation. Only you, my young friend, have the audacity to stare boldly. Song Qifeng said with a wry smile. Senior Sister Fang's 3-year reign as the foremost disciple occurred while I was absent. Now that I have returned, things will be different. Lin Yu chuckled. What difference does it make? Song Qifeng inquired. The position of the chief will undoubtedly be mine in the future. Lin Yu chuckled and remarked, You, my friend, possess great ambition, but one must be cautious with lofty claims. 3 years to attain the Golden Core is indeed a mark of unparalleled talent. I have yet to witness such a feat. To achieve it in a mere year, one would have to be the favored child of heaven itself. Moreover, even if you were to accomplish a Golden Core in a year, it would be too late, as the core ranking battle commences in 6 months. Once that battle concludes, Sister Fang will surely enter the inner sect, and you will find it impossible to catch up. Song Qifeng smiled knowingly and shook his head. It is entirely natural to enter the realm of immortality with high aspirations, especially given Lin Yu's exceptional gifts. Thus, I can certainly understand. Must it really be 6 months? Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's eyes narrowed slightly. Let us proceed to the secret realm first. Shortly, I shall introduce you to Elder Lu. Song Qifeng proclaimed. Elder Lu? Lin Yu pondered. It seemed that the former village chief had previously delivered a message to Elder Lu. Elder Lu Daoxian. Within the outer sect of the Cloud Sky Small Secret Realm, there are a total of 4 esteemed elders, 2 vice sect masters, and 1 sect master. The vice sect masters and the sect master are essentially uninvolved in daily affairs. The majority of the disciples are primarily governed by the 4 esteemed elders. To establish a foothold in the outer sect, not only is one's own strength crucial, but background is equally significant. My senior brother belongs to the lineage of Elder Lu. Although Elder Lu, possessing a cultivation level of merely the 2nd stage of the Golden Core, is a renowned alchemist, his status is on par with that of a vice sect master. Song Qifeng stated with solemnity. Lin Yu nodded. Which lineage does Sister Fang belong to? Sister Fang is from the sect master's lineage. There is a special reason for her to be accepted as a disciple under the sect master, making her incomparable to us. Song Qifeng replied. I see. Lin Yu nodded. With a soft hiss, Song Qifeng formed hand seals, and a radiant glow emanated from his palms. The sword beneath their feet trembled and propelled Lin Yu forward into the waterfall. Initially, Lin Yu anticipated being engulfed by the rushing waters, yet to his astonishment, the cascade parted, revealing a passageway. In the blink of an eye, the two had entered the hidden realm of Yutian. Lin Yu's first sensation was the overwhelming density of spiritual energy within the hidden realm of Yutian. It was several times more potent than that found within the village chief's humble abode. The flower of his physique swayed gently, ceaselessly absorbing the ethereal essence of heaven and earth, invigorating Lin Yu's being. Lin Yu need not actively cultivate. Above the secret realm, the clouds and mist are dense, and the heat is as intense as fire, stretching for thousands of miles. Lin Yu gazed downward, beholding a meticulously organized expanse of medicinal fields. Further afield, the mountains undulated gracefully, and from time to time, one could spot cultivators traversing the terrain on their treasures. "Junior Lin," exclaimed Song Qifeng. "The central peak is none other than the Sect Master Peak, the most spiritually enriched location within the secret realm. The regulations here are stringent. Only the Sect Master and their direct lineage may enter, while others require special permission to gain access. The two adjacent peaks are the Vice Sect Master's spiritual peaks, which possess spiritual energy, second only to that of the Sect Master Peak. Beyond these lie four more, known as the Elders' Peaks. Our destination is that very peak." After indicating the way, Song Qifeng guided Lin Yu towards a mountain adjacent to the Vice Sect Master's peak. Each peak was home to a resource hall, a mission hall, and a transmission hall, overseen by various attendants or disciples. Should you have any needs, you may seek assistance at any of the three halls. After our meeting with Elder Lu, I shall escort you to the resource hall to acquire your identity token and cultivation resources. With the identity token in hand, you will be able to undertake missions at the mission hall or learn methods at the transmission hall. As Song Qifeng elaborated, they arrived at the exterior of Elder Lu's peak. "Greetings, Senior Brother Song." Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, Song Qifeng could no longer utilize his sword for flight, compelling both to ascend on foot. Along the way, numerous disciples respectfully saluted Song Qifeng. This area served as the residence for ordinary disciples of the outer sect. When they reached a quarter of the way up the mountain, Song Qifeng pointed to a cluster of wooden cottages and remarked, "Another set of quaint wooden houses." Lin Yu displayed a peculiar expression. The dwelling of this ordinary disciple was merely slightly larger than that of Honghe village. It was, after all, a humble abode befitting a typical outer sect disciple. In contrast, the residences of elite disciples were considerably more lavish, featuring independent courtyards and even a small plot for medicinal herbs. As for the core disciples, their quarters resembled caves. Although they appeared similar to courtyards, they were equipped with spiritual gathering arrays that significantly enhanced the efficiency of cultivation. Song Qifeng guided Lin Yu upward, patiently elucidating the details along the way. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu couldn't help but express his astonishment. Indeed, in the realm of immortals, everything is dictated by strength. As long as one possesses extraordinary talent, all resources will gravitate towards them. The notion of feigning weakness to deceive the strong is merely self-sabotage within the immortal sections. In summary, the sect fears your lack of brilliance. Never entertain the foolish thought of achieving sudden fame. Once you enter the immortal gate, you must continuously shine, ensuring that you are seen. Song Qifeng reminded him. Lin Yu understood. Lin Yu nodded. As the two conversed, they had already reached the summit of the mountain. At the pinnacle stood a solitary palace, its grand doors firmly shut. "Junior Brother Lin, that is the Elder's Hall. I shall now take you to meet Elder Lu." Upon finishing his words, Song Qifeng moved to knock on the door. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from the Elder's Hall. A tremendous wave of searing heat surged into the sky, causing the massive structure to tremble violently. Chapter 19. The Three Essential Elements of Alchemy. The Treatment of Core Disciples. Alas, another furnace explosion. Song Qifeng glanced at Lin Yu, offering a wry smile. "Has the furnace exploded due to a failure in alchemy?" Lin Yu inquired curiously. "Indeed. This marks the 8th time this month that Elder Lu has experienced a furnace explosion." Song Qifeng nodded with a smile. "Is alchemy truly so prone to failure?" Lin Yu was taken aback as he glanced at the effects of his Dan Dao flower. The Dan Dao flower did not mention the possibility of failure in refining elixirs. It merely stated that during his alchemical process, he could achieve a perfect success rate in forming elixir patterns. The propensity for failure in alchemy is one matter, but it bears no relation to Elder Lu. Elder Lu is a terrestrial-grade alchemist, and even in the case of terrestrial-grade elixirs, a furnace might explode only once or twice out of 10 attempts. Song Qifeng inquired, "Then why has Elder Lu experienced 8 furnace explosions in just 1 month?" Lin Yu's curiosity deepened. "The restoration of the Dan formula," Song Qifeng remarked. "The restoration of the Dan formula?" Lin Yu expressed his confusion. "Indeed. There are 3 essential elements in alchemy: the alchemical technique, the formula, and the fire for refining. The alchemical fire is capable of melting spiritual herbs and extracting their medicinal properties. The alchemical technique pertains to the process of condensing these medicinal properties into pills. Simply put, the formula serves as a template, meticulously detailing the quantities and types of spiritual herbs required. The creation of any medicinal pill necessitates a complete formula. Although Song Qi has been following Lu Daoxian for many years and is not an alchemist himself, he possesses a considerable familiarity with the art of alchemy. Since Lin Yu is intrigued, he naturally does not mind elaborating a bit further. The path of alchemy is indeed quite fascinating. Lin Yu nodded in understanding. The essence of alchemical flowers allowed him to discern the fragrance of medicinal herbs, with a clear grasp of their pharmacological properties. However, he had yet to engage in practical application. The origins of alchemical formulas among various sects can be classified into three principal categories. The first category comprises formulas passed down through generations within the sect, validated over an extensive period. Song Qi pondered thoughtfully. The second category is the creation of new formulas. This method is exceedingly challenging, requiring not only an extraordinary comprehension and mastery of medicinal properties, but also a remarkably high level of alchemical skill. At least among the outer sect, I have yet to hear of any alchemist capable of independently deriving a formula. He continued. The third category involves the restoration of ancient formulas. There are numerous sects that have vanished throughout the annals of history, yet some remnants of their knowledge have endured. We refer to these sites as relics. Each discovery of such relics can yield legacies, including elixirs and magical artifacts. However, these remnants have often become fragmented over the passage of time. To restore their efficacy, one must invest considerable time and effort. This is especially true for elixirs. Some relics yield elixirs with most of their formulas preserved, albeit incomplete, making restoration relatively straightforward. Others, however, have lost their formulas entirely. The elixirs themselves, though valuable, require reverse engineering to uncover their original formulas. The difficulty of such restorations is significantly heightened. Song Qi articulated clearly. Are you suggesting that Elder Lu is reverse engineering the formulas through the elixirs? Lin Yu inquired. Indeed. Elder Lu, it is time to regain our composure. I shall proceed to knock on the door. As Song Qi spoke, he stepped forward to rap gently upon the door. What is it? Came Elder Lu's voice from within the hall, tinged with palpable impatience. Elder Lu, Lin Yu has returned, Song Qi promptly replied. Lin Yu? Elder Lu paused, a glimmer of interest igniting in his eyes. Come in. With that exclamation, the grand door of the hall swung open of its own accord. Junior brother Lin, follow me. Song Qi signaled to Lin Yu with a glance, and then led him into the hall. Upon entering, Lin Yu was greeted by a narrow path of blue stones. On either side of the path lay two meticulously tended herbal fields. At the end of the path stood a pavilion, adorned with a cauldron for alchemy. At that moment, an elderly man, visibly agitated, clutched a fragment of a pill that had been reduced to a mere sliver. Song Qi Lin Yu. I have encountered Elder Lu. Lin Yu and Song Qi approached the pavilion and promptly bowed in greeting. Lu Daoxian lifted his gaze to glance at Lin Yu, and a flicker of fervent light ignited in his aged eyes. Indeed, in such a brief span, you have ascended to the 8th level of Qi refinement. When it comes to the pace of cultivation, you surpass that girl Fang Mingxue by several degrees. As Lu Daoxian observed Lin Yu, his satisfaction grew with each passing moment. It is all thanks to senior brother Song's excellent guidance. Lin Yu humbly remarked, do I not know his true abilities? If he truly possessed such talent to train you to this level, how could our lineage fail to produce even a single inner sect disciple over the years? Lu Daoxian shot a glare at Song Qi, his tone laden with a palpable sense of disappointment. It is the disciple's dullness that is to blame. Song Qi lowered his head, a bitter smile adorning his face. Lin Yu, you are quite commendable, with proper guidance. You might indeed have the opportunity to enter the inner sect. Lu Daoxian's tone shifted as he casually produced a token and tossed it to Lin Yu. Take my token to the resource hall. They will certainly know what to do. Lu Daoxian stated with an air of indifference. Lin Shitty, do not forget to express your gratitude to Elder Lu. Song Qi exclaimed upon seeing the token. Is this truly possible? Lin Yu expressed his astonishment. Was it not said that upon entering the outer sect, one could only enjoy the privileges of an ordinary outer sect disciple? Whose face are you trying to slap? As an elder, if you lack even this minimal privilege, what worth is there in being an elder at all? Lu Daoxian replied dismissively. Thank you, Elder Lu. Lin Yu felt a stir in his heart and promptly expressed his gratitude. There was no need for words of thanks. Devote yourself to your cultivation, otherwise, a month hence. If it were to be known that you enjoyed the privileges of an outer sect core disciple, yet failed to attain that status, I would be utterly humiliated. Lu Daoxian waved his hand dismissively. The disciple shall certainly strive with utmost effort. Lin Yu spoke with a serious tone. Enough, You may leave now. What could possibly be wrong with this damned elixir? Elder Lu, expressing his frustration, once again scrutinized the elixir in his hand, his face contorted with anger. Elder Lu, might I have a glance at this elixir? Upon witnessing this, Lin Yu's gaze flickered as he inquired, Are you intrigued by this elixir? Lu Daoxian expressed his interest. As a disciple, the fragrance of this potion inevitably evokes thoughts of certain spiritual herbs. Lin Yu pondered what? As Lin Yu finished speaking, both Song Qingfeng and Lu Daoxian could not help but widen their eyes in astonishment. Chapter 20, Lin Yu. Among a million cultivators, you are unparalleled. Lin Yu, pray tell, what does it feel like? Lu Daoxian inquired, his curiosity piqued. The disciple was raised in Honghe village, where he was primarily responsible for tending to cattle. He had encountered numerous unnamed flowers and herbs before. Upon inhaling the fragrance of the elixir, an array of unfamiliar flora and spiritual herbs involuntarily surfaced in his mind. Lin Yu spoke half-truths and half-falsehoods. The efficacy of the pill Dao flower granted him the ability to discern the essence of various herbs by scent, enabling him to perceive the dozens of spiritual herbs required for concocting that particular elixir. Naturally, he would not openly acknowledge this, as he had only just embarked on the path of cultivation. The knowledge of alchemy had never been imparted to him, and if he were to reveal his comprehensive understanding, it would plainly indicate to Lu Daoxian that he harbored secrets. It was far safer to speak in riddles, allowing Lu Daoxian and the others to speculate. While showcasing one's talents in cultivation was essential, it was equally unwise to expose one's secrets like a fool. Can it be that Lin Shidi possesses an innate ability to identify herbs by their fragrance? Elder Lu exclaimed in astonishment. The talent for discerning herbs by scent was exceedingly rare. Among a million cultivators, one might not emerge. Those endowed with such a gift were invariably prodigies in alchemy. To ascertain whether he truly possessed this ability, a test would suffice. Lu Daoxuan's eyes narrowed slightly, his gaze fervently fixed upon Lin Yu. Lin Yu, follow me. He rose and made his way toward the grand hall behind the pavilion. The hall bore a plaque inscribed with the words Alchemical Chamber. Lu Daoxian led Lin Yu inside. Pushing open the door, the chamber was lined with shelves, each laden with an array of spiritual herbs. Some herbs were haphazardly piled, while others were carefully contained within jade boxes or wooden cases. The sheer expanse of the alchemical chamber was astonishing. Lin Yu, this is my alchemical chamber. I possess a collection of items beneath the celestial grade, save for a few exceedingly rare herbs. Now, I would like you to select the spiritual herbs that come to your mind. Lu Daoxian solemnly handed a pill to Lin Yu and spoke with gravity. Understood. Lin Yu, unreserved, accepted the elixir and brought it close to his nose, inhaling its scent with great care. With a swift motion, he summoned various spiritual herbs from the shelves surrounding him, arranging them meticulously before him. Earth Spirit Ginseng, 100-eye fragrance, rootless grass. As Lin Yu captured each spirit herb, Lu Daoxuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. By the end, his gaze was filled with astonishment. These spirit herbs were identical to those he had deduced. It is worth noting that he himself was a fifth-tier alchemist. He had meticulously refined his craft, slicing a small portion of a medicinal pill and, through its effects, repeatedly deducing the properties of various herbs. Yet Lin Yu, after merely inhaling their fragrance, was able to identify such an impressive array of spirit herbs. After Lin Yu successfully gathered 31 varieties, Lu Daoxian was rendered speechless by sheer amazement. They were exactly the same. Lin Yu had successfully deduced all the spiritual herbs predicted by Lu Daoxian. The ability to identify medicinal scents was undoubtedly a remarkable talent. One of the highest caliber. Lu Daoxian breathed rapidly, his excitement evident. He had encountered individuals blessed with the gift of discerning herbs before. Yet such talents could typically identify only 3 types of herbs at a time, justifying their classification as geniuses. However, if one could discern 6 types, they would be considered a prodigy. Whereas Lin Yu, to possess over 30 distinct abilities in one breath is nothing short of monstrous, a true prodigy. Such individuals are exceedingly rare within the realm of cultivation. I have struck gold. I, Lu Daoxian, am destined for greatness. Lin Yu, with talents such as yours, what do the core outer disciples amount to, and what significance do the inner disciples hold? Your future achievements will be astonishing. Lu Daoxian grasped Lin Yu's shoulder, appearing almost frenzied. Inner disciples hold no weight? Song Qifeng stood in stunned silence. Elder Lu, there is still one more medicinal herb. Lin Yu furrowed his brows and inquired. Is there yet another ingredient? Lu Daoxian was taken aback. Which one? Lin Yu spoke as he walked deeper into the alchemical chamber. After taking a careful sniff, he retrieved a porcelain vial from a shelf. Lin Yu opened the porcelain bottle, inhaled its scent, and then handed it to Lu Daoxian, exclaiming, "This is it. This is the heartless water." Suddenly, everything became clear. No wonder I have managed to deduce all the components of the elixir yet faced failure time and again. It turns out I was missing this heartless water. Indeed, the medicinal properties of this elixir are balanced and harmonious, capable of fortifying the foundation and nurturing the essence. However, if I were to refine it according to my previous calculations, even if I succeeded, the properties would lean towards agitation. Yet, with the addition of this heartless water, predominantly characterized by its gentle essence, the outcome would be entirely transformed. Lu Daoxian held the heartless water, his eyes shimmering with excitement, as if enlightened. "Lin Yu, you have truly made a significant contribution this time." His gaze towards Lin Yu was filled with fervor. "I merely possess a keen sense of smell," the disciple humbly replied. Lin Yu humbly spoke, "This is not merely a matter of instinct. Lin Yu, first go with Song Qifeng to collect your identification badges and resources. I shall verify this new alchemical formula in the meantime. Upon your return, I will personally teach you the art of alchemy." Lu Daoxian affirmed resolutely. "Understood." Lin Yu nodded. "Junior brother Lin, let us depart." Song Qifeng gazed at Lin Yu, his eyes reflecting a subtle change compared to before. "Haha, with the treasure that is Lin Yu. Not only my lineage, Lu Daoxian, but even the outer sect of the Cloud Heaven secret realm will be transformed." Lu Daoxian, watching Lin Yu follow Song Qifeng, was filled with uncontainable excitement. Lin Yu followed Song Qifeng, first visiting the resource hall to receive his identity badge, robe, and various resources such as medicinal pills and spirit stones. Subsequently, they made their way directly to the transmission hall. "Junior brother Lin," Song Qifeng exclaimed. "Ordinary outer disciples may choose 3 types of cultivation methods. However, with Elder Lu's token in your possession, you are granted unrestricted access to the techniques within the transmission hall. You may peruse and learn at your leisure." With that, Song Qifeng guided Lin Yu into the transmission hall. Lin Yu merely displayed his token, and the attendant responsible for the transmission hall hurried over, personally opening the grand door for him. Upon stepping into the hall, Lin Yu couldn't help but widen his eyes in astonishment. Inside the transmission hall, numerous shelves were adorned with an array of jade slips, each emanating a faint golden glow. Chapter 21, Half Moon into Innate. This talent is truly remarkable. Each of these techniques possesses its own stunning history. Lin Yu gazed at the jade slips, the concealed glimmer of golden light making him feel as though he had plunged into a mountain of gold. "Junior brother Lin." Within the transmission hall lies a small secret realm of Yuntian, containing all the foundational techniques accumulated over the years, as well as some yellow and mysterious grade methods. Take your time to select, practice those that resonate with you. As for the more advanced techniques, Elder Lu will naturally convey them to you in due course. Song Qifeng stated with solemnity. "Excellent." Lin Yu nodded emphatically, eagerly approaching a bookshelf and seizing a jade slip. As he grasped the slip, a resonant hum filled the air, and golden rays surged forth, merging into his brow, conjuring an enchanting imagery. The celestial step of carefree travel, birthed by the illustrious true Lord of Carefree. This true Lord, a prodigious genius, possessed a liberated spirit and comprehended the essence of carefree existence in his innate realm, thus creating the celestial step of carefree travel, earning him the title of a transcendent immortal. Visions unfolded within Lin Yu's consciousness, transforming into characters that were subsequently absorbed by the Tree of Enlightenment. As the imagery dissipated, the blossoms of comprehension and the blossoms of physical prowess upon the tree illuminated with extraordinary resonance. The astonishing legacy of each martial art was absorbed by the tree, and Lin Yu advanced towards the next scroll. The hall of transmission was replete with an abundance of remarkable martial arts. There existed the so-called entry level, the swiftest path to the skyward sword technique, which magnified the blossom of swordsmanship. Additionally, there was the renowned dragon elephant body refinement technique, astonishing the world, which birthed the blossom of physical form, accompanied by the blossom of innate qualities. Furthermore, numerous techniques were conceived in moments of enlightenment, nurturing the blossom of understanding. Upon absorption of each remarkable legacy, the blossoms of the tree of enlightenment flourished. Notably, the blossom of understanding, initially no thicker than 2 fingers, grew to the size of a palm within moments. The petals, adorned with patterns reminiscent of the path, gradually became more distinct. As the translucent petals fell, Lin Yu found himself irresistibly immersed in a state of enlightenment. What extraordinary talent does junior brother Lin possess? At this moment, Song Qingfeng, who had accompanied Lin Yu, along with the steward of the Hall of Transmission, stood in awe, utterly astonished. They observed that Lin Yu lingered before each martial art for no longer than 10 breaths. Yet each time he perused a technique, a flow of profound resonance enveloped him. The aura of Lin Yu fluctuates between serene and carefree, aspiring to ascend to the heavens, and then erupts in a tempestuous display akin to a volcanic eruption, at times akin to a fierce storm, tumultuous and undulating. Each breath embodies a profound essence. Yet, the truths Lin Yu has discerned extend far beyond mere 10. Moreover, with the flourishing of the flowers of enlightenment, physical prowess, and the path of the sword, an unceasing tide of celestial energy cascades towards him, saturating his being. Initially, this energy flowed gently like a trickling stream, but soon surged forth like myriad rivers converging into the ocean, a divine enlightenment flooding his very core. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yu's cultivation ascended to the 9th level of Qi refinement, a naturally gifted sword body, an innate ability to discern medicinal aromas. The influx of energy was evidently awakening some latent spiritual entity within him. How much innate talent does my junior possess? The more Song Qingfeng observed, the more astonished he became. The speed at which Lin Yu grasped the teachings was truly remarkable. Just observe the sword light that seemed ready to burst forth from him. The blazing essence, the thunderous truth, the profound weight, the chilling essence. While we, in our pursuit of divine abilities, typically master techniques through rigorous training, only to amplify our power upon comprehending fragments of truth, he, on the contrary, bypasses techniques entirely, directly grasping the essence of truth. The attendant of the transmission hall was drenched in cold sweat. Having guarded the hall for a century, he had encountered countless cultivators. Yet he had never witnessed anyone like Lin Yu, who commenced learning directly from the essence of divine abilities. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As Lin Yu's aura intensified, disciples within the transmission hall were drawn to him. They emerged from various corners, each bearing expressions of disbelief. Who is this person? He seems unfamiliar. The 9th level of Qi refinement? Could he be an ordinary disciple, finally reaping the rewards of years of diligent cultivation? Yet, something felt amiss. If he had spent several years in the outer sect, we should have at least crossed paths. But he was a complete mystery. Could it be that he has only been here for a year? A year? Who are you mocking? Achieving the 9th level of Qi refinement in less than 3 to 5 years is preposterous. Let us not forget, even senior sister Fang Mingxue required a full year to reach the 9th level. 3 to 5 years, surely we would have encountered him by then. Many disciples exhibited expressions of astonishment. Brother Song, do you recognize this junior disciple? Inquired a disciple whose aura was slightly inferior to that of Song Qingfeng. This is junior brother Lin Yu. Song Qingfeng replied earnestly. How long has junior brother Lin Yu been in the sect? The disciple could not help but ask. Today marks his very first day in the outer sect. Song Qingfeng gritted his teeth and remarked, Brother Song, are you jesting? Upon hearing this, the disciple immediately rolled his eyes. Today marks the initiation into the sect. According to the customs of the Xianluo sect, considering Lin Yu's engagement with cultivation, returning home for family visits, and the round trip, he would barely have a fortnight at most for practice. Less than half a month to reach the 9th level of Qi refinement? Is this not mere exaggeration? Indeed. Brother Song, your deception is rather excessive. Yes, Brother Song. Do clarify, could this not be one of the outer disciples sent from other secret realms for exchange? The other disciples were expressions of disbelief. Look for yourselves. Song Qingfeng, without further ado, produced the receipt for the resources Lin Yu had acquired. It truly indicates his entry today. The document bears the grand seal of the resource hall and the date. Could this be real? The group of disciples erupted in astonishment, feeling as though their long-formed worldview had shattered into a myriad of pieces. Half a month to reach the 9th level of Qi refinement? Is such a thing feasible? Is there truly a genius of this caliber in existence? All the disciples exchanged incredulous glances, utterly unable to fathom it. Just the 9th level of Qi refinement? Song Qingfeng scoffed, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Yu. Suddenly, a surge of innate energy erupted from Lin Yu, who was engrossed in perusing the jade slips, radiating like an ocean in all directions. Innate energy. Has Lin Yu ascended to the innate realm already? Everyone present, feeling the overwhelming innate energy emanating from Lin Yu, was left utterly astounded. Chapter 22. Seize him. We must not let Lin Yu escape. To reach the 9th level of Qi refinement and immediately ascend to the innate realm? What of the Elder's teachings on refinement and accumulation? I am beginning to doubt the authenticity of the cultivation methods we practice. Within Lin Yu's body, as the innate energy emerged, everyone was left in a state of bewilderment. The path of cultivation emphasizes that every action, no matter how trivial, holds significance. The ascent to a higher realm necessitates the accumulation of time and meticulous refinement. At times, a fortuitous opportunity is required for progress to occur naturally. In the past, Fang Mingxue spent an entire year reaching the 9th level of Qi refinement, followed by nearly another year of honing her skills before ascending to the innate stage. Yet here stands Lin Yu. What shackles? What opportunities? All of it is mere illusion. When Lin, my junior brother, expressed his desire to surpass Sister Fang, I regarded it as lofty ambition. Now it appears I have become the proverbial frog at the bottom of the well. Song Qingfeng sighed ruefully. In his understanding, to advance to the golden elixir realm within half a year was utterly implausible. For cultivators, half a year is but the blink of an eye. However, this perception of Song Qingfeng has now been irrevocably shattered. If Lin Yu can attain innate abilities within half a month, why should he not be able to reach the golden core stage within 6 months? Esteemed brothers, your reasoning seems flawed. Lin Yu emerged from a state of sudden enlightenment, regarding Song Qingfeng and the others with an odd expression. At this moment, Lin Yu's innate energy surged and roiled within his energy sea. It's nothing, it's nothing. The group repeatedly shook their heads, all marveling at Lin Yu. Brother Song, my junior brother has nearly completed his training. I wish to return to my residence to consolidate my cultivation. Lin Yu spoke. At this moment, within the hall of transmission, the astonishing legacies of various schools were entirely absorbed by the tree of the great Tao. The mystical arts recorded within these schools were all mastered by Lin Yu. Lin Yu naturally wished to return and solidify his understanding. Senior brother, I shall take you there at once. Song Qingfeng nodded eagerly, leading Lin Yu away. To Lin Yu's surprise, Song Qingfeng did not take him to the residence of ordinary disciples, but rather to the quarters of the core disciples, Xuanxiang Peak. This was the domain of Elder Du within the Cloud Heaven's small secret realm. Unlike Lu Daoxian, Du wielded significant authority in the Cloud Heaven's small secret realm, as he was the sole elder at the 9th level of the Golden Core stage, essentially overseeing all affairs, large and small. This old Lu has become increasingly outrageous. Du mused, his displeasure evident as he perused the information from the resource hall. The rules are immutable, yet human nature is fluid. This adage holds true. While it is understandable for Lu Daoxian, one of the 4 elders, to occasionally grant some leniency to disciples, such actions must not be chaotic. How could one, upon merely entering, immediately receive the privileges of a core disciple? What would the other disciples think? Moreover, it is one thing to obtain such privileges, but should there not be some tangible results? Over the years, Lu Daoxian, in his capacity as an elder, had elevated numerous disciples beyond their ranks. Yet not a single inner disciple had emerged under his mentorship. This was simply unacceptable. No, I must inform all the peaks. In the future, any request for core disciple privileges must undergo my personal review. Duly furrowed his brow and prepared to send a message to the various peaks. However, before he could do so, his own communication jade talisman began to emit a rapid series of beeps. Why are there so many messages all at once? Dooley was taken aback and began to sift through the incoming information. Elder Du, something extraordinary has occurred at Elder Lu's Danxia Peak. A disciple has broken through to the innate stage in half a month. Elder Lu's ancestors must be smiling upon him. This achievement surpasses Fang Mingxue. It is said that this young prodigy learns divine abilities not through techniques, but by directly grasping the true essence. Dooley's eyes widened in astonishment as he absorbed the reports from the various peak stewards. Half a month to reach the innate stage? Learning divine abilities by directly comprehending their true essence? Elder Du was momentarily dumbfounded. Then, a thought struck him, and he quickly glanced at the information that had been reported from the resource hall. Lin Yu, what is the name of that disciple? Dooley inquired. It seems to be Lin Yu, who hails from Honghe Village. He just received his identity token today and has already achieved a breakthrough to the innate stage. A steward responded swiftly. Quick, go and ask Lin Yu if 1 portion of core disciple resources will suffice. If not, procure an additional 2 portions. The previously displeased Dooley now sent a message to the steward of the resource hall. Steward Lin, please come here. Accompany me to Elder Lu's Danxia Peak. Dooley pondered increasingly uneasily, and sent another message to the steward of his peak. To Elder Lu's peak, Lin, the steward, was momentarily taken aback. Robbing people. Du declared with conviction. What? Elder Lu's Dan Xiao peak has a disciple who entered the innate realm in half a month? Is that true? Meanwhile, the news of Lin Yu achieving innate status in just half a month swiftly spread throughout the outer sect. The heads of the other peaks, upon receiving this news, were filled with envy. Fang Mingxue, who had entered the innate realm in 2 years, was hailed as the greatest talent of the outer sect in a century, destined to become an inner disciple. And now Lin Yu, achieving it in half a month. What extraordinary talent is this? This is a prodigy, a monster. Even the strongest among the 3,000 outer sect disciples in Xianluo sect would be envious. We must seize him. All stewards of Tianyang Peak, follow me. We must bring Lin Yu back, even if we have to carry him. At Yuntian Peak, the dwelling of the outer sect master, Zhou Junbai, he was currently assessing Ji Yanling, whom Fang Mingxue had brought back. In less than half a month, you have reached the 5th level of Qi refinement. Your cultivation speed surpasses Mingxue by several degrees. Given time, you will be the foremost disciple of our Yuntian Secret Realm's outer sect. The title of the greatest talent in a century may soon belong to you. The more Zhou Junbai observed, the more satisfied he became. Do I truly possess such remarkable talent? Ji Yinling exclaimed with joy upon hearing his words. Certainly, a talent like yours has not emerged from our esteemed grounds in a century, across the 3,000 outer sects. It is unlikely that another with better talent than you can be found this year, Zhou Junbai asserted confidently. Master, a grave matter has arisen. Someone at Elder Lu's Danxiao Peak has broken through to the innate realm in half a month. Just as Zhou Junbai had affirmed Ji Yinling's talent, a steward rushed in, brimming with excitement. The news left Zhou Junbai wide-eyed in disbelief. Chapter 23. You old fools, do you have no shame? Zhou Junbai and Fang Mingxue exchanged incredulous glances. And even the newly initiated Ji Yinling appeared dazed. Is this true? Upon regaining his composure, Zhou Junbai's eyes sparkled with intensity as he glared at the steward. Absolutely true. Danxiao Peak is in an uproar. Other elders and the 2 vice masters have already set off to seize him. The steward affirmed. What about Lu Daoxian? What is his reaction? Zhou Junbai inquired urgently. It seems he is still alchemizing. Currently, he is likely the only one at Danxiao Peak who is unaware of this. The steward from Yutian Peak spoke with a hint of schadenfreude. Let us go. Follow me to Danxiao Peak. Zhou Junbai's eyes lit up. Master, it may not be appropriate for us from Yuntian Peak to go and see someone. The steward of Yuntian Peak was momentarily taken aback. What is inappropriate? Zhou Junbai rolled his eyes. That is a creature with the strength of a half-month innate being. Only someone with a head caught in the door would refrain from seizing it. Master of the gate, if you were to act on that impulse, given Lu Daoxuan's temperament, he might very well reduce Yuntian Peak to rubble. The steward of Yuntian Peak felt a twinge of anxiety at the mere thought of Lu Daoxian in a frenzy. If it comes to destruction, we can always rebuild. If a single Yuntian Peak could be exchanged for Lin Yu, I would gladly construct several more for him to demolish. Zhou Junbai's bold declarations left the steward of Yuntian Peak and Fang Mingxue with expressions of incredulity. Such excessive chatter. If we delay any longer, there will be nothing left to salvage. With that, Zhou Junbai took the lead and departed from Yuntian Peak. Truly remarkable. At this moment, Lin Yu had entered his own dwelling. Although referred to as a cave abode, it was, in fact, a 3-story small courtyard. Within, it comprised a unique space, complete with independent medicinal fields, training rooms, and alchemical chambers among other facilities. At this moment, Lin Yu was meticulously observing the Great Tao flower blooming upon the tree of the Great Tao. The flower of enlightenment had reached the size of a palm. Although it remained in a state of budding, its petals were already distinctly visible. The efficacy of the flower had significantly enhanced. Effects of the flower of enlightenment. 1. Cultivation speed increased 8-fold. 2. Comprehension elevated 8-fold. 3. Attainment of enlightenment during cultivation is guaranteed, with the effects amplified 5-fold. Not only had the efficacy of the flower of enlightenment multiplied, but it also introduced an additional enhancement to the enlightenment effect. Effects of the Sword Tao flower. 1. Understanding of the Sword Tao is quintupled. 2. Any sword technique can be imbued with searing sword intent. 3. Any sword technique can be infused with thunderous flame intent. Enhancing the power of thunder attribute sword techniques 2-fold. 4. When executing sword techniques, the intent of defiance against immortals can be added, doubling the power of sword techniques. 5. When practicing sword techniques, frigid sword intent can be incorporated. Effects of the bodily and physical dual flower. 1. Even without cultivation, one's prowess will rapidly advance. 2. The purity of innate energy within the body is doubled. 3. The nourishing effect of innate energy on the physical body is increased by 1-fold. 4. The nourishing effect of innate energy on the soul is elevated by 1-fold. Having absorbed a plethora of remarkable past experiences within the transmission hall, the effects of the 3 great Tao flowers had all surged by more than a factor of 1. In contrast, the other great Tao flowers largely retained their original state. This was merely a benefit derived from a single transmission hall within the outer sect. If I were to encounter more profound methods, would I not be able to uncover even more astonishing experiences? Lin Yu wore a face brimming with joy. Lin Yu has now begun to grasp the reasons behind the extraordinary legacy of the Dharma Gate. The establishment of such a gate necessitates a practitioner with profound and substantial cultivation, coupled with certain fortuitous circumstances, to bring it into existence. This can effortlessly lead to the formation of a remarkable legacy. However, it is prudent to thoroughly comprehend a few specific divine abilities first, such as the delightful art of carefree flight. Lin Yu ceased his contemplation, retrieving a spirit stone and consuming a medicinal pill, thereby entering a state of enlightenment to further his cultivation. Elder Du, junior brother Lin is currently in the midst of his training. Is it truly appropriate for you to intrude so recklessly? At this moment, Song Qifeng, observing the formidable approach of Du Li, who seemed poised to breach the sanctum, felt overwhelmed. Lin Yu is cultivating? Du Li furrowed his brow upon hearing this. Originally, he had intended to forcibly take Lin Yu away, but the revelation of Lin Yu's cultivation made him hesitate. For a practitioner, being disturbed during their training is the gravest of taboos. Should he intrude and disrupt Lin Yu's progress, the consequences would be dire. Indeed, junior brother Lin specifically instructed that he must not be disturbed. Song Qifeng clenched his teeth and spoke. I possess a method that can awaken Lin Yu without disturbing him. In that instant, another aged voice resonated as yet another elder arrived. Are you referring to the dream awakening technique? If the individual is open to it, then there is no issue. However, if Lin Yu shows even the slightest resistance, it may cause him harm. Allow me to handle this. Not only that, but a beautiful woman also descended from the skies. She appeared to be in her 30s, exuding grace and elegance, particularly with her eyes that shimmered like radiant clouds, captivating all who beheld her. What? The esteemed vice sect master wishes to claim him as well? Du Li's expression darkened at this sight. Claim him? The woman merely smiled faintly in response. Has Lin Yu passed the external disciple assessment and been assigned to Danxia Peak? Not yet. Du Li was taken aback. Then how can it be deemed a claim? It is an invitation. The woman emphasized her words. Precisely. It is indeed an invitation. To Song Qingfeng's dismay, it was at this moment that Zhou Junbai's voice echoed. As he, accompanied by Fang Mingxue and others, soared into view, the sight caused the beautiful woman to frown, while others felt a sudden chill in their hearts. The sect master has arrived. How can this be a claim? This is the sect master, the only half-step Yuan-ing outside the Yuntian secret realm. Song Qingfeng, eyeing the newly arrived sect master, gritted his teeth and discreetly resolved to send a message to Lu Daoxian. Elder Lu, if you do not arrive soon, the family may be lost. However, before Song Qingfeng could even dispatch the message, the communication talisman in his hand was seized by Zhou Junbai. With a swipe of his hand, the message Song Qingfeng had just inscribed was erased entirely. Witnessing this, Song Qifeng could not suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. His own sect master was discarding all semblance of dignity. Get out, all of you. Vacate Danxia Peak. Otherwise, I shall obliterate each of your peaks. At this moment, the nearly frenzied voice of Lu Daoxian echoed from afar. Boom. Lu Daoxian, enveloped in the flames of alchemy, suddenly appeared before Lin Yu's courtyard, his aged eyes ablaze, fixating on Zhou Junbai and the others. The madness in his gaze caused the other peak masters to flinch involuntarily. Chapter 24. Lin Yu, a Navi, thought of mind Daoxian enough? Zhou Junbai was about to speak when he was abruptly interrupted by Lu Daoxuan's fury. Zhou Junbai's expression darkened instantly. Daoxian, you have gone too far. How can you speak to the sect master in such a manner? Du Li, witnessing the scene, feigned anger and interjected. What would you have me say? Lu Daoxian retorted. A bunch of shameless leeches, invading my territory to poach my people, and you expect me to be grateful? He continued, believe it or not, starting tomorrow, My lineage will halt the supply of elixirs to your peaks, leaving you to fend for yourselves." With that proclamation, the several peak masters and deputy sect master fell silent. Lu Daoxian. He is the most formidable alchemist of the outer sect of the Cloud Sky secret realm. The supply of elixirs for the 3 elders, 2 deputy sect masters. And even the sect master rests firmly in Lu Daoxuan's hands. "Old Lu, don't be so hasty to cut off our elixir supply. Such childishness," Zhou Junbai exclaimed, feeling a headache coming on. This old man was entirely obstinate. "I relish it," Lu Daoxian shot back. "And you, Zhou Junbai, don't think you can pressure me with the sect master's authority. It won't work. If you provoke me, I will go to the inner sect and report you, letting the elders adjudicate this matter." He glared at Zhou Junbai, his teeth clenched. Zhou Junbai's eyelids twitched. Reporting oneself to the inner sect? While other elders might not dare to undertake such an action, Lu Daoxian likely would. "Old Lu, calm down. It's not that Lin Yu's talent is too exceptional. Our intention in coming here is to ensure that his abilities can be better harnessed." Deputy Sect Master Lu Xian quickly interjected to soothe the tension. "Is that so? Do you believe I am incapable of teaching Lin Yu?" Lu Daoxian retorted sharply, disregarding Lu Xian's attempts at diplomacy with a single sentence. "Old Lu, that is a flawed assertion. As the saying goes, each field has its specialization. While your lineage excels in alchemy in terms of cultivation, it cannot possibly compare to my own," Zhou Junbai argued. "How about this? I shall not compete with you for Lin Yu. Instead, I propose a trade. This girl, Ji Yinling, possesses a natural talent that guarantees her future as an inner sect disciple. I will exchange Ji Yinling for Lin Yu." Zhou Junbai gestured towards Ji Yinling. "Master." Ji Yinling was left utterly bewildered. To be traded for Lin Yu? Was this a compliment or an insult? "Zhou Junbai, could you possibly be more shameless? What could a mere innate spiritual body possibly compare to Lin Yu?" Even more perplexing for Ji Yinling was the fact that she was looked down upon by Lu Daoxian. "Senior sister, they are bullying us." Ji Yinling felt on the verge of tears. Everything had been fine before her arrival. The sect leader had lavished her with praise. And in the blink of an eye, she was to be exchanged. As if that were not enough, they deemed her unworthy. Was she truly a once-in-a-century genius? Feng Mingxue, upon hearing this, could only smile bitterly, unsure how to console her. "Sect leader, that is indeed a fallacy. Your lineage possesses a stronger cultivation path, but Lin Yu, with his innate sword body, is undoubtedly the strongest in the art of swordsmanship within my lineage. Should Lin Yu train under my guidance, his swordsmanship would advance at an astonishing pace." Lu Xian interjected. "What innate sword body? Lin Yu's true talent lies in his ability to discern scents and medicines. The highest caliber, no less. What can you possibly teach him besides fighting and killing? I shall teach him alchemy myself, transforming him into an alchemist, which is far superior to following you." Lu Daoxian retorted. If Lin Yu did not possess such exceptional talent in discerning scents and medicines, it would be understandable for so many to vie for him, and letting him go would be of little consequence. However, Lin Yu indeed harbored this extraordinary gift. Previously, he had accurately identified the components of medicinal pills, allowing him to restore a complete formula. Now, the pills had been successfully refined. Such a prodigy in alchemy would not be easily relinquished by any alchemist. What? Lin Yu can also discern scents and medicines? Even Zhou Junbai's expression turned grave. Should Lin Yu truly possess such remarkable alchemical talent, it would be nothing short of extraordinary. The status of an alchemist is far beyond that of an ordinary cultivator. Take Lu Daoxian for instance. Among the 4 elders, Lu Daoxian possesses the lowest cultivation, and in a direct confrontation, he might not even stand a chance against Feng Mingxue, his own disciple. Yet, Zhou Junbai still afforded him respect and refrained from acting recklessly. No wonder Lu Daoxian was driven to such madness. "Old Lu, if that is the case, it could actually be better. The status of an alchemist is noble, yet the path of alchemy is merely supplementary. A cultivator's primary focus remains on their cultivation. Lin Yu joining my sect would not impede his alchemical pursuits," Zhou Junbai insisted stubbornly. "While cultivation is vital, offensive techniques are the greatest reliance between life and death. It is far better for him to train in the path of the sword with me," Lu Xian asserted, unflinchingly. "The sword path is indeed formidable, yet the arts of weaponry are interconnected. In my view, Lin Yu could also train under me in the path of the spear." Dooley spoke unabashedly. In that moment, the 3 elders, 2 deputy sect masters, and 1 sect master all re-entered the fray with no intention of yielding. Bang! Amidst the cacophony of high-ranking officials embroiled in heated debate, the grand door of Lin Yu's cave abode swung open with a resounding crash. Lin Yu stood behind the door, observing with a peculiar expression the boisterous and flushed-faced Zhou Junbai and the others. Lin Yu, would you be willing to join my lineage? I shall devote myself entirely to teaching you the art of alchemy. Without hesitation, Lu Daoxian stepped forward, grasping Lin Yu's hand with an expectant look. Lin Yu, I possess a technique known as the Cloud Sky Sutra, a treasure of divine grade. Should you choose to become my disciple, I shall impart it to you without reservation. Zhou Junbai's declaration was equally astonishing. The Cloud Sky Sutra. This was the highest cultivation method from the outer sect of the Yun Tian Small Secret Realm. A divine grade technique that Zhou Junbai had brought from the inner sect. Even Fang Mingxue had never obtained the complete Cloud Sky Sutra. Lin Yu, you are a natural sword body. I have a set of sword techniques called the 9 Mysterious Divine Sword Art. If you are willing to join my faction, I too shall share it with you wholeheartedly. Lu Xian chimed in with a smile. The eyes of Zhou Junbai and the others were riveted on Lin Yu. Their expressions intense. Lu Daoxian did not relent, leaving Lin Yu to make his own choice. Esteemed elders, deputy sect master, do you all wish for Lin Yu to join your ranks? Lin Yu finally comprehended the thoughts of Zhou Junbai and the others, and with a smile, inquired, of course. Zhou Junbai and the others replied in unison. If that is the case, I happen to have a compromise solution. Lin Yu gazed at the esteemed elders, the deputy master, and the master, a bashful expression gracing his features. Chapter 25. The 7 Peaks Unite in Teaching. The comprehensive cultivation plan for adepts. What compromise might be reached? Zhou Junbai's interest was piqued. Esteemed seniors, Elder Lu has bestowed upon this junior the grace of recognition. I shall certainly take my leave to study under Elder Lu. However, my apprenticeship under Elder Lu shall not impede my pursuit of the teachings of the master, the deputy master, and the other 3 esteemed elders. Lin Yu's bashful words left Zhou Junbai and the others momentarily taken aback. Lin Yu entered the auspicious realm of Lu Daoxian. However, he could still learn alongside others. What a clever lad. Are you suggesting that we all teach you? Zhou Junbai, coming back to his senses, squinted his eyes slightly, contemplating Lin Yu. I must say, I find Lin Yu's approach quite commendable. Lu Daoxian, on the other hand, was instantly delighted. Just moments ago, Lin Yu had expressed his intent to join his sect. With Lin Yu's declaration, everything fell into place. Lu Daoxian understood well that with Lin Yu's exceptional talent, confining him solely to alchemy would be a grave waste. It would be far better for everyone to contribute to his education. Despite the Yun Tian Small Secret Realm being merely mid-tier among the 3,000 outer sects of the Xianluo sect, both the Yun Shao Sutra and the 9 Mysterious Divine Sword Technique were of divine quality. They were not inferior to the most prestigious outer sects and were even regarded as excellent legacies within the inner sect. Undoubtedly beneficial for you. Zhou Junbai shook his head. Your words are misguided, sect leader. The reason you seek to recruit is merely to cultivate a genius for our Yun Tian Small Secret Realm, enabling us to gain recognition among the 3,000 outer sects, elevate our status, and receive rewards from the sect. Picture this. If we, the various peaks, collaborate to nurture a disciple proficient in alchemy, artifact forging, and formidable in combat, what monumental achievement that would be. Yet, Lu Daoxian, contrary to his usual demeanor, earnestly advised. While such a scenario is not impossible, one must remember the adage, too much ambition leads to failure. Though Lin Yu possesses remarkable talent, if his focus is divided, how might that hinder his potential? Duly interjected, this matter is indeed straightforward. Lin Yu chuckled and said, do share? Zhou Junbai casually remarked. In 1 month, there will be an assessment for the outer disciples. We shall set this month as the time limit. During this month, the disciples may follow their respective teachers for guidance. At the time of assessment, each teacher may establish various evaluation criteria to gauge the disciples' progress in their cultivation. Should a disciple successfully pass the assessment, it is evident that they have not neglected their training. Conversely, if a disciple fails to meet the standards, they must earnestly select the most suitable lineage and devote themselves to diligent practice. Lin Yu spoke methodically, and upon hearing this, the eyes of Zhou Junbai and the others lit up with excitement. If that is the case, it is indeed feasible. I find it difficult to refuse your proposal. Zhou Junbai stroked his chin, clearly intrigued. In any case, I wholeheartedly support Lin Yu's idea. Those who agree may stay, those who do not may take their leave without further send-off. Lu Daoxian issued a final ultimatum. What say you all? Zhou Junbai surveyed the gathering. I believe this is a viable course of action. Our 7 peaks shall collectively guide Lin Yu in his cultivation, which is an unprecedented occurrence since the establishment of our Yuntian outer sect. Given Lin Yu's innate talent, I eagerly anticipate the results a month hence. Indeed, although Lin Yu has yet to demonstrate his abilities in the art of weapon forging, there is considerable overlap with alchemy that should not be dismissed. So it is settled. The 7 peaks shall join forces, each taking turns to mentor Lin Yu daily, and we shall see the fruits of our labor in a month's time. Lu Xian and the others nodded in agreement. Then it is decided. Gentlemen, today I shall instruct Lin Yu in the art of alchemy. Tomorrow, naturally, I shall direct Lin Yu to seek your guidance. Lu Daoxian said with a smile. Very well. Zhou Junbai and the others departed, satisfied with the arrangement. At this moment, Song Qifeng and the others looked at Lin Yu with envious eyes. No one had anticipated that matters would unfold in such a manner. For the first time, the 7 peaks of the Yuntian outer sect would simultaneously mentor a single disciple. Lin Yu, come with me. After everyone else had left, Lu Daoxian led Lin Yu back to the Elder's hall. Lin Yu, the ability to discern herbs by their fragrance is merely a talent. However, to transform this innate gift into alchemical skill requires a foundation built from the ground up. Today, I shall teach you the fundamentals of alchemy. With that, Lu Daoxian produced a jade slip and handed it to Lin Yu. Lin Yu took the jade slip, and with a sweep of his divine sense, a plethora of information emerged. This jade slip contained the effects of 123,000 varieties of spiritual herbs beneath the celestial grade, representing the distilled wisdom of my centuries of alchemical practice. To master alchemy, one must first comprehend the properties of the herbs. This is fundamental. You are to memorize the properties of these 123,000 herbs. After 3 hours, should you pass my test, I shall impart to you the secrets of alchemical refinement. Lu Daoxian stated with solemnity. Understood. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu immediately sat cross-legged, with a resounding flourish. During the process of reading, the flower of alchemy shed brilliant rays of light. Lin Yu not only retained this information but also fervently deduced the intricate interplay of effects among the 12,300 varieties of spiritual herbs. As the 3-hour mark approached, Lu Daoxian collected the jade slip and began his inquiry. After the questioning, Lu Daoxian was left astounded. In merely 3 hours, Lin Yu had not only memorized the 12,300 types of spiritual herbs, but also responded fluently, demonstrating an impressive ability to draw parallels. His insights into the amalgamation of various medicinal properties were remarkably unique. How astonishing! It is indeed remarkable that one could memorize such a vast amount in just 3 hours. Moreover, you were able to infer the effects of these numerous herbs upon their fusion. Lin Yu, you are truly destined for the art of alchemy. After the examination concluded, Lu Daoxian felt as though he might soar to new heights. The mere thought that a future master of alchemy like Lin Yu emerged from his own tutelage filled him with immense joy. Lin Yu, in light of this, I shall impart to you a method of alchemical practice today. As Lu Daoxian spoke, he once again retrieved a jade slip. Buzz. Lin Yu fixed his gaze and discovered a faint golden light emanating from the jade slip. Chapter 26. The Tyranny of the Alchemist. A heavenly grade alchemical flame for you. Is there an alchemical method that has dazzled in the past? Lin Yu's eyes sparkled with brilliance. Lin Yu, the myriad methods of the world are categorized into entry level, yellow stage, profound stage, earth stage, heaven stage, divine stage, saint stage, emperor stage, and immortal stage. This alchemical method is known as the divine fire record, a method of divine grade alchemy, with its most formidable aspect being the mastery of fire. You should take your time to comprehend it well. I shall prepare some materials and return shortly. After Lu Daoxian handed the jade slip to Lin Yu, he turned and departed. Buzz. No sooner had Lu Daoxian left than Lin Yu eagerly delved into the contents of the jade slip. In an instant, streams of golden light illuminated his brow, conjuring vivid images in his mind. A brilliantly blazing flame danced amidst a sea of lava. Not far from the lava stood a humble cottage. At the entrance of the cottage sat an elderly man, meditating with crossed legs, engaged in alchemy while expounding on the philosophy of the craft. Seasons changed. Days rose and fell. The flame, having listened for an indeterminate duration, suddenly took form amidst the elder's teachings. The Divine Fire Record, created by the Divine Fire Master. The Divine Fire Master was originally a divine-grade alchemical flame, which, at its birthplace, absorbed the teachings of the Yuxian alchemy emperor for a century. embodying the essence of alchemical principles, and subsequently took form. When the Divine Fire Master materialized, it amalgamated the insights gleaned from a century of listening with its intrinsic characteristics, attaining a profound understanding of alchemical methods. As the Divine Fire Master is an embodiment of the alchemical flame, it is aptly named the Divine Fire Record. Born of the alchemical flame and infused with the teachings of the Yuxian alchemy emperor, it, despite being merely of divine grade, stands unparalleled in the mastery of fire. Revered by countless alchemists as the foremost method of fire control, and bestowed with a name that resonates with the essence of heaven and earth, destined to astound the ages. As the images materialized, lines of text emerged, not conceived by cultivators, but rather a method birthed from the alchemical flame, nurtured after listening to the path of alchemy. Lin Yu gazed at the annotations, his face displaying a look of astonishment. Indeed, throughout the realm, all things possess a spiritual essence. Lin Yu pondered to himself. What a commotion! As Lin Yu pondered, the scene gradually dispersed, absorbed by the tree of the great Tao. The golden light was drawn into the tree of the great Tao, where the flowers of enlightenment and alchemy blossomed, radiating an unparalleled brilliance. As the petals swayed, subtle signs of unfolding began to emerge. Drawing from the astonishing past of the Divine Fire Record, the flower of enlightenment was elevated. Effects of the flower of enlightenment. 1. Cultivation speed increased ninefold. 2. Comprehension enhanced ninefold. 3. Cultivation may seamlessly enter a state of sudden realization, with the effects of this realization amplified sixfold. Drawing from the astonishing past of the Divine Fire Record, the flower of alchemy was also elevated. Effects of the flower of alchemy. 1. Ability to identify herbs by their fragrance, with a profound understanding of pharmacology. 2. While refining pills, there is a certainty of producing 2 pill patterns, with a significant probability of crafting 3. 3. Mastery over the control of heat is exquisite, allowing for the additional creation of 1 more pill pattern during the refining process. As the flowers of enlightenment and alchemy swayed, their petals unfurled completely, with the certainty of producing 2 pill patterns and exquisite control over heat to add an extra pattern. Could it be that with a stroke of luck, I might directly refine a pill with 4 patterns? Lin Yu was utterly astonished. It is worth noting that the renowned Danqing alchemist, after meticulously sampling myriad herbs, achieved the remarkable feat of crafting a qi-nourishing pill imbued with 3 intricate alchemical patterns during his very first attempt, earning him accolades for his stunning prowess. However, even the illustrious Danqing alchemist could not guarantee that every batch of elixirs would possess 3 patterns, nor could he attain absolute perfection. Yet what of Lin Yu? As long as he succeeded in concocting a potion, it would invariably manifest at least 3 exquisite patterns. This is nothing short of miraculous. Lin Yu restrained his excitement, meticulously comprehending the Divine Fire Record and absorbing the alchemical techniques within. According to the annotations of the Divine Fire Record, the process of alchemy is divided into 4 distinct steps: controlling the fire, transforming the herbs, fusing the elixir, and completing the pill. There are 2 methods for controlling the fire. The first involves channeling one's internal spiritual energy to manifest fire for the purpose of alchemy, a common technique employed by most alchemists. The second method entails harnessing the alchemical fire itself for the crafting of elixirs. However, alchemical fire is a rare and precious material born from the essence of heaven and earth. Even when encountered, it must be subdued. For some forms of alchemical fire can be exceedingly perilous. Yet, upon successful mastery, the process of alchemy becomes remarkably efficient. As for the transformation of herbs, it entails extracting the quintessence of medicinal properties using the controlled fire. The fusion of the elixir involves melding the medicinal powers to form the elixir's embryo. Finally, the completion of the pill requires the strength of the alchemical fire to ensure the perfect amalgamation of each herb's properties, culminating in the formation of the elixir. Each step of the alchemical process possesses unique techniques that align with distinct pathways of energy circulation, under the enhancement of the blossoms of enlightenment and the blossoms of alchemy. Lin Yu fully grasped the Divine Fire Record in no time at all. Buzz. In an instant, Lin Yu's mind stirred, and the innate energy within him surged forth, transforming into a fiery essence that enveloped his entire being. The temperature within the grand hall escalated dramatically. As Lin Yu's thoughts stirred, the elixir fires surrounding him flickered, sometimes dimming and at other times blazing brightly, showcasing an endless array of transformations. Every minute fluctuation in the heat was flawlessly controlled by Lin Yu. His mastery over the fire was astoundingly meticulous. To wield the elixir fire with such precision, one has already attained the qualifications to commence alchemy. At that moment, Lu Daoxian returned and gazed at the ever-changing elixir flames enveloping Lin Yu, his face a canvas of astonishment. 3 years of studying herbs. 3 years of mastering fire. This constitutes the fundamental progression for an alchemist in their pursuit of potion making. Typically, the journey from ignorance to the ability to concoct potions requires a minimum of 6 years of diligent practice. Yet, Lin Yu had accomplished what ordinarily takes 6 years in merely half a day. May the disciple commence the art of alchemy? Lin Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed, as Lu Daoxian nodded, he retrieved 10 portions of spiritual herbs and a prescription, directly handing them to Lin Yu. Here are 10 portions of the herbs needed to concoct the Qi-enhancing pill along with the formula, Lu Daoxian stated earnestly. If you can successfully refine a batch, you will have officially entered the realm of alchemy. Is it truly considered entry-level if 1 out of 10 batches succeeds? Lin Yu expressed his confusion. Of course, any level of elixir, as long as one successful batch can be produced from 10 furnaces, qualifies one as an alchemist of the corresponding rank. For instance, with my ability to refine 2 successful earth-grade elixirs from 10 attempts, am recognized as an earth-grade alchemist. Thus, to engage an alchemist for their services, one must provide materials for 10 furnaces, with the costs of the alchemical process to be calculated separately. Lu Daoxian elucidated. I see. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu pondered. What if the first furnace succeeds? Then the remaining 9 furnaces materials naturally belong to the alchemist. If I can refine a pill on my first attempt, that is my skill. The acquired spiritual herbs shall not be returned, as that is the rule. This is the lucrative aspect of being an alchemist. Lu Daoxian asserted imperiously. Very well. Proceed with your alchemy. If you truly manage to refine a pill on your first try, I shall bestow upon you a grand gift. Lu Daoxian declared with grave seriousness. What grand gift? Lin Yu felt a stir in his heart. Celestial grade Dan fire. Lu Daoxian lifted his gaze slightly and spoke softly. Chapter 27. With such a disciple, my life has reached its fulfillment. Celestial grade Dan fire? Lin Yu's eyes sparkled with brilliance. The divine fire record contains detailed accounts of Dan fire. The celestial grade Dan fire can effortlessly extract the medicinal potency of celestial grade spiritual herbs and is even potent enough for the refinement of divine grade pills. The celestial grade Dan fire itself harbors astonishing power. If one could master it perfectly, its effectiveness would surpass that of golden core cultivators, whose fire is transformed through Qi. Dan fire is exceedingly rare. The celestial grade Dan fire is even more elusive. Many celestial and even divine grade alchemists seek it in vain. Yet, I, an old man, am aware of the whereabouts of a celestial grade Dan fire. Lu Daoxian proclaimed with a radiant gaze. Why does the master not retrieve it for personal use? Lin Yu was taken aback. My potential has been exhausted. In this lifetime, becoming a master alchemist of the highest caliber is perhaps my limit. This opportunity bestowed upon me is squandered. I have long awaited the emergence of a disciple capable of surpassing me. Little did I anticipate that I would wait for a full 60 years. But now, everything is changed. Your arrival heralds a future where you may surpass me by leaps and bounds. The celestial fire of alchemy, in your hands, signifies the meeting of true talent. Lu Daoxian gazed at Lin Yu with profound respect. As your mentor, I shall exert every effort, ensuring I do not let you down. Lin Yu spoke with a serious demeanor. Let us begin. Utilize my alchemical furnace to concoct the elixir. I shall be here to guide you. Lu Daoxian retrieved the alchemical furnace and placed it before Lin Yu. Huff. Lin Yu took a deep breath, harnessing the innate energy within his body, transforming it into alchemical fire, meticulously regulating the temperature to preheat the cauldron. Swish, swish, swish. As Lin Yu's hands danced gracefully, various spiritual herbs soared into the intensely heated alchemical furnace. Under the watchful gaze of Lu Daoxian, Lin Yu formed intricate hand seals, skillfully manipulating the flames to extract the essence of the herbs. Perfection. Although it was his inaugural attempt at alchemy, each gesture was impeccable, and the technique flowed with an effortless grace. Lu Daoxian observed Lin Yu intently. Initially, he believed that despite Lin Yu's remarkable talent, being a novice in alchemy would likely lead to oversights in numerous details. However, it soon became evident to Lu Daoxian that Lin Yu required no guidance. Every step was executed with meticulous precision. Even Lu Daoxian, a practitioner of earth-grade alchemy, found himself unable to identify any flaws. as Lin Yu skillfully formed hand seals. His movements became increasingly adept and flawless. The seamless execution of his actions was a delight to behold. Within less than half an hour, a faint aroma of elixir began to waft from the alchemical furnace, signaling the successful fusion of the pills. Only one step remained to complete the elixir. Given Lin Yu's performance, it was highly probable that he would succeed on his very first attempt. Lu Daoxian, captivated by the fragrant emanation, fixated intently on the furnace, wary of missing any detail. Boom, boom, boom. Under Lu Daoxuan's intense scrutiny, Lin Yu formed 36 intricate hand seals in an instant, striking the furnace. The furnace began to rotate in an astonishing manner, adorned with intersecting flames. Boom. Moments later, the lid of the furnace flew open, and a blazing light surged skyward, accompanied by an overwhelming fragrance of the elixir. With a swift motion, Lu Daoxian eagerly beckoned, and 12 qi nourishing pills landed in his hands. 12 successful elixirs, all bearing the 4-pattern design. Lu Daoxuan's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at the 12 qi nourishing pills resting in his palm. Each batch of elixirs possesses its own limitations. For an entry-level qi nourishing pill, the maximum yield is typically 12. Achieving this upper limit is no trivial feat. As a low-grade alchemist, Lu Daoxian usually managed only 10 pills per batch, and even then, he could not guarantee the presence of patterns. Yet, Lin Yu, on his first attempt, had produced 12 pills, all adorned with the prestigious 4-pattern design. In the past, the alchemist Dan Qing, upon his inaugural attempt, successfully refined 6 pills, one of which bore a 3-pattern design, earning him the title of the most gifted alchemist in the outer sect in a millennium. Now, Dan Qing had ascended to the rank of divine alchemist, yet he still paled in comparison to Lin Yu. Indeed, in our Yintian outer sect, a true dragon has emerged from the depths. Lu Daoxian, unable to contain his excitement, laughed heartily, tears of joy streaming down his face. Lin Yu, here, take this. These are the formulas and insights I have gathered over hundreds of years. Starting tomorrow, you need not come to me anymore. He then produced 2 jade slips and pressed them into Lin Yu's hands. What is the meaning of this, master? Lin Yu was taken aback. Indeed, as the saying goes, a master can only lead one to the door, while the journey of cultivation relies on the individual. If your innate talent were somewhat lacking, I could still teach you at a leisurely pace. However, your aptitude is exceptionally high, so high that in less than a day's time, I find there is little left for me to impart. Lu Daoxian shook his head as he regarded Lin Yu. Disciples with poor talent are challenging to teach, but those with extraordinary gifts are even more difficult to guide. You flatter me, master. I am merely a novice at this stage, and there remains much for you to enlighten me on in the future. Lin Yu spoke earnestly. What you currently lack is merely the experience of continuous alchemy practice and the enhancement of your cultivation. With your innate talent, as long as your cultivation progresses, you will soon ascend to the rank of a grade earth alchemist. Should you require any spiritual herbs, take this token of mine and procure what you need from the resource hall. During this period, if you have any uncertainties, feel free to consult me. If I am unable to provide an answer, I shall seek the wisdom of other alchemists on your behalf. Return and rest well. Tomorrow, you will ascend to the main peak and cultivate the Cloud Sky Sutra under the guidance of the sect leader. With the Cloud Sky Sutra, your cultivation will advance significantly. Once I am adequately prepared, I will escort you to acquire that celestial-grade alchemical fire. Lu Daoxuan's demeanor was resolute, sincerely crafting a plan to assist Lin Yu. Understood. Lin Yu nodded helplessly. Let us return. The acquisition of the heavenly grade Dan fire is exceedingly challenging. I must deliberate on this matter with great care, Lu Daoxian declared. Indeed. Lin Yu bowed deeply to Lu Daoxian before exiting the Grand Hall. In my lifetime, Lu Daoxian has experienced 2 significant joyful events. The first was gaining the recognition of my esteemed teacher and embarking on the path of alchemy. The second was encountering Lin Yu. My life has reached its fulfillment. Lu Daoxian gazed at Lin Yu's departing figure, a look of profound contentment gracing his face. Lin Yu returned to his cave abode and happened upon Song Qingfeng, who was preparing to venture out. Brother Song, are you about to leave? Lin Yu inquired with a smile. Indeed. Over a dozen individuals from Honghe village have successfully joined the outer sect, and they have already returned. Senior brother, perhaps you should go and settle them in. Song Qingfeng replied with a grin. Senior brother, among those disciples, is there anyone named Tian Qiao? Lin Yu felt a stir within his heart. Chapter 28. The Follower. Tian Qiao. Tian Qiao? Song Qingfeng was momentarily taken aback, but then nodded and said, "Indeed. She is among the few disciples who has relatively early attained the Qichong Dantian stage." Song Qingfeng remarked. "She has truly entered the outer sect." Lin Yu nodded with a smile. The Emperor of Tianqi had previously presented the reversed immortal sword box. Lin Yu had promised that if Tianqi Yao could enter the outer sect, he would take care of her. "Junior brother Lin, you seem to have a good relationship with her?" Song Qingfeng inquired. "Our relationship is decent. However, it is her father, the Emperor of Tianqi, who bestowed this sword box upon me, and I pledged to look after her in the outer sect." Lin Yu gently tapped the sword box on his back. It turned out that this sword box was a gift from the Emperor of the Heavenly Pool. Song Qingfeng exhibited a look of astonishment. The aura of the reverse immortal sword box was truly extraordinary. Lin Yu had carried it for quite some time, and Song Qingfeng had long been aware of it, yet he had refrained from inquiring. "If Lin, my junior brother, wishes to offer her some care, I happen to have a suggestion." Song Qingfeng contemplated as he spoke. "I humbly request your guidance, senior brother." Lin Yu spoke. "Junior brother Lin, although you are currently just an ordinary outer sect disciple, you are essentially an unofficial core member of the outer sect. You will enjoy the privileges that accompany such a status. You may have Tianqi Yao by your side to attend to your daily needs. Based on her performance, you may grant her certain resources." "Is it truly possible to do so?" inquired. Lin Yu was taken aback. "Of course it can." Song Qingfeng nodded. "Not only the outer sect's core disciples, but even the elite of the outer sect have their own followers. Given your current status, junior brother Lin, if you were to hint at recruiting followers, numerous elite disciples from the outer sect would surely come forth to enlist. Perhaps even some core disciples would be tempted." Song Qingfeng declared with certainty. "The status of elite disciples in the outer sect is indeed considerable. However, it remains incomparable to that of the core disciples. For those elite disciples aspiring for a brighter future, the most advantageous course of action is to align themselves with the core disciples, particularly with a prodigy like Lin Yu. The simultaneous teachings from the 7 peaks equate to having the support of the 7 most formidable foundations within the realm of the Yun Tian secret domain. Following Lin Yu would not only elevate their standing within the outer sect, but also undoubtedly grant them a superior position. As for resources, Tianqi Yao is responsible for attending to Lin Yu's daily needs, naturally residing with him. The spiritual energy concentration in the core disciples' abodes is incomparable to that of ordinary outer disciples. Then it is settled. I shall trouble you, senior brother, to bring Tianqi Yao to meet me." Lin Yu chuckled and said, "It's a trivial matter." Song Qingfeng smiled in response, and then took his leave. Lin Yu returned to his secluded abode and made his way directly to the alchemy chamber. Within Lin Yu's alchemy chamber, there exists a cauldron for refining elixirs. Though it may be merely a rudimentary furnace, it serves its purpose adequately. First, I shall ascertain whether my attempts at alchemy will indeed falter. Following that, I shall endeavor to produce an elixir of the yellow grade. As Lin Yu pondered, he retrieved the remaining materials for the 9 furnaces of qi-enhancing elixirs. Once more, he ignited the furnace to refine the pills. In a short while, another batch of qi-enhancing elixirs was successfully produced by Lin Yu. The time taken was even less than before. Once again, he achieved the remarkable feat of 12 pills, all uniformly adorned with the 4-pattern design. Lin Yu gazed at the second batch of qi-nourishing pills he had crafted, feeling an even greater sense of satisfaction. Gulp. Lin Yu swallowed a self-crafted qi-nourishing pill and continued his alchemical endeavors. 9 furnaces of materials, all successfully refined, not a single failure. Furthermore, each furnace yielded an extraordinary 12 pills, adorned with 4 intricate patterns. Stability prevailed. With the presence of the alchemical blossom, the refining process was remarkably stable. Not only did it avoid failure, but each resulted in the maximum quality of pills, each exhibiting 4 exquisite patterns. Lin Yu gazed contentedly at the array of porcelain vases before him. "Senior brother Lin, breakfast is ready, and you may dine now." At that moment, a melodious voice resonated from outside the alchemy chamber. "The meal is prepared?" Lin Yu recognized Tianqi Yao's voice with ease. "Understood." Lin Yu casually waved his hand, effortlessly storing 9 bottles of qi-regulating elixirs within his identity token. The identity token not only serves as a symbol of one's status, but also possesses a cubic space of 3 yards on each side, making it exceedingly convenient for the storage of items. Lin Yu stepped out of the door, and there stood Tianqi Yao with an air of vivacity by the entrance. At this moment, she was still adorned in the apron brought from Honghe village. Her face was exquisite and charming, although she lacked the mature grace of Feng Mingxue. She was undoubtedly a beauty in her own right. However, in contrast to her carefree demeanor in Honghe village, Tian Qiyao now regarded Lin Yu with a hint of reverence. After all, the news of Lin Yu's involvement in the fierce competition among the upper echelons of chiefing, ultimately resulting in a decision for collective cultivation, had already spread far and wide. It was not just Tian Qiyao, a newcomer. Even the core disciples from the outer sect would bow their heads in his presence. Let us go. It is time for a meal. Lin Yu smiled. Cultivators also require sustenance. One must attain a solid foundation before embarking on fasting. Until then, it is essential to eat and drink. Indeed, Tian Qiyao nodded, guiding Lin Yu to the grand hall. On the table lay steaming bowls of rice. This was rice crafted from spiritual grains, each grain glistening and plump, with spiritual energy cascading over them. For cultivators, ordinary rice serves little purpose beyond merely satisfying hunger. However, the spiritual rice is different. It inherently harbors spiritual energy, and consuming it gradually enhances one's cultivation. In addition, there were 3 dishes and a soup, all prepared with spiritual ingredients. Let us sit down and enjoy the meal together. Lin Yu smiled, gesturing for Tian Qiyao to take a seat beside him. Tian Qiyao, since you have arrived here, what is it that you need to do? Has Senior Brother Song informed you? Lin Yu chuckled. Indeed. Tian Qiyao nodded. Senior Brother Song has arranged everything with me. I will handle the laundry, cooking, and cleaning. Should Senior Brother Lin have any matters that require traveling between the peaks and halls, you may instruct me to attend to them. Tian Qiyao counted on her fingers as she spoke. Certainly. Should there be any tasks, I shall certainly direct you to undertake them. In the absence of pressing matters, you may focus on your cultivation here. Once we finish our meal, please make a trip to the resource hall and retrieve all these spiritual herbs. Lin Yu nodded, took out paper and pen, and composed a list of precious herbs. The list included a selection of materials for concocting the Huangpin elixir, as well as ingredients for crafting the 7-colored spirit pill. Indeed, Tian Qiyao promptly took the paper, read it with utmost seriousness, and carefully stored it within her identity token. Lin Yu finished his meal and immediately rose, heading straight for the cloud sky peak of the sect leader. Chapter 29. The Blooming of the Flower of Enlightenment. The cultivation technique reaches fruition in an instant. Greetings, Senior Brother Lin. Lin Yu proceeded on his way, and numerous disciples bowed respectfully in greeting. Although Lin Yu has only recently entered the fold, there are hardly any disciples who dare to address him as Junior Brother. Junior Brother Lin, you have arrived. Upon Lin Yu's arrival at the foot of the Yutian Peak, he was greeted by Fang Mingxue and Ji Yanling, who had been waiting there. Greetings, Senior Sister Fang. And Junior Sister Ji, Lin Yu exclaimed. Lin Yu spoke with a serious tone. Let us proceed. The sect master has been waiting for quite some time. Fang Mingxue nodded slightly and led the way towards the peak. In comparison to Elder Lu's Danxia Peak, Yuntian Peak was far more tranquil, with scarcely any disciples in sight. For Zhou Junbai, he held no interest in disciples of ordinary talent. Only those of exceptional aptitude, like Fang Mingxue, were permitted to enter Yuntian Peak, resulting in a naturally smaller number of them. After a brief moment, the 3 of them arrived at the sect master's grand hall. What an intriguing fragrance! As Lin Yu approached the grand hall of the sect leader, he was enveloped by a delicate and fragrant aroma. Under the soothing influence of this scent, Lin Yu noticed a significant acceleration in the absorption of spiritual energy by the flower of physique. His spiritual awareness had also become remarkably more acute. This was the enlightenment incense, derived from the celestial grade spiritual tree known as the enlightenment tree, and meticulously crafted into incense sticks through alchemical methods. The enlightenment incense is known to calm the mind and enhance one's comprehension. Typically, the sect leader refrains from using it for personal indulgence. However, today, it was lit solely for the sake of you, Junior Brother Lin. Fang Mingxue spoke gently. Well then, be sure to inhale the fragrance deeply a few times. Lin Yu smiled as he spoke. Fang Mingxue chuckled softly and approached, knocking on the grand door. Master, Lin Shidi has arrived. Please come in. The voice of Zhou Junbai resonated through the air, prompting Fang Mingxue to enter. Inside the grand hall, Zhou Junbai sat regally upon his throne. In the center of the hall, 3 jade tables were arranged, with an incense burner placed on the central table, where a stick of enlightenment incense was lit. As Lin Yu entered, Zhou Junbai rose, his gaze warm and welcoming. At this moment, Zhou Junbai, having learned from Lu Daoxian about Lin Yu's remarkable achievement of refining 12 pills in his inaugural attempt, all adorned with 4 patterns, regarded Lin Yu with profound esteem. Truly, he was a living ancestor. Lin Yu, Fang Mingxue, Ji Yanling. We pay our respects to the master." Lin Yu and the other two hastily bowed in greeting. "No need for formalities. Please, take a seat." Zhou Junbai gestured towards the 3 jade tables. Upon hearing this, Fang Mingxue and Ji Yinling promptly settled into the seats on either side, leaving the central position for Lin Yu. Lin Yu took his seat without hesitation. "Mingxue, you have accompanied me for nearly 2 decades. Initially, I intended to bestow upon you the complete Yunxiao scripture only after you had entered the inner sect. However, since today I shall impart my teachings to Lin Yu, I will also share this with you." Zhou Junbai flicked his finger, and a jade slip gracefully landed on Fang Mingxue's desk. "Thank you, Sect Master." A glimmer of joy illuminated Fang Mingxue's face. "Ji Yinling, your talent is remarkable, yet you have only just begun your journey. Thus, I shall first impart to you the first volume of the Yunxiao scripture. Once you have comprehended it, I will then share the subsequent volume." Zhou Junbai flicked another jade slip, which settled upon Ji Yinling's desk. "Thank you, Sect Master." Ji Yinling also displayed a radiant expression. The Yunxiao scripture. This is a supreme cultivation method, far surpassing the rudimentary Qi circulation technique. To cultivate the Yunxiao scripture grants you an advantage that far exceeds that of others. Lin Yu, the profundities of the Yunxiao scripture are unfathomable. Logically, I should, like Ji Yinling, only impart to you the first volume. However, your talent is inscrutable to me, so I shall impart the complete Yunxiao scripture to you. I am eager to see to what heights you can elevate this scripture." With a flourish of his sleeve, the final jade slip descended before Lin Yu. "Thank you, Sect Master." Lin Yu stifled his joy as he received the jade slip inscribed with the Cloud Sky Sutra. A golden light emanated from the jade slip, cascading into Lin Yu's forehead. A vision emerged, an elder seated before the resplendent 12-story celestial tower. The tower was magnificent, adorned with layers of radiant celestial light, akin to descending divine realms. Profound and unfathomable. The Cloud Sky Sutra, crafted by the esteemed Taoist of Cloud Sky. This Taoist, a renowned practitioner from 10,000 years past, had once observed supreme celestial treasures within an ancient ruin, deriving the true essence of the 12 clouds. Upon its inception, the Cloud Sky Sutra, though merely a divine-grade technique, became renowned for its astonishing 12-fold cultivation speed, hailed as the foremost method of cultivation, leaving a remarkable legacy in its wake. The Cloud Sky Sutra, a 12-fold speed of cultivation? Lin Yu gazed at the annotations, unable to conceal his astonishment. This technique is utterly extraordinary. The flower of enlightenment within Lin Yu's consciousness, after numerous enhancements, merely achieves a cultivation speed of 9-fold. Yet, this Cloud Sky Sutra boasts a remarkable 12-fold enhancement. Amidst this revelation, the imagery within Lin Yu's sea of consciousness dissipates once more, absorbed by the tree of the great path. At that moment, the flower of enlightenment upon the tree radiates an extraordinary brilliance. Layer upon layer of petals, amidst the flowing light, gradually unfurl, perfectly revealing 10 petals. Each petal is crystalline and translucent, enveloped in an ethereal glow, swaying gently as it releases profound echoes of the Tao. Drawing from the astonishing legacy of the Cloud Sky Sutra, the flower of enlightenment blossoms. In the very instant this flower blooms, lines of script manifest. Effects of the flower of enlightenment. 1. Cultivation speed is enhanced 10-fold. 2. Comprehension is elevated 10-fold. 3. Practitioners can seamlessly enter a state of sudden realization, with the effects of enlightenment amplified 10-fold. 4. Any method beneath the sacred grade can achieve instantaneous mastery. Lin Yu was instantly taken aback. The methods beneath the sacred rank can achieve instantaneous mastery. Does this not imply that as long as the level of the method does not exceed the divine rank, Lin Yu may directly attain the pinnacle of mastery? This ability is simply extraordinary. It undoubtedly signifies a transformative change following the blossoming of the flower of enlightenment. Lin Yu gazed in awe at the solitary flower of enlightenment blooming upon the tree of the great path. Mingxue, you have been practicing the Celestial Sutra for 2 decades. It is only fitting that you demonstrate it for Lin Yu and Ji Yinling. Zhou Junbai then addressed Fang Mingxue. Indeed, Fang Mingxue nodded, as the power of the golden core surged within her. A 7-story ethereal palace gradually materialized above her head. Upon the emergence of the 7-tiered palace, the entire main hall trembled. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth was drawn in by the palace and infused into Fang Mingxue's being. Chapter 30. A Stick of Incense. The Celestial Sutra has reached fruition. The essence of the Celestial Sutra lies in its ability to transform the ethereal palace above, thereby accelerating the pace of cultivation. The seven-story palace signifies that Ming Shui has cultivated the Celestial Sutra to the seventh tier, enabling her to absorb spiritual energy at a rate sevenfold. Zhou Junbai began to elucidate the Celestial Sutra. A single tier of the palace represents the completion of one level. In this first volume, I can only achieve up to the third tier. Ji Yinling gazed at her own method with a hint of regret. Ji Yinling. In cultivation, one must avoid the folly of overreaching. The ultimate limit of the Celestial Sutra is 12 tiers, allowing for a 12-fold increase in cultivation speed upon reaching perfection. However, for you, achieving the third tier within a year is already commendable. Your senior sister Mingxue also required 3 days to attain the first tier and another 3 years to reach the third tier. Now, after 20 years, she has merely attained the 7th tier, Zhou Junbai stated earnestly. Then, Master, have you ever attained the 12th tier? Lin Yu curiously inquired. The Yunxiao scripture has 12 levels. Is it truly so easy to cultivate? Upon hearing this, Zhou Junbai responded with a disbelieving glare. It is not merely I, a discarded disciple of the inner sect, who finds this arduous. Even among the entire inner sect, those who have attained mastery of the Yunxiao scripture are exceedingly few. My own talents are lacking. It took me half a month to cultivate the first level, and I spent 80 years to reach the 7th. After several hundred more years, I barely managed to attain the 8th level. Zhou Junbai shook his head with a sigh. In terms of cultivation aptitude, he was not particularly gifted, only slightly surpassing Song Qingfeng. His position as the master of the Yun Tian small secret realm was a result of having connections within the inner sect and years of diligent practice that led to substantial achievements. Is it truly that difficult? Ji Yinling could not help but exclaim. The higher the level of the cultivation method, the more challenging it naturally becomes. Today marks your first foray into cultivation, and I shall personally guide you. Once you have reached the first level, you will have begun your journey and can comprehend the subsequent levels on your own. Now commence your practice. Zhou Junbai looked at Lin Yu and Ji Yinling with anticipation. Yes, Lin Yu and Ji Yinling exchanged a glance before delving into the study of the Cloud Sky Sutra. Soon, an ethereal palace began to materialize above Ji Yinling's head. The instant the palace appeared, spiritual energy within the hall surged wildly toward her. In less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, she had cultivated the first level of the Cloud Sky Sutra. Zhou Junbai's eyes sparkled as he beheld the palace hovering over Ji Yinling. His admiration was evident. My junior sister possesses remarkable comprehension, far surpassing my own. Fang Mingxue also expressed her astonishment. Excellent. Ji Yinling's ability to reach the first level in such a short span indicates a profound affinity with the Cloud Sky Sutra. The future certainly holds promise for her to cultivate it to the 9th level, or even the 10th. Zhou Junbai's fists clenched, clearly taken aback by Ji Yinling's extraordinary talent. Conversely, Lin Yu had initially presumed that, with his own understanding, he would achieve the first level more swiftly than Ji Yinling. However, it now appeared that Lin Yu's connection with the Cloud Sky Sutra was insufficient. Zhou Junbai observed Lin Yu's lack of progress, a look of disappointment crossing his face. The choice of cultivation methods for a practitioner is not merely about the level of the technique. It also depends on the degree of personal compatibility. Junior brother Lin possesses astonishing talent. If the Cloud Sky Sutra does not suit him, he may certainly explore other methods. Fang Mingxue sighed and shook her head. Suddenly, Lin Yu's body trembled violently. Then, a surge of Tao rhythm erupted, intertwining above his head. He was responding. Although Lin Yu's pace in cultivating the Cloud Sky Sutra did not match Ji Yinling's, it still surpassed Mingxue's considerably. Zhou Junbai's earlier disappointment dissipated, and his gaze reignited with fervor. Boom. Above Lin Yu's head, a magnificent tower materialized, vivid and almost tangible. The first level was complete. It became apparent that Lin Yu's cultivation speed was not slow, rather, he had ascended to the pinnacle of the first level of the Cloud Sky Sutra in one fell swoop. Zhou Junbai gazed at the resplendent tower above Lin Yu, then glanced at the distorted and blurred structure above Ji Yinling, his eyes alight with brilliance. No, it was not merely the first level. At that moment, Fang Mingxue could not contain her astonishment. Boom. Before long, a second tower emerged above Lin Yu's head. Good heavens! In less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, he had achieved the second level of the Cloud Sky Sutra. In the inner sect, such feats were exceedingly rare. Even Zhou Junbai, witnessing the second-tier tower above Lin Yu, wore an expression of disbelief. Is this the inside of junior brother Lin? Fang Mingxue felt a tremor within her heart. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Boom, boom, boom. Within Lin Yu's body, a series of resounding roars echoed forth. And layer upon layer of ethereal palaces materialized. Threefold, fourfold, fivefold, 12-fold. In but a fleeting moment, the ethereal palaces above Lin Yu reached the astonishing height of 12 layers. When the 12th ethereal palace manifested, the sound of Tao resonated throughout the heavens. The rhythm of the Tao unfurled, harmonizing with the very fabric of the universe. A tidal wave of spiritual energy surged forth, pouring into Lin Yu's body, as if bestowing divine enlightenment. Gulp. Zhou Junbai struggled to swallow. Gazing in awe at the 12 layers of ethereal palaces above Lin Yu, rendered speechless by the sheer shock. Fang Mingxue exhibited an even more pronounced expression of astonishment and dread. Swish. Zhou Junbai raised his hand and vigorously rubbed his eyes, doubting the clarity of his vision. 12-fold. The Cloud Sky Sutra had reached perfection, in less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. He had elevated the Cloud Sky Sutra to a consummate state. Zhou Junbai stared blankly at Lin Yu, feeling as though his entire worldview had been turned upside down. Within the inner sect of the Xianluo sect, few had successfully cultivated the Cloud Sky Sutra to such a level. Who among them had not spent over a century comprehending it? Yet Lin Yu, in less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, achieved perfection? Zhou Junbai dared not even dream of such an accomplishment. Boom. As the 12 ethereal palaces undulated, Lin Yu's body quivered once more, and an overwhelming aura surged forth with a fierce intensity. Chapter 31. Laughing like a child of several centuries. The second layer of innate realm. The tenfold cultivation speed of the flower of enlightenment, coupled with the 12-fold speed of the perfected Cloud Sky Sutra. Lin Yu ascended to the second layer of innate realm in one fell swoop. As the Cloud Sky Sutra continued to operate, Lin Yu incessantly drew upon the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Thus, he had achieved the second layer of innate realm. Fang Mingxue gazed bitterly at Lin Yu. It had taken her over a month to progress from the first layer to the second layer of innate realm. Yet, Lin Yu accomplished it in merely a day. As for Lin Yu, he has already perfected the Yunxiao scripture. Heaven knows how swiftly his future cultivation will progress. The gap shall only widen. Mingxue, I had believed that this year's champion would still be you. However, it now appears that the title is likely to change hands. Zhou Junbai exclaimed in astonishment. If someone had claimed they could cultivate from nothing to the Golden Pill realm within half a year, Zhou Junbai would have slapped them across the face and urged them to awaken from their delusions. Yet, if that person is Lin Yu, Zhou Junbai finds himself plagued by doubt, lacking even the courage to question. Mingxue eagerly anticipates a duel with her junior brother 6 months hence. A glimmer sparkled in Fang Mingxue's eyes. Master, what shall we learn next? At that moment, Lin Yu opened his eyes, dispersing the 12-tiered ethereal tower above his head. Gazing expectantly at Zhou Junbai. What shall we learn next? Zhou Junbai, taken aback by the question, froze in place. His most formidable technique, the Yunxiao scripture, had been perfected by Lin Yu in the span of a mere incense stick's worth of time. What more could he possibly teach Lin Yu? In that instant, Zhou Junbai was struck by the shocking realization that the disciple he had coveted, disregarding his own dignity, was beyond his ability to instruct. Indeed, what shall we learn? At this moment, Lin Yu was in high spirits, eagerly speaking. Upon hearing this, Zhou Junbai's face flushed. He certainly could not reveal to Lin Yu that he had already graduated and could no longer instruct him. Lin Yu, haste makes waste. You have already mastered the Cloud Sky Sutra. Why not pay a visit to Luxian? Her 9 Heaven Sword Sutra is also of divine caliber, and it would be fortuitous for you to learn a combat technique. Particularly, one of the forms, named the 9 Mysterious Divine Sword Technique, possesses formidable power. Zhou Junbai said, somewhat sheepishly. Should we go seek out Vice Master Luxian now? Lin Yu was taken aback. Indeed, the 9 Heaven Sword Classic, belonging to Vice Master Luxian, is one of the most formidable offensive techniques among the divine methods. Zhou Junbai nodded emphatically. The disciple shall proceed to Vice Master Luxian at once. Upon hearing those words, Lin Yu promptly rose and took his leave. Lin Yu, how are you? Has Zhou Junbai imparted the Yunxiao scripture to you? As soon as Lin Yu departed from the summit of the sect leader, Lu Daoxian sent a message to him. Lin Yu's alchemical path does not worry Lu Daoxian. However, Lu Daoxian is concerned that Zhou Junbai, due to his simultaneous guidance of Lin Yu from the 7 peaks, may harbor ulterior motives. The disciple is currently en route to Deputy Sect Master Lu Xian's side. Lin Yu replied swiftly. What? You are leaving Yutian Peak already? I knew it. That scoundrel Zhou Junbai would keep secrets. How long has it been since you left? What could you possibly learn? I shall confront that old fool Zhou Junbai right away. Upon hearing that Lin Yu had departed from Yuntian Peak, Lu Daoxuan's eyes turned red with fury. The Yunxiao scripture is a divine method. In such a short span, how much could one truly grasp? It was as if Zhou Junbai had carelessly tossed the Yunxiao scripture to Lin Yu without imparting any knowledge, allowing him to depart uneducated. Zhou Junbai, can we not maintain some dignity? We agreed that all 7 peaks would instruct Lin Yu together. If you are so irresponsible, do not teach him. I'll find someone else to educate him. Lu Daoxian immediately sent a barrage of messages to Zhou Junbai. Listening to the irate voice emanating from the communication jade slip, Zhou Junbai couldn't help but chuckle. Pray tell, how am I not being earnest? I had barely begun to teach him when he achieved the 12th level of the Yunxiao scripture. Come, take the Yunxiao scripture and teach him yourself. Zhou Junbai, too, was incensed. What nonsense is this? Lu Daoxian, taken aback by Zhou Junbai's words, was equally bewildered. You had no time to teach? 12 levels of perfection? Zhou Junbai, are you deceiving me? You are the one being deceived. Zhou Junbai retorted before abruptly terminating the communication. Ha. Lu Daoxian, cut off from the conversation, felt as giddy as a child of several centuries. Junior brother Lin Yu swiftly arrived at the sword Xiaofeng of Deputy Sect Master Lu Xian. Many disciples, upon seeing Lin Yu, displayed expressions of curiosity. Esteemed brothers and junior disciples, having received the Sect Master's decree, I have come to learn the way of the sword from the Deputy Sect Master. Might one of you esteemed brothers be so kind as to guide me? Lin Yu smiled and said, Allow me to guide you. An ordinary disciple from Jiangxiafeng immediately rushed over. I am here to lead Lin Yu, if fortune favors him. Becoming Lin Yu's follower could be a meteoric rise to prominence. Thank you for your assistance, senior brother. Lin Yu smiled and spoke. You flatter me. Please, just call me junior brother. The disciple guiding him, upon hearing this, repeatedly shook his head, saying, I am Su Han. You may simply address me as junior brother Su. Thank you for your efforts, junior brother Su. Lin Yu smiled lightly, showing no concern. Senior brother Lin, please follow me. At this moment, the deputy sect leader should be at the Sword Qi water pool, instructing several senior brothers in their swordsmanship practice. I shall take you there right away, Su Han said earnestly while leading Lin Yu forward. All right. Lin Yu nodded and followed Su Han as they made their way towards the mountain summit. The two traversed the rugged terrain and entered a serene valley. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed through the air. Upon entering the valley, Lin Yu beheld a magnificent waterfall cascading from the cliff above, producing a deafening sound. Beneath the waterfall lay a tranquil pool of water. At this moment, the air above the pool was alive with flashes of sword light, crisscrossing in intricate patterns and resonating with the sound of slicing through the air. Lin Yu cast his gaze and beheld a group of disciples standing in the midst of a tranquil pool, their hands forming intricate sword techniques as they commanded a flurry of flying swords. Look at you. How many times have I instructed you? When wielding a sword, one must achieve a harmony between spirit and blade to attain the state of unity. With your current swordsmanship, not only will you fail to vanquish foes, but you may also frighten your own comrades to death. And you there, unable to master a single sword, yet you aspire to control two? Why not try ascending to the heavens instead? What are you laughing at? Do you truly believe your swordsmanship is impressive? Observe yourself. Your sword travels 30 yards, yet 70% of its energy dissipates. Abandon the notion of wielding swords and simply swing them instead. You might wield greater power that way. Lu Xian hovered in the air, her elegant brows furrowed and her eyes wide with astonishment. Every disciple she pointed at was left with a flushed countenance. Lin Yu gazed at Lu Xian's stern demeanor, his expression turning peculiar. He had not anticipated that Lu Xian, who captivated all with her beauty, would exhibit such a fierce temperament when instructing her disciples. Disciple Lin Yu pays his respects to Master Lu. Lin Yufei stepped forward and bowed to Lu Xian. Lin Yu? Is it true that Zhou Junbai has allowed you to pass? Upon seeing Lin Yu, Lu Xian's irritation vanished in an instant, replaced by a radiant smile. Chapter 32. Born for the Way of the Sword, Mastering the Art of Sword Control. The sect leader mentioned that the disciples' comprehension of the Cloud Sky Sutra was nearly complete and has summoned me to learn the 9 Heavens Sword Sutra. Lin Yu spoke with a serious demeanor. As Lin Yu finished his words, the disciples of the Vice Sect Master Peak below cast peculiar glances at him. To seek to learn the Nine Heavens sword canon right away? Do you truly believe you can master it? To embark upon the study of the Nine Heavens sword canon, one must first master the art of sword control. It is essential to recognize that every disciple present from the Vice Sect Master Peak has dedicated over a year to the study of sword control. It is not merely a matter of learning the Nine Heavens sword canon. Even their sword control is fraught with errors. Lin Yu, Zhou Junbai may be ignorant of the sword path, but we shall not heed his words. Lu Xian could only chuckle in disbelief. The sect master does not comprehend the sword path? Lin Yu was taken aback. Indeed, the sect leader practiced the art of boxing, while adept at wielding a weapon. His swordsmanship was inferior to that of my disciples. To master the Nine Heavens sword technique, one must first learn the art of sword control. Lu Xian patiently explained. Yes, it is only logical. Lin Yu nodded, understanding the principle of gradual progression. Lin Yu, have you brought the sword? Lu Xian glanced at the sword sheath on Lin Yu's back. Of course I have. Boom. Lin Yu removed the reverse celestial sword box from his back, casually tapping it open. Inside lay 13 exquisite longswords, each glimmering with a chilling radiance. This is it. Junior brother Lin is in for a reprimand. Indeed. The deputy sect master despises disciples who bite off more than they can chew. We are only permitted to carry one sword at a time. Yet junior brother Lin dares to bring 13. Many disciples, witnessing the array of swords within the box, could only hold their heads in disbelief. What magnificent swords! To their astonishment, however, Lu Xian not only refrained from scolding Lin Yu, but also gazed upon the 13 swords with brightened eyes, marveling at their craftsmanship. The materials used in forging the swords were merely mundane objects, yet they had been transformed through an exquisitely ingenious process that enhanced their potential. This was a mystical treasure fashioned through earthly means. Lu Xian immediately recognized the extraordinary nature of the reverse celestial 13 swords, her admiration flowing forth. With a resounding clang, Lu Xian spoke, her delicate finger lightly flicking one of the long swords, sending a chilling sound of the blade reverberating through the air. Closing her eyes, she listened intently. After a moment, she reopened her eyes, her astonishment barely concealed. The materials used in the sword's construction had fused perfectly. The sound of the sword was like tearing silk. The sword's energy akin to frost. Just one sword was sufficient to reach the golden core realm. Wielding all 13 simultaneously could easily extend to the nascent soul stage. Lu Xian did not shy away from expressing her appreciation for the reverse celestial 13 swords. The disciples were indeed fortunate to possess such a sword box. Lin Yu smiled and spoke, indeed. Lin Yu, I shall now impart to you the art of sword mastery, Lu Xian replied, regaining her composure and gazing earnestly at Lin Yu. The path of sword mastery emphasizes the control of the sword through one's spirit and the unity of one's essence with the sword. Only when you have mastered this art to a significant degree may you advance to further studies. Lu Xian continued. Control the sword with your essence? Unite your spirit with the sword? Upon hearing this, Lin Yu carefully contemplated the profound meaning of the 8-character mantra. Indeed, although wielding a sword may appear simplistic, the essence captured in these 8 characters is remarkably intricate, rendering mastery a formidable challenge. Take for instance Lu Yang, who has devoted 3 years to the art of swordplay, yet has not achieved proficiency with a single sword. Lu Xian pointed towards a distant foundation-building disciple, causing the young practitioner to flush with embarrassment. Vice Sect Master, did you not proclaim that to reach this level in 3 years is already the mark of a genius? Lu Yang mustered his courage to assert. Dare you to retort? Lu Xian's eyes glinted dangerously, leaving Lu Yang momentarily speechless. What, then, constitutes the consummate mastery of single-sword swordplay? Lin Yu pondered. Lin Yu, did you see the stone tablet at the waterfall? Lu Xian pointed towards the source of the waterfall. I did. Lin Yu looked up and indeed saw a stone tablet at the source of the waterfall, covered in numerous sword marks. The tablet was not particularly tall, and without the keen eyesight of a cultivator, it would be difficult to discern. If one could ride the sword against the flow of the waterfall and carve a single character onto the tablet, it would signify the mastery of single sword control. Lu Xian stated earnestly, is carving a character truly a sign of mastery? Wouldn't that simply be cleaving the tablet? Lin Yu pondered, certainly not. The pinnacle of swordsmanship lies in the seamless control akin to the movement of one's own limbs, rendering the heaviest of burdens effortlessly light. It is a mere matter of possessing sufficient cultivation to unleash a sword technique with cataclysmic power. In truth, to master the art is to wield its might with precision. striking down an adversary from 1,000 miles away without so much as disturbing a blade of grass. That is the true mark of greatness. Lu Xian explained patiently. Only when one can make the heavy seem light can one truly achieve mastery. Lin Yu nodded in understanding. Lin Yu, you possess a natural sword physique and an innate talent for the sword path, which goes without saying. Today, as long as you can wield this sword, it will signify your entry into the realm of mastery, Lu Xian said with anticipation. I shall give it a try. Lin Yu closed his eyes in deep contemplation. After a brief moment, he suddenly opened his eyes wide and gently pointed his finger towards a long sword. Swish! With a mere gesture from Lin Yu, the long sword soared into the air, weaving through the atmosphere with an elegant grace that mirrored the movements of his fingertips. Could it be? Had he truly summoned the sword with such finesse? The disciples present were utterly entranced, their eyes widening in astonishment. Even Lu Xian was momentarily taken aback, a glimmer of sword light flickering in her gaze. It was said that this young man practiced divine abilities, eschewing conventional techniques in favor of genuine essence. And it was indeed a truth that resonated profoundly. He seemed to be destined for the sword. Lu Xian exclaimed in awe. Go! Lin Yu watched as the longsword danced in harmony with his fingertips, pointing towards the waterfall above. With a soft hiss, the sword trembled gently and soared into the cascade. Ascending against the current, the waterfall rushed downward, attempting to alter the sword's trajectory, yet it proved utterly futile. Lin Yu's fingertips trembled slightly as the long sword darted forth like a fish gliding through water, emerging from the waterfall and hurtling towards the stone tablet. Swish, swish, swish. With a flourish of his fingertips, Lin Yu inscribed the character for sword upon the stone tablet with his long blade. Return. Swish. With a flick of his finger, Lin Yu summoned his long sword back through the air, landing precisely within its scabbard. Good heavens! Has he truly mastered the art of single sword control? How could this be? Could it be that the waters of the waterfall today are gentler than usual? All present were left in astonished silence, with some disciples attempting to soar into the waterfall, striving to ascend against the current. However, in quick succession, a series of tremulous sounds reverberated through the air. The long swords that surged into the waterfall were violently battered by the rushing waters, scattering into disarray and plummeting into the pool below. Deputy Sect Leader, does this mean that the disciple has indeed achieved mastery in single sword control? Lin Yu turned to the dazed Lu Xian beside him and inquired. Of course it counts. Lu Xian looked at Lin Yu with a peculiar expression, nodding emphatically. Can that disciple learn the 9 Heavens sword classic now? Lin Yu eagerly inquired. Is it not yet sufficient? It is imperative to master the 9 Heavens sword classic. One must wield at least 9 swords simultaneously. Lu Xian replied. Very well. Let us proceed. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu gently beckoned with his fingers towards the 13 swords of reversed immortals. To everyone's astonishment, the 13 swords soared through the air simultaneously. Chapter 33. The Stunning Past of the 9 Heavens. The Grand Path of Ninefold Sword Qi. 13 swords? Could it be that Lin Yu intends to control all 13 swords at once? The 13 swords of reversed immortals ascended in unison, swirling around Lin Yu, darting up and down. All the disciples present were left with expressions of disbelief. Lu Xian's eyes widened in amazement, her breath quickening. Go. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As the 13 swords of reversed immortals hovered in the air, Lin Yu extended his fingers to point. Within Lin Yu's body, the innate energy surged ceaselessly, and the power of his spirit stirred forth. The 13 swords of reversal swiftly pierced through the void, plunging into the waterfall, ascending against the current. With a resounding roar, the light of the swords illuminated the scene. The torrents of cascading water were dispelled by the sword's aura. The 13 blades glided like nimble fish, defying the waterfall's flow, arriving before the stone tablet. As Lin Yu's fingers danced with finesse, the 13 swords of the immortal quivered, and he inscribed grand characters upon the stone tablet. With each 10 paces, one is slain. Not a trace remains over 1,000 miles. Once the deed is done, he brushes off his garments and conceals both his identity and his fame. With a deft flourish, Lin Yu sent shards of stone swirling into the air. As intricate characters emerged, each stroke infused with a palpable sword intent. As he inscribed 20 characters, a formidable aura of swordsmanship surged upwards, reaching for the heavens. With every 10 steps, a life was claimed, leaving no trace behind. Having completed his task, he departed, shrouded in anonymity and renown. Lu Xian gazed from afar at the stone tablet, where Lin Yu had etched 2 lines of poetry, her beautiful eyes reflecting the weight of his sword's brilliance. Simultaneously, he commanded 13 swords with flawless coordination and impeccable order. How could this be possible? How could anyone attain such mastery of swordsmanship in such a brief span of time? The disciples present were rendered utterly bewildered, struggling to fathom the reality. Swish, swish, swish. In the midst of their astonishment, the 13 swords of reversal had already returned, sheathing themselves within their case. Deputy Sect Leader, is it now possible for disciples to learn the Nine Heavens sword canon? Lin Yu stood beside Lu Xian, shyly speaking. The numerous disciples present couldn't help but twitch their lips. I feel that junior brother Lin is putting on a show, yet I lack evidence. Oh, I truly feel as though I have been captivated by his act. The disciples all cast peculiar glances at Lin Yu. It could be managed with effort. Lu Xian, though profoundly shaken within, still maintained an appearance of indifference. After all, where would the authority of a teacher reside otherwise? I humbly request guidance from the vice sect master. Lin Yu's eyes brightened. I shall teach you right away. Lu Xian elegantly flipped her hand, revealing a jade slip that appeared in her palm. The Nine Heavens Sword Classic, along with my years of cultivation experiences and insights, are all contained within. Lu Xian handed the jade slip to Lin Yu. Lin Yu swiftly grasped the jade slip. A resonant hum filled the air as the slip was held, and specks of golden light ignited upon its surface, soaring into Lin Yu's brow. Subsequently, a vivid scene materialized before him. An elderly man with a single arm stood majestically atop a grand mountain, observing the celestial mechanisms to comprehend the sword path. At the moment the sword was forged, with a mere flick of his hand, a torrent of 9 layers of sword energy cascaded from the heavens, as if to level the very earth. The Nine Heavens Sword Canon, crafted by the illustrious Nine Heavens Sword Immortal. This immortal, possessing the innate Nine Heavens Sword body and born with the essence of Nine Heavens Sword intent, once meditated upon the Sword Mountain, discerning the celestial order to enlighten his sword path, ultimately creating the Nine Heavens Sword Canon. Upon its emergence, this canon could meld countless sword intents, forging a grand avenue of sword energy. Though classified as a divine-level technique, it bore the foundation of an immortal realm. Heralded as one of the most promising sword arts of the age, truly remarkable in its legacy. A divine-level technique with the roots of the immortal realm? A tremor coursed through Lin Yu's heart. Suddenly, before he could ponder further, the scene dissipated, absorbed by the tree of the great path. Upon this majestic tree, the blossoms of physical constitution and corporeal form, as well as the flower of swordsmanship, swayed incessantly, drawing upon the astonishing legacy of the Nine Heavens Sword Canon. The efficacy of the blossoms of physical constitution and corporeal form was significantly enhanced. As the intertwined blossoms of physical constitution and corporeal form danced, their petals grew at an astonishing rate. The effects of the intertwined blossoms of physical constitution and corporeal form were as follows. 1. Even without cultivation, one's prowess would advance at an extraordinary pace. 2. The purity of the innate energy within the body would triple. 3. The nourishing effect of the innate energy on the corporeal form would double. 4. The nourishing effect of the innate energy on the spirit would double. 5. The innate energy carried the power of the Nine Heavens. As the blossoms of physical constitution and corporeal form flourished, the innate energy within Lin Yu was once again compressed and refined. The innate energy within Lin Yu circulates incessantly in accordance with the principles of the Yunxiao Sutra, nourishing his corporeal form and strengthening his spirit. Within Lin Yu's body, the innate energy, physical form, and spirit were continuously elevating. The petals of the sword Dao flower trembled, expanding in grandeur, each petal resembling a twisted longsword. Drawing from the astonishing legacy of the Nine Heavens Sword Canon, the efficacy of the sword Dao flower was enhanced. Effects of the sword Dao flower. 1. It amplifies comprehension of any sword technique sixfold. 2. Any sword technique can be imbued with the essence of extreme cold or searing heat. 3. Any sword technique can incorporate the Thunderfire sword intent, doubling the power of thunder attribute sword techniques. 4. When executing sword techniques, one can channel the reverse immortal sword intent, thereby doubling its strength. 5. All comprehended sword intents can be transformed into the sword Qi path, with the enhancement of the sword Dao flower's effects. A new ability emerged, the transformation of sword intent into the sword Qi path. Lin Yu, the Nine Heavens Sword Canon is a divine technique dedicated to the true essence of swordsmanship. I shall guide you once, Lu Xian proclaimed. observing Lin Yu as he studied the Nine Heavens sword canon intently. In Lu Xian's mind, despite Lin Yu's formidable talent, it was merely his first encounter with the Nine Heavens sword canon, making complete understanding a challenging endeavor. Having recently been intimidated by Lin Yu, she felt compelled to seize this opportunity to re-establish her authority as the vice sect leader. Lin Yu, the Nine Heavens sword canon is, in fact, not a complete sword technique. The Nine Heavens Sword Immortal, who created the Nine Heavens sword canon, could manifest 9 distinct sword intents, thereby evolving into 9 levels of sword chi path. Thus, the Nine Heavens sword canon comprises 9 levels in total. Each level corresponds to the mastery of one sword chi path. Even the legendary Nine Heavens Sword Immortal could only achieve 9 levels of sword chi path, which was hailed as the ultimate limit. However, theoretically, based on our understanding of the Nine Heavens sword canon, this 9-level limit can be transcended. Though no one has yet accomplished such a feat, I have diligently practiced the Nine Heavens sword canon for several centuries, and I have only managed to cultivate 7 levels of sword chi path. This 7-level sword chi path grants me the prowess of a 7th-grade golden core, allowing me to contend with Zhou Junbai, who possesses the strength of a half-step nascent soul. Lu Xian gazed earnestly at Lin Yu, her face betraying a sense of pride. 7 levels of sword chi path, indeed? Lin Yu's heart stirred with excitement. Indeed. Today, this humble seat shall demonstrate the 7-fold sword chi path. The extent of your comprehension depends solely on your own insight. As Lu Xian spoke, 7 swords, each as thick as a finger, materialized in her hands. Chapter 34. Breaking the Limits. 13 Rivers of Sword Chi. The Vice Sect Master Lu Xian is personally demonstrating the Nine Heavens sword canon? What an incredible opportunity. Although we are currently unqualified to learn the Nine Heavens sword canon, witnessing the Vice Sect Master as personal demonstration is a tremendous fortune. The disciples present widened their eyes, eagerly observing. With a swift motion, Lu Xian lightly tapped a small sword with her jade finger, and the azure blade soared into the air. Boom! This diminutive sword, no larger than a thumb, instantly transformed into a river of sword chi, cascading like the Milky Way, suspended in the sky. The surging river of sword chi resembled a celestial river descending from the heavens. Within it, the sword intent churned like endless torrents, boundless and relentless. Should it descend, it could surely level all in its path. This strike embodies the water sword chi path. The internal spiritual energy flows unceasingly, and the sword chi remains undying. With a flourish, Lu Xian pointed again, and a resplendent golden sword ascended. Clang! Clang! This time, the sound of the sword rang out, resounding through the firmament. With just this one sword, an infinite brilliance of sword light erupted, weaving a golden river of sword chi. This strike represents the gold sword chi path, utterly sharp, able to cleave through all. With each flick of her fingertip, a small sword soared into the sky, manifesting the sword chi paths. In but a brief moment, 7 rivers of sword chi hung in the air, ceaselessly roiling. Water attribute, gold attribute, fire attribute, earth attribute. Each sword symbolizes a distinct sword chi path, embodying entirely different characteristics, arrayed in the air and emanating an aura capable of annihilating the heavens and earth. Is this the Nine Heavens sword canon? Transforming the sword into the path, dominating the realm. Once unleashed, who could withstand it? This is the power of the golden core, the might of divine abilities. Moreover, the Vice Sect Master has merely cultivated 7 types of sword chi paths. Should she achieve 9, or even transcend the 9-fold limit, to what heights would her power ascend? The disciples present gazed in awe at the 7-fold sword chi paths, their eyes toward Lu Xian filled with admiration. Lin Yu was equally entranced, his heart racing with exhilaration. The 7 streams of sword energy were nothing short of magnificent. Merely one of them, when unleashed, could likely devastate 1,000 miles of territory. This was the power of the golden core. With a swift motion, Lu Xian summoned the 7 strands of sword energy, which dissipated and transformed back into 7 small swords, fluttering back into the palm of her hand, like playful fish leaping through the water. Lin Yu, what do you think of my 7 swords working in unison? Lu Xian inquired, observing the astonishment on Lin Yu's face, a sense of delight swelling within her. This display was undoubtedly capable of turning the tide in her favor, establishing a formidable image of herself in Lin Yu's mind. Truly remarkable. One could only wonder when a disciple might attain such extraordinary power. Lin Yu sincerely stated, "There is no need for you to be astonished. With your talent, after several decades of practice, you should be able to reach my current level. For now, Focus on comprehending the Jiuxiao sword classic. If you can transform a true essence of swordsmanship into the path of sword energy, you will have entered the realm. With diligent practice in the future, you will surely surpass me. Lu Xian earnestly advised. Yes, as your disciple, I shall endeavor to give it a try. Lin Yu displayed an eager expression, brimming with anticipation. Hiss. Lin Yu gently pointed his finger at the reverse immortal sword box, and a reverse immortal sword soared forth like a soaring dragon. Buzz. As the sword emerged, it radiated brilliance, subtly exuding the essence of the water sword. The once self-assured Lu Xian, upon witnessing the flowing water sword essence on the reverse immortal sword, felt a wave of bitterness wash over her. Has he truly comprehended the essence of the water sword? A sense of defeat surged within Lu Xian. She recalled the time when she diligently practiced the Nine Heavens sword canon, spending 3 months to cultivate a singular sword intent. Splash! The reverse immortal sword trembled slightly, transforming into a vast river of sword aura. Although Lin Yu's river of sword aura could only be likened to a brook when compared to Lu Xian's, it genuinely manifested a profound sword aura pathway. Has he truly achieved the water sword aura pathway? Lu Xian was nearly rendered speechless. The disciples present wore expressions of utter astonishment. Hiss! But this was merely the beginning. With a deft flick of his fingers, Lin Yu summoned the reverse celestial swords, which ascended one after another, transforming into a magnificent river of sword energy suspended in the air. The sword Qi of water, the sword Qi of fire, the sword Qi of earth. In the blink of an eye, the sword energy path that Lu Xian had just demonstrated was replicated by Lin Yu, stretching across the sky. Lu Xian was nearly rendered unconscious by shock. She had merely showcased it once, yet Lin Yu had mastered it entirely? How could that be possible? The 7th layer of sword Qi path had taken her centuries to learn. Her accomplishments amassed over hundreds of years were effortlessly acquired by him. In her astonishment, Lu Xian sent forth another reverse celestial sword, invoking the 8th layer of sword Qi path. Subsequently, the 9th layer of sword Qi path emerged as naturally as flowing water, equally manifested by Lin Yu. 9 layers. Mastery? Had he truly achieved the pinnacle of the 9 Heavens sword classic? Lu Xian felt utterly bewildered. Since its inception, apart from the founder, the 9 Heavens sword immortal, no one had ever reached the 9th layer of mastery. As far as Lu Xian knew, within the inner sect, there was only one individual who had attained the 8th layer. Yet now, Lin Yu had directly cultivated it to the 9th layer of mastery? A thought suddenly struck Lu Xian. Surely, that old fox, Zhou Jubai, had sent Lin Yu here so early because Lin Yu had already cultivated the Yunxiao classic to perfection. How infuriating. Zhou Junbai could have at least given her a heads up. Just moments ago, she had been boasting about the 7th layer of sword Qi path in front of Lin Yu. Now where could she hide her face? Lu Xian clenched her silver teeth. However, her frustration quickly dissipated. With a flicker, Lin Yu continued to evolve the 9 layers of sword Qi path, summoning another series of reverse celestial swords. The sword Qi of time, the sword Qi of heat, the sword Qi of thunder, the sword Qi of reversal. In mere moments, building upon the foundation of the 9 layers of sword Qi path, he manifested yet another 4 layers of sword Qi path, suspended in the air. The long-standing limits of the 9 layers of sword Qi path were shattered by Lin Yu. Chapter 35, The Torment of Lu Xian. The Deputy Sect Master's most challenging day. 13 layers of sword Qi path. This surpassed the Deputy Sect Master by nearly a factor of 2. The 13 layers of sword Qi path hung in the air, leaving everyone present in a state of astonishment. It had long been said that the 9 Heavens sword classic, while a divine art, possessed the potential of a celestial artifact. Over the years, no one had managed to cultivate it to the 9th layer of mastery, let alone break its limits. Yet now, under Lin Yu's command, it had come to fruition. The 13 layers of sword Qi path indicated that the 9 Heavens sword classic had transcended its divine status, now standing shoulder to shoulder with the sacred. Lu Xian's heart trembled, igniting an impulse within her to follow Lin Yu and learn the art of swordsmanship. Her mind was awash with vivid imaginings. Such extraordinary talent in swordplay could no longer be nurtured by an external sect. If Lin Yu were to be permitted to enter the inner sect at this moment, he would undoubtedly become the object of fervent competition among the esteemed masters within. With a casual wave of his hand, Lin Yu dispersed the 13 layers of sword energy, causing the 13 immortal swords to retreat and return to their scabbard. Quite formidable. However, simultaneously invoking 13 distinct sword energies is immensely taxing in such a brief moment. It has already depleted 30% of my innate power. Lin Yu felt the astonishing consumption of his innate vital energy within, and he was quite taken aback. Lin Yu's innate energy, enhanced by the essence of his unique constitution, possesses a purity 3 times that of an ordinary innate cultivator. Even so, Lin Yu estimates that, with the 13th level of sword energy unleashed, he can execute it a maximum of 3 times. In contrast, a cultivator of the same realm would be utterly drained after a single strike. The path of my sword energy is simply incomparable to that of Deputy Sect Master Lu Xian, a disparity rooted in the difference in our cultivation levels. Lin Yu reminisced about the formidable aura displayed by Lu Xian while she wielded the sword Qi path, which significantly intensified his yearning for cultivation. Lin Yu, you are indeed remarkable. You have cultivated the 13th level of the sword Qi path. Lu Xian gazed at Lin Yu, hesitating for a moment before adopting a demeanor of nonchalance. Just remarkable? Vice Sect Master, have you been bewitched by Brother Lin Yu's prowess? This surpasses even the limits of the 9 heavens sword canon, and you merely deem it as remarkable. The disciples present could not help but twitch at the corners of their mouths, their expressions a blend of bewilderment and incredulity. They understood. They were merely at the threshold of their journey, and there remained a long path of diligent practice ahead. Lin Yu spoke with a serious expression. Indeed, Lin Yu, you have expended quite a bit today. Why not return and rest for a while? Lu Xian asked tentatively. I too believe it would be wise to return and consolidate our cultivation. Lin Yu nodded in deep agreement. The disciple shall return tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Lu Xian immediately grew anxious. Return tomorrow? This is unacceptable. You have already mastered the 9 heavens sword classic, which I had reserved as my ultimate treasure. What shall I teach you tomorrow? Lin Yu, your perspective appears rather narrow. While your extraordinary talent allows you to progress swiftly in the art of swordsmanship, you must not become ensnared by a singular pursuit. You are still young and should strive for multifaceted development. Lu Xian earnestly advised. What does the Deputy Sect Master mean by this? Wondered several disciples. Isn't it customary for us to be instructed to advance steadily, to master one discipline before moving on to the next? It is most unwise to be of divided focus. Why is the guidance for Senior Brother Lin different from what we receive? Many disciples found the situation increasingly perplexing. The Deputy Sect Master is indeed imparting a valuable lesson. Lin Yu suddenly realized. Indeed, you see, Deputy Sect Master Wan is the most formidable blacksmith in our establishment, possessing unparalleled skills. You have a commendable talent for alchemy, do you not? The realms of alchemy and forging share considerable similarities. You should accompany Deputy Sect Master Wang to further immerse yourself in the art of forging. Additionally, Elder Dooley is a master of spear techniques, wielding divine spear arts. Lin Yu, there is much for you to learn. Do not confine yourself solely to the path of the sword. Lu Xian earnestly advised. The disciple understands. I shall take a day to rest, and will visit Deputy Sect Master Wang tomorrow to study the art of forging. Lin Yu spoke with a serious demeanor. Go. Remember to take breaks. Cultivation requires a balance of relaxation and diligence, so do not rush. Lu Xian promptly escorted Lin Yu out of the Vice Master Peak. Previously, I thought those disciples were like mud that couldn't be molded, making instruction quite burdensome. Who would have imagined that encountering someone like Lin Yu would leave me even more fatigued? As Lu Xian watched Lin Yu depart, she let out a long sigh, feeling that this was the most arduous day since she assumed the role of Vice Master. I must inform Vice Master Wang in advance. Otherwise, if Lin Yu were to confront him directly tomorrow, it would surely lead to embarrassment. While murmuring to herself, Lu Xian sent a message to Vice Master Wang. Wang Chengkong, Lin Yu will come tomorrow to learn artifact forging under your guidance. Remember to employ every tactic at your disposal. You have no idea how swiftly Lin Yu absorbs knowledge. Lu Xian conveyed. Vice Master Lu, you jest. The path of artifact forging has no shortcuts. Regardless of how quickly one learns, one must progress step by step. Wang Chengkong replied with a bemused smile. Believe it or not, that is entirely up to you. Lu Xian concluded, choosing not to engage further with Wang Chengkong. Senior Brother Lin, all the spiritual herbs you requested have been gathered and brought back. Upon Lin Yu's return to his courtyard, Tian Qi Yao greeted him warmly. On the table in the grand hall lay an array of spiritual herbs. Moreover, the previously desolate medicinal fields at the entrance of the cave dwelling had been meticulously tended to. Quite commendably, Lin Yu smiled gently, casually producing a qi-regulating elixir and a spirit stone, handing them to Tian Qi Yao. You may practice on your own, he said. I will call for you if anything arises." After Lin Yu finished speaking, he gathered the materials on the table and proceeded to the alchemy room. "Is this the Qi-enhancing pill? Or rather the Qi-enhancing pill of the 4 Dan patterns?" Tian Qi Yao merely cast a glance and immediately displayed a look of astonishment. Upon returning to the alchemy chamber, Lin Yu promptly settled into a meditative posture, intending to concoct a batch of Huangpin Yuanqi pills. The efficacy of these Yuanqi pills is akin to that of the Xingqi pills. However, the former, being of the Huang grade, possesses effects that far surpass those of the latter. With a steady hand, he commanded the flames, refining the medicinal properties, amalgamating the ingredients, and ultimately forming the pills. To Lin Yu's delight, the process unfolded even more smoothly than he had anticipated. It could be described as a seamless endeavor. In less than 2 hours, he successfully crafted a batch of Yuanqi pills, yielding 12 exquisite pills adorned with 3 intricate patterns. Lin Yu gazed at the 12 warm vitality pills in his hand, a frown creasing his brow. Chapter 36. Lin Yu, the scholar of the gods, cannot err. How perplexing. I crafted the vitality pills with the same precision as the Qi pills, yet why is it that after their formation, they lack a single pattern? Lin Yu felt somewhat perplexed. He decided to inquire with Elder Lu. Lin Yu pondered for a moment before sending a message to Lu Daoxian. "Elder Lu, I have a matter that perplexes me and I wish to seek your guidance." Lin Yu spoke humbly. Upon receiving Lin Yu's message, Lu Daoxian felt an overwhelming sense of pride. What of the deputy sect masters and the sect leader? Before Lin Yu, they had nothing to impart. Yet he was different. Lin Yu possesses a wealth of knowledge regarding alchemy, and he seeks guidance from himself. "Elder Lu, I have just concocted a batch of vitality pills. Despite the fact that my control over the fire and attention to detail were flawless, akin to that of the Qi-enhancing pills, the resulting vitality pills, however, are lacking one distinctive pill pattern compared to the Qi-enhancing pills." Lin Yu, perplexed, inquired, "What? Could you please repeat that?" "You have successfully concocted a Qi pill with 3 Dan patterns?" Originally feeling a sense of subtle triumph and delight, Lu Daoxian, upon hearing Lin Yu's words, suddenly felt utterly dejected. 3 Dan patterns, Lin Yu stated with an air of natural confidence. Upon hearing this, Lu Daoxian fell into a state of despondency. Just yesterday, it was Lin Yu's inaugural foray into alchemy, and today he had already succeeded in crafting a yellow-grade elixir, the vitality pill, adorned with 3 intricate patterns. It is worth noting that Lu Daoxian, a practitioner of earth-grade alchemy, had only managed to produce a 3-patterned elixir once in his entire career. Yet, not only had Lin Yu accomplished this feat, but he also seemed rather dissatisfied with the outcome. In other words, you have concocted a vitality pill with 3 intricate patterns and yet remain unsatisfied? Lu Daoxian found himself gritting his teeth in disbelief. He began to suspect that Lin Yu was deliberately trying to undermine his confidence. However, he had no evidence to substantiate this claim. Indeed, the disciple believed that he should be able to forge a vitality pill with 4 intricate patterns. Lin Yu spoke earnestly. Lu Daoxian, nearly choked to death. "Do you truly believe that you can concoct a pill with 4 alchemical patterns? Do you think the appearance of these patterns is solely at your discretion? I humbly request your guidance." Before Lu Daoxian could regain his composure, Lin Yu posed another question. Lu Daoxian was rendered speechless. How was he to respond to such an inquiry? If he knew how to refine a pill with 4 patterns, he would have accomplished it long ago. Yet, he could not simply tell Lin Yu, "I am unable to answer your question." Not only would he be unable to answer, but he struggled even to create a pill with 3 patterns. What would become of his dignity as a teacher? What of his reputation? Lin Yu, what an insightful question, Lu Daoxian exclaimed, his tone filled with awe. Indeed, throughout history, the quest to refine pills with greater patterns has been the ultimate aspiration of all alchemists. Lin Yu nodded. However, Lin Yu, you must understand that the path of alchemy is fraught with challenges and demands perseverance. First and foremost, you must learn to think independently. Reflect upon the process of concocting the vitality pill and see if you can discern where the issue lies. Lu Daoxian spoke with an air of profound mystery. Where does the problem reside? Lin Yu furrowed his brow, beginning to meticulously recall the process of his alchemical endeavor. The mastery of the flame's intensity was undoubtedly not an issue. Lin Yu possesses unwavering confidence in his ability to control the flames of the Dan Dao flower. He is certain that the issue does not lie in the timing. As for the alchemical concoction, his hand seals were executed flawlessly, and there should be no cause for concern. The fusion of the elixir was equally impeccable, and the success of forming the Dan is beyond question. Lin Yu meticulously retraced his memories, yet he could not uncover the crux of the issue. No, that is not correct. A sudden inspiration struck Lin Yu, prompting him to reach directly into the alchemical furnace and extract a handful of medicinal ash. Medicinal ash. This substance embodies the essence of spiritual herbs. The residual remnants left after the potent energies have been meticulously refined. Lin Yu held the medicinal ash to his nose and was instantly captivated. Indeed, within this ash, there lingered the fragrance of herbs. This indicates that my refinement of the medicinal potency was not executed flawlessly. Could it be that this is the reason why my production of the vitality pill only possesses the 3-patterned inscription? Lin Yu pondered to herself. At this moment, Lu Daoxuan's heart also stirred. Danhui. Can Lin Yu discern the medicinal potency from the Danhui? However, that cannot be right. The temperature at which I refine the elixir is precisely in accordance with the formula. It should be able to completely extract the medicinal efficacy. Lin Yu furrowed his brows. Why does an alchemist require a formula for concocting elixirs? A comprehensive formula not only delineates the materials necessary for the elixir, but also elucidates each step and the precise control of the alchemical fire. These guidelines have been meticulously compiled by alchemists over centuries of validation. One could assert that as long as the alchemist commits no errors during the process, the creation of the elixir is destined for success. A furnace explosion that is merely the result of the alchemist's own inadequacies in their craft. Boom. Lin Yu pondered briefly before once again channeling his energy into fire, commencing the refinement of the medicinal ash in accordance with the precise temperature recorded in the alchemical formula. Yet, no matter how diligently he refined, the residual potency within the ash eluded extraction. It dawned upon him that adhering to this specific temperature rendered the perfect extraction of the herb's medicinal essence utterly unattainable. Lin Yu's gaze flickered. Elder Lu, there is an issue with the pill formula. Lin Yu addressed Lu Daoxian with a serious tone, questioning the integrity of the elixir's formula. Upon hearing this, Lu Daoxuan's expression twitched slightly. Lin Yu, are you aware that the formula for the vitality pill has been passed down for an inconceivable length of time? No one has ever suggested that there could be flaws in the formula, Lu Daoxian responded, his words veiled with subtlety. After all, Lin Yu was casting doubt on a cherished recipe. It is worth noting that any formula enduring through the ages speaks volumes of its credibility. Elder Lu, please hold on. Lin Yu concluded the communication and once again retrieved a cauldron of materials to commence alchemy. However, this time, he did not adhere strictly to the formula. Instead, he relied on his ability to discern the fragrance of each herb, paying close attention to the potency of every spiritual medicine and controlling the heat himself. This time, the process of refining the elixir was noticeably slower than his first attempt. Yet, at the moment the pills were formed, Lin Yu's gaze brightened significantly. 12 vitality pills, each adorned with 4 distinct patterns. Elder Lu, the formula indeed has its flaws. Lin Yu once again reached out to Lu Daoxian. Is there truly a problem? Lu Daoxian felt a twinge of unease. His disciple had just successfully crafted a 4th-tier Qi pill. Lin Yu spoke with a serious expression. Have you altered the formula? Lu Daoxuan's heart trembled. Yes, I have made adjustments to the control of the heat. Lin Yu said with a serious expression. Could you kindly allow me to examine the modified prescription you have created? Lu Daoxian hesitated momentarily, then responded, certainly. Without hesitation, Lin Yu directly sent the revised elixir formula to Lu Daoxian. Chapter 37. A Complete Retreat. Lin Yu is terrifying. Upon receiving the formula from Lin Yu, Lu Daoxian compared it with the original Yuanqi Dan formula. The disparity in the control of the heat was quite significant. As he examined the formula, Lu Daoxian found himself in a state of inner turmoil. The impact of heat control on elixirs is paramount. A single misstep could lead to a catastrophic explosion. An explosion? So what? I am no stranger to such mishaps. But what if Lin Yu's claims hold true? After much hesitation, Lu Daoxian gritted his teeth and retrieved a copy of the Yuanqi Dan formula to commence the alchemical process. How smoothly it began. Yet, as Lu Daoxian initiated the process, astonishment flickered across his face. After Lin Yu's refinement of the elixir formula, the process became remarkably effortless. The extraction of medicinal potency was significantly smoother than before. The vitality pill, Lu Daoxian had crafted numerous iterations. Yet this time, the success was remarkably seamless. The fusion of the elixir, the formation of the pill, it unfolded in a single, exhilarating flow, an experience unparalleled. In that moment of triumph, as the elixir took form, Lu Daoxian eagerly retrieved the pills. 12 maximum grade pills. 3 Dan patterns? When Lu Daoxian beheld his achievement of producing 12 maximum grade pills, all adorned with 3 Dan patterns, he was utterly astounded. Although he was a practitioner of earth-grade alchemy, crafting the vitality pill could require numerous attempts to yield even a single batch with 3 Dan patterns. However, after employing Lin Yu's refined formula, success was immediate. Coincidence? It must be mere chance. The vitality pill had been passed down through the ages. How could there be any flaw? Unyielding in his skepticism, Lu Daoxian ignited the furnace once more to concoct elixirs. Batch after batch of vitality pills emerged. And with each iteration, his astonishment deepened. 6 batches of vitality pills. Each batch produced 12 maximum grade pills. Among them, 4 batches bore 2 Dan patterns, while 2 batches showcased 3 Dan patterns. Good heavens! At the very least, each batch had 2 Dan patterns. Lin Yu had merely adjusted the heat of the formula, yet it elevated my alchemical prowess by several tiers. Lu Daoxian was thoroughly convinced. At this moment, Lin Yu was still engaged in the alchemical process of concocting various elixirs. Bone-strengthening pills, soul-nurturing pills. A plethora of yellow-grade elixirs were continuously produced under Lin Yu's meticulous craftsmanship. As long as he could not achieve the 4 Dao patterns, Lin Yu would promptly adjust the formulas. Quite remarkable. With the corresponding modifications to the formulas, he could ensure the successful creation of yellow-grade elixirs adorned with 4 Dao patterns. However, it is regrettable that the crafting of profound-grade elixirs remains beyond his reach for the time being. Lin Yu gazed at the 7-colored spirit mushroom, a hint of disappointment evident in his voice. Lin Yu's inability to refine profound-grade elixirs does not stem from his alchemical skills, but rather from his cultivation level. Lin Yu's innate energy vastly surpasses that of cultivators of the same realm. Yet, it remains merely innate. To evolve innate energy into alchemical fire proves challenging when attempting to extract medicinal potency from Xian-grade spiritual herbs. If I aspire to concoct Xian-grade elixirs, I must either enhance my cultivation or subdue the alchemical fire. Lin Yu pondered to himself. The power of Dan fire is not to be compared with vaporized fire. The Dan fire of Huang Pin is of a quality equivalent to the innate energy at the pinnacle of the innate realm, evolved from it. The Xian Pin Dan fire rivals the fire of foundation establishment. The Di Pin Dan fire corresponds to the fire of the golden core. The Tian Pin Dan fire is akin to the fire of the nascent soul. Elder Lu mentioned that he would take me to subdue the Tian Pin Dan fire. Once I have captured it, I will undoubtedly be able to refine Xian Pin elixirs. At the very least, elixirs of Xian Pin quality with 4 distinct patterns. Lin Yu's anticipated monologue. Boom. With sufficient elixirs in hand, Lin Yu naturally ceased his alchemical endeavors. Instead, he retrieved the vitality pill, the bone-strengthening pill, and the soul-nourishing pill, consuming them with purpose. Once more, he grasped the spirit stone and entered a state of enlightenment for his cultivation. The following morning arrived. The innate power within Lin Yu has ascended to a higher level, reaching the 3rd realm of innate mastery. At this rate, my cultivation will soon attain the pinnacle of innate strength. When that time comes, I shall pay a visit to the Qingtsong sect. However, for now, I shall partake in some nourishment before heading to Deputy Sect Master Wang's abode to learn the art of forging. Lin Yu rose and murmured to himself. Tian Shi Yao, the spiritual herbs you retrieved yesterday are nearly depleted. I shall venture to procure another batch shortly. Lin Yu had finished his breakfast and, with a brief remark, headed straight towards the deputy sect leader, Wang. Oh, one might wonder, is it truly necessary for the deputy leader to bring such a thing over simply because Lin Yu wishes to learn the art of crafting weapons? At this moment, at the foot of Tianong Peak, 3 Foundation Establishment disciples were diligently arranging a series of jade plates along the steps. Indeed, this was the Cloud Heaven Array plate, a treasure of profound quality. Previously, it had only been utilized to test core disciples with over 30 years of experience in weapon crafting. Lin Yu, having never before studied this art, bringing forth the Cloud Heaven Array plate seems rather unfair, does it not? It certainly feels like an imposition. Few among those core disciples, who have dedicated over 3 decades to the craft, could even pass this test. The Foundation Establishment disciples buzzed with chatter. You know nothing, retorted the highest-ranking disciple upon hearing their words. Do you have any idea of the impact Lin Shidi had yesterday at Yintian Peak and Jianshao Peak? With a cold smirk, the most accomplished disciple continued. Zhao Shixiao. Lin Yu merely visited those 2 peaks. How could he possibly have caused such a stir? Questioned several disciples, their faces marked by skepticism. Lin Yu had approached the sect leader and, in an astonishing feat, cultivated the Cloud Sky Sutra to the 12th level, leaving the leader in a state of bewilderment. It was said that the leader spent the entire night at the Enlightenment Cliff, lost in thought. Senior sister Fang Mingxue announced her intention to enter the Heart Demon Cave for enlightenment. As for the Jianshao Peak under Deputy Leader Lu, the situation was even more dire. Lin Yu Shidi had directly manifested the 13th level of Sword Qi from the Nine Heavens Sword Sutra. Deputy Leader Lu's composure had completely unraveled. That very night, he led a group of disciples to practice sword control beneath the Sword Qi waterfall, leaving several brothers dazed and exhausted, unable to lift their arms. Deputy Leader Lu issued a stern decree. Any disciple who could not achieve mastery in single sword control within 3 days would be sent to the 10,000 sword cliff for training. Zhao Shixiang's words drained the color from the faces of the other Foundation establishment disciples. What if Lin Yu displayed similar prowess in weapon crafting? What fate would await them? Is Lin Yu Shidi truly that formidable? At this moment, Lin Yu's voice echoed from afar, and in the next instant, he appeared not far off. Chapter 38. The Flower of Array Path. A profound understanding of all array principles. Lin Yu appeared, his expression peculiar as he observed the disciples of Tianyang Peak, who were continuously arranging formation plates in various positions. Junior brother Lin. The disciples of Tianyang Peak were equally startled upon seeing Lin Yu. It turned out that junior brother Lin had arrived. Zhao Huayu, the leader among them, had been waiting for his junior brother for quite some time. Having experienced much in life, Brother Zhao greeted Lin Yu with a composed smile, his heart steady and his face unflustered. Lin Yu, it is a pleasure to meet you. Brother Zhao. Lin Yu returned the greeting. Senior brother Zhao, what are you all doing? Lin Yu inquired with curiosity. Having only heard the latter part of the conversation, he was naturally unaware of the reasons behind it. What you may not know, junior brother Lin, is that we are currently arranging formations using the array plate. Zhao Huayu replied earnestly. A formation? Is this being prepared for me? Lin Yu felt a surge of interest. Alchemists, artifact craftsmen, and formation masters all belong to the esteemed ranks of cultivators. Among these, the alchemist holds the highest status, as their work is intimately linked to the cultivation of practitioners. The artifact craftsman comes second. After all, a powerful magical artifact undoubtedly enhances a cultivator's strength. The formation master, while placed last, is by no means weak. On the contrary, a formidable formation master possesses immense combat prowess, capable of engaging in battles beyond their level and steering the course of large-scale conflicts. The reason for the formation master's lower rank lies in their greater numbers compared to alchemists and artifact craftsmen. After all, both alchemists and artifact craftsmen can also take on the role of formation masters, particularly the latter, as nearly every artifact craftsman is well-versed in formations. Indeed, the Vice Sect Master Wang has stated that to master artifact crafting, one must first possess an innate talent for the art of formations. The Yun Tian Grand Formation serves as our Tianyang Peak's method of assessing whether disciples possess such talent. Zhao Huayu, despite his reluctance, spoke up, his heart racing with unease. How could the Yun Tian Grand Formation be merely a test of formation talent? It is, in truth, a measure of one's cultivation achievements. Yet, having been instructed by Vice Sect Master Wang, he had no choice but to comply. But how shall this evaluation be conducted? Lin Yu's interest deepened. Soon, senior brother would activate the Cloud Sky Formation. The Cloud Sky Formation is a confinement array. As long as you, junior brother Lin, can navigate your way out of this formation, it will be deemed as passing the trial, Zhao Huayu said, somewhat shyly. To expect a disciple who has never studied array techniques to escape the Cloud Sky Formation is truly preposterous. So, when shall we commence? Lin Yu inquired. Indeed, Lin Yu had not studied the art of formations, nor did he possess a flower of formation mastery. However, given that formation techniques are inherently linked to the craft of refining, Lin Yu naturally found himself intrigued. Moreover, the flower of enlightenment he possessed was beneficial for mastering all paths, and formation techniques were no exception. Are the formation discs fully arranged? Inquired Zhao Huayu. Reporting to senior brother Zhao, everything is in place. Several foundation-building disciples promptly responded. Junior brother Lin, you may commence at any time. Should you find it overwhelming, do not hesitate. Simply utter a word, and I will immediately dismantle the Cloud Heaven Great Formation. Zhao Huayu reminded him with a hint of apprehension. Understood, senior brother. Am I simply required to enter? Lin Yu inquired. Yes, just ascend the steps. Zhao Huayu replied. All right. Lin Yu nodded and ascended the steps without a moment's hesitation. Buzz. As Lin Yu ascended the steps, he suddenly perceived a transformation in the surrounding space. Mysterious and enigmatic formations emerged from all directions, morphing into layers of ethereal clouds that obscured the sun and moon. In the midst of this celestial upheaval, the original steps had vanished without a trace, leaving him disoriented, unable to discern the cardinal directions. This grand formation of clouds, had it captivated others in the past as well? To Lin Yu's delight, at the moment the cloud formation activated, streams of golden light floated forth from within, descending upon his brow. With a resounding flourish, an image materialized before him. It was indeed the cloud and sky secret realm. However, the depiction within this realm revealed a desolate landscape, devoid of any presence. Yet, the expanse was adorned with magnificent clouds, both mysterious and tranquil. Was this the cloud and sky secret realm, previously undiscovered by anyone? Lin Yu, lost in contemplation, murmured to himself. Under his gaze, time seemed to stretch indefinitely as the clouds and mist within the cloud heaven secret realm began to descend with the wind, converging in a singular direction. Amidst the gathering of the ethereal clouds, they underwent a transformation through the passage of time, evolving into intricate array patterns. The patterns flowed and coalesced, giving rise to a grand formation. After what felt like an eternity, a woman intruded upon the cloud heaven secret realm, discovering the grand formation that had emerged from the clouds and promptly enclosing it. The cloud heaven grand formation, categorized as a profound level array, although merely profound in nature. It drew upon the essence of the cloud heaven great Tao, a formation born from the divine craftsmanship of the heavens and earth. Embodying the brilliance of nature and the will of the cosmos, it was truly astonishing in its past. With a rustling sound, lines of text began to materialize within Lin Yu's consciousness, and the scene gradually unfolded, absorbed by the tree of great Tao. Another blossom of the great Tao slowly took shape, drawing from the remarkable history of the cloud heaven grand formation, thus creating the flower of the array path. The effects of the flower of the array path are as follows. 1. It grants insight into the principles of all formations below the earthly level. 2. The speed of formation deployment is doubled. Can it truly unveil the principles of all grand formations beneath the earthly level? Lin Yu felt a stirring in his heart as he gazed around. The sound of rustling filled the air, and amidst the swaying flowers of the array, beams of light cascaded down. Lin Yu observed that the world around him had once again transformed. Layer upon layer of clouds and mist, under Lin Yu's gaze, coalesced into intricate patterns. The methods of array formation and array breaking suddenly became clear to him. He comprehended that the so-called entrapment array harnesses the power of these patterns to invoke the forces of heaven and earth, thereby creating an isolated realm. Lin Yu suddenly realized something and then closed his eyes, carefully perceiving the flow of the array patterns. Huaizhu, has Lin Yu entered the Yutian Grand Array? At that moment, Zhao Huaizhu received a message from Wang Qinkong, reporting to the deputy sect master, junior brother Lin has already entered. Zhao Huaizhu replied hastily. What is the situation? Wang Qinkong inquired. Junior brother Lin is standing still. Zhao Huaizhu glanced at Lin Yu, who remained motionless within the formation, and spoke with exasperation. Standing still is precisely the right approach. This is a profound grade confinement array. Not only Lin Yu, who has not studied array techniques, but even your senior brothers would struggle to find their way out. Upon hearing this, Wang Qinkong immediately felt a sense of pride. Deputy Sect Master, should we not ease the situation a bit? Zhao Huaizhu asked with a hint of unease. Of course we must ease it. Not doing so would mean shutting Lin Yu out completely. However, I shall be the one to intervene. I will head over now. Wang Qinkong replied with a smile. Chapter 39, The Chosen Scapegoat. Wang Qinkong's subtle intentions. Satisfied with the conclusion of the communication, Wang Qinkong made his way down the mountain. Zhou Junbai and Lu Xian are two Na'vi. It is I who am truly clever. First, I will give Lin Yu a taste of reality, making him aware that the path of artifact crafting is exceedingly difficult. Then I will later ease his burdens, assuring him that his aptitude is commendable. Yet he must remain humble in his studies. My authority as deputy sect master will thus be firmly established. The more he contemplated, the more pleased he became. Zhou Junbai and Lu Xian were helpless against Lin Yu, yet he had them completely under his thumb. Was this not a testament to his superiority over them? As Wang Qinkong reveled in his thoughts, he quickened his pace and soon arrived at the foot of the mountain. Is Lin Yu still standing there, unmoving? Wang Qinkong asked with a smile as he looked at Lin Yu within the Yuntian Grand Array. Indeed, He has not moved at all, Zhao Huaizhu replied, exasperated. It is fortunate that Lin Yu is wise and remains still. Otherwise, he might have faced some hardships. Staying still is perfect. I shall provide Lin Yu with some hints. With that, a translucent jade bird, exquisitely carved as if from white jade, appeared in Wang Qinkong's hand. The jade bird was remarkably delicate, inscribed with array patterns, fluttering its wings with evident spirit. With this exquisite jade bird to lead the way, Lin Yu would surely find his way out. Wang Qinkong prepared to release the jade bird from his palm. The delicate jade bird was, in truth, a magical treasure. It shared a deep connection with its master. Once placed within the array, it would gently guide Lin Yu, enabling him to navigate the Yutian Grand Array with ease. Suddenly, Lin Yu, who had been standing motionless with his eyes closed, opened his eyes and took a step forward. Buzz! Lin Yu simply took a step forward. Yet the cloud heaven great formation subtly distorted. How could this be? Wang Qinkong was immediately taken aback by the sight. Zhao Huayu and the others also displayed expressions of disbelief. Vice Master, if I am not mistaken, Lin Shidi's foot has landed directly on the formation's core. Zhao Huayu asked in disbelief. The core. It is the heart of the formation and its crucial vulnerability, a fatal flaw. Generally speaking, to break a formation, one must first locate its core. Once the core is found, the difficulty of dismantling the formation diminishes astonishingly. A coincidence. It must surely be a coincidence. Wang Qinkong was equally dumbfounded. To step directly upon the core with a single stride, what extraordinary luck must this entail? Suddenly, even more shocking to Wang Qinkong was that as Lin Yu stood upon the core, the innate energy within him surged, yearning to rush towards the true eye of the formation. Change. Observing this, Wang Qinkong swiftly waved his hand. In an instant, the formation plates that comprised the cloud heaven great formation shifted positions. Huh? As the formation transformed, Lin Yu exhibited a look of astonishment. It has vanished. Lin Yu discovered that the focal point he had just located had mysteriously vanished. The flow of the array's patterns had also undergone a significant transformation. The disciples present gazed at Wang Qinkong with a peculiar expression. The position of the focal point had been altered. Their own vice sect leader had not only set an insurmountable trial for Lin Yu, but had also shifted the focal point after Lin Yu found it. This was a deliberate attempt to make things difficult. Wang Qinkong fixed his gaze intently on Lin Yu within the grand array. After the change in the focal point, Lin Yu instantly retracted the surging innate energy he had released. Could it be that this fellow was not merely lucky, but had genuinely discovered the location of the focal point? Impossible, absolutely impossible. The position of the focal point in the Cloud Sky Grand Array was such that even a master array craftsman would require at least 3 to 5 days to uncover it. Let alone Lin Yu, a disciple untrained in the art of formations. Wang Qinkong shook his head, dismissing the unrealistic thoughts in his mind. Yet, at that moment, Lin Yu moved once more. With a swift motion, he stepped rapidly, left and right, and after 10 steps, he stood once again on the focal point. Wang Qinkong, witnessing Lin Yu's return to the focal point, turned pale. Vice sect leader, you cannot mean that Lin Shidi has returned to the focal point? Zhao Huayu exclaimed with a look of disbelief. After Wang Qinkong's manipulations, the focal point had shifted, and he could no longer locate it, leaving him to speculate. Change it again. Wang Qinkong, unwilling to succumb to fate, altered the position of the focal point once more. Yet, no matter how Wang Qinkong changed the focal point, Lin Yu effortlessly stood upon it each time. The more Wang Qinkong altered it, the greater his astonishment became. Lin Yu stood at the center of the formation, perhaps a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. However, to consistently position oneself with such precision is not mere luck. It is a testament to one's prowess. Outside, this is excessive. Do you take me for a mere player in a whack-a-mole game? Lin Yu gazed at the ever-shifting formation, feeling a twinge of irritation within. Lin Yu remained unaware that the individual standing outside was Wang Qinkong, the vice sect leader, mistaking it for a jest by Zhao Huayu and the others. Hearing Lin Yu's irate voice, Zhao Huayu and the others gazed at Wang Qinkong with expressions of utter grievance. Wang Qinkong's face flushed with embarrassment, realizing he was indeed acting somewhat unreasonably. Yet, at that moment, a singular thought occupied his mind. If Lin Yu were to successfully break through the formation, what face would he have left to guide Lin Yu in his cultivation? Wang Qinkong felt a surge of anxiety within. Yet he gritted his teeth and uttered not a word, continuously adjusting the positions of the formation's nodes. Would they dare to approach again? As Lin Yu observed the ever-shifting formation, a glint of cunning flickered in his eyes. If that were the case, they could hardly blame his junior disciple for being less than courteous. Zhao Huayu and the others immediately felt the weight of the situation pressing upon them. It was evident that Lin Yu had decided to hold them accountable for this predicament. Meanwhile, Wang Chengkong remained silent, his demeanor unchanged. Boom. Without uttering a word, Lin Yu stepped back a few paces and directly removed the sword sheath from his back. The Cloud Heaven Grand Formation comprises a total of 12 variations. This implies that, regardless of how one might alter it, the heart of the formation will only manifest in 12 distinct positions. Therefore, let us dismantle them all at once. Hiss, hiss, hiss. As Lin Yu spoke, 12 reverse celestial swords soared from the reverse sword box, manifesting in an instant into 12 strands of sword aura, simultaneously descending upon the 12 positions of the Cloud Heaven Formation. Damn it! Can he even perceive the 12 transformations of the Cloud Heaven Formation? Wang Qingkong's eyes widened in disbelief upon hearing Lin Yu's words. In a flash, without uttering a word, Wang Qingkong vanished from sight. He fled. Listen, you lot. If you dare to inform Lin Yu that I was behind this, I shall strip the skin from your backs. Boom. Just as Wang Qingkong's voice reached Zhao Huayu and the other disciples, the entire Cloud Heaven Formation erupted with a deafening roar, collapsing in ruin. Chapter 40. So this is how simple refining tools can be. As the Cloud Heaven Formation crumbled, Lin Yu had already stepped out from within the formation. A group of foundational disciples, having arranged the formation plates, were now riddled with cracks. It's broken. The Cloud Heaven Formation has truly been breached by junior brother Lin. The disciples, gazing at Lin Yu as he ascended step by step, were at a loss for words. No wonder their deputy sect master reacted with such alarm upon hearing that Lin Yu intended to learn tool refinement, even bringing forth the Cloud Heaven Formation. Junior brother Lin. Earlier, my senior brother was merely following protocol to assess your aptitude in formation techniques. Please do not take it to heart. Zhao Huayu quickly interjected, realizing the situation. Since it was merely a procedural assessment, junior brother certainly would not mind. Lin Yu was taken aback, gazing at Zhao Huayu with a smile that was neither fully a smile nor entirely devoid of humor. How splendid. Truly splendid. Zhao Huayu, feeling somewhat guilty, nodded quickly and said, Junior brother Lin, since you have passed the examination, I shall take you to meet the deputy sect master. I appreciate your assistance, senior brother. Lin Yu smiled and, accompanied by Zhao Huayu, made their way directly to the main hall of the deputy leader. As Lin Yu arrived, Lin Yu entered the main hall of the deputy leader, where Wang Qingkong was already waiting within. At that moment, Wang Qingkong sat upright, exuding an aura of a sage. Gazing at Lin Yu with an air of calm detachment, Lin Yu had encountered the deputy leader Wang before. Lin Yu bowed respectfully. No need for formalities. Wang Qingkong nodded slightly and said, Lin Yu, I have heard from Zhao Huayu that you have successfully passed the trial of the Yuntian Great Array. Your talent is indeed remarkable. However, remember that the art of formations is vast and profound. One must not become arrogant or complacent. Wang Qingkong spoke earnestly. What? Just remarkable? Upon hearing this, Zhao Huayu felt utterly astonished. Lin Yu's talent is commendable, but what of the talents of these individuals? Are they merely the remnants of slop that have festered in a pig trough for 7 days and nights? The disciples, possessing duller aptitudes, shall undoubtedly strive with even greater fervor. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu humbly responded, Indeed, the path of formations is vast and profound, and the mastery of tools is intricate. One must diligently cultivate one's skills. I have great faith in your potential. Wang Qingkong spoke with an air of a great master. Your disciples shall earnestly heed the teachings of Vice Sect Leader Wang. Lin Yu spoke with a serious demeanor. The youth is indeed worthy of instruction. In that case, today I shall impart to you the art of crafting weapons. Wang Qingkong, upon witnessing this, let out a long sigh of relief within his heart. Finally, he had managed to evade suspicion. Thank you, Deputy Sect Master, for your guidance. Lin Yuxing saluted. The art of crafting artifacts is indeed akin to alchemy. The process of artifact creation encompasses 4 essential steps: controlling the fire, forging the artifact's foundation, inscribing the array patterns, and finalizing the creation. The control of fire has surely been imparted to you by Elder Liu. I shall commence by teaching you the method of forging the artifact's foundation. Wang Qingkong rose and positioned himself at the center of the grand hall. With a mere wave of his hand, a forging platform materialized before Lin Yu. The artifact's foundation is essentially the transformation of materials into a prototype of a treasured item, shaped according to one's vision. As Wang Qinkong spoke, a stone, roughly the size of a fist, appeared in his hand. This stone, known as black gold stone, is a material of yellow grade, famed for its remarkable hardness. It is most suitable for crafting seal-type treasures, which are among the simplest to forge. Wang Qinkong inquired, "Why?" Lin Yu inquired with curiosity. Generally speaking, seal-type magical artifacts are primarily utilized for striking opponents, lacking any extravagant capabilities. Since their purpose is to deliver blows, they must possess two essential qualities: sufficient weight and hardness. As Wang Qinkong spoke, a searing flame erupted from his palm, scorching the black gold stone. Under Wang Qinkong's adept control, the originally irregular black gold stone was gradually refined and, through the forging of true essence, swiftly transformed into a seal. This black gold stone, no larger than a fist, could hardly weigh much. Lin Yu was taken aback. In terms of weight, this lump of black gold stone weighed merely 100 pounds. Wang Qinkong remarked, 100 pounds? Lin Yu furrowed his brow. 100-pound black gold stone, if dropped upon an ordinary person, would undoubtedly wield tremendous destructive force. Yet, for a cultivator, it would be of little consequence. The primary function of the black gold stone within this artifact lies in its hardness. To augment the weight of this treasure, the power of the formation must be harnessed. Wang Qinkong stated methodically. The power of the formation? Lin Yu felt a stirring in his heart. It appears that to forge weapons, one must first master the art of formations. Therein lies its significance. Indeed, take, for instance, the Huanggrade Mountain Formation. Once inscribed upon this artifact, it would not only transform into the size of a mountain when summoned, but also possess the weight of one. Should a seal be struck down, even an innate cultivator would be gravely injured, if not killed. Of course, this is contingent upon the accuracy of the strike. Wang Qinkong remarked. "Ah, I see." Lin Yu suddenly realized. "Today, I shall demonstrate for you the art of inscribing array patterns." As Wang Qinkong began to speak, he commenced the intricate task of etching the array patterns. His fingers danced gracefully, and the essence of his golden elixir erupted forth, etching a plethora of complex patterns upon the seal. Each array pattern was finer than a strand of hair, with the total number exceeding several hundred. Wang Qinkong, being a master of crafting at the celestial level, found the creation of yellow-grade magical artifacts to be a mere trifle. However, on this occasion, he approached the task with exceptional seriousness. He aspired for perfection in every single pattern. The stakes were high. At that moment, Wang Qinkong felt as though he were treading on thin ice, fearing that any flaw in the artifact he crafted would lead to humiliation. As Wang Qinkong meticulously inscribed the patterns, Lin Yu could palpably sense that the seal had taken on a weighty presence compared to before. Remember, the engraving of array patterns must be executed in one seamless motion, with no room for deviation. Any imperfection in a single pattern could drastically diminish the artifact's power. Upon completing the patterns, Wang Qinkong felt a swell of pride, convinced that this creation was remarkably flawless, devoid of any defects. The final step was to forge the artifact. Observe my hand seals carefully. With a swift motion, Wang Qinkong tossed the engraved material into the air. A series of hand seals were cast upon the seal. Under the influence of his hand seals, the formerly rough seal transformed into a radiant spectacle as the array patterns gradually faded away, vanishing from sight. Buzz. When the last pattern disappeared, with a flick of his hand, the seal descended into his grasp. Is it truly finished? It seems that crafting is such a simple endeavor. Before Wang Qinkong could exhibit his sense of triumph, Lin Yu's remark left him momentarily speechless. Chapter 41. Let us test her strength. What? Simple? The once confident Wang Qinkong felt a sharp twitch at the corner of his mouth. Not to mention anything else, the path of artifact crafting, particularly the inscribing of array patterns, has confounded countless array masters. Etching hundreds of array patterns onto a piece of black gold stone the size of a fist requires remarkable control over power and a significant expenditure of mental energy. However, for Lin Yu, it appears to be quite simple. It should not pose much difficulty. Lin Yu nodded earnestly. Here. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Qinkong produced a black gold stone and handed it to Lin Yu. How about this? You follow the method I just taught you and forge this black gold stone into a seal artifact. My only requirement is that the seal must be capable of being activated, Wang Qinkong stated. As long as it can be activated, Lin Yu spoke earnestly. Indeed. Wang Qinkong nodded emphatically. Then I shall give it a try. Lin Yu gazed at the black gold stone in his hand, contemplating briefly before enveloping it in primordial fire. Before long, The black gold stone was refined into the shape of a seal under Lin Yu's skillful manipulation. Truly, he was a prodigy in alchemy. His command over fire and the forging of the raw material exhibited no hint of flaw. Wang Cheng's heart brimmed with admiration, though his face betrayed none of his thoughts. However, the engraving of the array patterns posed a significant challenge. Wang Cheng's eyes narrowed slightly. The engraving of array patterns is of paramount importance in the forging process. Typically, an ordinary craftsman would painstakingly etch array patterns into common stones through countless trials before employing them in the creation of their artifacts. Otherwise, the cost would be prohibitive. Lin Yu has learned nothing, yet directly delves into the art of forging, managing to inscribe the intricate patterns of the formation, which is nothing short of miraculous. Alas, I have forgotten that I imparted the method of arranging the mountain formation to Lin Yu. In that moment, Wang Cheng felt a sudden jolt in his heart. He had been so preoccupied with testing Lin Yu that he overlooked the fact that he had never fully taught Lin Yu the complete patterns of the mountain formation. The pressure exerted by Lin Yu is overwhelming. At this moment, Lin Yu pointed his fingers like a sword, gathering innate power at his fingertips. As he began to inscribe the intricate array patterns, goodness, could it be that this individual merely glanced at them once and memorized all the patterns? Wang Qinkong was left dumbfounded. Zhao Huayu, too, wore an expression of sheer horror. With seamless precision and fluidity, Zhao Huayu observed that Lin Yu, in his initial attempt at inscribing the patterns, exhibited the finesse of someone who had practiced countless times. In a flash, Wang Qinkong shot a glare at Zhao Huayu. Look at Lin Yu. Now, take a look at yourself. I personally guided you through the process of inscribing array patterns, and despite 3 months of instruction, you still could not execute it with clarity. To avoid disturbing Lin Yu, Wang Qinkong opted to communicate with Zhao Huayu through messages. A barrage of text messages ensued. Zhao Huayu immediately felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He recalled that during his own learning of the array patterns, the stones he consumed piled up nearly to the height of a mountain. During his first attempt at crafting a magical artifact, he squandered over a dozen black gold stones before barely managing to create one. Yet, Lin Yu approached it with such ease and grace. Meanwhile, as Wang Qinkong and Zhao Huayu exchanged thoughts, Lin Yu had successfully inscribed the required array patterns for the mountain array onto the black gold stone. The once unremarkable seal now emanated a profound and weighty aura. At this moment, Lin Yu altered his hand technique, imitating Wang Qinkong's mannerism. As his palms struck successively upon the seal, the intricate patterns upon the seal gradually concealed themselves, vanishing from sight. However, the aura emanating from it surged continuously. It was a triumph. This individual had indeed succeeded in forging a magical artifact. Wang Qinkong observed the seal in Lin Yu's grasp, and his heart involuntarily quivered. The patterns, instantly comprehended. The hand technique, instantly mastered. He had imparted no instruction, yet Lin Yu had adeptly learned the art of crafting. What was even more remarkable was that the seal Lin Yu had fashioned was aesthetically superior. For dragon heads emerged from the seal, their bodies entwined, transforming into an emblem that exuded an imposing grandeur. Boom. Upon the successful completion of the seal, Lin Yu casually summoned it forth. The seal expanded instantly, radiating a weightiness akin to a mountain. The dragon motifs appeared almost alive, as if they yearned to soar into the sky. Vice Master Wang, would this signify my success, dear disciple? As Lin Yu spoke, a bashful expression adorned his face. Wang Qinkong nodded repeatedly, yet upon realization, he hastily composed himself, deeming it a success. However, the intricate patterns and designs on your seal are excessively superfluous, which detracts from the essence of the seal itself. Observe my own seal, though it may appear coarse. It possesses a sense of unity. Both seals, despite being of the same grade, would shatter upon direct collision, while yours would likely fracture at the slightest touch. Wang Qinkong once again assumed the demeanor of a stern mentor. A mere touch would cause it to shatter? Lin Yu gazed at Wang Qinkong with an air of peculiarity. Do you doubt it? Allow me to conduct an experiment. With that, Wang Qinkong casually summoned Lin Yu's seal into his hand. So heavy? Upon grasping the seal, Wang Qinkong was momentarily taken aback. It was indeed weighty, at least twice the heft of the seal he had crafted himself. How could this be? The 2 pieces of black gold stone were comparable in weight, and the formations were identical. Why then was there such a disparity in weight? Wang Qinkong found himself at a loss. Little did he know that Lin Yu's mastery of the way of artifacts could double the potency of the treasures he forged. Deputy Sect Master Lin, do you wish for the 2 seals to collide? Lin Yu spoke with a hint of frustration. That is only natural. Wang Qinkong, struggling to articulate his thoughts, was now quite certain. The moment the two seals collided, his would undoubtedly be the one to shatter. Yet, he had just boldly proclaimed his intent to validate this. Should he engage in the collision or abstain? Lin Yu, I have spent centuries mastering the art of weapon forging. To pit my seal against yours would be an act of bullying. Zhao Huayu, you possess a seal as well. Bring it forth for an experiment. Wang Qinkong turned to Zhao Huayu. Mine? Zhao Huayu was momentarily taken aback, instinctively reaching for his own seal. However, upon further reflection, he realized something was amiss. Why would the Vice Master request his seal without reason? There must be something wrong. Having already borne the blame once, Zhao Huayu promptly shook his head in refusal. Huayu, do not tell me you have given it away or misplaced it. I saw you admiring it just yesterday. With this remark, Wang Qinkong thwarted Zhao Huayu's carefully crafted excuse. How could that be? Zhao Huayu, sensing the threat in Wang Qinkong's demeanor, felt a pang of despair and, trembling, reluctantly produced a seal. Chapter 42. The Bloom of Instrumental Path Elevation. All below the holy grade are comprehensible. Observing this, Wang Qinkong cast a glance of begrudging respect at Zhao Huayu. Lin Yu, watch closely. Wang Qinkong seized the seal from Zhao Huayu's hand and, without a second thought, initiated a collision between the two seals. Boom. Crack. The clash of the artifacts resonated with a series of jarring, shattering sounds. My seal. Zhao Huayu could not contain his lament. The seal he had forged was utterly pulverized upon impact with Lin Yu's creation. Wang Qinkong's heart raced. Though he had anticipated that Lin Yu's seal was formidable, he never imagined the disparity would be so vast. Thankfully, his wit had prevailed. Otherwise, it would have been his seal that lay in ruins. Wang Qinkong felt immense relief and promptly stowed away his own seal. Ahem. After securing his seal, Wang Qinkong cleared his throat and fixed a stern gaze upon Zhao Huayu. Look at you. I have long advised you that the path of weapon forging is profound and requires diligent study. Yet, you chose to ignore my counsel. And now, what have you produced? Rubbish. With a few terse words, Wang Qinkong left Zhao Huayu utterly bewildered. What rubbish? When I first crafted this seal, you regarded it as a benchmark. Now it has devolved into mere scrap? Zhao Huayu, filled with innocence, dared not voice a rebuttal and could only nod repeatedly, acknowledging the deputy sect master's admonition. Lin Yu, do not emulate your senior brother. It is one thing to craft unsightly artifacts, but to create something utterly lacking in resilience is quite another. Your talisman is indeed well forged. Compared to my own, it falls short by only a hair's breadth. Wang Qinkong turned his gaze to Lin Yu, his face adorned with admiration, completely forgetting that he had just questioned the durability of Lin Yu's talisman. So, disciple, does this signify your initiation into the art of crafting? Lin Yu spoke with a smile. Of course it counts. Wang Qinkong nodded in agreement. The quality of the seal is unparalleled among Wangpin-level artifact smiths. However, Wang Qinkong continued, yet, as a disciple, during your first attempt at forging, the control of the fire was somewhat lacking, and there were slight discrepancies in the engraving of the array patterns. Otherwise, the power of the magical artifact could have been significantly enhanced. The techniques employed in crafting this item were rather rudimentary. Without waiting for Wang Qinkong to finish speaking, Lin Yu engaged in a profound self-critique. His gaze fixed eagerly upon Wang Qinkong. What a clever lad! Upon hearing this, Wang Qinkong couldn't help but smirk inwardly. This young man is clearly seeking a more refined method of forging. Lin Yu. Realizing Lin Yu's intentions, Wang Qinkong adopted a serious demeanor and responded, disciple present. Lin Yu performed a respectful bow. Indeed, I possess a more profound method for refining artifacts. Initially, I intended to wait until you had grasped the basics of artifact refinement before imparting this knowledge. However, given your remarkable talent in this discipline, it is evident that you may learn it directly. As Wang Qinkong spoke, he retrieved a jade slip. Within this slip lies the culmination of my centuries of experience, encompassing a total of 137,000 intricate formations beneath the divine grade. Additionally, it contains the methodologies for 3,600 commonly utilized formations. Furthermore, there exists a divine grade treatise on artifact refinement. Coupled with my insights accumulated over several centuries, I shall now bestow them upon you. Upon concluding, Wang Qinkong carefully handed the jade slip to Lin Yu. Disciple, I express my heartfelt gratitude to Vice Sect Master Wang. Lin Yu solemnly accepted the jade slip. Suddenly, Golden rays of light emanated from within, soaring into Lin Yu's sea of consciousness, unveiling a vivid scene. The figure depicted was that of a young cultivator, seemingly of modest standing within his sect. Each day, he engaged in a monotonous routine, tirelessly repeating the same tasks. At the break of dawn, he would enter a crafting room filled with countless cauldrons, meticulously cleaning the space until it shone. When groups of artisans entered the room, the young man was relegated to standing at the entrance, occasionally stealing glances or eavesdropping on their discussions of insights. Once the artisans completed their work, he would return to dispose of the numerous failed artifacts. By night, he diligently studied the formations inscribed upon these failures, meticulously replicating the patterns onto bamboo. Day after day, year after year, Lin Yu, through the screen, remained utterly unaware of how long the young man had been repeating himself. Lin Yu was only aware that the ravine behind the young man's residence was already filled with bamboo inscribed with intricate patterns. Until one fateful day, the young man exchanged all his possessions for a batch of resources essential for artifact forging, embarking on the journey of creation. The true understanding of artifact forging was conceived by the immortal artisan Mo Fan. Mo Fan, despite his mediocre talents, was assigned as a menial disciple, tasked with managing the sundries of the artifact hall. With immense perseverance, he dedicated 67 years to this pursuit, using failed artifacts as his sole reference, ultimately devising his own method of forging, the true understanding of artifact forging. Once unveiled, this remarkable treatise garnered worldwide acclaim for its astonishingly detailed foundational knowledge of forging. Heralded as the finest method for establishing one's craft, leaving a profound impact on the annals of the art, the images within Lin Yu's sea of consciousness quivered gently, transforming into golden light that was absorbed by the tree of the great path. As the tree swayed, the blossoms of the artifact path subtly unfurled. Drawing upon the stunning revelations of artifact crafting, the efficacy of the artifact blossoms was enhanced. The effects of the artifact blossoms are as follows. 1. The power of any crafted treasure can be doubled. 2. The speed of inscribing array patterns is increased by 50%. 3. Mastery of the effects of all crafting materials below the sacred grade. At this moment, an immense influx of information regarding crafting materials flooded into Lin Yu's memory. Mastery of the effects of all crafting materials below the sacred grade. The speed of inscribing array patterns has been enhanced by 50%. Lin Yu felt a jolt within his heart. The most arduous aspect of weapon forging lay in the engraving of array patterns. The more intricate the formation, the more patterns it entailed, thus requiring an immense investment of time and effort to inscribe. If the speed of engraving these array patterns could be doubled, it would undeniably lead to a significant reduction in the time required for weapon forging. Lin Yu, all that I have learned is contained within this jade tablet. The extent of your understanding will depend solely on your own enlightenment, Wang Qinkong stated with solemnity. Thank you, Deputy Sect Master Wang, for your guidance. Upon hearing the words, Lin Yu respectfully bowed. Lin Yu, you may leave now. Why you stay? Wang Qinkong nodded, then spoke with a smile. Chapter 43. The cultivation of immortality involves human relationships and social etiquette. Indeed. Lin Yu smiled faintly and turned to leave. Why you have truly endured much just now. As Lin Yu departed, Wang Qinkong regarded Zhao Huayu with a warm and amiable expression. Vice Sect Master, it is the duty of a disciple to alleviate your burdens. Upon witnessing Wang Qinkong's genial demeanor, Zhao Huayu, who had initially harbored a heart full of grievances, felt a considerable portion of his discontent dissipate. You, young man, although your talent is merely average, your vision is quite commendable. Wang Qinkong, upon hearing this, felt a wave of relief wash over him. Very well. Since you have taken the blame for me, I shall not treat you unjustly. Shortly, you shall go to the resource hall and collect materials for forging a profound artifact. I shall personally craft a profound treasure for you. Thank you, Vice Sect Master. Zhao Huayu responded with evident joy. The profound artifact was indeed within Zhao Huayu's grasp. However, the treasures obtained from the resource hall were merely standard artifacts, far inferior to the bespoke treasures crafted by Vice Sect Master Wang Qinkong. Such items were invaluable, capable of safeguarding one's life in perilous situations. Do not mention it. Wang Qinkong shook his head. After all, Zhao Huayu has preserved the dignity of my position as Vice Sect Master. What is a mere artifact in comparison? Yet, my dear Huayu, should you encounter a similar situation again, how would you respond? Wang Qinkong inquired, gazing at Zhao Huayu intently. Rest assured, Vice Sect Master. If Lin Shitty comes again, I shall bear the blame, Zhao Huayu replied, demonstrating his perceptiveness. Ah, this child is indeed teachable. This child is indeed teachable, Wang Chenkong exclaimed, a satisfied smile gracing his features. Now, go forth to the resource hall and collect the materials. Yes. Zhao Huayu promptly exited the grand hall. Phew, this is exceedingly difficult. Facing Lin Yu invokes a pressure reminiscent of my early days under my master. At that moment, Wang Chenkong finally exhaled deeply. Zhao Shixiang. Just as Zhao Huayu stepped out of the grand hall, he heard Lin Yu's voice. Lin Shitty, you haven't left? Zhao Huayu paused in surprise. I haven't. I was waiting for you, Zhao Shixiang. Lin Yu said with a smile. Wait for me? Zhao Huayu displayed a look of astonishment. Brother Zhao, have you been wronged? Lin Yu descended before Zhao Huayu, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he regarded Zhao Huayu. Junior brother Lin, have you discerned everything? At these words, Zhao Huayu's heart sank momentarily. Vice Sect Master Wang, your emotions are plainly etched upon your visage. How could my junior brother possibly remain oblivious? Lin Yu shook his head and smiled. Junior brother Lin, Deputy Sect Master Wang is merely concerned about his reputation, Zhao Huayu quickly clarified. Junior brother understands. Brother Zhao, I am waiting here for you because I wish to request your assistance with a matter. Lin Yu spoke with a serious demeanor. Junior brother Lin, please proceed. Zhao Huayu promptly interjected. Zhao Huayu perceives Lin Yu's extraordinary talent with remarkable clarity. The heights that Lin Yu may reach in the future are beyond Zhao Huayu's imagination. Yet, the assistance he offers to Lin Yu today will undoubtedly enhance his fortunes in the days to come. Lin Yu flipped his palm, and the freshly crafted seal, along with a furnace of 4 patterned Qi pills, materialized in his grasp. Lin Yu directly handed the magical artifact and elixirs to Zhao Huayu. Junior brother Lin, what is the meaning of this? Zhao Huayu was taken aback and hurriedly declined. Senior brother Zhao, it was never my intention to damage your artifact. This seal shall serve as compensation for me to you. Lin Yu spoke with a serious expression. It is not permissible. The magical artifact of my senior brother pales in comparison to the one you possess. Junior brother. Zhao Huayu repeatedly waved his hands. Brother Zhao, I cultivate the way of the sword. The seal holds no value for me. Moreover, that artifact is likely the very first one crafted by you, senior brother, and its significance far surpasses that of any other magical relic. Lin Yu declared with unwavering certainty. Zhao Huayu fell silent for a moment, then inquired. And what of this elixir? Is this the reward? Lin Yu spoke with a serious expression. Compensation? Zhao Huayu was momentarily taken aback. Brother Zhao mentioned that Vice Sect Master Wang values his reputation. On another occasion, it seems we may have to once again trouble brother. Lin Yu remarked with a smile. Are you hoping that I will, in the future, collaborate with Deputy Sect Master Wang, just as I do today? Zhao Huayu's expression suddenly turned peculiar. He never anticipated that Lin Yu had deliberately awaited him for the purpose of facilitating Deputy Sect Master Wang. Indeed, although Deputy Sect Master Wang is somewhat concerned with appearances, I can discern that his intentions toward me are genuine. I could feign ignorance, yet without my senior brother's cooperation, it would ultimately be inappropriate. Thus, I wish to earnestly request my senior brother's assistance. Lin Yu bowed respectfully to Zhao Huayu. Zhao Huayu felt a surge of emotions within him. Given Lin Yu's current status and standing, there was no need for such courtesy towards an ordinary core disciple from the outer sect. However, Lin Yu exhibited no pretentiousness, always considering Zhao's feelings. This time, I must thank you, senior brother. However, I cannot accept this elixir, Zhao Huayu sincerely expressed. There is no need for such formality. Senior brother, these elixirs are merely those I concocted myself and are not of great value, he added. Lin Yu resolutely placed the elixir into Zhao Huayu's hand before turning away, leaving no chance for Zhao Huayu to refuse. Although Zhao Huayu contemplated declining, he hesitated and ultimately decided against it. After all, Lin Yu had stated that the elixir was merely a product of his own refinement and was not particularly valuable. It was likely just a fundamental qi-regulating pill. Upon opening the porcelain vial and extracting a single pill, Zhao Huayu was momentarily taken aback. He quickly returned the pill to the vial, glancing around furtively, as if guilty of theft. A Qi pill, and a 4-pattern Qi pill at that. It was refined by Lin Yu, his junior. Once he confirmed that no one was around, Zhao Huayu stealthily departed. Meanwhile, within the great hall, Wang Chenkong withdrew his gaze with a complex expression. In truth, he had no intention of eavesdropping. However, under the influence of his golden core cultivation, The commotion outside was impossible to conceal from his keen senses. Initially curious about Lin Yu's reluctance to leave, he had not expected to witness such a scene. Wang Qingkong's expression shifted dramatically as he pondered, what merit or virtue have I possessed to be fortunate enough to guide Lin Yu in the path of weapon refinement? A sigh escaped his lips. How could he not be aware of his own vanity? Yet, he had not anticipated that Lin Yu was fully cognizant of his thoughts and willingly indulged him in this charade. Lin Yu even considered seeking Zhao Huayu's assistance on his behalf. Wang Qingkong lamented his own lack of skill, feeling unable to offer Lin Yu further guidance. If only he could truly take Lin Yu under his wing, it would be an unparalleled joy. Frustration washed over Wang Qingkong as he grappled with his own achievements for the first time. I may be lacking, but others may not be. Perhaps it is time for a visit to the inner sect. A glimmer of determination flickered in Wang Qingkong's eyes. Chapter 44, The Path of Time. A moment of transience. This time, Lin Yu did not proceed directly to Elder Du Li's suspended spear peak, but instead returned to his own cave dwelling. Although the flower of weapon refinement had blossomed, Wang Qingkong's jade slip contained 137,000 array patterns. Each pattern required Lin Yu to comprehend individually. Additionally, there were over 3,000 types of formations that Lin Yu needed to memorize. All of this demanded time for study. However, for Lin Yu, who possessed both the flower of weapon refinement and the flower of formation, grasping these concepts was naturally quite effortless. Upon returning to his secluded abode, Lin Yu immediately entered a state of enlightenment, diligently studying the profound secrets of artifact forging. Simultaneously, he did not neglect the enhancement of his cultivation. In merely half a day's time, Lin Yu had mastered the essence of artifact forging, meticulously committing all intricate patterns and formations to memory. Senior Brother Lin. Came the voice of Tian Qiyao from outside the cave. Elders Du's suspended spear peak, Elder Su's fiery peak, and Elder Li's cloud viewing peak all wish to see you. The three esteemed elders' peaks? Upon hearing this, Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback, but then he said, please escort them to the reception room. I shall be there shortly. Yes, Tian Qiyao replied, taking her leave. What could possibly bring the disciples of the three elders' peaks here without any apparent reason? Lin Yu furrowed his brow and then rose to exit the cave dwelling, making his way to the reception room. Wenru, Chuhi, Miao Sandao. It is a pleasure to meet you, Junior Brother Lin. As Lin Yu entered the reception room, he was greeted by two men and a woman, all of whom rose simultaneously to pay their respects. Greetings, Junior Brother. Lin Yu smiled and returned the greeting. Three senior brothers and sisters, please take a seat. Tian Qiyao, why haven't you yet served tea to our esteemed seniors? Lin Yu settled into the main seat and instructed Tian Qiyao. Yes. Tian Qiyao acknowledged the command and departed. When Ru and the other two exchanged knowing glances, each retrieving a jade slip and neatly arranging them before Lin Yu. Junior Brother Lin. This is a divine-grade martial technique sent by Elder Du Li. When Ru announced. Inside, you will find Elder Du Li's transcendent spear technique. He mentioned that as you traverse various peaks while cultivating multiple paths, it may prove a waste of time. Thus, this technique is given to you for self-study. Should you encounter any difficulties, feel free to inquire using a communication talisman. When Ru spoke with a hint of incredulity, this is a divine-grade technique. It is commonly said that one should not impart the Tao lightly. In the past, disciples wishing to learn had to undergo rigorous selection processes. Once their aptitude was confirmed, Elder Du Li would then teach them personally with utmost seriousness. Yet here we are. He has directly sent the technique to Lin Yu for self-study. Is Elder Du Li not concerned that Lin Yu might struggle to grasp it? What if he goes astray? Junior Brother Lin. Elder Su shares the same sentiment. Herein lies Elder Su's divine-grade sword technique. The others chimed in. And this is Elder Li's formation method. Chu He and Miao Sandao added, both equally astonished. The three had been in the sect for quite some time, yet they had never witnessed their elders imparting knowledge to their disciples in such a casual manner. Self-study? Lin Yu also displayed a peculiar expression. Indeed, all three elders have spoken. Junior Brother can simply learn on his own. If there is anything unclear, he may directly inquire. When Ru and the others asserted with unwavering conviction, I appreciate the efforts of the three senior brothers and sisters for making this trip. Lin Yu felt astonished, yet still accepted the jade slip with a smile. By the way, Junior Brother Lin, the three elders have another request, Chu He said somewhat awkwardly. What is it? Lin Yu expressed his confusion. Three elders, I hope that Junior Brother Lin will practice not in the training room, but rather in the courtyard. Miao Sandao remarked. Practice in the courtyard? Lin Yu was somewhat bewildered. What kind of request was this? The three elders had indeed given such instructions. As for the purpose, since the elders did not disclose it, we are also unable to inquire further, said Wen-Ru and the others, shaking their heads. All right, then, junior brother. Let us practice these three great methods right here in the courtyard. Lin Yu smiled lightly, showing no concern. Then we shall take our leave. Wen-Ru and the other two stood up. Will the three senior brothers and sisters not sit with us any longer? Lin Yu inquired with a smile. No need. The three shook their heads. All three were feeling quite awkward, wishing fervently to escape as soon as possible. Junior brother, see off the three senior brothers and sisters. Lin Yu personally escorted the three individuals to the entrance. Practicing in the courtyard? Surely, the three elders do not intend to observe from the shadows, do they? Lin Yu watched as the three departed, casting a peculiar glance at the three jade slips in his hand. These three divine arts each possessed their own remarkable histories. The Xian Luo sect was truly formidable. The Yuntian minor realm was merely one of the 3,000 outer sects. Yet the depth of resources held by the sect leader and the esteemed elders was astonishingly profound. Lin Yu lowered his head, gazing at the three jade slips, where golden light flowed quietly, and a sense of contemplation emerged upon his face. Buzz. The golden light swirling on the three jade slips descended upon Lin Yu's forehead, revealing three vivid images. In the first image, a young man with a disdainful gaze wielded a long spear, engaged in a fierce battle with an elderly man. The young warrior brandished his spear with ferocity, as if capable of piercing the heavens with each thrust. However, no matter how he attacked, he could not inflict the slightest harm upon the elder. Conversely, with each strike, the elder managed to force the young man to cough up blood and retreat. Slow, slow, slow. Your spear is far too slow. Even if you were to train for 100 or 1,000 years, facing me would only lead you to inevitable defeat. The elder's strikes were accompanied by a mocking tone, reminiscent of a cat playing with a mouse, and a sneer escaped his lips. Slow? The young man stood resolutely with his spear, his body battered and bruised, yet an indomitable spirit coursed through him. He did not falter, charging toward the elder time and again, only to be repelled repeatedly. Lin Yu made a peculiar observation. The young man in the frame was drawing his firearm at an increasingly sluggish pace. Yet the pressure he exerted upon the elder seemed to intensify. How strange. Despite the evident deceleration in the young man's actions, the elder appeared to struggle more with each passing moment. Lin Yu gazed at the screen, murmuring in disbelief. The young man's gunfire was astonishingly swift, yet it was effortlessly neutralized by the elder. However, as the pace slowed, it became increasingly challenging for the elder to withstand the onslaught. There were even moments when the elder narrowly escaped being pierced by the youth's relentless assault. The path of time. It is indeed the path of time. After carefully scrutinizing, Lin Yu's eyes revealed a hint of intrigue. Lin Yu discerned that with each shot fired by the youth, the essence of time flowed with remarkable potency. Clang. Lin Yu just realized that the young man in the scene had fired another shot. This shot, though it moved at a glacial pace, seemed to transcend the very fabric of time, instantly appearing at the elder's brow. Chapter 45, The Body of Time. The Terrifying Art of the Temporal Lance. With a soft thud, the elder's brow was pierced in an instant, and his body fell straight to the ground. The art of the temporal lance was created by the sage of time, who possessed an innate affinity for the essence of time. During his cultivation in the realm of separation, he was pursued by divine consciousness cultivators. In the face of dire peril, he comprehended the profound truth of time's swiftness and, through a synthesis of understanding, crafted the art of the temporal lance. Though merely a divine-grade technique, it is heralded as one of the swiftest spear arts on earth, dazzling the heavens and leaving a mark upon history, as the breathtaking legacy of the art of the temporal lance was absorbed by the tree of the great Tao. The flowers of time, the duality of physical form, and the blossoms of the sword path began to sway in unison. Furthermore, a new flower of the great Tao was in the process of being formed. Indeed, the effects of the sword path and spear path are interconnected. The absorption of magnificent legacies benefits the sword path blossoms equally. Lin Yu's eyes sparkled with brilliance, drawing from the remarkable essence of the age gun technique. The effects of the flower of time have been enhanced. Effects of the flower of time. 1. During cultivation, the flow of time in the surroundings slows down to 1/6, allowing a single day of practice to equate to 6 days of training. 2. The way of time, imbued with the profound weight of history, when applied to divine powers, bestows them with profound significance. 3. The way of time, characterized by rapidity, when applied to divine powers, grants swiftness. Harnessing the age gun technique. The effects of the body and essence flower have also been elevated. Effects of the body and essence flower. 1. Even in the absence of cultivation, the advancement in skill remains astonishing. 2. The purity of the innate energy within one's body is quadrupled. 3. The nourishing effect of innate energy on the physical form is tripled. 4. The nourishing effect of innate energy on the soul is tripled. 5. Innate energy possesses the inherent power of the 9 heavens. Drawing from the age gun technique, the effects of the sword path flower have been enhanced. Effects of the sword path flower. 1. Comprehension of any sword technique is increased 7-fold. 2. Any sword technique can be imbued with searing sword intent. 3. Any sword technique can be enhanced with thunderfire sword intent, doubling the power of thunder attribute techniques. 4. When wielding the sword path, it can be imbued with reverse celestial sword intent, doubling its power. 5. All comprehended sword intents can be transformed into the great sword Qi. 6. When executing the great sword Qi of time, the speed of divine powers is doubled. Harnessing the age gun, the flower of spear path is established. Effects of the spear path flower. 1. When executing the time path spear technique, its power is doubled. 2. When employing spear techniques, the flow of time can be altered. Altering the flow of time? The spear path flower possesses the extraordinary power to manipulate time. Lin Yu's breath quickened. In a fleeting moment of inspiration, Lin Yu allowed the tree of the Great Way to absorb the astonishing past of the other 2 methods, directly entering a state of enlightenment and comprehending the spear of time. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Simultaneously, upon a small hill in the distance of Lin Yu's cave abode, 3 figures emerged like phantoms amidst the distortion of the void, appearing atop the treetops. Elder Du, Elder Su, Elder Li. These 3 were indeed the remaining members of the 4 esteemed elders. Upon their appearance, they exchanged knowing glances and then, in perfect harmony, concealed their own auras. It was evident that you too, like me, dared not personally instruct Lin Yu. Yet, we are eager to discover to what extent he can cultivate our divine abilities. Elder Su spoke with a smile, exuding an air of having discerned their thoughts long ago. Alas, Lin Yu's talent is truly terrifying. Zhou Junbai, Lu Xian, and Wang Chenkong have reportedly been thoroughly overwhelmed by him. I fear Lin Yu may extinguish my own Dao heart, Elder Du remarked, shaking his head. Indeed, the Yunxiao scripture and the 9 heavens sword scripture are said to have been cultivated to perfection by Lin Yu. Wang Chenkong suffered an even harsher blow. As soon as Lin Yu departed, he sought solace outside, and has since left the outer sect. Just listen to his nonsense. This fellow has surely returned to the inner sect. He must be quite shaken. Elder Li and Elder Su chuckled. What do you think? To what extent can Lin Yu cultivate the divine abilities of the 3 of us? Elder Du inquired with a shake of his head and a smile. The formation path poses no challenge for Lin Yu. After all, he grasped the 12 transformations of the Yun Tian Great Formation without even studying formations. Elder Li spoke bitterly. Although Elder Li is a master of formation at the heaven grade, his expertise in formations pales in comparison to Wang Chenkong. My path of the blade is similar. As long as Lin Yu does not possess an innate aversion to the blade, with his comprehension of the 9 heavens sword scripture, reaching perfection will be effortless. It's merely a matter of moments. Elder Su echoed, shaking his head. If it were otherwise, why would they deliberately send their disciples to present their divine abilities? Secretly observing? They feared the blow to their pride. Elder Du, what about you? Your path of the spear is the path of time. Elder Su and Elder Li both turned their gaze toward Elder Du. Elder Du is undoubtedly the strongest among the 4 elders. He could even contend directly with Lu Xian, the deputy sect master who specializes in the sword. Who knows? My spear technique of time is indeed the path of time. You all understand that the power of time is the most enigmatic force, exceedingly difficult to cultivate. The spear of time can unleash the swiftest attacks in the world by altering the flow of time. To embark upon the path of cultivation requires an investment of time. Once mastery is attained, one can manipulate the flow of time at a rate 9-fold. Among the practitioners of the inner sect who have cultivated the temporal spear technique, the strongest has only reached a 7-fold acceleration. After hundreds of years of diligent practice, I have scarcely managed to attain the 3rd level, allowing me to alter the time flow by a mere 3 times. Du Li spoke with solemnity. Indeed, The comprehension of the way of time is fraught with immense difficulty. No matter how profound Lin Yu's understanding may be, achieving full mastery directly is improbable. Elder Su nodded in agreement. Full mastery? How could that be possible? When the temporal spear Immortal forged the spear of time, he left behind a crucial statement at the conclusion of his teachings. To achieve full mastery of the spear of time, one must possess a body of time. Duly asserted with conviction. At that moment, as Lin Yu sat cross-legged in the courtyard, waves of temporal essence surged forth from within him. Chapter 46. The Celestial Spirit Body. The flower of the blade of the soul. The essence of time. Lin Yu was indeed cultivating the temporal spear technique. Has he reached the entry level? The three elders perceived the flowing temporal essence surrounding Lin Yu, and their expressions grew grave. Duly, can you discern which level he has attained? Elder Su and Elder Li turned their gazes toward Duly. We shall see. Duly replied with a serious tone. Although he too had practiced the temporal spear technique, determining Lin Yu's level solely through the essence was an exceedingly challenging task. How shall we test this? Upon hearing this, Elders Su and Li's eyes brightened with intrigue. With a swift motion, Duly glanced at a nearby tree, observing a single leaf silently descend. Simultaneously, he plucked a leaf from the treetop beside him. The three elders noticed that as the leaf fell above Lin Yu's head, it slowed considerably once it came within 3 inches of him, as if time itself had momentarily frozen. With a flourish, Elder Duly released the leaf in his grasp, allowing it to fall freely. The two leaves presented a striking contrast. Ninefold, a monster has emerged from the outer sect of Yun Tian. The leaf above Lin Yu descended at a pace 9 times slower than the one beside Elder Duly. This is mastery, capable of altering the flow of time by 9-fold. Elders Su and Li were left in utter disbelief after their comparison. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The temporal spear Immortal had been unequivocal. Without a body of time, one could never achieve full mastery of the spear of time. Therefore, despite the spear of time's ability to manipulate time and its renown in the realm of cultivation, the vast majority do not choose to specialize in it. Duly's astonishment was palpable. What if Lin Yu is indeed a body of time? Elder Su murmured. Lin Yu is a body of time? Upon hearing this, Duly first exhibited a look of astonishment, only to subsequently awaken as if enlightened by a sudden revelation. Indeed, if one does not attain mastery due to the nature of the time body, could it not simply be that he embodies the time body itself? Yet, that does not quite align. Lin Yu is inherently a sword body. How could one individual possibly possess 2 distinct physiques? Realizing this, Duly found himself once again engulfed in confusion. It is widely acknowledged within the cultivation community that a practitioner can, at most, possess a singular physique. Duly, do you recall the legend regarding the celestial spirit body that circulates in our cultivation realm? Elder Su spoke gravely. The celestial spirit body? Both Du Li and Elder Li's pupils constricted sharply upon hearing this. The celestial spirit body. This is a physique spoken of only in legends. It is said to be one of the mightiest physiques in existence. Typically, a physique harbors a unique effect. For instance, the innate sword body contains a strand of innate sword energy, allowing its practitioner to achieve remarkable results in sword cultivation with relative ease. Similarly, Ji Yinling's innate spirit body resonates with the principles of the cosmos, enabling her to naturally attract the spiritual essence of heaven and earth. However, exceptions do exist. The celestial spirit body. It is said that this physique inherently possesses a celestial root. The celestial root not only bestows the practitioner with astonishing talent for cultivation, but also naturally aligns with 7 distinct paths. It is heralded as the fastest physique in terms of cultivation speed within the realm. Old Su, are you suggesting that Lin Yu is of the celestial spirit body? Duly and Elder Li found their breaths involuntarily becoming labored. It is not beyond the realm of possibility. Achieving breakthrough within half a month. Who could accomplish such a feat without the celestial spirit body? Moreover, consider the Yunxiao Sutra and the 9 Heavens Sword Canon. Lin Yu achieved instantaneous mastery in both. If he were not innately attuned to multiple paths, how could he have accomplished this? As for the temporal spear technique, which requires the time body to reach mastery, if Lin Yu possesses the celestial spirit body, which aligns with the path of time among the 7 paths, does it not equate to the same thing? Elder Su grew increasingly convinced of the validity of his hypothesis. Without such a premise, it would be utterly inexplicable how Lin Yu could cultivate the spear of time to such a consummate level. Should Lin Yu indeed be of the celestial spirit body, our Yuntian outer sect would truly flourish. Uncovering a celestial spirit body, our sect would undoubtedly receive significant support, elevating our standing to a higher echelon. The possibility of returning to the inner sect for appointments would not be beyond reach. The three elders murmured to themselves. Indeed, if that is the case, we must contemplate how to forge stronger ties with Lin Yu, duly suggested, his gaze glimmering with intent. Absolutely. Both Elder Su and Elder Li's eyes shone with renewed hope. I have heard that Lu Daoxian has been diligently preparing numerous contingencies these past few days, reportedly intending to accompany Lin Yu in the pursuit of a celestial-grade alchemical flame. Duly remarked. I have heard as well. Let us proceed, my friends, to pay a visit to Elder Lu. The three elders exchanged knowing glances and, with a shared understanding, made their way towards Danxia Peak. The temporal spear technique can alter time by a factor of 9. At this moment, Lin Yu, having cultivated the temporal spear technique to great mastery, was filled with exuberant joy. The temporal spear technique alters time by 9-fold. The flower of time can be further modified by an additional factor, 10-fold time. Simultaneously, the tree of great Tao within Lin Yu stirred once more, drawing upon the exquisite essence of the threefold soul severance, and forging the Blade Tao flower. Effects of the Blade Tao flower. 1. The Blade Tao divine ability can enhance the efficacy of soul attacks. As the Blade Tao flower was forged, a line of text emerged, an enhancement to the efficacy of soul attacks via the Blade Tao flower. It appears that this threefold soul severance indeed pertains to the realm of soul attack techniques. Lin Yu gazed at the emerging script, a smile gracing his face. Drawing from the breathtaking legacy of the million-pattern divine record, the efficacy of the array path blossomed. At this moment, the flower of formation path blossomed, revealing its splendor. The effects of the flower of formation path are as follows. 1. It enables the insight into the foundational principles of all formations beneath the earth. 2. The speed of formation arrangement is doubled. 3. The efficacy of the formation is enhanced by a factor of 2. The convergence of the blade path flower and the augmentation of the formation path flower significantly elevated Lin Yu's overall prowess once again. Boom. The following morning, a surge of formidable innate energy erupted from within Lin Yu, engulfing the entire courtyard. Chapter 47. The Collapse of the House. All four elders are notorious robbers. Within Lin Yu's body, the innate energy was swiftly released and subsequently retracted. However, his cultivation had undeniably ascended once more, reaching the 4th level of the innate realm. Excellent. Lin Yu opened his eyes, feeling quite content with the pace of his cultivation. Lin Yu. At that moment, the voice of Lu Daoxian echoed from afar, followed by the approach of 4 figures in unison. Lu Daoxian, Du Li, Su Changfeng, and Li Tongtian. These 4 elders swiftly appeared before Lin Yu. Disciple Lin Yu pays his respects to the 4 esteemed elders. Lin Yu promptly bowed. In the future, when you see us, there is no need to be so formal. Du Li said gently. One must not neglect the importance of etiquette. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu shook his head and smiled. Lin Yu, did I not mention before that once the preparations were complete, I would take you to acquire the heavenly grade Dan fire? The moment has arrived today. Elder Lu said with a smile. Elder Lu, are we truly ready? A fleeting expression of joy crossed Lin Yu's face. It was originally still lacking a little. However, these 3 old fellows sought me out overnight, expressing their desire to join. With their presence, there would certainly be no issues. Lu Daoxian cast a peculiar glance at Du Li and the other 2. The 3 elders also wish to accompany us? Lin Yu was taken aback. Indeed. With nothing pressing to attend to, it would be more enjoyable to take a stroll together. The quality of the heavenly grade Dan fire rivals that of the Yuaning fire, and its potency is not inferior to that of golden core cultivators. Given Lu Daoxuan's capabilities, the risks are certainly considerable. As we from the 7 peaks are concurrently guiding your cultivation, it is only fitting that we contribute our efforts as well, the 3 elders stated earnestly. Then I must express my gratitude to the 3 esteemed elders. Lin Yu hurriedly expressed his gratitude, asserting that they were all comrades and there was no need for such formality. Du Li and the other 2 shook their heads in response. Lin Yu, Du Li began, I possess a magical artifact known as the Celestial Cloud Shuttle, which boasts an extraordinarily swift flight speed. How about we utilize my Celestial Cloud Shuttle for our journey? As he spoke, Du Li effortlessly summoned a small artifact that was merely the size of a palm, shaped like a crescent moon, radiating brilliant hues that suggested its extraordinary nature. How could a disciple refuse such an offer? Lin Yu nodded with a smile. With a thunderous roar, Dooley nodded and casually tossed forth the heavenly cloud shuttle. The shuttle swelled in the wind, transforming in an instant into a colossal size of several dozen zhang. With another gesture of his hand, a portal opened on the heavenly cloud shuttle. Ladies and gentlemen, please. Dooley gestured invitingly. Lin Yu and his companions entered the Tianyun shuttle without hesitation. As Lin Yu had anticipated, the interior of the shuttle formed its own spatial realm, resembling a mobile sanctuary. The walls, transparent and crystalline, allowed a clear view of the surroundings. Old Lu, I shall operate the Tianyun shuttle while you guide our direction. As Dooley stepped inside, the shuttle soared through the air, departing from the hidden realm of Yutian. The heavenly grade Dan Fire is located in a valley, 300,000 miles to the north. Lu Daoxian declared. 300,000 miles to the north? Isn't that the territory of the Earth Fire Outer Gate? Dooley's mind stirred. Indeed, that distance marked the domain of the Earth Fire Outer Gate, one of the 3,000 outer sects of the Xianluo sect. Precisely, it is their territory. Lu Daoxian replied with a hint of amusement. Old Lu, you're truly attempting to extract a tooth from a tiger's mouth. The master of the Earth Fire Outer Gate, Gu Yin, is notoriously stingy. If he discovers we are encroaching upon his domain to seize something, he will undoubtedly become furious. Su Changfeng added with a wry smile. Each of the 3,000 outer gates of the Xianluo sect possesses its own defined territory. Generally, outer gates do not venture into each other's domains lightly. Acts of pilfering in such a manner are rarely undertaken. Steal if we must. If they lack the ability to discover the heavenly grade Dan Fire, are we not entitled to claim it? Lu Daoxian remarked nonchalantly. Exactly. Celestial materials and treasures rightfully belong to those deserving of them. If the treasures lie at their doorstep and they fail to notice, it indicates they lack the fortune to possess them. Li Tongtian asserted confidently. Moreover, this is not our first foray into another's territory for the sake of acquisition. A few years ago, Zhou Jubai ventured into the domain of the Qifeng Outer Gate to procure a celestial star stone for Fang Mingshue's treasure, did he not? Lu Daoxian shrugged. Indeed. I recall that incident well. Zhou Junbai was chased back by the master of the Qifeng Outer Gate and did not dare to step outside for 3 years. He even refrained from congratulating the master of the Qifeng Outer Gate upon his ascension to the nascent soul stage. Dooley could not help but chuckle. Lin Yu listened to the conversation among the 4 elders, feeling quite peculiar. What a surprise. Each of them was indeed a habitual offender. It appeared that they had frequently engaged in the act of brazenly seizing others' possessions. Their audacity had become as formidable as a city wall. Nevertheless, we must remain mindful of the ethos of our Yun Tian outer sect. Our actions should be discreet. Once we arrive at the territory of the Dihua outer sect, we shall proceed independently. The ambitions of Yun Tian Su are far-reaching. At that time, I shall employ the celestial great array disk to seal off that region. Should we succeed, the 4 of us will unleash our full power to swiftly subdue the celestial grade Dan Fire, enabling Lin Yu to capture it. After accomplishing this, we shall not linger, but depart immediately. Lu Daoxian spoke with ease, confident in their experience. Rest assured, we are well aware of our limits. After all, this is not our first venture into such matters. Dooley and the other 2 chimed in, their demeanor relaxed. Dihua Outer Sect. Main hall of the sect leader. Excellent. Despite being here for merely 3 years, you have successfully refined 2 Dan patterns in the Vitality Dan, making you quite formidable among yellow-grade alchemists. Gu Yin, the leader of the Dihua Outer Sect, was delighted as he gazed at the Vitality Dan in his hand. All thanks to the guidance of the sect leader. A young woman, around 20 years of age, humbly replied, Han Yin, there is no need for excessive modesty. Were it not for your Dan spirit body, my capabilities would not suffice to facilitate such achievements in such a short time. Especially with 2 Dan patterns. That is indeed rare, Gu Yin asserted confidently. The Dan spirit body, an innate alchemist, with an exceptionally high talent in the art of alchemy. Every time Gu Yin thought of having such a genius among his disciples, he couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. Unfortunately, the Dan spirit body can only provide some benefits in alchemy. The disciple's cultivation still lags behind. The slow progress in cultivation results in insufficient power from the innate fire, preventing the perfect refinement of spiritual herbs. Otherwise, the disciple believes that the Vitality Dan produced would be even better. Han Yin seemed dissatisfied with the 2 Dan patterns. You need not rush. The innate fire certainly falls short in alchemy. However, it is not beyond remedy. Obtaining the Dan fire will suffice. You are fortunate. Just a few days ago, during my cultivation, I had a sudden inspiration and sensed the presence of Dan fire within the confines of our with secret realm, Gu Yan remarked, his gaze flickering. Chapter 48. How proficient you are. Essential for arson and murder. The presence of Dan fire? Han Yan's heart leaped with joy. Indeed, although that sensation was merely a fleeting glimpse, it is certain that it is at least of the earth grade. Gu Yan spoke with fervent intensity. Earth grade. Isn't that equivalent to the Dan fire inherited by our earth fire outer sect? Han Yan responded, astonished. The reason the earth fire small secret realm bears this name is that it once harbored an earth grade Dan fire. This singular Dan fire was tamed by the first master of the earth fire small secret realm and has since been passed down as its legacy. Thus, it ensures that the earth fire outer sect must possess an alchemist of at least earth grade. After all, only an alchemist can subdue Dan fire. Earth grade Dan fire holds significant allure even for celestial grade alchemists. Consequently, every time a master of the earth fire outer sect steps down, an intersect alchemist invariably seeks to assume the role. This is why the earth fire outer sect stands strong among the 3,000 outer sections. Gu Yan himself hailed from the inner sect, a celestial grade alchemist. Indeed, at the very least, it is earth grade. Gu Yan affirmed with conviction. Were it not for the presence of a talent like you under my tutelage, I would not hesitate to claim that Dan fire for myself. However, since you are a Dan spirit body, it seems far more prudent for that Dan fire to remain in your hands. Gu Yan's words were sincere, devoid of any deceit. While the legacy Dan fire of the earth fire outer sect may be merely earth grade, its potency rivals that of celestial fire. Having been nurtured by generations of diverse alchemists throughout the ages, one could argue that it merely lacks the illustrious name of celestial fire. Hence, Gu Yan genuinely wished to facilitate Han Yan's ascent. Thank you, master. Han Yan promptly bowed in gratitude. No need for thanks. Merely remember that I have aided you. And that will suffice. Gu Yan replied with a smile. In this world, all is bustling for profit. All is tumultuous for gain. Gu Yan, too, harbored personal motives. Han Yan, as a Dan spirit body, clearly possessed immense potential for future achievements, making her a worthy investment. The grace bestowed by the master is an indelible mark upon my heart. As the saying goes, once a teacher, forever a father, regardless of Han Yan's future accomplishments. You shall always be her guiding mentor. Han Yan spoke earnestly. With your words, I find contentment. I have dispatched disciples to follow the aura of the Dan fire. I trust we shall soon ascertain its location, at which point I shall personally accompany you to subdue it. Gu Yan declared with resolve. Master, we have tracked the whereabouts of the Dan fire. At that moment, an excited voice emanated from Gu Yan's communication artifact. Excellent. Secure that position. I shall come forthwith. Gu Yan responded gravely. Old Lu, something feels amiss. At this moment, Lin Yu and the others had approached the edge of the mountain range where the celestial fire resided. The spiritual energy of the mountains was meager, nearly resembling the mundane realm, which, in theory, should deter cultivators from traversing this area. Yet, numerous cultivators were present within the mountains, soaring on their treasures, evidently in search of something. This was indeed peculiar. Could it be that the disciples of the Earth Fire sect had discovered the heavenly grade Dan fire? Lu Daoxian was also somewhat uncertain. Suddenly, a brilliant light shot up from the distance, piercing the heavens. Instantly, the cultivators riding their treasures erupted into chaos, hastily rushing toward the source of the light. Blast! It was the task signal from our outer sect of Xianluo. This indicated the location of the heavenly grade Dan fire. Damn it! I had detected this heavenly grade Dan fire for quite some time without any disturbances, and now trouble arises just as we arrive. Lu Daoxian began to grind his teeth in frustration. Originally, he and his companions had planned to discreetly seize the heavenly grade Dan fire and depart without a trace. But now, it seemed the heavenly grade Dan fire had been uncovered by the disciples of the Earth Fire sect. Regardless, since they had already arrived, it was inconceivable to return empty-handed. Indeed, while it might not matter for us to have made this trip in vain, if Lin Yu were to miss this opportunity, the prospect of finding another heavenly grade Dan fire in the future would prove exceedingly difficult. Lu Daoxian cast a glance at Lin Yu and gritted his teeth as he spoke. Elders, if circumstances do not permit, I can seek alternative methods. Lin Yu quickly spoke up. Naturally, he felt elated to obtain the heavenly grade Dan fire. However, he equally wished that the four elders would not put themselves at risk on his behalf. It was no trivial matter for fellow disciples to engage in conflict. Rest assured, we are well aware of the stakes. Now, change into these garments. As duly spoke. He produced 5 sets of black cloaks and distributed them among Lin Yu and the others. Lin Yu. These cloaks are made of special material. Even a gold core expert would be unable to discern our identities. Lu Daoxian swiftly donned the cloak, leaving only his eyes visible, while simultaneously explaining to Lin Yu. This is truly remarkable. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. A robe capable of obstructing the probing of golden core cultivators is indeed an indispensable item for those who engage in nefarious deeds. Elder Lu possesses profound knowledge. Let us proceed. Once the group was prepared, they swiftly made their way towards the heavenly grade alchemical fire. Bang, bang, bang. Along their journey, the 5 encountered several groups of cultivators. These cultivators had no time to react before Elder Lu Daoxian and his companions rendered them unconscious, dragging their bodies into the thickets with chilling efficiency. After a brief moment, Lin Yu spotted a cave. The surrounding environment was desolate, truly devoid of any vegetation. A fitting description for a place seemingly unremarkable. However, at the entrance of the cave stood 8 cultivators, all at the foundation establishment stage. 8 individuals. We shall each take down 2. Be gentle. We must not inflict injury. Elder Lu conveyed through thought. Understood. The 4 esteemed elders flickered and appeared at the cave's mouth. Bang, bang, bang. The 4 elders were decisive in their actions, each struck with precision, incapacitating the 8 foundation establishment cultivators instantaneously. Hurry over. The 4 elders, having subdued the 8 cultivators, beckoned Lin Yu to approach. Swiftly, Lin Yu swiftly leaped forward. At this moment, he beheld a fallen foundation establishment cultivator who, despite not being completely unconscious, managed to retrieve a signaling artifact. Offended. Bang. In a fleeting moment, Lin Yu's gaze flickered, and the innate power within him erupted violently as he brought his foot crashing down upon the face of the foundation-building cultivator. The cultivator, who had retained a shred of sentience, was rendered completely unconscious. Well done. Lu Daoxian gave Lin Yu a thumbs up before diving headfirst into the cave. Lin Yu and the others hurriedly followed. The entrance of the cave was quite small, yet within, it was a labyrinth of passages. Lu Daoxian adeptly guided Lin Yu and the others downward, and Lin Yu soon sensed the temperature within the cave rising dramatically. After a brief moment, they rounded a cavern and were all left in awe as they gazed ahead. Chapter 49. Pure Lotus Skyfire. The Convergence of Fortune's Bloom. At the end of the cave lay an enormous magma chamber. The molten rock churned violently, exuding an incredibly intense heat. In the center of the magma, a flame resembling a lotus, towering over 100 feet in size, flickered incessantly. The space around the elixir fire warped slightly under the influence of its scorching aura. Even more exhilarating for Lin Yu was the sight of golden rays emanating from the elixir fire, soaring toward his brow. This elixir fire also possessed a remarkable and mesmerizing past. Lin Yu felt a stirring within his heart. Another vivid image emerged in the depths of his consciousness. A flickering flame, as feeble as a candlelight, meandered within the cavern. So diminutive. Indeed, it was exceedingly weak. In comparison to Lin Yu's innate flame, it paled significantly. As the flame danced, it discovered a pristine white lotus nestled within the cave. The flickering flame alighted upon the lotus, astonishingly beginning to absorb its essence. The pure lotus heavenly fire, originally classified as a lowly yellow-grade alchemical flame, was scorned by all alchemists as the most inferior of fires. Yet, this pure lotus heavenly fire possessed an extraordinary fortune. In its ethereal drift, it encountered a celestial-grade pure lotus, and after devouring its medicinal power, it underwent a remarkable transformation into a heavenly-grade alchemical flame, a spectacle to behold. So it was. This pure lotus heavenly fire had indeed consumed a celestial-grade spirit herb. The pure lotus? Lin Yu gazed at the information materializing on the screen, utterly astounded. The pure lotus, a celestial-grade spiritual herb. It is among the rarest and most precious of such herbs, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that it is nearly impossible to find in the world. The effects of the pure lotus are nothing short of miraculous. It can reconstruct one's foundation. For cultivators, there is no path of retreat. If the foundation laid at any realm is not sufficiently solid, it can lead to a severed path in future cultivation. However, possessing a pure lotus changes everything. Consuming the pure lotus to concoct the pure lotus heavenly pill can reform one's foundation, allowing for a complete recultivation of all realms beneath the nascent soul. It is said that there is even a certain probability of transforming one's constitution. One could assert that it is far more precious than many divine medicines. The miraculous nature of the pure lotus heavenly fire is truly astonishing. As the tree of the great Tao swayed, another flower of the great Tao blossomed. Drawing upon the stunning past of the pure lotus heavenly fire, it forged a flower of fortune. Effects of the flower of fortune. 1. Personal fortune is doubled. A flower of fortune designed to enhance one's destiny? Lin Yu felt a stir within his heart. The concept of fortune, though ethereal and elusive, undeniably exists. In the realm of cultivators, there are countless instances of individuals who, blessed with exceptional fortune, repeatedly encounter great fortuitous events. Some are even so astonishingly fortunate that they are referred to as the children of destiny. Lin Yu understood that there exists a rare constitution known as the body of fortune, which is comparable to the celestial spirit body. For instance, a mere mortal, upon falling from a cliff, not only survives but also acquires extraordinary prowess, thus rising to greatness. In essence, stumbling upon treasures during one's travels is the fundamental characteristic of the body of fortune. If I were to elevate this fortune bestowal, could I too embark on a journey to discover treasures? Lin Yu let out a peculiar smile. Quick! Strike! Thunderous sounds erupted. In a moment of distraction, Lin Yu found himself astonished as Lu Daoxian swiftly summoned a formation plate. The plate rumbled into action, instantly unfolding layers of intricate formation patterns that isolated the entire melting cave. Subsequently, Lu Daoxian and his companions charged directly towards the pure lotus heavenly fire. As the pure lotus heavenly fire sensed the impending threat, waves of intense heat surged forth, engulfing Lu Daoxian and his three companions. The ferocious force unleashed upon the formation patterns caused them to contort violently. The magma within the cave boiled and began to churn wildly. Fortunately, Lu Daoxian and his companions had prepared in advance. They enveloped themselves in the protective essence of their golden core, while simultaneously executing intricate hand seals to control the pure lotus heavenly fire. Lin Yu observed that the manner in which the four elders executed their abilities was rather peculiar. They did not resort to divine powers. Instead, they utilized their own profound principles to conjure chains of the Tao, which entwined around the pure lotus heavenly fire. Gradually, they suppressed the essence of the heavenly fire. The combined strength of the four golden elixirs far exceeded that of the pure lotus heavenly fire. No matter how fiercely the fire struggled, it could scarcely escape the binding of the Tao chains. The once massive pure lotus heavenly fire, measuring 100 feet in size, was diminishing at an astonishing rate under the pressure exerted by the four golden elixirs. Excellent. The speed at which we are suppressing this fire surpasses our expectations. Lin Yu, prepare to refine the elixir fire. Subduing the fire is quite straightforward. Simply control it with the fire mastery technique. We shall diminish the power of the pure lotus heavenly fire to a level where you can easily subdue it. Lu Daoxian promptly advised. Understood. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu braced himself even more resolutely. In less than a moment, the pure lotus heavenly fire had been suppressed by the four great elders to a mere 10 feet in size. Its aura diminished significantly compared to before. Now is the time. Lin Yu, act swiftly. Lu Daoxian urged. Certainly. Upon hearing these words, Lin Yu felt an overwhelming surge of innate power coursing through his body. Such pristine innate energy. As Lin Yu made his move, the four esteemed elders revealed expressions of astonishment. They had encountered many practitioners at the fourth level of the innate realm, yet none had ever exhibited innate power as pure as that of Lin Yu. The Divine Fire Record. Lin Yu gravely spoke, invoking the fire control technique recorded within the Divine Fire Codex. The Divine Fire Codex, renowned for its unparalleled mastery over flame manipulation, was revered as the foremost fire control method in the world. Now, as the codex was unleashed, the pure lotus heavenly fire writhed violently, as if confronted by its nemesis, gradually succumbing to Lin Yu's meticulous control. This fire control technique is extraordinary. It will surely be tamed. Du Li and the others exchanged glances, their eyes alight with hope. Prepare yourselves and heed my command. Release the pure lotus heavenly fire. Lin Yu, when the moment arrives, we shall let go, and you shall draw the heavenly fire into your being. Lu Daoxian added. Understood. Lin Yu nodded. The innate energy within him was being consumed ceaselessly. After a brief moment, the previously struggling pure lotus heavenly fire had completely calmed down. Now is the moment. Boom. With a command from Lu Daoxian, the four simultaneously withdrew their hands. Come forth. With a sudden motion of his hand, Lin Yu summoned the pure lotus heavenly fire, which transformed into a radiant stream and surged into his body. Chapter 50. Epiphany. Is this your family's dining hall, allowing free entry and exit? Boom. As the pure lotus heavenly fire entered his being, Lin Yu's body trembled violently. Lin Yu could genuinely perceive a force akin to molten lava, surging into his body with an unparalleled ferocity. That sensation was reminiscent of magma coursing through his veins. Lin Yu exerted all his strength to wield the divine fire record, skillfully guiding the pure lotus heavenly fire through his meridians. Gradually, he directed the essence of this celestial flame into his Qi and Dantian. In but a fleeting moment, a pristine white lotus firmly took root within his energy reservoir. Success! Lu Daoxian exclaimed with joy. Yet, an unsettling realization dawned upon him. Oh no! Immediately, the expressions of Lu Daoxian and his companions shifted in alarm. What is this? Lin Yu also displayed a look of astonishment. Lin Yu discovered, to his astonishment, an immense and formidable force surging forth from the pure lotus heavenly fire, flooding into his Qi and Dantian. Boom. At this moment, the cloud sky scripture that Lin Yu has cultivated begins to operate autonomously. The 12 heavenly palaces manifest above Lin Yu's head, fervently refining the power unleashed by the sacred lotus heavenly fire. This is the essence of the sacred lotus. Lin Yufu's heart and spirit are blessed. Under the auspices of the cloud high scripture, in the blink of an eye, Lin Yu's cultivation ascended from the 4th layer of innate to the 5th layer of innate. The foundation of Lin Yu is also being remade. In the past, the pure lotus heavenly fire devoured the power of the pure lotus, defying fate and transforming into a transcendent grade of Dan fire. Yet, a small fragment of its medicinal potency remained. Now that the pure lotus heavenly fire has been subdued by Lin Yu, the residual power of the pure lotus is naturally unleashed in its entirety. Thunderous roars. As Lin Yu entered a state of enlightenment, the petals of time descended, altering the flow of time and exponentially enhancing his cultivation. He reached the 6th level of innate ability. With each passing moment, Lin Yu's prowess surged uncontrollably. How perilous! Within this elixir fire, such astonishing medicinal power lay concealed. Had it not been for Lin Yu's mastery of the Yunxiao scripture to its 12th peak, he might have perished in an instant. However, now this power benefited Lin Yu immensely, enough to elevate his cultivation several small realms. The once tense expressions of Lu Daoxian and the others transformed into envy and heartfelt joy as they beheld the 12-tiered jade tower manifesting above Lin Yu's head. Suddenly, at the cave's entrance, amidst the distortion of the void, Gu Yan appeared with Han Yan. What transpired? Upon arriving, Gu Yan was taken aback by the sight of disciples sprawled haphazardly at the entrance, their expressions turning grave. With a flick of his hand, streams of spiritual energy surged into the 8 disciples, awakening them instantly. We have seen the sect master. The 8 disciples, still dazed, quickly bowed upon seeing Gu Yan. What on earth happened? Gu Yan's expression darkened as he scrutinized the 8 disciples, particularly one with a shoe print marring his cheek, a clear indication of having been knocked unconscious by a kick. Sect master, we are at a loss. The disciples replied, bewildered. We were ordered to guard this place when suddenly a few individuals appeared and incapacitated us. The 8 disciples wore expressions of utter confusion. To be bested on their own turf was a disgrace they could hardly bear. Very well. Today, I shall uncover who dares to act as a bandit in the territory of my fire sect. Gu Yan's face was ashen as he swiftly made his way toward the cave. Had they set up a grand formation? Moments later, Gu Yan found himself outside Lu Daoxuan's grand formation, his fury escalating. Those inside, will you emerge willingly, or shall I shatter your formation and obliterate you all? Gu Yan's countenance was cold, his tone frigid. As one of the pinnacles of the cultivation world, the Xianluo sect commanded unparalleled authority, employing decisive measures across its 3,000 outer sections. This is the voice of that old fellow Gu Yan. The guardians of Lin Yu, including Lu Daoxian, felt a jolt of alarm. Stay silent. If we utter a word, we will surely be recognized. Let him break the formation. It is merely a heavenly grade array, and I can afford the loss. We must ensure that this little rascal Lin Yu completes his cultivation. Lu Daoxian gritted his teeth. Originally, they had intended to secure the pure lotus celestial fire and depart, never anticipating such immense medicinal power within. Observing Lin Yu's demeanor, it was clear he had entered a state of sudden enlightenment. Enlightenment. This is indeed a rare and fortuitous opportunity. Once interrupted, who can say when it will present itself again? You wish to play the fool? Just wait until I break your grand formation and reduce you all to true fools. Gu Yan, observing Lu Daoxian and the others silent, became increasingly exasperated. Come. As Gu Yin spoke, a surge of Dan fire erupted from within him, transforming into a colossal fiery hand that pressed down upon the celestial grand formation. Boom. The celestial grand formation resounded violently, its dense array of patterns being incinerated by the overwhelming force. This is not good. That old fool Gu Yin has unleashed his true fire, summoning forth the inherited Dan fire. The primary function of this celestial grand formation is to isolate. It will likely not withstand more than 3 strikes. Lu Daoxian remarked with a bitter smile. Boom. At the same time, Lin Yu's body trembled, and his cultivation soared once more, achieving the 8th level of the innate realm in one fell swoop. Whoosh. Lin Yu had just achieved a breakthrough in his cultivation when he opened his eyes, causing the 12-tiered ethereal palace above his head to dissipate. Let us proceed. Lin Yu suppressed the unrefined power of the pure lotus within him and spoke. Lin Yu, you are being irrational. We can endure. You should not forcefully interrupt the state of enlightenment. Lu Daoxian exclaimed in a moment of urgency. It is not a forceful interruption. The disciple has voluntarily withdrawn. Elders, there is no need for concern. Once we return to the sect, I shall enter that state once more. Lin Yu chuckled. Ah? Lin Yu's words left Lu Daoxian and the other 3 elders utterly bewildered. Are you jesting with me? Can enlightenment truly be resumed? Do you think this is merely a leisurely tea session? However, it didn't take long for them to recall Lin Yu's extraordinary talent. With a resigned effort, they steadied their wavering resolve and prepared for the next course of action. Lu Daoxian raised his hand once more, summoning a formation disc. With a swift motion, intricate runes cascaded down, and Lin Yu felt as though the world was spinning around him. In an instant, the figures of Lin Yu and the others vanished completely. Boom. As soon as Lin Yu and the others vanished, the formidable heavenly array was shattered by Gu Yin. Chapter 51. This blame lies squarely with the sect master. Gu Yin surveyed the empty molten cave, his nostrils flaring in indignation. The teleportation array disc. How infuriating. This has been a meticulously plotted scheme. Complete with a prepared teleportation array, Gu Yin immediately discerned the means by which Lin Yu and his companions had departed. The aura of the Yunxiao scripture. Among the outer sect of the 3,000 immortals, only the Zhou Junbai lineage practiced the Yunxiao scripture. Zhou Junbai, having previously pilfered treasures from the chiefing outer sect, and then being confined for 3 years, still displays the same obstinacy. Today, I shall have a thorough discussion with you. Gu Yin sensed the lingering essence left behind by Lin Yu's cultivation of the Yunxiao scripture. He contemplated the Tao rhythm and was certain that this individual must have mastered the Yunxiao scripture to an exceptionally profound level. In the 3,000 outer sects, who else could have reached such a pinnacle but Zhou Junbai? With a cold smirk, Gu Yin turned on his heel, seething with anger. Sect Master Han Yin, upon witnessing Gu Yin emerge with a face ashen as thunderclouds, felt a sudden pang of dread. Let us go. Accompany me to the Yuntian outer sect. I intend to make Shouju by regurgitate the pill fire he so eagerly consumed. With a chilling chuckle, Gu Yin swept up Han Yin and vanished from sight. Is this the legendary teleportation array? Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away in the mountains where the pure lotus heavenly fire resided, Lin Yu and his companions materialized. Lin Yu exclaimed in astonishment, Indeed. This is what I specifically requested Vice Sect Master Wang to forge. It is designed for convenient travel, capable of teleporting vast distances in a single use. The only drawback is that it operates at random, and it is rendered useless after one activation. Lu Daoxian laughed heartily. Old Lu, can you guess the expression on that old fool Gu Yan's face right now? Duly suppressed his laughter, replying, He must be frantic with rage. Lu Daoxian chuckled. However, in his haste, this young lad Lin Yu neglected to erase the traces of his cultivation of the Cloud Sky Sutra. Gu Yan is likely already racing towards the Cloud Sky secret realm, I presume? Su Changfeng remarked. What is there to fear? Caught in the act. Seizing the thief with the stolen goods. Why should Gu Yin claim that the practitioners of the Cloud Sky Sutra are solely from our outer sect? I could just as easily argue that it was those few from the inner sect. If Gu Yin has the capability, let him enter the inner sect and settle the score with them. Precisely. Moreover, the Cloud Sky Sutra is the method practiced by the sect master. It has nothing to do with us. Lu Daoxian and the others displayed a nonchalant demeanor. Wait, the sin of spirit herbs. At that moment, Lin Yu's nose twitched as he gazed towards the northern direction. Spirit herbs? What great! Lu Daoxuan's eyes brightened at the mention. Many. There are spirit-boosting flowers, vitality grasses, and the aroma of matured heavenly profound fruits. Lin Yu inhaled deeply and was instantly struck with astonishment. the heavenly Xian fruit. This is a divine-grade spiritual fruit. Although it may not be as rare as the purity lotus, it is nonetheless an exceptionally precious item. The heavenly Xian fruit? Could it be that we have been transported near a natural medicinal garden? Lu Daoxian was well aware of Lin Yu's remarkable ability to identify herbs by scent. Since Lin Yu has spoken, there can be no doubt. Let us take a look. A group of individuals immediately set off in the direction indicated by Lin Yu. Moments later, they arrived at a medicinal garden spanning several dozen acres, filled with an array of extraordinary flowers and plants. In the center of the garden stood a fruit tree, shimmering with vitality, adorned with clusters of vibrant purple fruits. Indeed, they were the famed Tianxian fruits, fully ripe. The garden bore no signs of cultivation. It was a natural medicinal haven. Ha ha ha, to be randomly transported to such a location. What extraordinary luck this is. Lu Daoxian and the others could not help but burst into laughter. Lin Yu cast a contemplative glance at the auspicious flower upon the tree of destiny. Is the effect of doubled fortune truly so remarkable? Lin Yusin felt peculiar. You three, keep watch around. Lin Yu, being an alchemist, shall accompany me in gathering spiritual herbs. In the end, we shall share the spoils equally. Lu Daoxian said with a smile. All right. Lin Yu smiled and followed Lu Daoxian into the medicinal garden to gather spiritual herbs. Lin Yu and his companions were bustling with activity, while Gu Yin led Han Yin to the outskirts of the Yuntian secret realm. As the master of the Earth Fire Outer Sect, Gu Yin had pressing matters to discuss with Sect Master Zhou. Although Gu Yan's temper was quite fiery, he maintained a sense of propriety, while seeking justice was necessary. The proper etiquette befitting members of the Xianluo sect could not be overlooked. Master Gu Yin, the steward responsible for guarding the entrance to the Yuntian secret realm, was taken aback upon hearing this, and quickly went to investigate. Indeed, it was Master Gu Yin. Junior Steward Wu Xian of the Yuntian Outer Sect pays his respects to Master Gu Yin. Wu Xian hurriedly bowed. Take me to see Zhou Junbai, Gu Yin stated coolly. Understood. Wu Xian nodded, discreetly relaying the information to Zhou Junbai. Master Gu Yin has arrived? Zhou Junbai, who was currently instructing Fang Mingxue and Ji Yinling, was momentarily startled by the news. Although the Yuntian secret realm and the Earthfire secret realm were neighboring, their relationship was far from amicable due to competition, limited to mere greetings during casual encounters. It was the first time Gu Yin had come personally. Take Master Gu Yin to the reception hall. I will be there shortly. Zhou Junbai replied. Mingxue, Yinling, today's training concludes here. Accompany me to meet Master Gu Yin. Zhou Junbai glanced at Fang Mingxue and Ji Yinling. Yes. Fang Mingxue and Ji Yinling promptly dispersed the ethereal structures above their heads and followed Zhou Junbai to the reception hall. Not long after Zhou Junbai and the two arrived, Gu Yin and Han Yin made their entrance. Master Gu Yin, your esteemed presence truly brings honor to our Yuntian secret realm. Zhou Junbai, unaware of the underlying tension, greeted Gu Yin warmly. Zhou Junbai, I had thought you would treat me as you did Master Chiefeng, refusing me entry, Gu Yin retorted with a hint of sarcasm. Zhou Junbai's brow furrowed at Gu Yin's words. It seemed that Gu Yin was in a rather fiery mood. Despite feeling uneasy, Zhou Junbai maintained his smile, saying, Master Gu Yin, you jest. Please have a seat. Gu Yin, unreserved, took a seat in the reception hall. I wonder what brings you here in person, Master Gu? Zhou Junbai inquired. Quite simply, return the Dan fire you took from our Earth Fire Outer Sect's territory, Gu Yin replied, casting a glance at Zhou Junbai. What Dan fire? Zhou Junbai's brow furrowed in confusion. Was Gu Yin perhaps out of his mind? When had he ever ventured into the territory of the Earth Fire Outer Sect? When had he ever taken any Dan fire? It was indeed a case of being home and suddenly having trouble rain down from the heavens. Keep pretending. Let us see how long you can maintain this charade. Upon hearing this, Gu Yin was instantly enraged. Gu Yin, clarify this for me. How could I possibly be pretending? Zhou Junbai was equally displeased. We are both sect leaders. On what grounds do you come here to accuse me? If I had truly taken the Dan fire, that would be one thing, but the fact remains, I did not. Very well. Today, I shall have a word with you. Someone has incapacitated my outer sect disciple of the Earth Fire and taken away a Dan fire from within our territory. Gu Yin declared coldly. Gu Yin, you must be mistaken. Our sect leader has been in the sect all day, guiding us in our cultivation, not leaving for a moment. Fang Mingxue quickly interjected. Indeed. The sect leader has been present the entire time. Ji Yinling nodded in agreement. Did you hear that? Zhou Junbai shot a sidelong glance at Gu Yin. Do you truly believe I would take their word for it? Why should I not trust them? Gu Yin scoffed. It seems I have been too lenient with you. Zhou Junbai, let me make this clear. I have not left the sect for even a moment today. Should you wish to visit our Yuntian outer sect, you are welcome. But if you come seeking the Dan fire, I must regretfully ask you to seek it elsewhere. Zhou Junbai's temper flared as well. Although Gu Yan, due to her status as a top-tier alchemist, held a slightly higher position as a sect leader, that did not grant her the right to bully him. Very well. Are we playing games here? I ask you, how many among all the outer sects of the Xianluo sect practice the Yunxiao Sutra? Gu Yan inquired. Aside from myself, only my disciples do. Zhou Junbai asserted confidently. The Xianluo sect possesses countless methods to ensure diverse paths of development across different outer sects. Such secret techniques are not practiced simultaneously among two outer sections. Let me ask you again. In your Yuntian outer sect, who besides you has cultivated the Yunxiao Sutra to the 6th level or above? Gu Yan coldly taunted. Who else has cultivated the Yunxiao Sutra to the 6th level or above other than myself? Zhou Junbai was momentarily taken aback. It appeared that there were only two individuals in the Yuntian outer sect. One was Zhou Junbai himself, and the other was Lin Yu, who had achieved mastery at the 12th level. If memory serves me correct, apart from those who have already entered the inner sect, you, Zhou Junbai, are the only one left, are you not? The location from which the Dan fire was taken exuded the essence of the Yunxiao Sutra, signifying a cultivation level of at least the 6th level. If an inner sect disciple wished to take the Dan fire, they would not need to be discreet. A single word would suffice. So, who else could it be but you? Gu Yan glared at Zhou Junbai and spoke in exasperation. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Zhou Junbai, Fang Mingxue, and Ji Yinling became exceedingly peculiar. At that moment, all three were reminded of Lin Yu, particularly Zhou Junbai. Previously, it had been mentioned that Lu Daoxian intended to take Lin Yu to acquire a certain flame of alchemical essence. The heavenly grade flame that Lu Daoxian referred to could not possibly be the same one that Gu Yan spoke of, could it? Zhou Junbai's expression turned strange as he rapidly pieced together the sequence of events. To cultivate the Yunxiao Sutra to the 6th level and beyond. Is this the work of my esteemed self? Where is the evidence? Zhou Junbai comprehended the implications, yet when it came to Lin Yu, he could not dare to speak further. In short, one could summarize his stance, a resolute denial. Evidence. You demand evidence? Gu Yan's anger intensified. Enough, judging by your demeanor. It seems you possess none. Without evidence, then you may leave without further ado. Zhou Junbai rose to his feet. Zhou Junbai, it appears you are adamant in your denial. Are you? You seek evidence, do you? Very well, I shall report this matter to the internal punishment hall and let the authorities investigate. Gu Yan, equally furious, also stood up. Upon hearing the mention of the punishment hall, Zhou Junbai's countenance shifted. The punishment hall. This is the department of the Xianluo sect that oversees punitive measures. Betrayal within the sect. Intersect conflict. All matters pertaining to the regulations of the Xianluo sect fall under the jurisdiction of the punishment hall. The incident of the flame being seized within the confines of the Earth-Fire secret realm could escalate significantly. If it merely involved a rivalry between two outer sects, it could be brushed aside. However, once reported to the punishment hall, the situation transforms entirely. Should the punishment hall truly dispatch personnel for an investigation, even being branded with the crime of harming a fellow sect member would spell doom for Zhou Junbai's position as sect leader. This cannot be. Master Gu Yan, this is merely a trivial matter. Reporting it to the punishment hall seems rather excessive, does it not? At that moment, Lu Daoxuan's voice echoed in the hall. Subsequently, Lu Daoxian, Du Li, the four esteemed elders, and Lin Yu all entered the chamber. After Lin Yu and his companions thoroughly scoured the natural medicinal garden for its precious herbs, they hastily returned. Upon learning that Gu Yan had directly approached Zhou Junbai, they decided to join him. At this moment, Lu Daoxian was also furrowing his brows. He had long anticipated that Gu Yan would inevitably seek them out. In matters of catching thieves with stolen goods, as long as one is not caught in the act, there is typically no consequence. This is an unspoken understanding among the various outer sections. However, who would have guessed that Gu Yan would escalate the situation to the punishment hall? Is it truly warranted? If the Dan fire were to be taken from your territory by another, would you not consider the implications? Gu Yan remained steadfast in his stance. So you are adamantly claiming that the Dan fire was taken by me, correct? Zhou Junbai said through gritted teeth. If not you, then who else could it be? Gu Yan retorted. It could very well be me. Lin Yu observed the solemn expressions of Zhou Junbai and the others and smiled as he spoke. You? Gu Yan. Upon hearing this, cast a glance at Lin Yu and couldn't help but scoff. What right do you have to tame the Dan fire at such a tender age? Indeed. Lin Yu, this matter does not concern you. Return at once. Zhou Jubai added in a grave tone. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu merely shook his head and then turned to Gu Yan, inquiring, Master Gu Yan, what leads you to believe that the Dan fire was taken by our leader? The Yushao scripture. Gu Yan replied with a cold smirk. I see. Lin Yu nodded, and then a surge of innate power coursed through his body, causing the 12 heavenly towers to manifest above his head. The Cloud Sky Sutra, perfected to the 12th level? How is this possible? Gu Yan exclaimed in astonishment at the sight of the 12 ethereal towers hovering above Lin Yu's head. Chapter 53. Everyone is stunned. What kind of prodigy is this? Gu Yan felt utterly bewildered. Given Lin Yu's age, he appeared to be merely a newly initiated disciple this year. Yet, he had cultivated the Cloud Sky Sutra to a realm of such mastery. Even starting from the womb, one could not achieve such a pace of cultivation. Is this truly you? Gu Yan took a deep breath, regaining his composure, and gazed at Lin Yu with a peculiar expression. It is indeed the work of a junior. There is no involvement from the sect leader. Lin Yu nodded graciously. Gu Yan, since the Dan fire was taken by Lin Yu, how do you intend to handle this? Please delineate your course of action. You are not afraid of losing face by bringing matters of discipleship to the Hall of Punishments. Seeing Lin Yu's acknowledgement, Zhou Junbai stepped forward, subtly shielding Lin Yu. Zhou Junbai, do not harbor a petty mind and misjudge a gentleman's heart. I would never stoop to harming a junior disciple. Gu Yan glared at Zhou Junbai. The true source of Gu Yan's anger was not merely the loss of the Dan fire, but rather his discontent with Zhou Junbai's behavior. An old man who has lost all hope of advancement and is not even an alchemist. What use is taking the Dan fire? Is this not robbing the younger generation of their opportunities? Upon realizing that it was Lin Yu who had taken the Dan fire, and witnessing Lin Yu's remarkable mastery of the Yushao Sutra, his ire began to dissipate. Zhou Jubai, I have misjudged you. After a brief silence, Gu Yan offered a respectful bow to Zhou Junbai. Zhou Junbai, taken aback by this unexpected gesture, expressed his astonishment. This old fellow, truly rigid in his ways. No matter. It is my failure in guidance. He hastily returned the gesture and then exchanged a knowing glance with Lin Yu. The disciple acted without inquiry. I hope Master Gu Yan can forgive this oversight. Upon observing the situation, Lin Yu also bowed respectfully. Gu Yan, upon hearing this, softened his expression slightly. Lin Yu, if the Dan fire has indeed been taken by Zhou Junbai, I shall not hesitate to sacrifice my dignity to ensure that Zhou Junbai relinquishes it. Since it is you now, it is a matter of competition among the younger generation, which I can understand. However, I still wish to ascertain whether you possess the qualifications to wield this Dan fire. Gu Yan fixed his gaze upon Lin Yu earnestly. Master Gu Yan, how shall this verification be conducted? Lin Yu chuckled. What is your current alchemy level? Gu Yan inquired. I would consider it to be of the yellow grade. Came the response. Lin Yu hesitated for a moment before speaking. Before Lin Yu, he had already mastered the art of concocting 4th grade yellow tier elixirs, and now, having tamed the pure lotus heavenly fire, it is likely that he could achieve the mysterious grade as well. You claim that you are already a yellow tier alchemist? Upon hearing this, Gu Yan's face once again displayed a look of astonishment. How could this be possible? The person beside him, Han Yin, possesses a Danling physique, yet is still only at the yellow tier. Indeed, Lin Yu can concoct yellow tier elixirs. Lu Daoxian, upon hearing this, smiled and boasted. Very well. If you can truly produce yellow tier elixirs, I shall acknowledge you. As for your acquisition of alchemical fires in the territory of the earth fire, I shall not hold it against you. Gu Yan raised his gaze. Master Gu Yan, do you require your disciple to concoct a furnace of elixirs right here? Lin Yu spoke in a peculiar manner. Indeed. Gu Yan nodded. If that is the case, I have a proposal. Lu Daoxian said with a smile. What proposal? Gu Yan was taken aback. Gu Yan, the sect leader, please have your disciple step outside for a moment. Lu Daoxian kindly suggested. Gu Yan frowned, somewhat displeased. Lu Daoxian. With your alchemical skills in the cloud heaven's small secret realm, Han Yin would not even bother to learn from you. You have misunderstood, esteemed sect leader. I have no such intention, but having her step outside is indeed for her own good. Lu Daoxian quickly clarified. Very well. Han Yin, please wait outside for me. Gu Yan fixed his gaze on Lu Daoxian, feeling perplexed but still addressed Han Yin. Yes. Upon hearing this, Han Yin cast a deep glance at Lin Yu before exiting the grand hall. Zhou Jubai even closed the hall doors. Shall we begin now? Gu Yan said with a frown. What on earth are these individuals up to? Lin Xian, pray tell, what pill do you wish to concoct this time? I have prepared the materials for you. Lu Daoxian responded with great confidence. Then let it be the Xuanqi pill. Lin Yu pondered and spoke, what? The Xuanqi Dan? Upon hearing this, Lu Daoxian was also rendered speechless. Gu Yin was even more astonished, unable to contain his surprise. The Xuanqi Dan. This is a profound great elixir. I wish to see if, with the presence of Dan fire, I can refine a profound great elixir. Lin Yu spoke softly. Lin Yu, please. Lu Daoxian wished to offer further persuasion, yet Gu Yin cast a glance at Lu Daoxian and spoke earnestly. Very well. Upon hearing this, Lu Daoxian promptly retrieved the materials for 10 furnaces of Xuanqi Dan and handed them to Lin Yu. Master Gu Yin, producing one successful furnace from 10 is acceptable. Is it not? Lu Daoxian inquired. Indeed, yielding one successful furnace from 10 is a hallmark of a master alchemist, so it is entirely feasible. Gu Yin affirmed, his gaze intensely fixed upon Lin Yu. Lin Yu, as per our usual arrangement, utilize my alchemical furnace. Lu Daoxian produced his own furnace. Disciple, let us commence. Lin Yu closed his eyes, meticulously recalling the formula for the Xinghua pill. With a single thought, the pure lotus heavenly fire surged forth with a fierce roar. Gu Yin, sensing the essence of the pure lotus heavenly fire, felt an overwhelming pang of heartache. This was indeed a divine-grade alchemical flame, far superior to his own earthly-grade flame. And now it had fallen into the hands of another. Buzz. As Lin Yu's hand gestures danced gracefully, the pure lotus fire enveloped his entire being, subsequently shrouding the alchemical furnace to initiate its preheating. What a wondrous technique of fire manipulation. In all the world, only the divine fire record possesses the ability to control the alchemical flames with such effortless precision. Gu Yin could not help but exclaim in admiration, having already acknowledged Lin Yu's prowess. With such mastery over fire, he would not dare claim he could surpass Lin Yu, even if he were to act personally. As Lin Yu executed his hand techniques, herbs soared into the air, gracefully descending into the alchemical furnace. The exalted spiritual herbs of the highest grade, under the influence of the pure lotus heavenly fire, had their medicinal essence effortlessly extracted by Lin Yu. Indeed, the heavenly grade alchemical fire provides an unparalleled enhancement for alchemists. Lin Yu wielded the pure lotus heavenly fire, refining the medicinal properties with an astonishing sense of wonder. Gu Yin, while observing Lin Yu's alchemical process, remained vigilant regarding the changes within the cauldron. However, as time passed, Gu Yan's expression shifted dramatically. Something was amiss. While Lin Yu's control over the flame was undeniably masterful and seamless, the temperature was entirely incorrect. Furrowing his brow, Gu Yin discerned that Lin Yu was not adhering to the prescribed temperatures for the Xuanqi pill's formulation at all. Chapter 54, The Heart Destroyer, Lin Yu. As a master alchemist of the highest caliber, Gu Yin had naturally crafted the Xuanqi pill before. Lin Yu did not follow the prescribed formula for alchemy, and the only possible outcome of such an act is an explosion. Do not be hasty, Master Gu Yin. Lin Yu has his reasons for this method of alchemy. Lu Daoxian spoke with a sense of confidence. What reason could that be? The reason for the explosion? Gu Yin furrowed his brow. Master Gu Yin, take a look at this formula. Lu Daoxian chuckled, producing the modified formula for the vitality pill and handing it to Gu Yin. Is this the formula for the vitality pill? The timing is completely off. With just a glance, Gu Yin discerned the differences in the formula held by Lu Daoxian. If it is incorrect, then it is indeed correct. Master Gu Yin, I have used this formula to refine the vitality pill, and my alchemical skills have soared. I have successfully produced 6 batches of vitality pills, without a single failure, including 2 with 4 patterns and 2 with 3 patterns. What do you think? Lu Daoxian said with a smile. Are you suggesting that this formula is superior to the original? Gu Yin was momentarily taken aback, a tumult of emotion surging within him. Altering a formula that has been passed down through the ages to enhance its efficacy? How could that be possible? Not even Gu Yin, a master alchemist, could achieve such a feat. Indeed, Lu Daoxian said earnestly. Are you implying that it was Lin Yu who modified the formula? Gu Yin's gaze towards Lin Yu transformed completely. It was indeed him. Lin Yu's talent for alchemy is beyond the comprehension of mere mortals. He can produce 4 patterns with 10 success, yet for the vitality pill, he only achieved 3 patterns. Thus, he believed there was an issue with the formula and took it upon himself to revise it. The modification process took merely the time of 1 batch of pills. And then it was accomplished. Lu Daoxian shrugged. Gasp. Upon hearing this, Gu Yin was instantly struck with shock, gasping for breath. What manner of being is this? The elders Zhou Junbai and Du Li, along with Feng Mingxue and Ji Yanling, stared at Lin Yu with expressions of disbelief. Master Gu Yin, do you now understand why I did not allow your disciples to observe Lin Yu's alchemy? Lu Daoxian said with a wry smile. It was to prevent discouraging Han Yan, not to mention a disciple like Han Yan, who is still inexperienced and has an unstable mindset. Even I, an old hand, felt my own resolve shaken by Lin Yu. If one does not possess a heart of steel, it is best not to witness Lin Yu's alchemy. It will lead to feelings of inadequacy. I understand now. Gu Yin nodded with a bitter smile, as even his own resolve felt somewhat shaken. Boom, boom, boom. In the exchange between the two individuals, Lin Yu's hand gestures continuously transformed, having already completed the alchemical process of fusion and arriving at the final stage of Dan formation. Lin Yu's hands danced gracefully, executing a series of intricate hand seals that struck the alchemical furnace successively. Amidst the roaring of the pure lotus heavenly fire, the lid of the furnace was lifted, releasing a rich and fragrant aroma of medicinal herbs. Success. Despite the fluctuations in temperature, the furnace did not explode. He truly succeeded in refining the Xuanqi pill. Achieving this on the first attempt is a testament to his prowess as a master alchemist of the highest caliber. Gu Yin, inhaling the fragrant emanation from within the furnace, felt a tremor of excitement in his heart. Master Gu Yin, this is my first attempt at refining the Xuanqi pill, and there are still many aspects where I have not performed optimally. I humbly ask for your esteemed guidance in evaluating the pill. Lin Yu gestured invitingly towards Gu Yin. Very well. Gu Yin took a deep breath, and with a mere flick of his hand, 12 Xuanqi pills soared forth from the alchemical furnace. The pinnacle of alchemical success, 12 pills. As the 12 Xuanqi pills emerged, Gu Yin's expression grew serious. Upon observing the intertwining 4 patterns of the pills, he couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. The pinnacle of alchemical success, 12 pills, each adorned with 4 patterns. Had he not witnessed this with his own eyes, he would never have believed that such elixirs could be concocted by a disciple who had been in the sect for less than a month. Gu Yin was utterly convinced. To successfully refine Xian-grade elixirs for the first time, 12 pills at the pinnacle of success, 4 patterns on each, altering the formula. Which of these is not the aspiration of every alchemist? Even Gu Yin, a master alchemist of the highest caliber, had never produced Xuanqi pills with 4 patterns. Does this disciple not possess the qualifications to command the pure lotus heavenly fire? Lin Yu inquired with a smile. Of course there are. If even you lack the qualifications to possess it, I would truly struggle to find an alchemist worthy of such a distinction. Gu Yin wore a bitter smile. Initially, the emergence of a talent like Han Yin among his disciples had left him in awe. Yet now he realized that the so-called Danling physique paled in comparison to Lin Yu, as if there existed a chasm between the mortal and the celestial. Junior, I am grateful to Master Gu Yin for your support. Lin Yu hurriedly bowed. This is your own fortune. Gu Yin shook his head, feeling genuinely convinced. However, I do have an ungracious request, and I hope that you, dear disciple Lin Yu, might oblige. Gu Yin looked at Lin Yu with a serious expression. Please, Master Gu Yin, speak your mind. As long as I am able, I shall certainly do my utmost to fulfill your request. Lin Yu spoke with a serious demeanor. Lin Yu, I desire a copy of your vitality pill and mysterious energy pill formulas. Rest assured, I shall not request it without due compensation. I promise to offer you a satisfactory price. Gu Yin's gaze was intense as he regarded Lin Yu. At this moment, Gu Yin was acutely aware of the immense value of the formulas altered by Lin Yu. Any elixir, if it were to possess an additional pill inscription, could see its worth multiply tenfold. A formula that enhances the success rate of alchemy and increases the number of inscriptions, once placed in the hands of any sect, would serve as a testament to their foundation. There is no need for such formalities, Sect Master Gu Yin. Should you require it, I shall gladly offer you 2 copies of the formulas. Furthermore, I shall gift this batch of mysterious energy pills to Sister Han Yin. Lin Yu spoke with a smile. Lin Yu was acutely aware that Gu Yin originally intended to entrust the pure lotus celestial fire to Han Yin for subjugation. However, he had seized the opportunity first. In both sentiment and reason, Lin Yu felt compelled to make a gesture. 1 furnace of elixirs and 2 formulae in exchange for a celestial-grade alchemical fire, by any measure. Lin Yu stood to gain significantly. At these words, Gu Yan's heart quivered. This Lin Yu, such generosity. 2 formulae and a furnace containing the 4 patterns mystic Qi pill, each of which was worth a fortune. Yet he spoke of giving them away without even a flicker of hesitation. This mystic Qi pill, I could indeed accept on behalf of Han Yin. However, these two formulae are non-negotiable. After a moment of silence, Gu Yin spoke earnestly. Chapter 55. The Seven-Colored Mystic Pill, perfected at the 9th level of the innate realm. But why? Lin Yu was taken aback. Lin Yu, Gu Yin said, seemingly apprehensive. Today, if I have taken advantage of you, it seems that the good fortune will be exhausted, and in the days to come, I may find it impossible to acquire a new elixir formula. Zhou Junbai spoke with a smile that held an ambiguous meaning. Lin Yu has the ability to modify 2 alchemical formulas, and in the future, he will undoubtedly be able to create even more. After a hearty meal, Gu Yin remains discerning. It is indeed Master Zhou who possesses clarity of vision. Gu Yin readily acknowledges this. Rest assured, Master Gu Yin, our 2 external sects are, after all, of the same lineage and should support one another. Please accept these 2 formulas, Master Gu Yin. Should there be any other formulas in the future, Lin Yu shall offer them to you, esteemed senior. Lin Yu spoke with a smile. Is this truly the case? Upon hearing this, Gu Yan's eyes instantly sparkled, more genuine than real gold. Lin Yu nodded with a smile. In that case, I shall bestow upon you a favor. Should you ever require assistance, feel free to seek me in the mysterious realm of the earth fire. Gu Yin spoke solemnly. Master Gu Yin, you are too courteous. Lin Yuxing bowed. Zhou Jubai. The outer gate of Yintian truly reveals the prowess of a genuine dragon emerging from shallow waters, which fills me with envy. After the matter regarding the elixir formula was settled, Gu Yin gazed at Zhou Jubai with admiration. You flatter me, Master Gu Yin. Your disciple Han Yin is also a body of elixir spirit. Her talents are indeed rare. Zhou Junbai and Gu Yin engaged in a delightful exchange of praise, showcasing their mutual admiration with great finesse. The issue concerning the elixir fire had been satisfactorily resolved. Master Zhou, I have matters to attend to within my sect, so I shall not impose further. Farewell. Moments later, Gu Yin stood to take his leave. Allow me to see you off. Zhou Junbai personally rose to escort him. After Lin Yu and his companions departed, they turned back to their respective abodes. Master, is this how we conclude the matter regarding the Dan fire? Han Yin, following Gu Yin, could not restrain her inquiry after leaving the small secret realm of Yintian. Han Yin, Lin Yu possesses an unparalleled talent for alchemy, a rarity I have witnessed in my lifetime. Should you receive even the slightest assistance from him in the realm of alchemy, your future will be boundless. This pure lotus heavenly fire serves as an invaluable stepping stone, Gu Yin asserted with gravity. Master, is Lin Yu's alchemical skill truly so extraordinary? Han Yin was momentarily taken aback. What transpired during our brief absence that my teacher has begun to extol Lin Yu? After a moment's hesitation, Gu Yin produced a batch of mystic Qi pills that Lin Yu had just concocted within the hall. Take a glance, and you will immediately comprehend the disparity, Gu Yin said, handing the pills to Han Yin. Is this a mystic-grade pill with 4 patterns, the mystic Qi pill? Han Yin exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment as she examined the pill. Isn't Lin Yu a mere novice in alchemy? Has he already ascended to the rank of a profound-grade alchemist? Moreover, he can concoct pills with 4 patterns. With this pure lotus heavenly fire, I can commence the refinement of the 7-colored profound pill. Upon returning to his cave dwelling, Lin Yu made his way directly to the alchemy chamber. The 7-colored mysterious pill is a high-grade elixir, and the formula has long been in the possession of Lu Daoxian. All the necessary materials have already been prepared. Previously, Lin Yu lacked confidence, which is why he refrained from concocting it. However, with the acquisition of the pure lotus heavenly fire, Lin Yu now possesses the assurance to refine the 4-Dan pattern 7-colored mysterious pill. In truth, Lin Yu could choose to wait, allowing the alchemical flower to further bloom before commencing the refining process. Yet, he surmised that by that time, it might no longer be of use to him. The 7-colored mysterious pill is most effective for cultivators prior to establishing their foundation, as it plays a crucial role in reconstructing their roots. Once one ascends to the foundation establishment realm, its efficacy diminishes significantly. Moreover, the potency of the 4-Dan pattern 7-colored mysterious pill is already sufficiently formidable. Buzz. Lin Yu gathered the crimson flames, igniting the furnace for alchemical refinement. Lin Yu, employing his remarkable skill of discerning medicine through fragrance, meticulously adjusted the heat, determined to concoct the finest 7-colored mysterious elixir. Concurrently, the unique synergy of his physique and flesh, akin to a pair of intertwined blossoms, continuously absorbed the ethereal essence of heaven and earth. This further refined the residual medicinal power of the pure lotus within Lin Yu's body. Ultimately, he succeeded in producing 6 ultimate pills, each adorned with 4 intricate patterns. With this achievement, I would retain 1, while my father and mother would each receive 1, leaving 3 for future use. After the creation of the 7-colored mysterious elixir, Lin Yu finally revealed a satisfied smile. With my cultivation level, consuming this elixir, combined with the power of the pure lotus, would propel me directly to the 9th level of the innate realm. My foundation would be thoroughly re-established, flawless and unblemished. At that point, I could journey to the Qi sect to meet the venerable elders there. As Lin Yu pondered, he consumed a 7-colored mysterious pill. Buzz. The pill dissolved instantly upon entry, its medicinal power surging through Lin Yu's entire being. A radiant spectrum of colors illuminated him, as layers of profound rhythms ebbed and flowed. Boom. Simultaneously, the Cloud Sky Sutra began to operate autonomously, revealing the 12 heavenly palaces. Lin Yu discovered that the power of the 7-colored mysterious elixir not only amplified his innate energy, but also nourished his physical body and fortified his divine soul. This was a comprehensive transformation and enhancement. Even the vital essence within Lin Yu's body was undergoing continuous purification and augmentation. Boom. In just 3 days, Lin Yu unleashed a formidable innate majesty that surged forth, causing the very halls to tremble. Within Lin Yu's Qi and Dantian, the 9-fold primal Qi surged and coursed ceaselessly through the meridians. The completion of the 9-fold primal realm, a step further, leads to the foundation establishment. According to the teachings of the Yunxiao scripture, ascending from the primal stage to the foundation requires the acquisition of foundational materials to forge the practitioner's roots. The choice of these materials also profoundly influences the future of the cultivator. Lin Yu pondered to himself, to establish a foundation, the foundation of the immortal path. Only by forging a perfect foundation can one journey further along the path of cultivation. However, materials for foundation building are rather elusive, so there is no need to rush. It would be prudent to first visit the Qi sect. After attending to matters there, I shall return to the Qing Mu dynasty to present the 7-colored profound pill to my esteemed father and mother. Lin Yu pondered for a moment, then rose immediately, departing from the cave dwelling and heading straight towards the Yuntian peak of the sect leader. Outer disciples wishing to venture outside must first obtain a written approval from the sect leader. Lin, junior disciple. Upon entering Yuntian peak, Lin Yu encountered Fang Mingxue. I have met senior sister Fang. Lin Yu greeted with a smile. The completion of the 9th level of innate perfection? Upon seeing Lin Yu, a flicker of incredulity passed through Fang Mingxue's beautiful eyes. Chapter 56. Drinking a cup of fatal wine, slaughtering the nascent soul. In less than a month, breaking through to the pinnacle of innate perfection. Just how extraordinary is the talent of this junior brother? There is no need for Sister Fang to be astonished. Lin Yu's current cultivation is merely a result of fortunate circumstances. Lin Yu chuckled and remarked, fortune smiles upon all that to cultivate at such an extraordinary pace. With a foundation as solid as a mountain, junior brother Lin is truly unparalleled. Fang Mingxue shook her head with a smile, then inquired, has junior brother come to the master peak to seek an audience with the master? Indeed, I have a matter that requires me to descend the mountain, this time. I seek to obtain a passage token from the peak master. Lin Yu spoke with a serious expression. Indeed, senior sister, there is a matter I need to discuss with the sect master. Shall we go together? Fang Mingxue replied with a smile. Very well. Lin Yu smiled and followed Fang Mingxue as they made their way to the main hall of the sect leader. Mingxue, Lin Yu, you have arrived. As Lin Yu and his companion stepped into the grand hall, amidst the distortion of the void, Shou Junbai had already taken his place upon the throne. You two have arrived just in time. I happen to have matters to discuss with you, Zhou Junbai stated with a serious demeanor, fixing his gaze upon the duo. Please, master, give your orders. Lin Yu and Fang Mingxue spoke with solemn expressions. Mingxue, have you heard of the celestial paradise? Zhou Junbai inquired, gazing at Fang Mingxue. The celestial paradise? Fang Mingxue's beautiful eyes flickered with recognition. Is it not the very realm where the celestial sect once resided? Indeed, at the height of its power. The celestial sect was guarded by formidable nascent soul masters. Yet, a millennium ago, it was abruptly eradicated in a single night. Since then, the celestial paradise has vanished into the void, and the sect's most guarded secret, the celestial heart technique, has also dissipated from the fabric of existence, Zhou Junbai stated gravely. A sect with nascent soul masters was annihilated? What could have caused such a calamity? Lin Yu exclaimed in astonishment. Is it truly said to be because of a jug of wine? Fang Mingxue whispered softly, a jug of wine? Lin Yu, upon hearing this, wore an expression of astonishment. Indeed, it is a flask of wine, yet not of this mundane world. Zhou Jun raised his eyelids slightly. The carefree heavenly mind technique is a method that cultivates one's inner state. The master of the carefree sect possesses an extraordinary fortune. Having acquired the brewing techniques from an ancient wine immortal, he is indeed a prodigy of remarkable talent. By merging the carefree heavenly mind technique with the art of brewing, he has created a flask of free-spirited wine. It is said that this wine can extinguish one's inner demons, enabling one to effortlessly transcend the tribulation of the Yuan Ying's heart demon. Zhou Jun smiled and remarked, the heart demon tribulation of the Yuan Ying? Lin Yu was astounded. In the realm of cultivation, when practitioners reach significant thresholds, they must confront tribulations. From innate to foundational establishment, there exists the foundation establishment tribulation. Transitioning from foundation establishment to golden core, one encounters the golden core tribulation. From golden core to nascent soul, there is the nascent soul tribulation. Among these, the nascent soul tribulation is also known as the heart demon tribulation. When the heart demon tribulation descends, it can thrust cultivators into a state of madness. The darker aspects of their psyche will be magnified infinitely. Should one fail to overcome it, the consequences could be dire, ranging from becoming a mindless killer, leading to the demise of their peers, to complete obliteration of their soul. However, a single flask of free and easy wine can dissolve the heart demon tribulation, an effect that is nothing short of astounding. As the saying goes, a common man is innocent, but possessing a treasure brings about peril. If you possess an extraordinary method, yet lack sufficient strength, to other cultivators, you are akin to a moving treasury. Zhou Junbai shook his head with a sigh. The world of cultivation is filled with melodious birds and fragrant flowers, offering a sense of freedom and ease, yet it is also rife with bloody slaughters and ruthless competitions. In summary, there were those who coveted the brewing method of free and easy wine, leading to the annihilation of the carefree sect. I learned from some practitioners in the inner sect that the number of sects involved in this matter was no fewer than a handful. 5 nascent souls were lost. Zhou Junbai remarked. 5 nascent souls? Could it possibly include our immortal Luo sect? Lin Yu could not help but murmur. He found it impossible to refrain from indulging in wild thoughts, as the senior members of the sect had become quite adept at their nefarious activities. Ha! What are you pondering, young man? You have me in stitches. Zhou Junbai could not suppress his laughter. Why does the sect leader find amusement in this? Lin Yu felt somewhat bewildered. Lin Yu, do you know where that ancient wine immortal hails from? Zhou Junbai inquired with a smile. Surely not. Lin Yu felt a jolt within his heart. Indeed, that ancient wine immortal belongs to our Xianluo sect. Within the inner sanctum, there are no fewer than 800 brewing techniques. Lin Yu, remember this. Our Xianluo sect has long established itself at the pinnacle, rightfully deserving to be called an immortal gate. There is no need for such trivialities. Zhou Junbai gazed at Lin Yu, speaking earnestly. The disciple shall remember. Lin Yu nodded with a peculiar expression. When you looted the outer gate of Qifeng, you were far from being so forthright. Could it be that this is an internal conflict? But these are merely digressions. Although the Xiaoyao sect has been eradicated, the brewing method of Zizai wine has not been taken away. Zhou Junbai stated with solemnity. Why is that? Lin Yu furrowed his brow. The 5 great Yuanying masters had simultaneously launched an assault to annihilate the sect, yet they failed to extract the method of brewing the Zizai wine. One would expect that the combined might of 5 Yuanying masters would result in a one-sided massacre. However, they had not anticipated that the leader of the Xiaoyao sect possessed more than just the unique Zizai wine. The sect leader consumed a cup of the lethal wine, resulting in a dramatic increase in combat prowess, surpassing threefold. Not only did he eliminate 3 Yuanying masters, but in his final moments, he utilized his Yuanying power to seal the Xiaoyao secret realm. Henceforth, the Xiaoyao secret realm became a trial ground that opened once every century. Each time it was unveiled, various factions would vie for entry, desperately seeking the Xiaoyao Tianxinju and the brewing formula. It remains uncertain what kind of prohibitions the sect leader imposed. But once the Xiaoyao secret realm opens, Jindan cultivators who enter would cause the realm to collapse. It seems he left such a contingency in hopes of reviving the sect. Today, I wish to inquire if you are interested in venturing into the Xiaoyao secret realm? Zhou Junbai inquired with a smile. Master, I am at the Jin dance stage. I cannot enter. Feng Mingxue replied earnestly. You shall lead the expedition, Zhou Junbai stated with gravity. Although you cannot enter, it is essential to have a young disciple capable of maintaining order. Our Xianluo sect has rules in place. The older generation dares not act against the youth. Yet, should the young ones engage, there are no restrictions. If their skills are lacking, who can they blame? This is an unspoken agreement among the various sections. Should your junior disciples truly obtain the Xiaoyao Tianxin Ju and wish to return to the sect, it will not be an easy task. They will be contested, Zhou Junbai asserted. Mingxue is willing to lead. Feng Mingxue nodded. And you, Lin Yu? Though you are merely at the 9th level of innate cultivation, it would be beneficial for you to witness it. Zhou Junbai turned his gaze towards Lin Yu. I cannot go. I am quite occupied, master. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu responded with a wry smile, declining the invitation. Chapter 57. The Three Essentials of a Cultivator. The body, the qi, and the spirit. No time? How could you possibly be devoid of time? Zhou Junbai was taken aback. Lin Yu's innate talent is extraordinarily high. He has already mastered the Yunxiao Sutra, the Jiuxiao sword technique, and the Year's spear method to great perfection, with his cultivation reaching the pinnacle of the innate 9th level. It was the consensus of him and the 2 vice sect leaders, along with the 4 esteemed elders, to send Lin Yu to the serene secret realm for further training. To isolate oneself in closed-door cultivation is futile for becoming a formidable warrior. Indeed, an elder from the Qingtsong sect remarked that to impart a technique to a disciple, it must be done prior to their foundational establishment. The disciple has come here to request a passage token from the sect leader to journey to the Qingtsong sect. Lin Yu elucidated. Is that so? Although the Qingtsong sect is modest in size, their foundational cultivation method is indeed unique and unparalleled. If one could master it, it would be quite remarkable. Zhou Junbai's eyes sparkled with intrigue. The sect master has also heard of the Qingtsong sect's foundational cultivation technique? Lin Yu felt a stir in his heart. Naturally, he had heard of it. Zhou Junbai nodded. I humbly request the guidance of the esteemed leader. Lin Yu felt a surge of interest. Since you have already attained the pinnacle of the 9th level of innate ability, it is indeed time to commence preparations for foundation establishment. Today, I shall elaborate on this matter with you in detail. Zhou Junbai nodded with a smile, indicating that this topic is quite extensive. Please, take a seat. Certainly. Lin Yu sat down casually, embodying a sense of nonchalance. What does it mean to establish a foundation? It is the process of forging the roots of immortality through one's own essence and accumulation. This is the essence of foundation establishment. Although foundation establishment is merely the 3rd realm of cultivation, it is, in truth, the most crucial stage on the path of cultivation, determining how far a practitioner may ultimately progress. Throughout history, many practitioners, despite possessing extraordinary talents, have faded into obscurity due to an unstable foundation. Zhou Junbai elaborated carefully. While it is true that there are methods to reforge one's foundation after establishing it, the difficulty increases 100-fold. For the pursuit of a flawless foundation, different sects possess their own secret methods of foundation establishment. For instance, our Xianluo sect's method involves using the rare treasures of heaven and earth as a guide, with innate energy as a basis for foundation establishment. This technique is recorded within the Yunxiao classic. Zhou Junbai continued. Indeed, the treasures of heaven and earth. Each one is a manifestation of the essence of the universe, born from the nurturing of nature. The more precious the items found for foundation establishment, the more perfect the foundation will be. Among them, the essence of the Tao is considered the finest. Lin Yu pondered and remarked. The spirit of the great Tao is among the rarest treasures of heaven and earth. It is renowned for inherently possessing a trace of the power of the great Tao, earning its reputation as the finest foundation-building substance. Indeed, the spirit of the great Tao, while not classified by rank, is even scarcer and harder to find than celestial herbs or metals. This is largely dependent on fate. Therefore, we typically seek the extraordinary treasures of heaven and earth that resonate with our own great Tao to accomplish the foundation-building process. Given your unique constitution, the choice of foundation-building materials requires even greater caution. As for this matter, Wang Chengkong mentioned that he has already devised a solution. Zhou Junbai inquired. Has Vice Sect Master Wang truly found a way? Lin Yu was taken aback. Indeed, Wang Chengkong mentioned he intended to surprise you, but did not elaborate further. Bai Zhoujun remarked. If that is the case, what peculiarities does the foundation-building technique of the Qingtsong sect possess? Lin Yu's curiosity deepened. Among cultivators, there exist three fundamental aspects: the physical body, spiritual energy, and the soul. These three forces are interdependent, and unless one possesses extraordinary talent, cultivators primarily focus on enhancing their spiritual energy. This energy nourishes and fortifies both the physical body and the soul. Zhou Junbai articulated. Therefore, what we truly establish in our foundational cultivation is the basis of spiritual energy. Yet, in this world, there are numerous cultivators who aspire to enhance their foundational cultivation by improving their physical bodies and souls. The foundational techniques of the Qi sect are precisely methods aimed at augmenting physical strength. It is said that these techniques can double the effectiveness of foundational cultivation. Zhou Junbai exclaimed with fervent eyes. Could the enhancement of foundational cultivation truly be doubled? Lin Yu's heart trembled with realization. Indeed, in truth, our Xianluo sect possesses similar techniques. For instance, at the outer gate of the Wangqing Mountains Grand Secret Realm, there exists a method known as the Wangqi technique, which enhances one's spiritual strength, thereby augmenting the foundation building effect. This technique can similarly double the effectiveness of foundation establishment. Furthermore, within the outer gate of the King Kong Small Secret Realm, there lies a secret art called the indestructible King Kong Fist. Practicing this martial art can significantly bolster a practitioner's physical strength, again doubling the foundation building effect. Zhou Junbai elucidated. Such remarkable secret arts, why are they not disseminated among all outer gates? Lin Yu questioned curiously, universal? Upon hearing this, Zhou Junbai fixed Lin Yu with a peculiar gaze, as if to say, do you believe that all disciples are like you? Extraordinary beings who have mastered the art of cultivation as effortlessly as one might eat and drink? Indeed, that is a valid point. Lin Yu nodded in deep agreement. You rascal, you truly are out of breath when you claim to be overweight. Zhou Junbai exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. To enhance the foundational building through secret arts, one must cultivate these techniques to perfection. However, mastering these secret arts is exceedingly arduous. For the majority of cultivators, the pursuit is invariably for a swifter foundational establishment. Recklessly practicing these secret techniques, should one fail, not only jeopardizes their own foundational cultivation, but may also adversely affect the age at which they establish their foundation. That fellow, Song Qingfeng, initially had the qualifications to enter the inner sect. Yet, he, with his lofty ambitions, was unwilling to settle for being merely an ordinary disciple of the inner sect. He squandered too much time in search of the essence of the Tao, thereby delaying his foundational establishment. Zhou Junbai reflected with a sense of lamentation. Does the Xianluo sect place such immense importance on age? Lin Yu furrowed his brow, clearly concerned. Zhou Junbai confidently asserted that the earlier one establishes a foundation, the greater the innate talent, and the more profound the opportunities for celestial fortune. As for Brother Song, does he still have a chance to enter the inner sect? Lin Yu inquired. Of course there is. However, upon hearing this, Zhou Junbai hesitated, caught between words. But what is it? Lin Yu expressed his interest. Never mind, it is too early to discuss this matter. When the time is right, you will naturally be aware. Zhou Junbai shook his head. In truth, if it were any other disciple seeking to learn the secret techniques of the Qingtsong sect, I would categorically refuse, at most permitting only a cursory study. As for you, my boy, do as you wish. Zhou Junbai stated. Thank you, sect master. Lin Yuxing bowed. However, you must still venture into the realm of carefree mysteries. Zhou Junbai remarked. Why? Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback. You young man, do you think I am unaware of your exceptional talent? Mastering the profoundly intricate Cloud Sky Sutra in such a brief span of time. A mere secret technique of the Qingtsong sect is but child's play for you, is it not? Once you have grasped that secret, the outcome will be no different. Do not even consider slacking off. Zhou Junbai remarked with a roll of his eyes. Chapter 58. Journey to the Qingtsong sect. Guarding the path of the heart. Indeed, once those disciples have completed their current tasks, they shall convene with the senior sister. Lin Yu smiled awkwardly. All right, it is decided then. Ming Shui, please visit each peak and summon the younger generation of disciples. We shall depart for the serene secret realm tomorrow. Zhou Junbai then displayed a look of satisfaction. Understood. Fang Mingxue accepted the command and took her leave. The disciple also bid farewell. Lin Yu also rose to his feet. This is the sect master's token. With this token in your possession, you shall no longer need to report when you wish to descend the mountain in the future, Zhou Junbai declared. Tossing a token to Lin Yu. Thank you, sect master. Lin Yu quickly bowed. Go ahead. Zhou Junbai waved his hand. and Lin Yu turned to leave the main hall of the sect leader. Originally, I had intended to set aside my pride and visit Wanqing Mountain at the Golden Buddha Outer Sect to procure 2 scrolls of secret techniques for Lin Yu. However, now that we possess the secret techniques of the Qingtsong sect, many troubles have been alleviated. Nonetheless, a trip to Wanqing Mountain is still necessary. It seems inevitable that I shall be taken advantage of. Zhou Junbai watched Lin Yu depart, and a wave of melancholy washed over him at the thought of the sect leader of Wanqing Mountain. It is not easy to take advantage of the goodwill of that old acquaintance. It is said that this time, the top 10 disciples from the Xianluo great secret realm of our immortal Luo sect's outer sect will also be sent there. I wonder if this young lad, Lin Yu, will be lazy and choose not to attend. He must not miss the opportunity to witness the most outstanding talents of the outer sect. Zhou Junbai mused to himself, and in the next moment, he vanished into thin air. Thunder roared. Whoosh! Lin Yu emerged from the cloud heaven's secret realm, and with a swift motion, the reverse immortal sword soared from its sheath, landing at his feet. The 13 swords of the reverse immortal each possess their unique strengths, among which the thunderbolt sword is undeniably the swiftest. Clang! With a flicker of thought, Lin Yu unleashed the thunderbolt sword, which soared through the air like a streak of violet lightning cleaving the heavens, traversing 1,000 miles in an instant. This marked Lin Yu's inaugural experience of traveling by sword. Yet, his pace surpassed that of Song Qingfeng's previous endeavor by a considerable margin. Initially, Song Qifeng had been cautious, concerned for Lin Yu's safety, and moreover, his sword was undeniably slower. However, with the thunderbolt now unleashed and Lin Yu exerting his utmost effort, his speed reached unparalleled heights. What was once a journey of 3 days, Lin Yu accomplished in merely half a day, arriving at the Qingtsong sect. The junior, Lin Yu, humbly adheres to the wishes of his esteemed predecessor, seeking wisdom through inquiry. Lin Yu stood outside the entrance of the Qingtsong gate, bowing deeply towards the ruins of the Qingtsong gate. With a swift motion, as soon as Lin Yu finished speaking, a gentle breeze swept through, and the elder from the Qingtsong gate materialized before him. You have achieved the pinnacle of the innate realm? The elder appeared astonished as he gazed at Lin Yu, his expression one of sheer bewilderment. He had initially believed that it would take Lin Yu at least 2 years to reach the consummation of the innate realm. Yet, how little time had actually passed. In less than a month, he had reached such heights. The younger generation merely possesses a slightly accelerated cultivation pace. Lin Yu chuckled. Upon hearing this, the old man couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. Are you certain that your pace of cultivation is merely a tad swift? Follow me. The old man, suppressing the astonishment within, turned and made his way towards the mountain gate. Indeed, Lin Yu followed closely behind. The elder guided him directly into the ruins of the Qingtsong gate. A once majestic palace lay in ruins, ravaged by the relentless passage of time. Not far away stood a courtyard, which, in truth, was merely a wooden house enclosed by a fence. Come in, the elder said, casting a glance back at Lin Yu before stepping into the wooden dwelling. Lin Yu had initially presumed that the quaint wooden cabin merely served as an exterior facade, concealing a realm of profound spirituality within. However, he was mistaken. The abode of the elder was indeed nothing more than an ordinary wooden hut. Yet, it was meticulously organized. A simple bed, a modest table, and a few chairs. Truly, it was quite austere. One might wonder, why does this venerable cultivator choose to reside in such a humble dwelling? Especially when the Qingtsong sect has long since fallen into decline, and yet he remains. The elder, having discerned Lin Yu's astonishment, chuckled and replied, Young one, I do not presume to speak lightly. Lin Yu shook his head. In truth, it is quite simple. In my youth, life became unbearable. It was the Qingtsong sect that provided me with a place to reside, a home. A hint of nostalgia appeared on the old man's face. Is this the very place? Lin Yu pondered and inquired. Indeed, this is the place. The old man caressed the already decaying pillar, gazing out of the window. In the past, the old sect master once asked me, why pursue cultivation? My response was, to have enough to eat and stay warm, no longer to be bullied. The old man spoke with self-deprecating humor. Senior, you are truly sincere. Lin Yu chuckled. Your response resembles that of the old sect master. The elder smiled softly, however. When I reached the foundation establishment realm and the old sect master posed this question again, my answer had changed. The elder turned to Lin Yu and inquired, Changed? Lin Yu pondered before speaking. Indeed, at that time, the spiritual energy of the Qingtsong sect had begun to wane, prompting many disciples to depart in search of a brighter future. The former sect leader once asked me, "What is the purpose of cultivation?" I replied, "To preserve the legacy of the Qingsong sect." A sharp glimmer flickered in the old man's eyes. "Senior, was it for this very conviction that you have steadfastly guarded the Qingsong sect all this while?" Lin Yu felt a sudden jolt within his heart. Do you also believe that I am quite foolish? With my peak golden core cultivation, if I were to depart from this place, I would be unable to enter the inner sanctum of the Xian Luo sect. However, within the outer sect, serving as an elder would still be within my qualifications. As for the smaller sects, I would be sufficiently qualified to hold the position of a grand elder. The old man chuckled at his own self-deprecation. Over the years, numerous sects have sought to win the old man over, yet he has consistently rebuffed their advances. Gradually, these sects ceased their attempts. Instead, rumors began to circulate, claiming that on Qingsong Mountain resides a practitioner who has become foolish from his cultivation, impervious to reason and obstinately unyielding. Yet, of course, he is not foolish at all. Lin Yu sincerely spoke. "Senior, what you are safeguarding is not a declining sect, but the path within your heart." The old man, upon hearing this, felt a sudden tremor within, as an inexplicable resonance of the Tao surged forth from his being, soaring into the heavens. Chapter 59, Breaking the Heart's Knot. Enlightening the half-step Yuaning. Boom. The old man's entire body was enveloped in a sea of Tao, exuding an overwhelming majesty. Has the senior seemingly broken through? Lin Yu was taken aback, astonished that a mere utterance from his lips could wield such a profound impact on the elder. So it was indeed. As the elder's aura surged forth, he let out a resounding howl towards the heavens, his voice infused with a sense of enlightenment. With a flourish, the elder reigned in his commanding presence, gradually retracting the formidable energy that had radiated from him. "I am Qingsong of the Qingsong sect. I am deeply grateful to you, my friend, for enlightening me." Qingsong then composed himself, regarding Lin Yu with solemnity, and bowed respectfully. "Senior, you mustn't say that. I merely spoke from the heart, expressing my genuine feelings." Lin Yu hastily returned the gesture. What a profound sentiment, expressed from the depths of one's heart. Fellow Taoist Lin Yu, your heartfelt words have indeed resolved a perplexity that has plagued me for half a lifetime. The elder, upon hearing this, could not help but reflect deeply. With the complete mastery of the golden core, he had steadfastly guarded the Qingsong gate for a century. Qingsong had also questioned the worth of such dedication. Was it truly justified? Yet now, clarity dawned. It was indeed worthwhile. As Lin Yu articulated so eloquently, preserving the legacy of the Qingsong gate is his path. For the sake of his own conviction, he would not hesitate to endure a century, a millennium, or even an eternity, until his very essence fades away. With Lin Yu's single utterance, a century-long enigma that had burdened Qingsong was effortlessly unraveled. "Lin Yu, at this moment, I shall impart to you the two most sacred techniques of the Qingsong gate." Qingsong gazed intently at Lin Yu. "Two sacred techniques?" Lin Yu's eyes sparkled with brilliance. "Indeed. Firstly, regarding the cultivation method of the Qingsong sect, the 9 transformations of mountains and rivers. The 9 transformations of mountains and rivers is a technique for the refinement of the physical body." King Kangxi spoke with solemnity. "A method for the cultivation of the physical body." Lin Yu's gaze flickered with realization. Indeed, the cultivation of the body, the refinement of Qi, and the honing of the spirit, these constitute the 3 fundamental paths of cultivation in the universe. In the ancient epochs, these 3 pathways held no hierarchy of strength or weakness. There existed true prodigies who mastered all 3. Qingsong pondered for a moment before speaking. The cultivation of the body, the refinement of Qi, and the honing of the spirit? Upon hearing this, Lin Yu immediately displayed a keen interest. Indeed, however, the emergence of a particular Qi refining technique altered this paradigm. Consequently, the practices of body refinement and spirit cultivation gradually waned, while Qi refining ascended to become the predominant method of cultivation. Qingsong remarked. "Are you referring to the Qi circulation technique, esteemed elder?" Lin Yu contemplated the Qi cultivation technique. The revered Sanbao Xianzun had established this technique, providing a method for all who aspired to enter the realm of immortals. It was likely the very method spoken of by Qingsong. Indeed, it was the Qi cultivation technique. The emergence of this technique significantly lowered the barriers to Qi refinement. However, the exalted thresholds for body and spirit cultivation remained exceedingly high, leading many to gradually abandon them. Our Qingsong sect, on the other hand, remains one of the few sects that still practice the ancient methods of body refinement. As explained by Qi. I see now. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu suddenly comprehended the situation. As for the second volume, it pertains to the foundational secret technique known as the Qi formula, which is derived from the 9 transformations of the mountains and rivers. Qi spoke with solemnity, stating that by utilizing the Qi formula for foundational cultivation, one could unlock the latent potential of the physical body, thereby doubling the efficacy of the foundational establishment. Lin Yu's eyes sparkled with intrigue. It seems that fellow Taoist Lin Yu possesses considerable knowledge. However, you are only aware of one aspect, not the other. Qi spoke with pride. I am eager to hear more. Lin Yu bowed respectfully and stated, if one solely cultivates the Qi, the foundation-building effect can be enhanced by a factor of 2. However, if one practices the Shan He Jiu Zhuan and then utilizes the Qi for foundation building, it can achieve a true physical foundation. Qi gazed at Lin Yu and inquired, true physical foundation? Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's expression instantly transformed into one of astonishment. Indeed, the foundation of the physical body. I have previously stated that in ancient times, 3 paths of cultivation coexisted. The physical body can establish its foundation. Spiritual energy can establish its foundation, and the divine soul can establish its foundation. There exist prodigious talents capable of simultaneously cultivating all 3 paths, thus achieving the triad foundation. The triad foundation surpasses the spiritual energy foundation. It is not merely a matter of 1 + 1 equating to 3, but rather a profound depth that is 9-fold. Qi exclaimed with longing. 9 is the utmost of numbers. While it is said to be 9-fold, the disparity among them is likely thousands of miles apart. Lin Yu murmured, indeed, the practices of body refinement and spiritual cultivation are ancient methods, with a threshold so elevated that only extraordinary talents can possibly achieve the simultaneous cultivation of the 3 disciplines. Furthermore, due to the formidable barriers and the time-consuming nature of these practices, they have gradually faded from the annals of history. Even the formidable Xianluo sect does not actively guide its disciples in the pursuit of the trifecta of cultivation. Qi remarked, the simultaneous cultivation of the 3 disciplines is undeniably a slow endeavor. Lin Yu nodded. Feng Mingxue's pace of cultivation was indeed remarkable, having taken nearly 5 years to achieve the perfection of the innate 9th level. For someone practicing across 3 schools, it might take 15 to 20 years to reach the innate stage. Such a cost is exorbitant for the younger generation. Yet you are different. Qi gaze was intensely fixed on Lin Yu. The fact that you could attain the innate 9th level in such a brief period suggests that you are fully capable of mastering another physical cultivation technique. After all, as long as you complete the foundation establishment before the age of 25, it will not adversely affect your future. You are merely 16 or 17 years old, with 9 years still ahead of you. Qi spoke earnestly. Initially, he had only intended to impart the Qi Sutra to Lin Yu. However, upon witnessing Lin Yu's cultivation speed, he altered his course of action. Merely enhancing the foundation establishment through secret arts would be a waste of Lin Yu's innate talent. Would establishing a foundation after the age of 25 truly impact one's future? Lin Yu suddenly realized. Establishing a foundation at the age of 25 is indeed one of the evaluation criteria for inner disciples in a celestial sect like the Xianluo sect. Qi remarked. Now it makes sense. Lin Yu nodded. Lin Yu, within this, it is recorded the 9 turns of mountains and rivers and the Qi secret art. Before the departure of the elder patriarch, he entrusted this legacy into my hands, and today I shall pass it on to you. With solemnity, Qi presented a jade slip to Lin Yu. Thank you, esteemed elder. Lin Yu once again bowed respectfully and solemnly accepted the jade slip. As he held the slip, a radiant golden light suddenly surged forth, flooding into his brow. Boom. The golden light converged. A vivid scene illuminated Lin Yu's consciousness. Chapter 60. Forging the 9 mountain and river seals, entering the innate with flesh. Within the vision, there stood a robust and towering man, traversing through the realms of heaven and earth. The man's appearance was exceedingly peculiar. While mortals possess 7 orifices, eyes, ears, mouth, and nose, this man was endowed with 9. An eye was situated in the center of his forehead, possessing a dual pupil, accounting for 2 of the orifices. The man seemed deeply enamored with the mountains and rivers of the world. At every location, he paused to admire the scenery. Lin Yu followed the man, witnessing the grandeur of numerous renowned mountains and rivers. Eventually, the man came to a halt at a particular location. It was a mountain peak. At first glance, it appeared to be just an ordinary mountain, indistinguishable from the countless others. However, upon closer inspection, Lin Yu's expression transformed into one of astonishment. Within the mountain, a natural rhythm of the Tao flowed, and from all directions, spiritual energy surged forth, converging with the Tao's essence. The once seemingly mundane peak began to rise astonishingly fast as the spiritual energy coalesced. The 9 transformations of mountains and rivers, crafted by the Taoist of the Green Mountains. The Taoist of the Green Mountains originated from a piece of spiritual stone that had taken shape, endowed with innate divine power. In his youth, he was accepted as a disciple by the ancient and venerable immortal sect, the first school of physical cultivation. Gifted in the path of body refinement, he ascended the Immortal Sutra to the 5th level in less than a century. Yet, thereafter, his cultivation stagnated. With no other recourse, the Taoist left the immortal sect and traversed the world in search of a method to break through. It was through witnessing the formation of a secret realm that he created the 9 transformations of mountains and rivers, a method based on the process of secret realm formation. Likening the cultivator's physical body to a human secret realm, thus ushering in a new era of body refinement that would astonish ages past. In an instant, the qualities of the tree of the great Tao, the dual blossoms of body and essence, began to unfurl gracefully. Drawing from the remarkable past of the 9 transformations of mountains and rivers, the effects of the dual blossoms of body and essence were enhanced. The effects of the dual blossoms of body and essence were as follows. 1. Even without cultivation, the enhancement of one's cultivation remains astonishing. 2. The purity of innate energy within the body increases 5-fold. 3. The nourishing effect of innate energy on the physical body is enhanced 4-fold. 4. The nourishing effect of innate energy on the soul is enhanced 4-fold. 5. Innate energy naturally possesses the power of the 9 heavens. 6. The speed of body refinement is doubled. As the dual blossoms of body and essence unfolded, new effects began to manifest. Lin Yu, my friend, you may commence your cultivation. Should there be any uncertainties, do not hesitate to inquire with me. Elder Qi Song stated earnestly. Very well. Lin Yu nodded and commenced the study of the 9 transformations of the mountains and rivers. Boom. As Lin Yu commenced his cultivation, his body suddenly trembled, and a magnificent seal of mountains and rivers emerged above his head. Such rapidity in forging a mountain and river seal? Qi Songzi gazed at the grand emblem materializing atop Lin Yu, his expression transforming into one of astonishment. The mountains and rivers' 9 turns encompass 9 layers, corresponding to the 9 apertures of the Qing Shan Taoist. These 9 apertures serve as gateways to 9 profound realms, allowing the formation of the mountain and river seal. Opening a single aperture doubles the speed of physical refinement. Achieving the opening of all 9 apertures signifies the attainment of a consummate realm. When cultivation reaches its zenith, the body can contain the immense power of the 9 profound realms, rendering it invincible. Lin Yu forged a magnificent seal of mountains and rivers, marking his entry into the realm of the 9 transformations of mountains and rivers. Boom. Before Qi Songzi could gather his thoughts, Lin Yu's head was adorned with an array of mountain and river seals, materializing one after another, suspended high in the sky, ebbing and flowing endlessly. In mere moments, the 9-fold seal of mountains and rivers was entirely forged. 9-fold completion? How could this be? Qi Songzi exclaimed in astonishment. The 9 transformations of mountains and rivers correspond to the 9 orifices. It is exceedingly difficult for one without all 9 orifices to achieve such greatness. Yet Lin Yu evidently possessed only 7 orifices. How could he attain such mastery? Even more shocking to Qi Songzi was the ceaseless influx of celestial energy that surged forth as the 9 mountain and river seals churned, flooding into Lin Yu's every limb and sinew. In an instant, Lin Yu's physical form birthed innate energy. To cultivate innate energy within the physical body? Heavens! Has he truly reached the realm of innate physicality? Qi Songzi gazed in awe, utterly dumbfounded. The path of body refinement is already fraught with difficulty compared to the refinement of Qi. Otherwise, how could a mere Qi cultivation method lead to the decline of body refinement? Yet Lin Yu not only perfected the 9 transformations of mountains and rivers in the blink of an eye, but he also cultivated innate strength within his physical form. Boom. At that moment, the 12 celestial towers once again emerged above Lin Yu's head. Innate spiritual energy. innate strength of the physical body. These two forms of innate power intertwined and flowed within Lin Yu, complementing one another, continuously refining his physique. This was the 12th level of the Yuxiao scripture. No wonder he could achieve the innate ninefold realm in such a short span. It turns out he had cultivated the Yuxiao scripture to perfection. Old Patriarch. Our Qing Song sect has no regrets. We have found such a prodigy to be the heir of the 9 transformations of mountains and rivers. The 9 transformations will undoubtedly shine brilliantly in Lin Yu's hands. Qing Songzi's face was filled with satisfaction and emotion. Suddenly, the 12 celestial towers above Lin Yu quietly dispersed. The 9 mountain and river seals also flew into Lin Yu's 7 orifices. Among them, 4 seals entered Lin Yu's eyes, causing his pupils to momentarily shift, resembling mesmerizing dual pupils that captivated the heart. As the 9 mountain and river seals entered his body, Lin Yu felt the innate 9 orifices continuously draw in spiritual energy, strengthening his physique. Alas, the spiritual energy in this place had long since been depleted, making it difficult for even the formidable 9 mountain and river seals to absorb much energy. Junior Lin Yu expresses profound gratitude to the senior for the gift of wisdom. Lin Yu rose and bowed deeply to Qing Songzi. Although he had not yet broken through to the innate realm, he could genuinely sense that his foundation had become more profound than it was before, by more than just a factor of 1. It is I who should express my gratitude to you, my friend. The Qing Song sect has no regrets. The 9 turns of the mountains and rivers will ultimately illuminate the heavens and the earth, Qing Songzi remarked with a sense of deep emotion. Shall we forego our thanks altogether? Lin Yu chuckled softly, scratching his head. It seems I have become rather antiquated. Qing Songzi was momentarily taken aback, but soon erupted into hearty laughter. Esteemed elder, I still have obligations to attend to and cannot linger here any longer. Do you intend to remain in this place? Lin Yu rose and inquired. Will you take your leave, old man? Qing Songzi chuckled and replied, Why is that? Lin Yu felt a stirring in his heart. As the fellow cultivator stated, I, an old man, guard the path within my heart. Thus, no matter where I may be, the ground beneath my feet is the boundless expanse of Qingtsong. King Kangzi gazed at Lin Yu with a carefree expression. Chapter 61. The Top 10 of the Outer Sect. The mystical realm of Xuanlu has also arrived. Senior, you have truly come to a profound understanding. Lin Yu spoke with a smile, having come to a realization. Qing Songzi nodded emphatically. Thus, when we meet again in the future, I fear that you will have already attained the status of a Yuanian cultivator, senior. Lin Yu chuckled. It is also possible that one perished under the tribulation of inner demons. King Songzi spoke with an air of nonchalance. When mentioning the tribulation of inner demons, King Songzi felt little fear, exuding a carefree demeanor. Have you ever heard of the Zizai wine from the Xianyao sect, esteemed senior? Lin Yu inquired with a smile. Lin Yu embarked on this journey with the primary intention of acquiring the Qing Tsong Sutra. However, unexpectedly, he found himself inadvertently mastering the physical cultivation technique of the Qing Tsong sect, known as the 9 transformations of mountains and rivers. Given that the Qing Tsong Sutra and this technique share a common origin, Lin Yu naturally succeeded in cultivating both. Now, it is indeed time for him to contemplate his expedition to the realm of carefree secrets. The Zizai wine. I have heard whispers of it. It is said that the Zizai wine can dispel inner demons and aid individuals in effortlessly transcending the tribulations of the heart, allowing them to ascend to the nascent soul realm. Qing Songzi pondered before speaking. Senior, in truth, I have another task for this journey. Lin Yu spoke with a serious demeanor. What is the task? Do you require my assistance? Qing Songzi earnestly replied. This mission involves venturing into the carefree secret realm to seek out the Zizai wine and its brewing recipe. Lin Yu smiled and spoke. Has the paradise secret realm been opened? Indeed, considering the time, it has indeed commenced. Qing Songzi calculated with his fingers, his eyes gleaming with brilliance. Senior, would you care to accompany me? If I, as a junior, were to truly obtain that free-spirited wine, I would surely celebrate with you, toasting and rejoicing. Lin Yu gazed at Qing Songzi with a smile. If that is the case, it seems that I have no choice but to go. Qing Songzi chuckled, stroking his beard. Then it is settled. However, esteemed elder, I must return to the Qingmu dynasty to deliver 2 elixirs to my parents. I fear I will require your assistance for the journey. Lin Yu smiled shyly. Lin Yu is merely at the innate realm when it comes to speed. How could he possibly compare to the half-step Yuanian realm master, Qing Songzi? So, it seems that you, young man, have been harboring such intentions. Qing Cangzi chuckled while scolding lightly. Then with a casual wave of his hand, a tremendous seal materialized above his head. This seal, known as the Qingcang seal, is a treasured artifact passed down through the Qingcang sect. Qing Cangzi elaborated, the deputy sect master, Wang Qingkong, once remarked that the primary function of seal-type artifacts is to crush one's foes. Given that the Qingcang sect regards the seal as a sacred heirloom, it surely possesses other remarkable uses. Lin Yu pondered before speaking. Indeed, the art of crafting imperial artifacts possesses its own unique strengths. As the saying goes, each has its own merits. If the opportunity arises, I would like to give you a glimpse of it. As Qing Cangzi spoke, he moved gracefully and landed upon the imperial seal. Lin Yu, come forth. We shall embark on a journey to the Qingmu dynasty. Qing Cangzi declared. I am deeply grateful for your guidance, esteemed elder. In a fleeting moment, Lin Yu had already landed upon the seal. The serene secret realm. Though termed a secret realm, it had been marred by countless fissures from the great battle that took place long ago. Coupled with the barriers set by the leader of the serene sect, it now teetered on the brink of collapse. In such a dilapidated secret realm, it would not be surprising if even a formidable figure from the 9th level of Foundation establishment, let alone a gold core or nascent soul practitioner, could shatter it. At this moment, the entrance to the secret realm twisted in the void, as treasures surged forth. Sister Mingxue, is that the entrance to the serene secret realm? Zhao Huayu inquired with curiosity. It was indeed Sister Fang Mingxue, who had arrived with disciples from the Yuntian outer sect. The Yuntian outer sect had sent but a few representatives this time, led by Fang Mingxue, Zhao Huayu, a disciple under Wang Qingkong, Song Qifeng under Lu Daoxian, and Yang Luqing under Lu Xian, as well as Ji Yanling under Zhou Junbai, were all present. Yes, that is the entrance. Did you remember everything I told you on the way here? Fang Mingxue asked. All noted. The western and northern areas have been thoroughly searched, so there is no need to waste time there. That area is the ruins of the Serene sect. If one wishes to find the Zizai wine, it is best to investigate there. Furthermore, the Serene secret realm only lasts for 7 days each time it opens. Song Qingfeng and the others replied earnestly. I wondered who was so familiar with the Serene secret realm. It turns out to be junior sister Mingxue from the Yutian outer sect. Just then, a carefree voice resonated, and 2 figures appeared not far away. The Xuanlu Grand Secret Realm? Upon their appearance, the expressions of Song Qingfeng, Zhao Huayu, and the others shifted noticeably. The outer sect of the Xuanlu Grand Secret Realm, a presence among the top 10 of the Xianlu sect's outer sect. It was none other than senior brother Tianqi. Fang Mingxue quickly bowed in greeting. Junior sister Mingxue, you are too polite, Tianqi replied with a gentle smile, exuding warmth. Senior brother Tianqi, it seems you possess great confidence in this serene secret realm, bringing only one junior brother along? Fang Mingxue observed thoughtfully, glancing at the young man beside Tianqi. He appeared considerably younger than Song Qingfeng, yet astonishingly had reached the pinnacle of Foundation establishment. In a place where strength speaks, what use is there for numbers? The young man, noticing Fang Mingxue's gaze, cast a disdainful glance at Song Qifeng and the others, speaking arrogantly. Qingyang, do not be rude. Quickly pay your respects to Sister Mingxue. Tianqi's displeasure flickered across his face at the words. Yes, senior brother. Qingyang, seemingly quite intimidated by Tianqi, shrank his neck and perfunctorily bowed to Fang Mingxue. Qingyang pays respects to Sister Mingxue. Senior brother, there appears to be someone intriguing over there. I shall go take a look. Without waiting for Fang Mingxue's response, Qingyang swiftly moved away in an instant. This is the fragmentary void step, a technique that only manifests its ability to traverse distances after reaching the 7th level. Fang Mingxue's exquisite eyes flickered momentarily. Upon hearing this, Song Qifeng and the others instantly adopted an expression of profound gravity. The fragmentary void step, the most formidable skill of the outer sect of the Xianluo secret realm, a sacred level technique. It is said to delve into the realms of time and space, rendering it exceedingly arduous to master. For centuries, no one within the Xianluo secret realm has succeeded in its cultivation. To think that this Qingyang not only achieved it, but also advanced to the 7th level. Indeed, this young lad, despite his prideful demeanor, possesses genuine talent. Not only has he cultivated the fragmentary void step to the 7th level, attaining the realm of traversing distances, but he has also reached the 8th level of the Xianluo Sutra, belonging to the sect leader's lineage. Tianqi remarked with admiration. Congratulations to the outer sect of Xianluo for acquiring such a remarkable disciple. His talent is indeed exceptional. Fang Mingxue expressed her thoughts. Although he may not rival Lin Yu's prodigiousness, he is still a genius far beyond Fang Mingxue's own capabilities. It is the fortune of fate. However, this young lad, with his extraordinary aptitude, learns swiftly yet lacks the tempering of experience. Hence, the sect leader entrusted me with the responsibility of taking Qingyang out for some practice. Young people ought to face more challenges. While Tianqi seemed to criticize Qingyang, the smile on his face was unmistakably radiant. However, reaching the 7th and 8th levels appears to pale in comparison to Lin Yu's extraordinary prowess. Fang Mingxue paid no heed to Tianqi's accolades. Yet Ji Yinling could not tolerate his arrogance and couldn't help but mutter a comment. As soon as these words left her lips, Tianqi's smile abruptly froze on his face. Chapter 62. The Academy of Heaven and Earth. Not inferior to Xianluo. Not as good as Lin Yu. May I inquire, who is this Lin Yu? Your junior brother? Tianqi's gaze swept across the crowd. He had encountered Song Qingfeng, Zhao Huaiyu, and Tianqi before. Ji Yinling appeared unfamiliar, yet Lin Yu was certainly not her acquaintance. Lin Yu, your junior brother, is currently away on business and has yet to join us. Fang Mingxue cast a gentle glance at Ji Yinling and spoke softly. When did your junior brother Lin Yu enter the sect? To what level have you cultivated the Yunxiao Sutra of your Yutian outer sect? Tianqi's gaze was fervently fixed on Fang Mingxue. In terms of cultivation techniques, the Yunxiao Sutra surpasses the Xianluo Sutra by a considerable margin. After all, the Yunxiao Sutra consists of 12 levels, capable of enhancing cultivation speed 12-fold, making it the premier sacred level cultivation method of this era. When Zhou Junbai acquired the Yunxiao Sutra, it indeed sparked envy among the other outer sects for a prolonged period. It is hard to say. Fang Mingxue pondered before responding. What is there that is hard to say? We are all disciples of the outer sect of Xianluo, and mutual understanding among disciples cannot be deemed as leaking secrets. Tianqi chuckled softly, believing Fang Mingxue was merely concealing Lin Yu's true prowess. Indeed, it was difficult to articulate, even if he mentioned it. His senior brother would hardly believe it. Fang Mingxue offered a faint smile. In the vast outer sect, who does not know of junior sister Mingxue? She never speaks falsely. How could my senior brother doubt her? Tianqi shook his head. Junior brother Lin Yu has already cultivated the Yunxiao Sutra to the 12th great perfection. Fang Mingxue stated with solemnity. 12th great perfection? Tianqi was taken aback and quickly inquired. May I ask when this junior brother Lin Yu entered the sect? Counting meticulously. It has barely been a month. Fang Mingxue replied earnestly. A month, you say? Tianqi couldn't help but burst into laughter. Junior sister Mingxue, of all things to learn. Why begin with boasting like Wang Qingkong? You jest. Do you know what constitution Xingyang possesses? Tianqi inquired with a light-hearted smile. What constitution? Fang Mingxue became intrigued. The innate exquisite body. Tianqi's expression turned serious. The innate exquisite body. Fang Mingxue asked, her curiosity piqued. Is it not said that those with such a physique possess a body that is exquisitely refined, a mind as clear as a mirror, untainted by impurities, and frequently enter states of profound understanding? Song Qingfeng displayed a hint of surprise. Indeed, when the celestial spirit body is absent, in terms of cultivation speed, none in this world can surpass it. Even so, junior brother Qingyang has been in the sect for 6 years and has only managed to cultivate the Xianluo Sutra to the 8th realm, still a level away from perfection. Tianqi regarded Fang Mingxue with utmost seriousness. His implication was clear. My junior brother Qingyang's cultivation speed is second only to that of the celestial spirit body. After 6 years, he has struggled to achieve the great perfection of the Xianluo Sutra. What gives Lin Yu the audacity to cultivate the cloud sky scripture to the 12th level of mastery within just 1 month of entering the sect? You are truly entertaining. I could tell you, yet you would not believe it. You insist on probing further, and when I provide an answer, you still doubt it. Ji Yinling murmured with a hint of dissatisfaction. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, a series of extremely intense fluctuations erupted from the distance, as two sharp auras clashed violently. Is it the Azure Sun junior brother engaging in combat? The arrival of these two auras caused Tianqi's expression to shift slightly. The sword energy is both majestic and refined. In this world, only disciples from the Celestial Academy could possibly cultivate such sword energy, could they not? Fang Mingxue's beautiful eyes flickered with surprise as she regarded the source of the approaching auras. The Celestial Academy? What kind of sect is that? Is it formidable? Ji Yinling inquired with curiosity. Quite formidable. It is not inferior to our immortal Luo sect. Song Qifeng replied solemnly. Not inferior to our immortal Luo sect? Ji Yinling was taken aback. Having been initiated for some time, she had heard her sect leader dismiss other sects with disdain, even claiming that 90% of the contemporary sects could not compare to the outer disciples of the immortal Luo sect. Yet this celestial academy can stand shoulder to shoulder with them? The celestial academy was founded by the sage of sword and scholarship. It is said that the sage attained the realm of a sword immortal through his studies, yet in terms of actual strength, he could rank among the top 10 of his era. The admission process of the celestial academy is also entirely different from our immortal Luo sect, Fang Mingxue explained methodically. How so? Ji Yinling's curiosity deepened. The sage of sword and scholarship? Anyone associated with the term immortal is undoubtedly a true powerhouse throughout history. Wandering scholars. Zhao Huayu chuckled softly. It is said that unlike our immortal Luo sect, which has 3,000 outer disciples, the Celestial Academy consists of only one academy. The masters of the academy relish the pursuit of knowledge, traveling far and wide with their bookcases. Anyone who meets the criteria, regardless of age, can enter the academy. Those within the Celestial Academy do not study myriad paths, but rather delve into countless tomes. Tianqi also spoke with curiosity. So unique? Senior sister, shall we go and take a look? I wonder if the disciples of the Celestial Academy possess extraordinary abilities to match the Azure Sun brother, whom you describe as unparalleled in this realm, in such a fierce contest. Ji Yinling smiled as she spoke. The Azure Sun junior brother, with his pure intentions, delights in engaging with geniuses. I apologize if I have caused any amusement among you all. Upon hearing this, Tianqi offered a wry smile. We are here to hone our skills, after all. A moment's glance back could certainly prove enlightening. Fang Mingxue nodded, her sword quivering lightly beneath her feet as she made her way towards the battleground where two figures clashed. In an instant, a throng of onlookers had gathered at the scene of the duel. There, in the distant void, two silhouettes battled fiercely. One of them wielded a long blade, sweeping it with such fervor that the blade's radiance surged forth, a blinding white that seemed capable of eclipsing the sun and moon. This was none other than Qingyang. The other figure, tall and slender, donned a flowing azure robe, bearing a bookshelf upon his back, and brandished a long sword. With a flourish of his weapon, the sword's aura blazed like the resplendent sun, majestic and imposing, impossible to gaze upon directly. As the two engaged, the clash of blades and swords enveloped the air in swirling mist. The sheer force of their confrontation drew the attention of many cultivators nearby. A vast blade, the sword of the great sun. Their movements in battle were remarkably intricate, as if they shared an unspoken understanding, striking simultaneously. A blade's radiance surged like the rising tide, infused with a vast energy that engulfed the heavens. A sword's brilliance, like the sun traversing the sky, pierced through the endless fog, vanquishing all injustice in the world. Boom! The two formidable powers collided violently, shaking the very firmament. An ocean of blade and sword light surged in all directions. The residual force from their clash surged forth with tremendous might. At this moment, a figure approached, soaring on a sword. It was Lin Yu, the junior disciple. Watch out! Fang Mingxue recognized the newcomer immediately and exclaimed in alarm. Chapter 63. The Blossoming of Confucianism and Taoism. The wine of freedom has manifested in this world. Fang Mingxue beheld the torrential storm of blade and sword light rushing toward Lin Yu, as the power of her golden course surged within her. This is dire. The scholar-clad youth, alongside Qingyang, paled in response, their weapons ringing in unison as they prepared to act. Blade energy surged forth. Sword energy scorched the heavens. Little did they expect to encounter such formidable prowess upon their arrival. This journey was indeed worthwhile. Meanwhile, Lin Yu, having just arrived on his sword, let out a resounding cry, and a surge of innate power erupted skyward. Boom! Within Lin Yu's body, the 9 Emperor River Seal emerged, transforming into 9 majestic rivers that shielded him. A resounding roar. The torrent of blade energy and rain of swords cascaded down. The rivers stirred, and the void resonated. Behold! The 9 rivers seemed to sever the heavens, isolating the onslaught of blade energy and sword rain beyond their reach. Is this the 9-fold river seal? Does the Qingtsang sect boast such an extraordinary disciple? The youthful scholar, gazing upon the 9-fold river seal, felt a glimmer of resplendent sword light in his eyes. Clang, clang, clang. As the young scholar gasped in astonishment, the sword box behind Lin Yu had already sprung open. Heavenly threshold, reverse current, spring encounter, astonishing rainbow. Mountain Shaker. Lin Yu casually pointed, and from the reverse immortal sword box, 5 reverse immortal swords soared forth, transforming into 5 majestic sword energy pathways. Boom. As the sword energy pathways descended with formidable force, colossal waves surged into the sky, tumultuously erupting. Fiery flames that scorched the world enveloped the heavens. Moreover, magnificent mountains and towering peaks exerted their dominance over the universe. In but a fleeting moment, the sword rain and blade energy that had been isolated beyond 9 great mountains and rivers were rendered utterly formless. Whoosh! Lin Yu pointed with a finger, and the 5 obverse immortal sword flew back into its scabbard. This is the 9 heavens sword cannon. The 5th layer of sword Qi's grand Tao. Has the 9 heavens sword cannon been cultivated to the 5th level? Junior sister Ming Shui just addressed him as Lin Yu. Tian Qi also exclaimed in astonishment. Youthful. Lin Yu was indeed exceptionally youthful, merely 16 or 17 years of age. Yet he had already cultivated the 9 heavens sword cannon to the 5th level. I have already informed you. Lin Yu has long mastered both the cloud heavens cannon and the 9 heavens sword cannon. Why do you refuse to believe me? Ji Yinling rolled her eyes, feeling quite exasperated. What an extraordinary sword. Truly remarkable. At that moment, a youthful scholar exclaimed in admiration, swiftly landing before Lin Yu, his face awash with astonishment. I always believed that among the younger generation, few would leave a lasting impression on me. You are one of them. Qing Yang also leapt forward, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Yu, brimming with eagerness. Boom, boom. To Lin Yu's delight, as the two approached, a golden light burst forth, settling upon his forehead. Scene 1. A young man sat amidst countless tomes, neither practicing magical arts nor cultivating supernatural powers. After perusing an abundance of texts within the confines of a scholarly pavilion, a book and a sword emerged. Scene 2. On the day of an infant's birth, a beam of rosy light illuminated the sky, accompanied by celestial cranes circling above the rooftop. As these images alternated, lines of text materialized. The prodigy Wang Su of Confucianism. At the age of 3, he recited the great Confucian classics. By 7, he was brought to the Celestial Academy by the esteemed sage. At 8, he comprehended 1,000 volumes, and by 12, he had read over 10,000. At 23, amidst countless tomes, he grasped the true essence of Confucianism, obtaining the revered Confucian scriptures and the acknowledgement of the Confucian sword. For 23 years, he did not practice magical arts nor refine sword techniques. Yet upon the emergence of the true essence of Confucianism, his state of mind ascended to the foundation establishment realm, cultivating the 7 layers of Confucian righteousness, a feat that was nothing short of astonishing. Qing Yang, born with a naturally exquisite physique, on the day of his birth, he garnered the recognition of heaven and earth, eliciting wondrous phenomena. Within half a year, he entered the realm of Qi cultivation. In 1 year, he attained the innate stage, and by 20, he successfully established his foundation based on his innate exquisite heart. A truly remarkable achievement. Lines of text emerged, causing Lin Yu to reveal a look of profound astonishment. The two. One ascended to the immortal path through Confucianism, reaching the foundation establishment realm directly through self-cultivation of the heart. The other, with a naturally exquisite physique, cultivated at a pace second only to that of the ethereal body, innately channeling energy into his dantian. With a whoosh, the images transformed into nourishment, absorbed by the tree of the great Tao. Drawing from Wang Su's astonishing past, the efficacy of the sword Tao blossomed. Effects of the sword Tao blossom. 1. Enhances comprehension of any sword technique 8-fold. 2. Any sword-related supernatural power can be augmented with scorching sword intent and extreme cold sword intent. 3. Any sword-related supernatural power can be enhanced with thunder and flame sword intent, doubling its potency. 4. When executing sword techniques, reverse immortal sword intent can be added, amplifying its power 2-fold. 5. All sword intents can be transformed into the sword Qi of the great Tao. 6. When invoking the sword Qi of the great Tao, the speed of supernatural powers is doubled. 7. Sword-related supernatural powers can be complemented with Confucian sword intent. By drawing from Wang Su's remarkable past, the Confucian blossom was forged. The effects of the flower of Confucianism and Taoism are as follows. 1. The power of the learned Confucian and Taoist techniques is doubled. Drawing upon the stunning past of Qing Yang, the effects of the flower of enlightenment are enhanced. The effects of the flower of enlightenment are as follows. 1. The speed of cultivation is increased by 11-fold. 2. Perceptiveness is heightened by 11-fold. 3. One can enter a state of sudden enlightenment during cultivation, with the effects of this enlightenment amplified 11-fold. 4. For methods below the sacred tier, instantaneous mastery is achievable for sacred tier methods. Minor mastery can be attained in an instant. Drawing upon the stunning past of Qingyang, the dual flower effect on the physical body and constitution is enhanced. The effects of the dual flower on the physical body and constitution are as follows. 1. Even without cultivation, the speed of advancement can reach 30% of the sudden enlightenment state. 2. The purity of the innate energy within the body is increased 6-fold. 3. The nourishing effect of innate energy on the physical body is amplified 5-fold. 4. The nourishing effect of innate energy on the soul is elevated 5-fold. 5. Innate energy inherently possesses the power of the 9 heavens. 6. The speed of body refinement is doubled. As these lines of text materialized, Lin Yu's foundation was significantly enhanced once more. This brother seems to have gained some insight. Wang Su gazed at Lin Yu and Qingyang, his expression revealing a hint of intrigue. This brother has misunderstood. I have a peculiar habit of becoming entranced upon encountering geniuses. Upon hearing these words, Lin Yu remarked in a teasing manner, "Ah, my junior brother Lin Yu, this peculiar habit of yours is indeed quite amusing." The arriving Tian Qi also gazed at Lin Yu with an expression of curiosity. "Sister Mingxue, who is this individual?" Lin Yu gazed at Feng Mingxue and inquired. "This is senior brother Tianqi from the outer sect of the Xianluo Grand Secret Realm. This is also your senior brother Qingyang from the same realm." Feng Mingxue replied with a serious demeanor. Lin Yu respectfully acknowledged both senior brothers. Lin Yu chuckled lightly and nodded. Quickly, the legendary Zizai wine has emerged into the world. At that moment, a cultivator stumbled out from the depths of the carefree secret realm, howling towards the heavens. Chapter 64. Senior brother, there is no need to hold back. After all, we are numerous. Yet, amidst his cries, the cultivator's body weakened, and he fainted instantly. Has the Zizai wine truly appeared? The expressions of Lin Yu and the others changed dramatically. The injuries on the cultivator were severe, suggesting he had just emerged from a fierce battle. Esteemed colleagues, now that the Zizai wine has made its appearance, I shall take my leave first. Wang Su bowed to Lin Yu and the others, and in an instant, he was already dashing towards the realm of leisure. With each step he took, profound Confucian scriptures materialized beneath his feet, displaying extraordinary elegance. Lin Yu, although we are of the same sect, once we step into this realm of leisure, I shall not hold back. Qingyang remarked confidently, gazing at Lin Yu. There is no need for my senior brother to restrain himself. After all, I have many junior brothers. Lin Yu cast a glance at Song Qifeng, smiling as he spoke. Then we shall meet in the secret realm. After saying this, Qingyang stepped forward, and his figure vanished without a trace. When Qingyang reappeared, it was as if he had traversed through space, materializing at the entrance of the carefree secret realm. Then, with another flash, he disappeared once more. What a remarkable technique of movement! Lin Yu exclaimed in astonishment. Junior brother Lin, this is the sacred grade movement technique, the shattering void step. Junior brother Qingyang has already cultivated it to the 7th level, achieving the realm of compressing distance to mere inches. Feng Mingxue spoke with a serious demeanor. Shattering void step? Compressing distance to inches? Lin Yu displayed a look of curiosity. This technique, harmonizing with the great avenue of time and space, should indeed be quite suitable for him. Senior sister Feng, now that the free wine has made its appearance, I shall enter as well. Once I obtain that free wine, I intend to revel in it with an esteemed elder until we are thoroughly intoxicated. Lin Yu, with a light-hearted demeanor, wandered leisurely into the realm of carefree secrets. Come, keep up, shouted Song Qifeng, Zhao Huayu, and Ji Yinling, hastily following suit. Junior brother Lin Yu is indeed quite confident. Tian Qi remarked with a chuckle. Junior brother Lin possesses the capital for such confidence. Feng Mingxue's beautiful eyes sparkled. Indeed, Tian Qi nodded in agreement. Although Feng Mingxue and the others may have been exaggerating, Lin Yu's 9-fold mountain river seal and the 5-fold sword Qi path were already astonishing enough. I initially believed that this internal disciple assessment would be devoid of suspense. Yet, it now appears to be far more thrilling than I had anticipated. Tian Qi expressed sincerely once more. Indeed, with Lin Yu and Qingyang, it is entirely possible that other outer sect talents may emerge, promising an exciting spectacle. Feng Mingxue also nodded earnestly. This secret realm is truly something remarkable. Lin Yu surveyed the serene yet precarious secret realm, shaking his head with a sigh. The fissures in the space of the realm were numerous, and it seemed unable to withstand any turmoil. It could at most endure the force of a peak foundation establishment practitioner. Should a confrontation occur at this level, it could potentially lead to the disintegration of the space, a truly perilous situation. Song Qingfeng also interjected, noting the remarkable fluctuations of battle emanating from the south. Senior Sister Fong mentioned that the south is the direction of the remnants of the Shaoao sect, where the elusive wine is likely to be found. Zhao Huayu, with a serious demeanor, declared, "Then let us head south." Lin Yu nodded and boldly surged forth into the sky. In the southern region of the tranquil secret realm, the spatial damage was exceedingly severe, with debris scattered everywhere. After all, this was the domain where the master of the tranquil sect had boldly confronted the 5 great nascent souls, leaving behind an astonishing level of destruction. This area had been explored extensively by numerous cultivators, yet none had truly reaped any rewards. However, amidst the shattered expanse, an imposing palace emerged, standing defiantly within the rifts of the void. The elixir of freedom is not something a mere disciple of the mystic weapon sect is entitled to possess. At that moment, 2 young men burst forth from the palace, one after the other. Leading the charge was a youth whose cultivation had reached the pinnacle of foundation establishment. Following closely behind was a proud young man wielding a long spear. As the spear-wielding man pursued, he brandished his weapon, unleashing a torrent of spear light that surged forth like a vast ocean. The spear light cascaded down upon the fleeing disciple of the mystic weapon sect like a shower of stars. While our mystic weapon sect may not rival your Star Chase sect, if you wish to snatch something from my grasp, you must first inquire about my treasures. The disciple of the mystic weapon sect countered sharply, raising his hand to summon a profound artifact that he hurled backward. With a rumble, the artifact transformed into a shield, effectively blocking the formidable attack from the Star Chase sect's young man. As soon as the shield intercepted the youth's spear, it swiftly returned to the mystic weapon sect disciple. It appears that the mystic weapon sect possesses limited capabilities. The Star Chase sect youth sneered, charging forth once more. Waves of spear light rained down like celestial bodies. Boom, boom, boom. The mystic weapon sect disciple had no intention of directly confronting his opponent. Instead, he continuously unleashed treasures to counter the onslaught of the Star Chase sect's attacks. Occasionally, the robe of the mystic weapon sect disciple would radiate brilliant light, dissipating the residual force of the strikes. Clearly, the disciple had armed himself to the teeth with magical artifacts. Truly, he was on par with a turtle, seeing that he was utterly unable to overcome his adversary. The Star Chase sect youth gritted his teeth in frustration. It seems that even the illustrious Star Chase sect is not so formidable after all. The mystic weapon sect disciple retorted with a taunt. Is that so? Then today, I shall demonstrate what the true essence of the Star Chase spear path entails. Kill. The Star Chase sect youth's expression darkened further upon hearing this. Star Chase. Boom. With a long howl, he thrust his spear with unparalleled speed. As if a meteor streaking across the heavens, the piercing force aiming to pierce through the very fabric of the void. The mystic weapon sect disciple was immediately struck with dread. As the disciple of the Star Pursuit sect unleashed a swift thrust, the surrounding void seemed to be frozen, rendering any evasion futile. Desire the free spirit wine? Very well, here it is. The youth from the mysterious artifact sect, realizing escape was impossible, gritted his teeth and hurled a wine gourd at the tip of the spear. Clearly, desperation had overtaken him. He resolved to destroy the free spirit wine, ensuring that neither party would claim it. The man from the Star Pursuit sect, witnessing the wine soaring away, attempted to retract his spear, but it was too late. His face darkening with fury. To waste such exquisite wine would indeed be a travesty. Why not keep it and share a drink together? Wouldn't that be delightful? At that moment, Wang Su's voice rang out. A flicker of sword light illuminated the air, effortlessly dissipating the attack aimed at him, and with a deft twist, he lifted the wine gourd aloft. Distinguished guests, I shall take this free spirit wine. Suddenly, Qin Yang appeared as if stepping forth from the void, poised to seize the wine gourd for himself. A little bird lies in wait, he exclaimed, ready to strike. In response, the man from the Star Pursuit sect's eyes gleamed with a fierce intent. With a swift motion, he thrust his spear toward Qin Yang's outstretched hand. The spear was formidable, yet the wielder lacked finesse. Clang! Qin Yang's indifferent voice broke through as he deftly pivoted his long blade, shattering the descending spear light and deflecting the weapon aside. Humph. The disciple of the Star Pursuit sect felt an overwhelming edge in the blade's aura, forcing him to retreat with a muffled grunt. With a flourish, Wang Su's Grand Scholar's sword sliced through the air, sending a gleaming arc toward the wine gourd. My dear brother Wang Su, taking from me shall not be so simple. Clang. Qin Yang, having repelled the disciple of the Star Pursuit sect, unleashed another strike with his blade, clashing with Wang Su's sword light. The two clearly conserved their strength, their attacks deftly avoiding harm to the wine gourd, though the residual force sent it soaring with each collision. Xian Luo sect, Tiandi Academy? The expression of the Star Pursuit sect disciple turned grim. He had not anticipated the emergence of disciples from these two sects at such a critical moment. Are you not quite formidable? Why not step forward and seize it? The youth from the mysterious artifact sect mocked the disciple from the Star Pursuit sect. Do you think I fear them? The disciple from the Star Pursuit sect retorted with a cold laugh, once more charging forth with his spear. In an instant, sword light surged, blade energy sliced through the air, and spear shadows flickered, resulting in a fierce clash where neither party yielded an inch. Junior brother, it appears that a scuffle has erupted. Might the contents of that gourd be the infamous Zai bar? Amidst the combat among the three, Lin Yu and his companions also arrived at the scene. Zhao Huayu, gazing intently at the fierce confrontation, inquired with fervor. It should be. Song Qingfeng nodded in affirmation. Then turned to Lin Yu. Junior brother, shall we intervene? At this moment, Song Qingfeng was brimming with the spirit of battle. The three combatants were all formidable masters. And while Song Qingfeng had also reached the pinnacle of foundation establishment, he felt an irresistible urge to join the fray. Let us observe for now. Lin Yu smiled and glanced at the young man from the Xuanqi sect, not far away. Why do you not seize the opportunity? Lin Yu inquired with a hint of amusement. Rob? Not only is it unlikely to succeed, but even if one were to succeed, it would be impossible to carry it away. What purpose would such a theft serve? The young man from the Xuanqi sect replied, his expression filled with indignation. You certainly possess a unique sense of humor. Lin Yu spoke with layered meanings, his tone imbued with profound significance. Did you not also refrain from seizing it? The young disciple of the Xuanqi sect retorted. It is not that we chose not to seize it. The crux of the matter lies in our inability to prevail. Lin Yu shrugged his shoulders. Boom. At that moment, Wang Su and his companions clashed once more. A formidable force surged outward like the tide. Clang. A knife, a gun, and a sword nearly simultaneously struck beside the wine gourd, emanating a terrifying radiance. The three distinct powers transformed the area surrounding the gourd into a battleground, continuously countering and neutralizing each other, showcasing remarkable control. Boom. Ultimately, it was Wang Su's might that prevailed, sending the wine gourd soaring through the air. As the gourd trembled, cracks appeared upon its surface, and it suddenly hurtled towards Lin Yu. Junior brother, the wine gourd is coming our way. Aren't you going to seize it? Song Qingfeng laughed. Seize it? No, but I never said I wouldn't take it. Lin Yu responded with a smile, and in the blink of an eye, he had already appeared in front of the wine gourd. Come. Lin Yu effortlessly tucked away the wine gourd. My esteemed senior brothers, you are truly too gracious. As a junior, I cannot accept such kindness without due gratitude. In the presence of the three, Lin Yu carefully stowed away the wine gourd, not forgetting to offer a respectful bow to them. Brother Lin Yu, your fortune is truly remarkable. You stand still, and yet the fine wine comes to you effortlessly, remarked Wang Su, standing resolutely with his sword, a smile gracing his lips. Lin Shidi, previously you faced the aftermath of our battle with unyielding resolve. And now this gourd of wine is once again directed at you. Are you here specifically to vex me? Qin Yang interjected, seemingly at a loss for words. Meanwhile, the man from the Chasing Stars sect fixed his gaze upon Lin Yu, his expression tinged with unmistakable dissatisfaction. Gentlemen, what are you saying? Is this not a fortunate encounter? Lin Yu smiled gently and remarked, as the saying goes, treasures of heaven and earth are bestowed upon the virtuous. Since the free spirit wine has found its way into the hands of Brother Lin, there is no need for competition. With great poise, Wang Su sheathed his Grand Scholar's sword. The Immortal Luo sect is not in one of such items as the free spirit wine, nor is the Academy of Heavenly Studies. It is merely a trial. Since you have chosen not to contend, I too shall refrain from competing with my junior brother. It would be unseemly for such news to circulate. Similarly, Qin Yang sheathed his long blade. Lin Yu, please accept my thanks on behalf of both of us. Lin Yu smiled. Gentlemen, it is merely a bottle of Zizai wine. Indeed, There is nothing to quarrel over. At that moment, a young man from the Xuanqi sect stepped forward. Merely Zizai wine. Have you discovered anything else within? The youth from the Chasing Stars sect was taken aback. I am Zhuo Bufan from the Xuanqi sect. It is an honor to meet the esteemed disciples of the Xianluo sect and the Tiandi Academy. The young man from the Xuanqi sect paid no mind to the Chasing Stars sect's youth, but rather bowed respectfully to Lin Yu and the others. Zhuo, you are too modest. It seems you have something more to say. Wang Su replied with a smile, pondering his words. Not only have I discovered Zizai wine, but I have also unearthed other treasures. Zhuo Bufan stated with a serious demeanor. What? Qingyang inquired, intrigued. A jade slip, a spirit of the 5 elements. Zhuo Bufan declared without a change in his expression. What? A spirit of the 5 elements? Upon hearing this, Lin Yu and the others displayed expressions of astonishment. The spirit of the 5 elements. It is one of the most effective materials among the extraordinary treasures for foundation establishment. Moreover, this spirit of the 5 elements holds special significance for Lin Yu. It is the perfect substance for the cultivation of a flawless physical body. According to the records in Shan He Jiu Zhuan, when the spirit of the 5 elements is utilized for physical foundation establishment, its effects far surpass those when used for spiritual energy foundation. Indeed, Zhuang Bufan nodded. Brother Zhuang, since you have not taken it, it seems that obtaining that object is not an easy feat, is it? Lin Yu pondered for a moment before speaking. Chapter 66. Poor acting. You, Qingyang, are rather foolish. It is indeed a difficult task. However, esteemed colleagues, whether you are disciples of the Xianluo sect or students of the Tiandi Academy, what I cannot obtain, you may very well be able to. Zhuo Bufan stated. Conditions. Lin Yu nodded slightly, and then inquired once more. The jade slip should contain the legacy of the Xiaoao sect. I will guide you there, regardless of who obtains it. As long as the jade slip is copied for me, it will suffice, Zhuo Bufan stated. You do have quite the scheme. We undertake the perilous endeavor. Yet you wish to receive a share. Qingyang raised an eyebrow. Without my guidance, you might not find your way there in the remaining time. If you are uninterested, I can always seek others. Zhuo Bufan's gaze flickered. I actually find it agreeable. Copying a single slip is hardly a monumental task, Wang Su remarked with a casual smile. Indeed, if the information you possess is genuine, allowing you to make a copy is not out of the question. Lin Yu also nodded slightly. So, do the two of you agree? A fleeting look of joy crossed Zhuo Bufan's face. However, I have one last question. Lin Yu gazed at Zhuo Bufan with a playful expression. Nonetheless, he inquired. Zhuo Bufan replied earnestly, it appears that you share a rather amicable relationship with that individual. Lin Yu cast a glance at Zhuo Bufan before his gaze swept over the young man from the Chasing Star sect. A flicker of surprise crossed Zhuo Bufan's face. While the Chasing Star sect youth was momentarily taken aback, staring at Lin Yu with astonishment. A distinct chill flashed in Qingyang's eyes, though Wang Su appeared unfazed. His expression betraying no hint of change. I told you, this method is futile. Now that it has been exposed, are you not embarrassed? The young man from the Chasing Star sect hesitated for a moment, glared at Zhuo Bufan, and then bowed to Lin Yu and the others. I am Xing Zhe from the Chasing Star sect, a close friend of Zhuo Bufan. It is a pleasure to meet you all. Please do not misunderstand. The reason we enacted this little play was that the treasures there are simply beyond our reach together. We merely intended to lead by example. Little did we expect it would attract the experts from the Xianluo sect and the Tiandi Academy. Zhuo Bufan hastily added an explanation. You possess remarkable courage to even offer the priceless Zizai wine as bait. Qingyang's eyes narrowed slightly, his demeanor softening somewhat. What is a mere jug of wine compared to possessing the formula for it? One must be willing to take risks to achieve great rewards. When it is time to fight, one must indeed fight. Xing Zhe spoke with piercing clarity. Precisely. When the time comes to gamble, one must take the leap. Gentlemen, please lead the way. Lin Yu nodded with a smile. Upon hearing this, Zhuo Bufan and Xing Zhe quickly turned their gaze towards Wang Su and Qingyang. Lead the way, just as you suggested. Wang Su agreed. I will honor Lin Shidi, he added. Qingyang casually tossed his long blade over his shoulder and also consented. Everyone, follow me. Zhuo Bufan exhaled in relief and then turned to stride towards the distant hall. Brother Lin, how did you know they were acquainted and seemed to have a good rapport? Ji Yanling inquired curiously. Sister Ji, your experience is still quite limited. These two were previously engaged in a cat-and-mouse chase. Although Xing Zhe's strikes appeared fierce and menacing, each thrust was executed with restraint. If they were not merely acting, then it stands to reason that Xing Zhe bore no intent to kill. We all discern this, and it is inconceivable that Zhuo Bufan would remain oblivious. Song Qingfeng elucidated. So, Brother Song noticed it as well? Ji Yinling was taken aback. In truth, their performances were rather mediocre. Likely only 2 individuals failed to see through it. Zhao Huayu chimed in with a smile. One of them is me, but who could the other be? Ji Yinling questioned, puzzled. Zhao Huayu and Song Qifeng exchanged glances before simultaneously directing their gaze at Qing Yang. Ah, so it was him. Ji Yinling exclaimed, realization dawning upon her. She then chuckled. Previously, Brother Tianqi extolled Brother Qing Yang to the heavens. It appears that, like me, he is also a novice. You are all being excessive. Qing Yang, noticing the attention of the group, abruptly turned around, slightly flustered. The sect leader mentioned that the cultivators outside are quite cunning. Initially, I was skeptical, but it seems I must remain vigilant against you all in the future. Upon hearing these words, Lin Yu and the others could not help but smile. A group of them followed Zhuo Bufan and Xing Zhe into the grand hall. The interior of the hall was in a state of disrepair, even more severely damaged than the exterior, with chaotic void currents swirling everywhere, making it an arduous task to navigate. However, Zhuo Bufan, familiar with the terrain, skillfully led the group, deftly avoiding the numerous spatial rifts as they ventured deeper into the hall. Yet, they soon encountered an impasse. After a brief moment, Lin Yu and the others noticed that a corridor ahead had a segment missing, roughly a yard in length. At the point of the break, a substantial void rift obstructed their path entirely. Zhuo, it's up to you now. Xing Zhe glanced at Zhuo Bufan. Indeed, Zhuo Bufan nodded, forming a hand seal and summoning a mystical treasure resembling a ladder. Is that the void ladder? As Zhuo Bufan unveiled the artifact, an expression of astonishment crossed Wang Su's face. The void ladder? What is that? Qing Yang inquired, intrigued. The void ladder is a closely guarded secret of the Xuanqi sect. It is said to possess the remarkable ability to bridge spaces, serving as the very foundation of the Xuanqi sect. Wang Su exclaimed. Legends state that its refinement is exceedingly challenging. I never expected Brother Zhuo to possess such a treasure. Brother Wang, you truly live up to your reputation as a disciple of the Heavenly Academy, with your profound knowledge even recognizing our Xuanqi sect's void ladder. Zhuo Bufan replied with a self-satisfied smile. With a hand seal, the void ladder soared into the void rift, subtly transforming into a passageway. Everyone, proceed one by one. Zhuo Bufan stated earnestly. Understood. Lin Yu and the others were equally unreserved as they traversed the void ladder, emerging through the passage and crossing the chasm of the void. They then entered a grand hall. Inside lay the spirit of the 5 elements and a jade tablet. As they stepped into the hall, they beheld a jade tablet suspended in the air, surrounded by a swirling mass of vibrant, multicolored light. However, what was truly alarming was the presence of numerous time-space rifts, intersecting around the jade tablet and the spirit of the 5 elements. To recklessly attempt to approach would likely result in immediate obliteration by the rift's formidable power. Everyone, I previously attempted to harness the power of the void ladder, but it was insufficient to retrieve those items. Thus, it depends on your abilities. Zhuo Bufan said, his gaze intensely fixed upon the jade tablet and the spirit of the 5 elements. I shall go first, Qing Yang declared, stepping forward with determination. Senior Brother Qing Yang, could you teach me the shattered void step? Brother Qing Yang, these spatial rifts resemble intricate patterns, constantly shifting their positions. You must exercise extreme caution, Zhuo Bufan cautioned. I am well aware of my limits. In a flash, Qing Yang activated the shattered void step, traversing the multitude of spatial rifts with astonishing speed, racing towards the jade tablet and the spirit of the 5 elements. Suddenly, the multitude of spatial rifts appeared as if animated, swirling and converging towards Qing Yang. Boom! Qing Yang's expression shifted as he unleashed his long blade, cleaving downwards towards the approaching rifts. Yet, the white blade energy was instantaneously devoured by the rifts, which merely trembled slightly before surging towards Qing Yang once more. Clang! Qing Yang swung his blade like a tempest, emitting waves of white blade light. But he found himself incapable of overcoming the relentless spatial rifts. Meanwhile, several rifts surged with a ferocious force, effectively sealing off Qing Yang's path forward. With a change of expression, Qing Yang lightly tapped the void with his toes and swiftly retreated. Let me try again. Qing Yang furrowed his brow and once more executed the shattered void step, shifting his position to charge towards the jade tablet and the spirit of the 5 elements. However, it was utterly futile. The spatial rifts, akin to intricate patterns, thwarted Qingyang's every attempt, regardless of how swift he was, constantly forcing him back. I will assist you. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Su took advantage of the distraction Qingyang had created to surge forth. But alas, it was still in vain. The dense array of spatial rifts rearranged themselves, compelling Wang Su to retreat as well. Is it truly impossible to obtain the Jade Tablet and the spirit of the five elements? Even with the shattered void step and the celestial movement technique of the academy? Zhuo Bufan observed the repeated failures of Wang Su and Qingyang, his countenance revealing a deep sense of disappointment. Junior brother Lin, shall we intervene? One person restraining a single direction. Could this create an opportunity to break through? Although Song Qingfeng's cultivation surpassed Lin Yu's, he now found himself utterly obedient to Lin Yu. It is futile. Zhao Huayu shook his head and declared, "This spatial array pattern has been deliberately inscribed here through the art of formation. All of the spatial array patterns flow seamlessly. It is not merely us few. But even if we doubled our numbers, we may still not be able to fully restrain it." Zhao Huayu spoke earnestly. "My good fellow, do you possess any knowledge of formation techniques? Have you contemplated a method of dismantling it?" Wang Su and Qingyang were forced back once more, eagerly looking at Zhao Huayu. "How could I possibly conceive of a method to break the array?" Zhao Huayu sighed in resignation. "Although I have studied formation techniques under Vice Sect Master Wang for several years, I can barely manage to dismantle yellow-grade formations. As for breaking a mysterious great array, that would be quite a challenge, let alone this peculiar entity that is neither a complete array nor not one. Even if I could dismantle it, we would lack the time." Zhao Huayu raised his hands in exasperation. "Are we truly to abandon this right before our eyes? Is this how my first expedition culminates in failure?" Qingyang's eyes widened in disbelief. "Brother Qingyang, victories and defeats are commonplace in the realm of warriors." Wang Su interjected with a smile. "Do not be so quick to surrender. While I am at a loss for a method of dismantling, I am not the only one here who has practiced the art of formations." Zhao Huayu cast a glance at Lin Yu. Previously, Lin Yu had dismantled the Yuntian Grand Array without prior knowledge of formations. Now that Lin Yu has received the true teachings from Vice Sect Master Wang, he may yet possess a solution. "Junior brother Lin, have you also studied formation techniques?" Qingyang gazed at Lin Yu in astonishment. "I have studied under Vice Sect Master Wang for half a day." Lin Yu stroked his chin. After half a day's study, even someone as composed as Wang Su displayed a hint of helplessness. "Indeed, my junior brother Lin has only studied for half a day. However, his innate talent for the art of formations is truly remarkable, far surpassing my own," Zhao Huayu earnestly declared. Upon hearing this, Qingyang, Wang Su, and Zhuo Bufan exchanged bewildered glances. What prowess can one possibly acquire in merely half a day's study of formations? Does that junior brother Lin possess any means of deciphering them? Qingyang inquired with a peculiar expression. "As for methods of deciphering, they do exist." Lin Yu pondered and said, "Is there truly such a thing?" Qingyang was taken aback. This rift in space, seemingly a formation yet not, flowed with an enigmatic grace. "I can only find a single opportunity. This fleeting chance demands someone with remarkable speed to enter, following my guidance." Lin Yu declared, "I shall go." Qingyang's gaze flickered. When it comes to the swiftness of movement, Wang Su's heavenly motion technique pales in comparison. "Very well. Allow me to guide you." Lin Yu nodded. "Then I shall proceed." Without further ado, Qingyang dashed out once more. Left 3, right 2, left 7. As Qingyang surged ahead, Lin Yu continuously called out instructions. Remarkably, Qingyang adhered to every command, skillfully weaving through the dense network of spatial rifts. Several times, the cracks in space grazed his body. "It truly works. We're almost there." Joy illuminated the faces of Wang Su and the others. "Now, swiftly move forward." Lin Yu suddenly spoke. In a flash, Qingyang dashed forward without hesitation, appearing before the jade slip and the spirit of the five elements in an instant. Qingyang reached out his hand, intending to seize the two items. Suddenly, two rifts in space surged forward, wielding a destructive force that compelled Qingyang to withdraw immediately. The moment had passed. Retreat was imperative. Lin Yu spoke decisively. Qingyang, not daring to be presumptuous, immediately withdrew. Just a hair's breadth, only a fraction. After stepping back, Qingyang felt even more infuriated. "Should we try again?" Zhuo Bufan also expressed his unwillingness to concede. "It's futile. That was already the limit of my speed. Unless I cultivate the shattering void step to the 8th level, further attempts will yield the same result." Qingyang replied, shaking his head. "Brother Qingyang, you have already mastered the shattering void step to the 7th level, correct? How long will it take to advance further? Wang Su inquired. At least 3 months. Qingyang responded. 3 months is still too late. Xingzhe couldn't help but shake his head. In truth, there is another method. Lin Yu smiled and said, What method? Qingyang and the others looked at Lin Yu with eager anticipation. Brother Qingyang, teach me your shattered void steps. I will cultivate it to the 8th level and then extract its essence, Lin Yu said shyly. Chapter 68, The Iron Simpleton. The birth of 2 blossoms of the Great Way. Upon Lin Yu's words, the expressions of Zhao Huayu, Song Qingfeng, and Ji Yanling behind him remained composed. However, the corners of the mouths of Qingyang, Wang Su, Zhe Bufan, and Xingzhe twitched in response. Lin Shidi, do you comprehend the level of the shattering void step? Qingyang inquired, glaring at Lin Yu. It is of the sacred grade. Lin Yu nodded. Do you know how long it took me to cultivate this fragmented void step to the 7th level? Qingyang inquired. I do not know. Lin Yu shook his head. 5 years. It took me a full 5 years to cultivate the shattered sky step to the 7th level. With such progress, the sect leader has already exclaimed that it is impossible. He claims that apart from being the creator of the shattered sky step, I am also the fastest practitioner. Qingyang gritted his teeth and remarked, 5 years indeed. That pace is undeniably swift. Lin Yu nodded in deep agreement. Compared to others, who often took centuries to attain understanding, Qingyang's progress was indeed astonishingly swift. So, you wish to convey that you intend to reach the 8th level of cultivation within just a few days? Qingyang stared at Lin Yu in disbelief. It is not a matter of a few days. It can be accomplished today. Lin Yu spoke earnestly. Bang. Upon hearing this, Qingyang slapped his forehead. It's over. Junior brother Lin, it's merely the legacy of the carefree sect, supplemented by a singular spirit of the 5 elements. We are not driven to madness. The methods to brew the carefree wine are plentiful within our inner sect, with thousands of similar recipes, while the spirit of the 5 elements is indeed precious. Junior brother Lin, you have truly reached the moment for foundation establishment. At worst, I can assist you in finding another foundational item. Qingyang offered rare words of comfort to Lin Yu. Brother Lin, if it comes to searching for a foundational item, I can also lend a hand. Wang Su added with a wry smile. I am not insane. Lin Yu, bemused, remarked, not mad? Truly not mad. Qingyang and Wang Su both stared at Lin Yu, questioning. Then why are you spouting nonsense? It is not nonsense. It is the truth. Ji Yanling murmured. The truth? Qingyang raised an eyebrow. Indeed, the Yunxiao classic of our Yuntian outer sect, though a divine text, possesses a level of difficulty that rivals that of sacred divine abilities. Lin Yu achieved the 12th level in the span of a single incense stick. Ji Yanling proclaimed proudly. In just the time it takes to burn an incense stick, he reached the 12th level of the Yunxiao classic. Wang Su and the others displayed expressions of disbelief as they gazed at Lin Yu. The reputation of the Yunxiao classic precedes it, and Qingyang and the others had certainly heard of it. Deputy Sect Master Lu's Jiuxiao Sword Classic saw Lin Shidi attain instant mastery, even surpassing limits to evolve into the 13th level of Sword Qi. Song Qingfeng added, Insanity. How is it that I feel as though all of you have lost your minds? Wang Su and Qingyang exchanged glances, utterly bewildered. Brother Qingyang, what do you think of this? Just demonstrate the broken void step for me. Lin Yu gazed at Qingyang with brilliant eyes. Just one glance. Qingyang was taken aback. Yes, just one glance. Lin Yu nodded resolutely. No, absolutely not. Even a single glance is out of the question. If the sect leader discovers that I have shown you the method of the shattered void step, he would undoubtedly break my legs. Qingyang shook his head. Although all of us are disciples of the Xianluo sect, and it is not against the rules to learn from one another, there exists a competitive dynamic among the outer sections. The shattered void step is indeed a core technique of the Xianluo secret realm. Transferring it to another person without permission would certainly incur the wrath of the sect leader. You're being timid. Brother Qingyang, with your extraordinary talent, do you truly believe the Xianluo sect leader would stoop to breaking your legs? At worst, you might just face a few days of confinement. Indeed, a few days of confinement in exchange for a chance to witness a miracle is hardly a loss. Brother Qingyang, Zhao Huayu and the others urged with mischievous grins. If Lin Yu could truly master the shattered void step, their sect leader might very well wake up laughing in his sleep. That's right. While the sect leader is stern, he would certainly hesitate to break my legs. Qingyang stroked his chin, beginning to contemplate the feasibility of the idea. Isn't it obvious? Brother Qingyang, with your exceptional gifts, the Xianluo sect leader would not only grant you the stars, but perhaps even spare you the confinement. Ji Yanling chimed in with a sly smile. Wait a moment. I sense a trickery afoot. If I grant you the shattered void step, I would only end up confined, gaining nothing in return. It's a surefire loss. Qingyang quickly realized. I shall treat you to a drink. Did I not just acquire a jar of Zizai wine? Once I retrieve my belongings, let us find a place to indulge until we are thoroughly inebriated. Lin Yu blinked and said, will you treat me to a drink? Qingyang, intrigued, hesitated for a moment before retrieving a jade slip. I can show it to you once. However, we must agree that once you learn this fragmented void step, you must not pass it on to others. Holding the jade slip, Qingyang felt a twinge of conflict within. Rest assured, it will remain a secret. Lin Yu spoke with certainty. Moreover, I do not possess the complete method of the fragmented steps. I only have the 9 initial levels of the technique. The remaining 3 levels, the sect leader stated, will be imparted to me once I attain a minor accomplishment in my cultivation. Qingyang remarked. 9 levels? That is sufficient. Lin Yu nodded. I have always felt that something is amiss, yet I cannot quite articulate it. Qingyang scratched his head and handed the jade slip to Lin Yu. Thank you, senior brother Qingyang. Lin Yu bowed respectfully towards Qingyang and received the jade slip. As Lin Yu grasped the jade slip, radiant beams of golden light surged forth from within, descending upon his brow and unfolding a vivid tableau. A man, exuding an aura of unbridled arrogance, traversed the cosmos. His presence was so formidable that the very stars trembled in his wake, a spectacle both awe-inspiring and fearsome. The man observed the sunrise and set, watched the celestial bodies dance, and ultimately attained enlightenment, taking a single step that altered the course of the heavens. The shattering void step, a creation of the celestial star sovereign. The celestial star sovereign, one of the most enigmatic entities throughout history, possessed the stellar body. He had once roamed the cosmos at the pinnacle of the great ascension, witnessing the celestial orbs and devising the shattering void step. Though merely a sacred technique, when mastered to perfection, it could allow one to step forth and shift the very fabric of the universe, an astonishing feat of the ages. Lines of script emerged as the vision gradually faded, absorbed by the tree of the great path. To Lin Yu's astonishment, amidst the gentle swaying of the tree, 2 blossoms of the great path began to form. Chapter 69. The Flower of Space and the Flower of Stars. As the tree of the great path swayed, light converged, and 2 buds slowly coalesced. Drawing upon the astonishing legacy of the shattering void step, the Flower of Space was born. Effects of the Flower of Space. 1. Comprehend the true essence of space, doubling the speed of cultivation related to spatial techniques and abilities. Drawing upon the wondrous legacy of the shattering void step, the Flower of Stars was birthed. Effects of the Flower of Stars. 1. When casting any ability, one may harness the power of the stars. 2. The speed of cultivating the stellar path is doubled. 3. During cultivation, one can draw the power of the stars into the body, enhancing cultivation speed by a factor of 2. The Flower of Space and the Flower of Stars. It appears that the shattering void step is not merely a technique of the spatial realm, but rather one that intertwines the paths of space and stars. Lin Yu pondered to himself, and then began to delve into the profound teachings of the 9 layers of fragmented space. The first 9 layers pertain to the path of space. Mastering them would result in a modest achievement. Thus, the subsequent 3 layers must relate to the celestial path, perhaps even an amalgamation of both the realms of space and stars. Only in this manner could one step forth and witness the shifting of stars and the rotation of the cosmos. Lin Yu practiced the 9-fold fragmented void steps once more, a look of enlightenment gracing his visage. Junior brother Lin Yu, how do you find the teachings? Should you have any uncertainties, do not hesitate to inquire of me. After all, I have already demonstrated the fragmented void steps to you. A reprimand is undoubtedly forthcoming. Qingyang, observing Lin Yu's pensive demeanor, inquired with a sorrowful expression. It suffices. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu merely chuckled and then returned the jade slip to Qingyang. Is this sufficient? Would you like to peruse it a few more times? Qingyang was taken aback. No need. One reading and several readings are not markedly different. As Lin Yu spoke, he approached the rift in space. Qingyang and Wang Su regarded him with a peculiar expression. Are you certain that you have truly mastered the shattered void step? At the very least, you should have closed your eyes to cultivate a bit. Senior brother Qingyang, you previously mentioned that in 3 months' time, you would ascend to the 8th level. I have not studied your shattered void step in vain. You must pay close attention. Today, you should be able to begin your cultivation towards the 8th level. which will greatly benefit your future practice of the Shattered Void step to the 9th level of minor success. Lin Yu stood before the rift in space, turning to gaze at Qing Yang as he spoke. Is this for real? Qing Yang questioned skeptically. More genuine than gold. A thunderous roar echoed as Lin Yu spoke. The innate power within him surged, and layers of spatial Taoist resonance emanated from his entire being. Within Lin Yu's being, the flowers of time and space swayed incessantly. Amidst the intricate intertwining of temporal and spatial rhythms, it appeared that the very fabric of time and space surrounding Lin Yu was undergoing a transformation at that moment. Lin Yuming stood there, yet he emanated an aura as though separated by an entire realm. The path of space? Wang Su exhibited a look of astonishment. The profound essence of space? Junior brother Lin has actually comprehended the true essence of space? The sect leader remarked that even mastering the Shattered Void step to the 9th minor level does not guarantee an understanding of the true essence of space. How could junior brother Lin have achieved this? Qi Tian wore an expression of profound dismay. Senior brother Qi Tian observed clearly. Lin Yu spoke once more, and then took a step forward. With each step Lin Yu took, his body inexplicably vanished and reappeared. In an instant, he found himself before the Jade Slip and the spirit of the 5 Elements Avenue. With each stride, he created an illusion of dissolution. The 9th level. This was the fragmented void step, perfected to its 9th stage. Qing Yang stood there, utterly astounded. The achievement of the 9th level. Lin Yu astonishingly managed to cultivate the Shattered Void step to the 9th minor realm after merely one viewing of it. The sect leader is deceiving us. A fraud, a grand deceiver. The sect leader claimed that as long as the celestial spirit body remains intact, I possess the swiftest cultivation speed in the world. Even other physiques that rival the celestial spirit body in potential would pale in comparison to my speed. Qing Yang gazed at Lin Yu, murmuring to himself. How do you know that your junior brother Lin is not the legendary celestial spirit body? Wang Su remarked to Qing Yang in a contemplative tone. Junior brother Lin is the celestial spirit body? Upon hearing this, Qing Yang's eyes widened in astonishment. Just then, the void shifted once more, and Lin Yu had already emerged from it. Lin Yu held a jade slip in one hand and grasped the essence of the 5 elements in the other. Brother Qing Yang, have you discerned the truth? Lin Yu gazed earnestly at Qing Yang. Upon hearing this, Qing Yang abruptly closed his eyes, and after a moment, a faint essence of spatial truth emanated from him. Truly, as a Linglong body, his understanding is remarkably profound. He can indeed harness my spatial truth to enter a state of enlightenment. It seems that brother Qing Yang is not far from attaining the 8th level of cultivation. Lin Yu exclaimed with genuine admiration. Wang Su and others gazed at him, their expressions resembling that of someone who had just tasted bitter melon. No matter how high one's comprehension, could it surpass yours? Please transcribe a copy of this jade slip. Lin Yu smiled and retracted the spirit of the 5 elements, handing the jade slip in his hand to Zhuo Bufan. All right. Zhuo Bufan glanced at Lin Yu with reverence and promptly began to transcribe. Don't forget to make several copies and share them with us. Lin Yu chuckled, remarking on how overly reserved Zhuo Bufan was. All right. Zhuo Bufan nodded in agreement. Buzzing sounds filled the air as Zhuo Bufan transcribed, and Lin Yu noticed a glimmer of golden light emerging from the jade slip, settling upon his forehead. Once again, a vision unfolded before him. Within the scene, a man knelt before a mountain gate, cradling a woman in his arms. Li Feixian, I beseech the medicine king of Yaowang Valley for aid. Li Feixian implored, his expression wrought with sorrow. Li Feixian, the ailment afflicting the woman in your arms cannot be treated with ordinary medicine. It would be best for you to return. An aged voice resonated from within the mountain gate after a brief pause. Cannot be treated with ordinary medicine? How can you claim that without attempting to heal her? Li Feixian retorted, unwilling to accept defeat. How can you be so obstinate? My master has declared that it cannot be cured. Thus it cannot be cured. Just as Li Feixian was about to speak again, the mountain gate swung open, revealing a young apprentice who glared at him. Disciple, you must not be disrespectful. Concurrently, the ancient voice echoed once more. Li Feixian, I must confess that I cannot cure the woman in your arms. However, I have heard of a celestial mountain 300,000 miles to the west, where an immortal resides. If you can reach there and procure a celestial elixir, it may indeed restore her health. The elder's voice conveyed a glimmer of hope. 300,000 miles to the west. A flicker of hope illuminated Li Feixian's eyes. Thank you, esteemed elder. Without a moment's hesitation, he lifted the ailing woman and turned to depart. Master, this woman is already gravely ill. She may not survive the journey of 300,000 miles. The apprentice murmured as he watched their departing figures. Chapter 70. The Wine and Sword Immortal, Li. The Blossom of the Wine Path. Enough, enough. You should give him the medicinal text I provided upon your initiation, along with the Sand Yu pill that I formulated. The elder finally spoke. The Sand Yu pill? Master, this is the culmination of your life's work, utilizing all manner of precious herbs. Regardless of the severity of injuries or ailments, one who consumes it can live in optimal condition for 3 additional months. We only possess a single one. The apprentice's eyes widened in astonishment. No matter how exceptional the medicine, it is meant to save lives. May there be no suffering in the world. Even if it means letting medicines gather dust on the shelves. If I cannot cure that woman, it is my failure. The elder sighed, expressing his lament. Lin Yu gazed upon the scenes within the sea of consciousness, and an overwhelming sense of admiration welled up within him. May there be no suffering in this world, even if it means allowing the medicine to gather dust upon the shelves. Such is the essence of a true healer. Lin Yu sighed inwardly. Even though they had never met, he felt a profound admiration. Then the scene shifted once more. Within the imagery, Li cradled a woman in his arms, heading westward. The woman awakened several times, but uttered not a word. She merely gazed adoringly at Li. Eventually, in the scene, Li administered the Sand Yu pill to her. The Sand Yu pill. 3 months' time. During those 3 months, the woman appeared to recover completely, revealing her most exquisite form. Yet, after 3 months, even the divine could not save her. Following this period, the scene depicted the absence of Li, replaced instead by a drunken man. Soon after, beside the inebriated figure, a 5 or 6-year-old girl appeared. The ailment afflicting the girl mirrored that of the woman from before. The wine cannon, conceived by the Wine and Sword Immortal, was born from a quest to heal his wife and daughter, traversing countless mountains and rivers in search of an elusive celestial remedy. Ultimately, he relied on a tome of mortal medicine combined with winemaking techniques to create the wine cannon, though merely a mortal method. The wine cannon encompassed the essence of the grand Tao. The Wine and Sword Immortal even transcended through the art of wine and sword, merging wine into the blade and the blade into the Tao. As the Wine and Sword Immortal perfected the wine cannon, it evolved multiple times, achieving divine quality. With a single jar of wine rivaling the efficacy of elixirs, the path of wine was thus hailed as an unparalleled method, no less formidable than the art of alchemy, astonishing all who beheld it. With each transition of the scene, inscriptions emerged. When the imagery focused on a disheveled figure clad in azure, holding a gourd of wine and standing upon a peachwood sword, the scene quietly dissipated, absorbed by the tree of the great Tao. With a rustling sound, the tree of the great Tao swayed, culminating in the blossoming of a flower of the great Tao, drawing from the remarkable legacy of the wine cannon. The flower of the path of wine was formed. Effects of the flower of the path of wine. 1. Insight into all methods of winemaking between heaven and earth. 2. Doubling the speed of winemaking. 3. Enhancing the effects of all wines by twofold. As the flower of the path of wine bloomed, lines of text materialized anew. Simultaneously, an overwhelming surge of information flooded into Lin Yu's memory. So it was no wonder a jar of Zizai wine boldly claimed it could dissolve the tribulations of the heart. What was brewed was wine, yet what was consumed was the essence of the Tao. Lin Yu suddenly realized that everything had been transcribed. At that moment, Zhuo Bufan had meticulously copied all the contents from the jade slip. This time, it seemed that Wang had indeed gained an advantage. Wang Su looked at the jade slip handed over by Zhuo Bufan and, with a smile, said, "Brother Lin, given my hurried visit, I did not bring anything of significant value. Therefore, I would like to gift you this volume of scripture entitled The 6 Arts, authored by the Master." As he spoke, Wang Su clapped his hand towards the bookshelf behind him, and a scroll of scripture fell into his grasp. The 6 Arts of Confucianism and Taoism, authored by the Master. Zhuo Bufan and the others displayed expressions of astonishment. In the Heavenly Earth Academy, those who could be referred to as the Master were none other than esteemed scholars of their time. It could be said that among the entire Heavenly Earth Academy, only a few were worthy of being called the Master. The 6 Arts, it was said, had been compiled by the 3 Masters of the Heavenly Earth Academy, consolidating the classics of Confucianism and Taoism, encompassing all profound insights of these 2 philosophies. Brother Wang, this gift is far too precious. Lin Yu spoke with a serious demeanor. My dear brother Lin, you flatter me. The act of writing is ultimately for the eyes of others. Moreover, the six arts are merely a compilation. They do not encompass the profound insights of Confucianism, Taoism, or other mystical teachings. The greatest benefit of reciting the six arts lies in the enhancement of one's own state of mind. Wang Su pressed the classic texts into Lin Yu's hands. Then, I shall not stand on ceremony. Upon witnessing this, Lin Yu could only accept it. To his surprise, the six arts did not possess any remarkable past. However, after a moment of contemplation, Lin Yu realized the truth. The six arts were not authored by the three masters, but rather compiled from various texts, thus lacking any extraordinary history. In that instant, Qin Yang, having attained enlightenment, abruptly opened his eyes. In a fleeting motion, he appeared at the previous location of the five-element spirit, only to return to his original position in the blink of an eye. Congratulations to Brother Qin Yang for mastering the 8th level of Shattered Space Steps, enabling him to shift forms and shadows. Lin Yu chuckled and said, Junior Lin, had this been before, I would have reveled in my triumph. Yet now, I cannot shake off this feeling of defeat. Qin Yang glared at Lin Yu, devoid of any joy from the breakthrough in his spiritual abilities. It was exceedingly difficult. After years of painstakingly cultivating the fragmented void step, a technique hailed as the epitome of genius, he now found himself in need of guidance from Lin Yu, who had merely glanced at the technique once. Let it go? Some individuals can casually learn, achieving heights unattainable for others, just as you all are for us. Xingze interjected with a smile. He maintained a commendable mindset, having long been accustomed to the blows dealt by the prodigies of prestigious clans. Friends, we have taken all that we came for. Why not leave now? Within the gourd of fine wine, there exists a realm of its own. Let us indulge until we can no longer stand. Lin Yu said with a smile. I believe it's feasible. Wang Su nodded in agreement. Cheers. We must drink. After all, I have even shared the shattering void steps. If I don't indulge in a few more drinks, how can I recoup my losses? Qin Yang also gritted his teeth and declared, let's go. Lin Yu chuckled softly, leading the way out of the carefree secret realm. They have arrived. Moments later, at the entrance, Tianqi and Fang Mingxue witnessed Lin Yu and the others emerging together. Qin Yang, with a mournful expression, pondered how he would explain the situation to the sect leader. Qin Yang, why the long face? Did you not succeed? Tianqi observed his younger brother's rare despondence, feeling a stir of concern. Although I did not succeed, junior brother Lin did transcribe a copy of the carefree sect's legacy for me, but I inadvertently leaked the fragmented void step, Qin Yang weakly admitted, casting a glance at Tianqi. Oh, it has been leaked then? Wait, repeat that. What did you leak? Initially dismissing the matter, Tianqi's eyes widened in shock as he fixated on Qin Yang. Chapter 71. A pair of panda eyes, the old Taoist of Wangqing Mountain. Fang Mingxue regarded Qin Yang with a peculiar expression as well. The fragmented void step. A sacred technique. The most formidable divine power outside the Xuanlu secret realm. And you let it slip? Fragmented void step. Qin Yang retracted his head, struggling to articulate his words. To whom did you impart it? Tianqi felt a tingle of anxiety creeping up his spine. Senior brother, could you refrain from asking? Qin Yang questioned, torn with uncertainty. Would revealing the information burden Lin Yu with trouble? It is imperative to disclose. If you reveal it, it means we voluntarily disseminated the information. If you withhold it, it would be deemed as clandestine learning. The consequences of stealing a sacred technique are severe, and I trust you understand that, Tianqi stated solemnly, casting a glance at Lin Yu. It was not clandestine learning. Certainly not. I willingly presented it to junior brother Lin. Qin Yang exclaimed in earnest, growing increasingly anxious. It is indeed you, junior brother Lin. Tianqi sighed with a wry smile. It was merely a temporary measure. Lin Yu chuckled. Since it has been entrusted to you, junior brother Lin, there should be no significant issues. Tianqi also breathed a sigh of relief. Rest assured, if it truly comes to it, I shall also allow Qin Yang to peruse the Yunxiao scriptures. Lin Yu cast a glance at Fang Mingxue and smiled as he spoke. Upon hearing his words, Fang Mingxue immediately turned away, gazing into the distant sky, adopting an air of feigned ignorance. Just a glance? Junior brother Lin merely took a cursory look? Tianqi's heart jolted with realization. Indeed, it was merely a fleeting glance. Qin Yang nodded vigorously. Then there is nothing to worry about. Tianqi exhaled deeply, relieved. The shattered void step, a technique of divine caliber, was intricate and elusive. To have only seen it once would likely mean he couldn't even recall it fully. Without full recollection, one would be unable to cultivate it. Qin Yang, come with me. As Tianqi breathed a sigh of relief, he pulled Qingyang away with him. Sister Fang, where are they headed? Ji Yanling inquired with curiosity. To report to the Lord of Xianluo, of course. At last, Fang Mingxue turned to face them. Esteemed guests, I have summoned a senior here. Once that venerable one arrives, we shall make the earth our banquet and indulge until we are inebriated. As Lin Yu spoke, he sent a message to Qin Songzi. Master, the fragmented sky step has been leaked by my junior brother. Tianqi took out a communication artifact and directly contacted his sect leader. What? That wastrel dares to share the fragmented sky step. The leader of Xianluo sect, Fang Xian, nearly fainted upon receiving the news. Who did he pass it to? After cursing, Fang Xian suppressed his anger and inquired. It's also from the immortal Luo sect. He is a disciple from the Yun Tian small secret realm. Tianqi hurriedly replied. The Yun Tian small secret realm? Hearing this, Fang Xian's tone softened somewhat. After all, the outer sect of the Yun Tian small secret realm could be considered their own. Moreover, Fang Xian and Zhou Junbai were old acquaintances. It can't be said to have been leaked. Junior brother Lin Yu merely took a glance at the technique. Tianqi added. Just took a glance? Fang Xian sighed in relief upon hearing this. It is true that junior brother Lin Yu only looked at it once. But he immediately cultivated it to the 9th minor success. He even comprehended the true meaning of space and guided his fellow disciples, successfully advancing the fragmented sky step to the 8th level of shadow transformation, with only one step away from the illusory step. Qingyang mumbled softly upon hearing this. Clang. Tianqi was instantly dumbfounded, dropping the communication artifact to the ground. You wastrel. Say that again. That Lin Yu, after just one glance at the fragmented sky step, has managed to reach what level? The incredulous voice of Fang Xian echoed from the communication jade slip. The 9th level. Qingyang gritted his teeth and replied defiantly. You must be joking. After just one glance, he reached the 9th level of the fragmented sky step? Do you think he is a celestial spirit body? Even a celestial spirit body wouldn't possess such comprehension. Fang Xian was enraged, grinding his teeth in frustration. This Qingyang is becoming increasingly absurd. Master, earlier, Sister Fang Mingxue mentioned that junior brother Lin Yu, after less than a month of entering the sect, had already cultivated the Yunxiao Sutra and the Jiuxiao Sword Sutra to a perfected state. At that time, I thought Sister Fang was joking, Tianqi said weakly. And then? Fang Xian paused. Then I saw junior brother Lin Yu perform the 9-fold mountains and rivers seal, unleashing 5 strands of sword qi at once. What Sister Fang Mingxue said might actually be true. Tianqi said with a bitter smile. Wait, allow me to gather my thoughts. You all have me quite confused. Are you implying that Lin Yu, in less than a month since joining the sect, has cultivated the Yunxiao Sutra to the 12th major success, the Jiuxiao Sword Sutra to the 9th major success? Simultaneously, he has learned the 9 transformations of mountains and rivers from the Qingtsong sect, and has produced 9 mountains and river seals? After reviewing the Shattered Void Step, Fang Xian felt a sense of confusion enveloping him. This cannot be. A junior sister from the Yuntian secret realm mentioned that Lin Yu mastered the 9 heavens sword canon, achieving the 9th level. Yet he is capable of manifesting 13 types of sword energy paths. Qiang could not resist interjecting. Wait a moment. Fang Xian left a brief message and concluded the communication. In the grand secret realm of Xianluo, within the main hall of the sect leader, Fang Xian gazed at the communication artifact in his hand. His expression one of profound astonishment. How is this possible? How could such an insightful individual exist in this world? I have encountered celestial spiritual bodies before. But if what Qiang and the others claim is true, then what exactly is Lin Yu's constitution? Fang Xian's mind was in turmoil. To discern the truth, I only need to inquire with that fellow, Zhou Jubai. After much hesitation, he promptly sent a message to Zhou Jubai. At the secret realm of Wanqing Mountain, Zhou Jubai, with darkened eye sockets, glared menacingly at a distant old Taoist. Zhou Jubai, if you wish to borrow my Wanqing Mountain's Qi observation technique, I advise you to abandon that thought. The old Taoist retorted, glaring at Zhou Junbai. You filthy Taoist. You've already struck and vented your anger. Initially, I did take your belongings, yet just now, I refrained from retaliating. Is it merely a matter of borrowing a scroll of techniques? It is just the Qi observation technique. It is not core to my practice. Must you be so unreasonable? Zhou Junbai was somewhat enraged. Whether it is reasonable or not, depends on who is asking. If it were any other external disciple, I would have given it freely without a second thought. But for you, there is no chance. The old Taoist showed no mercy. On what grounds? Zhou Junbai retorted angrily. On what grounds? How dare you question me? We had agreed to jointly study under Elder Ku, yet you took advantage of me, getting me drunk, and secretly went to become a disciple of the celestial fairy of falling clouds. The old Taoist was even more incensed. That was years ago. A trivial matter you still remember? Zhou Junbai's face flushed with embarrassment. Leave. Get lost. If you do not leave now, not only will I refuse to lend it to you, but I will also make you regret it. The old Taoist glared at Zhou Junbai. At that moment, Zhou Junbai's communication artifact suddenly lit up. Chapter 72. You two donkeys, are you even fit to seek a master? Feng Xian? Why is this fellow contacting me? Zhou Junbai glanced at the communication artifact, momentarily stunned, and waved a hand at the old Taoist, signaling to pause the confrontation. As he spoke, he activated the communication artifact. Sect leader Feng, what brings you to think of me all of a sudden? Zhou Junbai laughed heartily, exclaiming, Oh, Master Zhou, what are you saying? Back in the inner sect, our relationship was quite amicable, and now that we are both masters of the outer sect, we ought to maintain close ties. Feng Xian responded with a smile. In the distance, an elderly Taoist priest, overhearing their conversation, could not help but scoff. Amicable? How amusing. Back in the inner sect, these two were constantly at odds, bickering over the opportunity to become disciples of Elder Luoxia, often landing themselves in confinement. Who is Elder Luoxia? Even the current sect leader of the Xianluo sect would take a detour upon encountering her. Would she ever take notice of two insignificant figures like you? Yet now, Feng Xian boldly claims to have an amicable relationship with Zhou Junbai? How peculiar. Indeed, my rapport with Master Feng is certainly beyond reproach. Zhou Junbai replied with a grin, though internally he couldn't help but scoff. Amicable? Why haven't you sought me out all these years? Master Zhou, how has the development of the Yuntian outer sect been these past years? After a round of mutual flattery, Feng Xian subtly probed. Quite well. Zhou Junbai replied with a smile. Is that all? I have heard that under your leadership, a remarkable genius has emerged from your sect. Feng Xian delved straight into the topic. So Master Feng wishes to inquire about that young lad Lin Yu. Zhou Junbai instantly grasped Feng Xian's intent. It seems Lin Yu has not been idle. He has ventured into the celestial secret realm. I suspect he has crossed paths with individuals from the Xianluo Great Secret Realm. Yes, indeed, it's that Lin Yu. Feng Xian did not hesitate to affirm, nodding in agreement. The elderly Taoist priest's expression grew increasingly peculiar. Lin Yu? Who is that? How could he engage in such intimate exchanges with two individuals embroiled in fierce conflict within the inner sect? This piqued the old Taoist's curiosity, causing him to perk up his ears. Master Feng, feel free to inquire directly. Given our relationship, I shall answer any question you pose. Zhou Junbai remarked with a smile, casting a glance at the old Taoist. Lin Yu has been in the sect for just about a month? Feng Xian inquired. In a few days? It will be a full month. Zhou Junbai responded. So, to what level has Lin Yu cultivated the Yunxiao scripture? Feng Xian asked eagerly. He has achieved the 12th level of completion. Zhou Junbai answered succinctly. What? The old Taoist, who had been eavesdropping, felt as though he had been struck dumb. Less than a month in the sect, and he had reached the 12th level of the Yunxiao scripture? Are you pulling my leg? What about the 9 heaven sword scripture? Feng Xian's tone quivered. It was said that one could break through the constraints of the 9 levels of sword qi, enabling the manifestation of the 13th level of sword qi. Zhou Junbai replied. The old Taoist's eyes widened, and his breathing grew heavy. Zhou Junbai, we share a bond of ironclad friendship, do we not? Feng Xian spoke again. Indeed, we do. Zhou Junbai nodded. Very well. Old Zhou, let us not beat around the bush. If you have the time, bring Lin Yu over. I shall personally teach him the slicing void step. Feng Xian declared earnestly. At this moment, both the old Taoist and Zhou Junbai were taken aback. Old Feng, are you certain you are not jesting? You truly wish to teach Lin Yu the slicing void step? Zhou Junbai snapped back to reality, his own breathing growing heavy. Little did he know that Lin Yu had already mastered the first 9 levels. Feng Xian believed that Lin Yu could learn the last 3 levels within the inner sect given his talent, rather than hoarding the knowledge. It was more prudent to grant Lin Yu a favor. I am a man of my word. I speak with conviction. Feng Xian asserted. Very well. If that is the case, once Lin Yu returns, I shall personally escort him to the Xianluo secret realm. Zhou Junbai proclaimed. Then I shall await your arrival with anticipation. Feng Xian concluded the communication with satisfaction. Come, Yonyo, are you not keen to settle old scores? Today, let us have a proper reckoning. Zhou Junbai declared, stowing away the jade slip and glaring at the still-dazed old Taoist. Wait, The old Taoist hastily waved his hand. Wait for what? Let us settle this with a fight. With a swift motion, Zhou Junbai appeared before the old Taoist, raising his fist and striking him squarely in the eye, instantly leaving him with a panda eye. Zhou Junbai, you old Taoist. Your nose is crooked from anger as you swing your fist in retaliation. Two fully realized golden core cultivators, both half a step from the nascent soul stage, are engaging in a brawl that resembles the antics of two ruffians, devoid of any magical techniques. The old Taoist seems to harbor reservations, and in no time at all, he, like Zhou Junbai, has emerged with dark circles under his eyes. The disciples of Wangqing Mountain, witnessing their leaders engage in such a disgraceful scuffle, can only feel a profound sense of embarrassment. Is this truly the dignified leader of their sect? How did he allow himself to be drawn into a farce with that scoundrel Zhou Junbai? Zhou Junbai, enough already. If you continue to strike me, I shall truly retaliate with full force. The old Taoist, feeling the sting of pain, is increasingly incensed. Like this, we shall cease our quarrel. Zhou Junbai, observing the bruises forming around the old Taoist's eyes, finally relents. You seek the Wangqing Mountain's Qi observation technique for that, Lin Yu, do you not? The old Taoist inquires hastily. Indeed, Lin Yu has been within our ranks for less than a month and has already attained the pinnacle of the innate 9th level, just a step away from establishing his foundation. Before my arrival, Lin Yu ventured to the ruins of the Qingsong sect to practice their foundational techniques. If you were to acquire your Wangqing Mountain's Qi observation technique as well, what would that signify? Zhou Junbai gazes intensely at the old Taoist, his eyes ablaze with fervor. 3 elements in harmony? The Qingsong sect's foundational method primarily enhances the physical body, potentially doubling one's foundation. The Qi observation technique enhances the spirit, also doubling the foundation. Supplemented by the essence of the Great Tao, it could further triple the foundation. A perfect establishment of the foundation, once successful with Lin Yu's comprehension. No one of this generation could rival him. Such crucial information, why did you not disclose it earlier? The old Taoist's expression shifts dramatically as he stares intently at Zhou Junbai. I would have liked to share, but did you afford me the opportunity? You initiated this conflict, leaving me with bruises around my eyes. Zhou Junbai, equally vexed, responds. With a flick of his finger, the old Taoist ceases to argue, and a jade slip swiftly soars towards Zhou Junbai. Chapter 73, The Qingsong Nascent Soul. A fortuitous encounter for Lin Yu. With a casual gesture, Zhou Junbai catches the jade slip in his hand. Begone. This is not a concession to you, but rather for Lin Yu's sake. The old Taoist glares at Zhou Junbai. Rest assured, this debt of gratitude I shall remember, and so shall that lad Lin Yu. Zhou Junbai replies with a smile, turning to depart. What misfortune! To think such a prodigy has emerged from the outer sect of Yintian. Zhou Junbai truly must have struck gold. The old Taoist gazed enviously at Zhou Junbai as he departed, muttering softly about the entrance to the carefree secret realm. At that moment, a table was already set, adorned with an array of spiritual fruits. In the distance, a bonfire crackled, upon which a foundational beast, a Qinkangzi, was being roasted, its origin a mystery of the hunt. Ji Yinling was diligently turning the meat, filling the air with an enticing aroma. It turned out that the person Lin was waiting for was none other than the venerable Qinkangzi. Wang Su chuckled amiably. The illustrious name of Qinkangzi was well known among many cultivators. To steadfastly guard a barren cultivation site for a century was no feat achievable by an ordinary practitioner. You've heard of me? Qinkangzi inquired, somewhat surprised by Wang Su's familiarity. Indeed, I have. The 3 scholars have spoken of you, noting that what you guard is not merely a relic, but the path within your heart. Wang Su replied earnestly. Those who considered Qinkangzi foolish in his cultivation were surely lacking in their own prowess. Yet, the esteemed 3 scholars recognized Qinkangzi's character as exceptionally rare, believing that a breakthrough was merely a matter of opportunity. If only Qinkangzi could grasp this truth, the nascent soul would not be his ultimate limit. What merit do I possess to receive such commendation from the 3 scholars? Qinkangzi exclaimed, taken aback. Everyone, the beast's meat is ready. At that moment, Ji Yinling placed the roasted beast upon the table. The meat glistened with sizzling juices, perfectly charred on the outside yet tender within, exuding an irresistible fragrance. The meat is ready. Lin, my junior brother, where is your wine? Qingyang asked, his face alight with anticipation. Right here. Lin Yu smiled as he took out the bottle of Zizai wine. Despite its modest appearance, the gourd contained a world of its own, holding at least several large jars, ample enough for everyone to partake together. Lin Yu waved his hand casually, and a row of porcelain bowls was already arranged on the table. Buzz. Lin Yu opened the gourd, and with a mere flick of his finger, a stream of liquor surged forth from the gourd's mouth, cascading into the bowl. The liquor, radiant as amber, released an intoxicating aroma that enveloped the surroundings. With each breath, one teetered on the brink of inebriation. This exquisite liquor possessed an extraordinary essence, capable of dispelling even the heart's demons encountered in the yuaning stage. Yet, it was not solely the privilege of those who had attained the golden core perfection. The spiritual energy it contained was limited. The true marvel lay within the profound state of mind embodied in the elixir. A cup of this delightful liquor allows one to savor the myriad flavors of life. Even mortals may partake, and cultivators, too, find themselves succumbing to its charm. What a wondrous essence! Upon the emergence of this liquor, the esteemed Qi Cultivation, the most powerful among them, instantly recognized its exceptional nature. My friends, let us raise a glass to our fortuitous encounter. After Lin Yu poured a cup for everyone, he raised his glass with a smile. Indeed. Let us toast to our encounter. Thank you, junior brother Lin. Today, we are fortunate to bask in your brilliance. This is the free spirit wine. While the inner sect possesses similar brews, one must exchange contributions to savor them. To our surprise, we have had the pleasure of enjoying it ahead of time. The crowd raised their glasses simultaneously and drank it all in one go. Wow, this wine possesses a delightful balance of sweetness and sourness. Wait, no. Why do I suddenly feel an inexplicable longing for home after drinking this wine? I miss my parents. The moment the crowd consumed the free spirit wine, their emotions transformed. Melancholy, passion, solitude, resentment. A multitude of feelings intertwined around them. Yet, Lin Yu, after sipping the free spirit wine, found himself enveloped in an inexplicable state of ethereal tranquility. It was not enlightenment, but rather, it bestowed upon Lin Yu an unparalleled serenity. In this tranquility, he seemed to grasp the myriad flavors of life. And his own state of mind ascended accordingly. His spirit began to transcend autonomously. This is the true essence of the wine. Through wine, one savors the myriad experiences of life. Through wine, one sharpens their heart. Through wine, one nourishes their soul. With just a single cup, I feel as though my spirit has grown significantly. Though my cultivation has yet to establish a foundation, my state of mind has already reached a profound level. And this is merely the free spirit wine. How remarkable might the effects be if I were to indulge in the finest of the 3,000 exquisite wines within the scriptures? Lin Yu murmured to himself. The exquisite wine offers a myriad of flavors. Each cultivator, with their unique state of mind, experiences a distinct taste upon imbibing. Should one discern the true essence within, one may attain serenity and dispel the demons of the heart. 3,000 wines present, 3,000 flavors. This is the finest wine chronicled within this volume of the wine classic. So it is. I have been ensnared by my own delusions. Qi Cultivation, with eyes closed, savored the myriad flavors of the tranquil wine, whispering softly to himself. A melancholic and desolate aura surged forth from within him, intertwining and swirling. Moreover, Qi Cultivation's essence began to undergo profound transformations. Senior, please pour me another bowl. Lin Yu pointed his finger and once again filled Qi Cultivation's cup. Excellent. Qi Cultivation, unreserved, downed it in one go. Buzzing. This time, an ethereal flame began to emanate from Qi Cultivation's being. The flames, dark as ink, instilled a chilling sensation throughout one's body. Even the spirit seemed on the verge of being drawn into a peculiar realm. Qi Cultivation's aura was also extraordinarily strange. With a swift motion as his aura shifted, he suddenly soared into the air. Senior, another bowl, please. Swiftly, with a flick of Lin Yu's finger, a stream of liquor followed the ascent of Qi Cultivation, who swallowed it with open lips. Boom. A more perilous aura surged forth from within Qi Cultivation. An unparalleled majesty radiating outward, instilling a sense of imminent danger in all present. Whoosh. As Qi Cultivation's energy erupted, numerous gazes converged from all directions. Yuaning? Has a cultivator ascended to the Yuaning stage? The onlookers directed their astonished expressions towards the source of Qi Cultivation's presence. Lin Yu, my friend. First, you have bestowed upon me enlightenment, and then the kindness of 3 cups of wine. Today, I shall bestow upon you a fortuitous encounter with my Yuaning power. As Qi Cultivation's aura surged, his clear voice reverberated through the surroundings. Chapter 74, Drunken Revelry of 300 Cups. The youthful days of gallant horses and fine attire. As Qi Cultivation spoke, the Tao rhythm enveloped him, reaching a boiling point. with an unmatched authority soaring to the heavens. Senior Qi Cultivation intends to grant Lin Shidi a fortuitous encounter? Could it be? Fang Mingxue revealed a look of astonishment. What? Lin Yu inquired with curiosity. The spirit of the golden core? Wang Su responded with gravity. Upon the ascension of the golden core to the nascent soul, the golden core within transforms into the nascent soul. The golden core resembles an egg from which the nascent soul emerges. Should there be remnants of the golden core fragments during the ascent to the nascent soul, and if they are baptized by the essence of the great Tao, they may evolve into the spirit of the golden core. This spirit, having undergone the sanctification of the Tao, is esteemed as the finest foundation for cultivation. Tianqi remarked enviously, what sacrifices must one endure to condense the spirit of the golden core? Upon hearing this, Lin Yu couldn't help but furrow his brows. The cost, of course, is substantial. Originally, the advancement from golden core to nascent soul entails the baptism of the great Tao. After such an elevation, one can solidify their foundation. However, once the spirit of the golden core is forged, it may lead to an unstable foundation. It is feared that at least several years of cultivation would be required to stabilize oneself. Fang Mingxue declared with a serious expression. This cannot be allowed to happen. Lin Yu's expression shifted dramatically. The cost of consolidating the essence of the golden elixir for himself, at the expense of years of cultivation, was exorbitant. Brother Lin, it would be prudent not to impede Elder Qi Cultivation. Wang Su stated earnestly. Why? Lin Yu, perplexed, remarked. Regardless of whether Senior Qi Cultivation has condensed the spirit of the Golden Dan, this is indeed one of the paths for Senior Qi Cultivation to ascend to the nascent soul. If you obstruct this, the repercussions, given your lack of composure, may far exceed the cost of condensing the Golden Dan spirit. Furthermore, after the spirit of the Golden Dan has been condensed, there are numerous methods available for recovery. Junior Lin, with your alchemical prowess, you possess ample means to facilitate Senior Qi Cultivation's swift recuperation. Fang Mingxue inquired, what elixirs are required? Lin Yu urgently inquired. It all depends on the nature of the primordial spirit of the golden core that Senior Qi Cultivation has condensed. The recovery elixirs differ based on whether the power drawn is from the physical body, spiritual energy, or the soul. Generally speaking, a sky-grade elixir suffices, Wang Su elucidated. Boom. At that moment, layers of radiant clouds illuminated the heavens. Senior Qi Cultivation inhaled deeply, drawing the vast power of the Tao into his being. Surrounding him, boundless rays of light erupted. Faintly, a symphony of Tao resonated, akin to the harmonious ringing of bells and drums, reverberating through the cosmos. Everyone could distinctly sense that Qi Cultivation's aura was escalating at an astonishing pace. With my strength, I shall forge the primordial spirit of the golden core. As Qi Cultivation's essence reached its zenith, a majestic voice reverberated once more. Swish, swish, swish. Within Qi Cultivation's body, amidst a dazzling display of golden light, fragments of the golden core soared forth, cascading into the luminous flow of the Tao below. Rumbling, the light of the Tao absorbed the golden core fragments, which gradually amalgamated into a singular essence. In mere moments, it transformed into a pale blue lotus seed. A lotus seed? Senior Qi Cultivation, is this the manifestation of the primordial spirit of the golden core through the power of the soul? But how can it be the power of the soul? Wang Su and the others gazed at the pale blue lotus seed, their faces reflecting incredulity. There are 3 forms of primordial spirits for the golden core, encompassing the strength of the physical body, spiritual energy, and the power of the soul. The primordial spirit of the golden core derived from the power of the soul is the most exquisite foundation for soul cultivation. Truly, the senior harbors great expectations for me. Lin Yu gazed upon the azure lotus seeds, unable to suppress a sigh. Qi Cultivation, aware of Lin Yu's cultivation, recognized that his physical body had already established a foundation with the essence of the 5 elements. Therefore, he deliberately prepared the necessary materials for Lin Yu's spiritual foundation in advance. After all, treasures of heaven and earth that aid in the establishment of a spiritual foundation are the most readily obtainable. Qi Cultivation was convinced that Lin Yu could indeed accomplish the triad foundation. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As Lin Yu and his companions exchanged glances, Qi Cultivation's aura retracted, and the radiant light of the great Tao gradually dissipated. With a subtle gesture of his hand, the spirit of the golden pill had already settled into his palm. In a swift motion, Qi Cultivation returned to stand before Lin Yu. My friend, I wonder if you are pleased with this golden pill spirit? He inquired with a smile as he extended the precious spirit towards Lin Yu. Indeed, Lin Yu replied. Even if what you bestow upon me is but a feather from a celestial being, I would be content. Yet I cannot fathom what merit I possess that would warrant such a significant sacrifice from you to condense this golden pill spirit. Lin Yu shook his head and sighed. What is merely a few years in the grand scheme of things? Were it not for your wise words, my friend, I would still be confined to the Qingsong sect, oblivious to when I might finally take this step. Were it not for your kindness over 3 cups of wine, it remains uncertain whether I could have overcome my inner demons. In comparison to your graciousness, what significance do those few years hold? King Kangxi spoke earnestly. Thank you, esteemed senior. Lin Yu ceased to speak further and accepted the essence of the golden pill. Since Qi Cultivation had condensed the golden pill essence of the path of divine souls, the process of restoration would indeed be straightforward. 3,000 daos of wine. Lin Yu merely needs to craft 3,000 varieties of wine to succeed. Boil. Lin Yu once again raised his hand, pouring a generous amount of wine for everyone. With this toast, we celebrate the esteemed Qi Cultivation for his ascension to the nascent soul stage. Lin Yu raised his glass once more, offering heartfelt congratulations to the esteemed Qi Cultivation on his ascension to the nascent soul stage. Qi Yang and the others simultaneously lifted their cups. Despite the presence of those who had achieved the nascent soul, the atmosphere remained vibrant and congenial, devoid of any discomfort. They clinked glasses and savored the myriad flavors that life has to offer. Naturally, the gathering was filled with exchanges, as each shared their profound insights. Brother Lin Yu, I toast to you. Though we entered at the same time, the disparity between us is vast. Ji Yinling raised her glass, eager to drink with Lin Yu. Plop. Just as Lin Yu was about to raise his cup, Ji Yinling's body softened and she collapsed onto the table, her youthful face flushed with a rosy hue. Senior brother, why do you stop me? I'm not drunk yet. If you don't believe me, I'll demonstrate the Kangmang sword technique for you. As Ji Yinling fell into a stupor, Qingyang also staggered to his feet and then soared into the sky, wielding his long blade and unleashing a brilliant surge of white light. What a thrill. Lin Shitty, I won't let your drink go to waste. Just wait, for I know of a place where a dragon dwells. I shall retrieve its golden core to accompany your wine. Meanwhile, Tianqi, who had originally tried to restrain Qingyang, was no better off. Swaying as he dashed off into the distance, Lin Yu and others could not be restrained. Junior brother Lin, I am truly elated. Today, I shall humbly present a poem in your honor. Wang Su swayed unsteadily as he rose, gracefully leaping to the treetop in the distance and under the moonlight. He began to recite his verses. Alas, how I envy you young souls. Qi Cultivation gazed at the inebriated crowd, his face revealing a hint of nostalgia. In youth, one should don vibrant attire and ride spiritedly, relishing both friendship and vengeance. Lin Yu smiled and nodded. Lin Yu, where have you been? Return swiftly. At that moment, Lin Yu's communication jade slip illuminated, suddenly emitting the anxious voice of Wang Chengkong. Chapter 75, Elder Luoxia. Floating like the drifting wine through the returning snow, disciple is currently honing his skills in the serene secret realm. Lin Yu hastily replied, the blissful secret realm? Someone wishes to see you. Return at once. Wang Chengkong reiterated. Understood. Lin Yu nodded. On Wang Chengkong's side, the communication had already concluded. Who could it possibly be that wishes to meet with me? Vice Master Wang appears to be quite anxious. Lin Yu gazed at the dimming communication talisman, lost in contemplation. Lin Yu, since the sect is searching for you, it would be prudent for you to return first. I shall oversee matters here, and there will be no mishaps, Qi Cultivation remarked with a smile. I am grateful for your assistance, esteemed elder. Lin Yu drained the remaining wine from his bowl, and with a gentle wave, the thunder sword soared forth from its sheath. Farewell. Lin Yu alighted upon the sword's blade, and with a mere thought, the thunderclap soared forth like a bolt from the blue. Wang Su and Tianqi, among others, were no ordinary individuals. Common cultivators dared not lay a hand upon them. With Qi Cultivation's watchful gaze, their safety was assured. Lin Yu was already on his way back. At Tian'an Peak, Wang Chengkong stood respectfully, addressing the woman seated upon the throne that was once his own. His voice tinged with reverence. The lady, veiled and clad in azure robes, was enveloped in a misty haze. She moved with the grace of a startled swan and the elegance of a drifting dragon. Her presence reminiscent of autumn chrysanthemums in their splendor and spring pines in their vitality. She appeared like light clouds concealing the moon, and as ethereal as the wind stirring the snow. Though her face was obscured, she inspired within him the recitation of poetry, a timeless beauty that captivated the heart. Seated upon her throne, she held a jade token. Do you comprehend the significance of this jade token? She inquired. her gaze upon Wang Chengkong rendering him as if burdened by the weight of the heavens. I understand. If I wield this token to seek an audience with the sect leader, I could return to the inner sect's Qi Peak and serve as its steward. Wang Chengkong replied earnestly. Are you aware of the great price you paid to obtain this jade token from me? She asked once more. Wang Chengkong shook his head. I do not know. Is it ignorance, or merely feigned ignorance? A glimmer passed through her beautiful eyes, as if she could see into his very soul. Indeed, I do not know. Wang Chengkong's forehead beaded with sweat. I shall wait here for Lin Yu for one night. Should he return to the outer sect of Yutian before dawn, I will guide him for 3 days. If he does not arrive by then, I will return to the inner sect. Regardless of the outcome, I will reclaim this jade token. Her words were final as she elegantly flipped her hand, causing the token to vanish from sight. Tomorrow morning? Wang Chengkong's expression shifted dramatically. Enough, you may leave now, she said, her impatience evident as she waved her hand dismissively. Yes. Wang Chengkong opened his mouth, yet no words escaped, and he turned to exit the grand hall. At that moment, Zhou Junbai, sporting dark circles under his eyes yet wearing a joyful expression, had just returned to the Yutian secret realm and gazed in astonishment at Tianyang Peak. It is she. What brings this esteemed lady here? Zhou Junbai's countenance revealed a mixture of bewilderment and intrigue. Wang Chengkong has returned. He quickly summoned a disciple. Indeed, he has also brought back a lady. The disciple hurriedly reported. Wang Chengkong has truly managed to invite this esteemed lady back. Alas, Chengkong has ultimately been unable to overcome his own inner turmoil. Zhou Junbai cast a distant glance at Tianyang Peak, his expression growing increasingly intricate. Lu Xian, come see me at once. Zhou Junbai pondered before speaking slowly. Ah, sect master, what a unique appearance you have. As soon as Zhou Junbai finished his words, a beam of light descended before him, materializing into Lu Xian's figure. Upon noticing Zhou Junbai's darkened eyes, she revealed a grin of schadenfreude. This is what happens when one does not rest well. Zhou Junbai's face flushed with embarrassment as he lifted his chin and continued. Let us speak of serious matters. Do you wish for me to personally retrieve Lin Yu? Lu Xian cast a solemn glance towards the direction of Tianyang Peak. Indeed, you are well aware of this lady's temperament. She possesses little patience. If the sect master keeps her waiting too long, she will simply depart. Zhou Junbai pressed his forehead, acknowledging the truth of her words. Indeed, Lu Xian nodded in agreement. Wang Chengkong has likely exhausted all means for Lin Yu. We cannot allow him to waste such efforts. Zhou Junbai stated with gravity, in our Yutian outer sect, your speed is unmatched, making you the perfect choice for this task. Very well. I shall undertake this journey personally. With that, Lu Xian summoned a long sword, which vanished in an instant. As time flowed on, a night swiftly passed. With a flash, as the first rays of dawn broke upon the world, illuminating the earth, the woman within the main hall of Tianyang Peak opened her eyes. Humph. Utterly futile. The woman, unfazed, gradually rose and made her way towards the hall's exit. I kindly request Elder Luoxia to wait a moment longer. Wang Chengkong, who had stood guard at the entrance all night, quickly bowed in respect. Elder Luoxia. The woman was none other than Luoxia, one of the 9 elders of the inner sect of Xianluo sect. I have stated before that I shall depart at dawn. Luoxia spoke indifferently. But it is not yet dawn. Elder Luoxia. Zhou Junbai's voice rang out at that moment. With a rustle, as Zhou Junbai's words fell, dark clouds surged from all directions, obscuring the rising sun. What? Have you not learned enough from your experiences in the inner sect? Luoxiao merely raised her gaze to the heavens, observing the absence of true essence fluctuations, yet the clouds parted as if compelled. Zhou Junbai, feeling intimidated, hastily waved his hands. But Elder Luoxia, it is rare for you to visit our Yutian outer sect. I must make proper arrangements for your hospitality. In truth, Zhou Junbai was terrified. Yet he felt compelled to make every effort to retain Elder Luoxia's presence. Do you believe time can be delayed? Is it worth it? Should I grow weary of you? You shall never return to the inner sect in this lifetime. The setting sun cast a gentle glance at Zhou Junbai, leaving him as if struck by lightning. I have arrived late, esteemed Elder Luoxia. Please, do not leave. At that moment, Lin Yu's voice echoed from afar. He appeared to traverse the space with each step, vanishing and reappearing in an instant, covering a distance of 1,000 miles, and soon stood before Elder Luoxia, the 9th level of the Shattered Sky Step. Each step a mirage. Rarely did Elder Luoxia display such astonishment. So much golden light. At this juncture, Lin Yu gazed at Elder Luoxia, his own face reflecting a similar shock. Chapter 76. the vast golden light of the Great Path, a spectacle that has dazzled many in the past. In the moments when Lin Yu previously drew from the astonishing past, golden light emerged sporadically. However, the scene before him now was a splendid sunset. The golden rays surged like a tidal wave. From the body of the sunset, golden light cascaded in waves, settling upon Lin Yu's brow. Vivid images began to materialize. A newborn girl emerged, and instantly, the essence of the great Tao converged, enveloping her in ethereal energy that descended and surrounded her. The sunset, born as a celestial spirit, embodied the essence of divinity, destined to be a marvel of the past. As the images began to fade, a line of text appeared. Soon after, another scene was reflected. In this new vision, a young girl of 5 or 6, wielding the spirit of the great Tao, completed her foundational cultivation under the watchful gaze of a venerable elder with hair as white as snow. The sunset was born within the Xianluo sect. The daughter of its reigning master, having achieved foundational cultivation at the tender age of 5, making her the youngest cultivator in history. Destined to be a marvel of the past. 5 years old and already foundational, Lin Yu was astounded. At the tender age of 5, while he was still tending to cattle, Luo Xia had already laid her foundation. However, this was to be expected. She possessed the celestial spirit body and was the daughter of the previous sect leader of the Xianluo sect, having lived in the inner sanctum since childhood, making her one of the most privileged individuals in the world. Before Lin Yu could fully recover from his shock, another vision emerged. In this scene, an adult Luo Xia was condensing sword intent within a sword tomb, leaving behind a scroll of scriptures before turning to depart. Luo Xia, with her tribulation stage cultivation, had traversed the unparalleled sword tomb of the Xinqi sect, creating the sacred sword heart technique, a feat that was truly breathtaking. The scene shifted once more, revealing her forging a resplendent longsword, invoking thunderous tribulations as the sword was birthed. Luo Xia, at the tribulation realm, forged a quasi-immortal sword, merging with it amidst the thunder, shattering the tribulation with a single strike, while simultaneously comprehending the power of celestial punishment, achieving ascension for both herself and the sword, thereby becoming the youngest immortal-grade artifact master in history. One after another, these vivid scenes unfolded, each more astonishing than the last. How could one individual possess such a remarkable past? Truly, she was a daughter favored by the heavens. Lin Yu gazed at the succession of images unfolding before him, feeling utterly drained of the energy to voice his criticisms. The sound of rustling filled the air. In the midst of Lin Yu's astonishment, the images within his sea of consciousness shimmered as the artwork was absorbed by the tree of the Great Path. The flowers of the Great Path upon Lin Yu's tree swayed gracefully, drawing from the stunning past of the setting sun, thereby enhancing the effects of the flowers of enlightenment. Effects of the enlightenment flower. 1. The speed of cultivation is increased by 15-fold. 2. Perception is heightened by 15-fold. 3. One can enter a state of sudden realization during cultivation, with the effects of this epiphany amplified by 15-fold. 4. Under the category of non-saint techniques, instantaneous mastery is achievable, while saint techniques can attain minor accomplishments in an instant. Drawing from the stunning past of the setting sun, the effects of the sword path flower are enhanced. Effects of the sword path flower. 1. Understanding of any sword technique is increased 9-fold. 2. Any sword technique can be infused with blazing sword intent or frigid sword intent. 3. Any sword technique can be empowered with thunderous fire sword intent, enhancing its power 3-fold. 4. When wielding the sword path, one can infuse it with reverse celestial sword intent, doubling its potency. 5. Mastery of all sword energies can be transformed into the great path of sword energy. 6. The speed of techniques when employing the great path of time sword energy is increased by 1-fold. 7. Sword techniques can be augmented with Confucian sword intent. 8. Sword techniques can be enhanced with celestial punishment sword intent, with all sword techniques experiencing a doubling of power. Drawing from the stunning past of the setting sun, the effects of the body and flesh flower are enhanced. Effects of the body and flesh flower. 1. Even without cultivation, the speed of improvement can reach a state of sudden realization at 50%. 2. The purity of innate energy within the body is increased 6-fold. 3. The nourishing effect of innate energy on the physical body is amplified 6-fold. 4. The nourishing effect of innate energy on the soul is enhanced 6-fold. 5. Innate energy possesses the innate power of the heavens. 6. The speed of body refinement is increased 2-fold. 7. the speed of soul refinement is increased twofold. Drawing from the stunning past of the setting sun, the effects of the artifact path flower are enhanced. Effects of the artifact path flower. 1. The power of any crafted magical treasure can be doubled. 2. The speed of inscribing array patterns is increased twofold. 3. Mastery of all refining materials below the imperial grade is attained. Within Lin Yu's body, the flowers of the great path swayed gracefully, each adorned with cascading rays of radiant light. Lin Yu gazed upon the rows of text, absorbing the profound information, and his heart swelled with elation. With just one individual like Luo Xia, he could significantly enhance the myriad paths of his cultivation. If only there were a few more individuals of such caliber, the pace of his advancement would be astonishingly rapid. Lin Yu felt a deep sense of reflection. Yet, it was merely a fleeting thought. Cultivators like Luo Xia are indeed rare throughout history. A mere handful can be found across the ages, as radiant as the sun rising amidst the morning clouds, as resplendent as the lotus blooming upon the tranquil waves. With shoulders delicately sculpted, a waist as slender as silk, hair arranged in elegant clouds, and brows gracefully arched, draped in resplendent robes, adorned with exquisite jade ornaments. In the midst of his joy, Lin Yu gazed at the setting sun, murmuring softly to himself, "This boy, how dare he praise Elder Luoxia?" Zhou Junbai and Wang Qinkong exchanged bewildered glances upon overhearing Lin Yu's mutterings. They had encountered many cultivators who extolled Elder Luoxia. Yet those individuals invariably met a singular fate, sent flying with a mere gesture. However, I must admit, Lin Yu's words do hold merit. Lu Xian has returned as well. Being a woman herself, she felt that such praise would indeed be beneficial. "Did I not instruct you to fetch Lin Yu? Why are you so tardy?" Zhou Junbai quietly murmured to himself. It is none other than that rascal Lin Yu. Having already attained the pinnacle of innate cultivation, he consumes the Zizai wine as if it were mere water. Halfway through our journey, he nearly established his foundation. It was solely to suppress his cultivation that he delayed our progress, Lu Xian remarked helplessly. Ordinary cultivators would be eager to establish their foundation as swiftly as possible. Yet, here we have Lin Yu, who must forcibly restrain his own prowess. No wonder Wang Qinkong was willing to pay such a steep price for you. Elder Luoxia, upon hearing this, remained impassive, simply watching Lin Yu with a serene expression. "I shall never forget the grace of Master Wang's recognition," the disciple vowed. Lin Yu spoke with a grave expression. "Return." Elder Luo Xia, with an indifferent demeanor, addressed Wang Qinkong. Hearing this, Wang Qinkong was about to speak, but Luo Xia interrupted. "What is your hurry? I never stated that I would not teach." With a casual glance at Wang Qinkong, Luo Xia proceeded towards the main hall. "Restricting your cultivation is detrimental to you. Complete your foundation establishment, and then return to seek my guidance." After saying this, Luo Xia re-entered the hall and firmly closed the door with a resounding thud. Chapter 77. Mastery of the Qi Observation Technique. The Blossoming of the Soul Path. Complete your foundation establishment before returning? How splendid. Lin Yu, you are on the verge of leaping over the Dragon Gate. Wang Qinkong, Zhou Junbai, Lu Xian, and the others gazed at Lin Yu with expressions of envy. I must express my gratitude to the esteemed mentors for their support. Lin Yu bowed in gratitude. Lin Yu. With a swift motion, Zhou Jun flicked his finger, and a jade slip soared towards Lin Yu. Lin Yu extended his hand and deftly grasped the jade slip. Lin Yu. This is the Qi-gazing technique from Wancheng Mountain, a method for cultivating the spirit, which can equally enhance the foundation-laying process. Zhou Jubai exclaimed, his gaze flickering. He was well aware of the true essence of the 3 Yuan foundation laying, yet he understood the daunting challenges it posed. Thus, his initial intention was merely to assist Lin Yu in gathering the secret arts of the physical and spiritual realms to solidify the foundation of perfect cultivation. Nevertheless, his heart began to harbor some aspirations, which is why he brought the complete scroll of the Qi-gazing technique. Lin Yu, you should take this as well. Wang Qinkong interjected, as another orb of purple energy descended into Lin Yu's palm. Is this the innate purple Qi, the finest substance for foundation laying? Upon witnessing the purple orb emerge from Wang Qinkong's hand, Zhou Jubai, Lu Xian, and the others exhibited expressions of astonishment. The innate purple Qi, a treasure born from the metamorphosis of the spirit of the great Tao, is said to possess the innate ability to absorb the essence of the universe's great Tao and devour other spiritual essences to further its own transformation. When the innate purple Qi has absorbed sufficient energy from the great Tao and spiritual essences, it will undergo a significant metamorphosis. On the day of transformation, Purple Qi shall surge forth from the east, sweeping across 30,000 miles. Indeed, this orb of innate purple Qi has absorbed at least 18 varieties of spiritual essences, procured by an elder of the inner sect during his travels across the realms. And now it is yours. Wang Qingkong smiled lightly. Lin Yu, my gratitude knows no bounds. Lin Yu gazed at the jade slip and the primordial purple Qi in his hand, feeling a warmth envelop his heart. All that needed to be expressed lay beyond words. Any utterance now seemed rather feeble. Whether it was the art of divination or the primordial purple Qi, both embodied the earnest hopes of his esteemed elders. The sacrifices made for the primordial purple Qi were beyond Lin Yu's imagination. Lin Yu, there is no need for formality between us. Everything is in place. We await your ascension to the foundation establishment stage. We are eager to witness the transformations that will follow your achievement. Zhou Junbai and Wang Qingkong exclaimed, their laughter resonating joyfully. Assisting others in their path to enlightenment is, in essence, a means of aiding oneself on the journey. They were filled with elation. The disciple would certainly not disappoint everyone. It was time to embark on the path of foundation establishment. Lin Yu bowed deeply to the two individuals before turning away. In just 1 month, he had reached the foundational stage of cultivation, a pace that truly surpasses even my own achievements in the past. No wonder Wang Qingkong was willing to spare no effort to procure the innate purple energy and to summon me from the mountains with a jade tablet. Within the halls of Tianyang Peak, Luoxia similarly withdrew her gaze. At the tender age of 5, she had achieved foundational cultivation, making her the youngest in history to do so. Yet, her journey began from a completely different place. Born as the daughter of the Xianluo sect's leader, her entrance into this world was inherently distinct from that of ordinary mortals. From the moment of her birth, she was nourished by various rare materials, far surpassing the effects of 16 years spent in a cultivation sanctuary. Beginning her practice of the Xianluo scripture at the age of 3, she completed her foundational stage by 5. Despite her prodigious talent, it still took Luoxia 2 years to achieve this milestone, due in part to her youthful age and intentional restraint. Nevertheless, her accomplishments are indeed worthy of admiration throughout the ages. In contrast, Lin Yu, hailing from Honghe village, reached the threshold of foundational cultivation in merely 1 month. The innate purple energy has facilitated his progress. I am genuinely intrigued to see how effectively you can harness this potential. As Luoxia mused to herself, she once again closed her eyes. Tianqiyao, you are responsible for guarding the cave dwelling. Lin Yu returned to the cave dwelling and spoke to Tianqiyao. Indeed. Tianqiyao nodded and then lifted a chair, taking a seat right at the entrance of the cave. Upon returning to his training chamber, Lin Yu settled into a meditative posture. The foundation of the physical body is established through the essence of the 5 elements. The foundation of spiritual energy is forged with the innate violet aura. The foundation of the soul is nurtured by the spirit of the golden elixir. Should he fail to accomplish the trifecta of foundational cultivation, it would be a grave disservice to the profound affection bestowed upon him by his esteemed elders. Lin Yu did not hasten to establish his foundation. Instead, he took out the art of gazing at Qi. With a flourish, golden light emanated from the technique, conjuring a vivid scene. In this vision, a carefree sage rode backward on a small donkey, wandering through the realms of heaven and earth. The sage, upon his humble steed, gazed at the sun, moon, and stars above while surveying the mountains and oceans below. Wherever he traversed, it seemed as though all things underwent a wondrous transformation. The art of gazing at Qi was conceived by the immortal of feather transformation, who originally existed as a celestial tree that took form, freely roaming the expanse of the universe. The immortal observed the changes of celestial bodies and the spiritual essence of the mountains and rivers, deriving profound insights from every blade of grass and tree, ultimately creating the art of gazing at Qi. To behold its form, to perceive its spirit, and to contemplate its essence constitutes the premier method of soul cultivation among all realms, destined to astonish all who behold it. Is the art of gazing at Qi truly the foremost technique for cultivating the soul in the universe? Lin Yu gazed at the annotations, his heart filled with profound astonishment. The sound was like a cascade. In a moment of profound shock, Lin Yu witnessed the scene dissipate, absorbed by the tree of the great path. As the tree swayed, a blossom of the great path gradually took form. Drawing upon the wondrous technique of foresight, it birthed the flower of the soul path. Effects of the flower of the soul path. 1. Attain the true essence of the soul path, doubling the speed of spiritual cultivation. 2. All soul-related techniques and abilities experience a twofold enhancement. The flower of the soul path has indeed come into existence. Lin Yu gazed upon the soul path flower, a look of delight illuminating his features. If that were the case, there should still be time. In her delight, Lin Yu began her practice of the art of Qi observation. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Amidst the cultivation of Lin Yu, atop the Danxia peak where Lu Daoxian resides, all flora began to sway with an ethereal grace. In an almost imperceptible manner, it seemed as if invisible beams of light surged forth from the boundless vegetation, converging towards Lin Yu's secluded sanctuary. Wherever the light traversed, every cultivator felt a gentle breeze caressing their faces, their souls seemingly immersed in the crystal-clear mountain springs. Was it the essence of the plants? The rudiments of the Qi observation technique? As the unusual occurrences on Danxia Peak spread, the previously closed eyes of Luo Xia suddenly sprang open. In a flash, she appeared atop the Great Hall, standing against the wind, gazing intently towards Danxia Peak. Threefold observation of the spirit, drawing from abundance to compensate for deficiency. This was not merely the initiation of the Qi observation technique, but rather its consummate mastery. Luo Xia's captivating gaze fixed upon the direction of Danxia Peak, her beautiful eyes shimmering with an extraordinary brilliance. Chapter 78, United We Stand. Lin Yu's Triune Foundation. Naturally, Luo Xia had practiced the Qi observation technique. As the foremost method of soul cultivation, the technique's categorization was far less refined than the contemporary practices. In the past, the Ascended Immortal merely classified the Qi observation technique broadly into three levels. First, observing form. Second, observing spirit. And third, observing essence. Thus, the cultivation of the Qi observation technique proved immensely challenging, often more so than many sacred grade methods. The first level, observing form, had thwarted countless prodigies. At this moment, amidst the flora of Danxia Peak, all possessed the essence of spirit, surging towards Lin Yu's secluded retreat. The third level, observing essence, drawing from abundance to compensate for deficiency. A slight increase in power would cause the entire mountainside's vegetation to wither instantly, while a slight decrease would render it ineffective. Only by achieving the consummate realm of the third level could one balance abundance and deficiency without harming the plants in the slightest. Had Zhou Junbai truly mastered the technique to such a degree after merely returning from Wanqing Mountain? Luo Xia gazed intently towards Danxia Peak, her enchanting eyes sparkling with wonder. Having reached the 9th level of innate prowess, she remained unhurried in her ascent, choosing instead to cultivate the Qi observation technique. Did he truly aspire to harmonize spiritual and soul cultivation? Luo Xia pondered aloud. She had never considered that Lin Yu sought to attain the genuine Triune Foundation. After all, this was an arduous endeavor. She merely assumed he aimed to synchronize spiritual and soul cultivation. Blessed with an innate celestial spirit, her speed in spiritual cultivation was unparalleled. And her soul cultivation was also commendable, though her physical form was somewhat lacking. Hence, she refrained from pursuing the genuine Triune Foundation. Boom! As Luo Xia marveled. The space where Lin Yu practiced, having gathered an astonishing amount of spiritual power, suddenly radiated an overwhelming aura of spiritual majesty, sweeping across the surroundings. Innate. The power of the soul had transcended into the innate realm. How could this be? Even with the consummation of the Qi observation technique, the ability to draw from the essence of the plants and nourish the soul could not feasibly elevate one's spiritual power to the innate level within such a brief span of time. Luo Xia was truly astounded. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Boom! Amidst an overwhelming surge of divine presence, the secluded cavern where Lin Yu was in closed-door meditation trembled violently. 9 towering mountains rose into the heavens, swirling and intertwining above the cavern. What could be the cause of such a commotion? The emergence of the 9-fold mountain river seal instantly captivated the attention of all in the outer sect of Yintian. Swiftly, cultivators emerged, gazing intently towards the direction of Lin Yu's retreat. The 9-fold mountain river seal? This signifies the successful culmination of the 9 transformations of the mountain river. Such formidable spiritual power. This young man has not merely established his foundation directly, but has instead focused on refining both his physical body and spirit. Could he possibly be attempting the authentic 3 Yuan Foundation establishment? Zhou Junbai and the others fixed their gaze on Lin Yu's secluded spot, their expressions filled with astonishment. Booming thunder echoed as the 9 mountain river seals churned restlessly, accompanied by the divine spirit of flora and fauna soaring above the cavern. At that moment, Lin Yu was immersed in a state of enlightenment, his body and spirit ascending at an astonishing pace, progressing towards the innate 9th level, innate 3rd level of the body. innate third level of the spirit, innate seventh level of the body, innate seventh level of the spirit. The simultaneous enhancement of both body and spirit caused Lin Yu's emanating authority to grow increasingly formidable, accompanied by a pervasive aura of the Tao. This is not good. Zhou Junbai, who had been observing, could not help but change his countenance. The divine spirit of Flora, the divine spirit from Danxia Peak, which could siphon spiritual power, was entirely absorbed by Lin Yu. This immense force, however, still could not keep pace with Lin Yu's absorption rate. The divine spirit that had been swirling above Lin Yu's cavern gradually thinned, ultimately vanishing from sight. The divine spirit of Flora from Danxia Peak was insufficient to sustain Lin Yu's spiritual power to the level required for foundation establishment. Indeed, if Lin Yu lacked adequate spiritual power, unless he continued to suppress his own spiritual cultivation, he would have no choice but to abandon the 3 Yuan Foundation establishment. A cultivator achieving the 3 Yuan Foundation is a rarity that may not occur even in a millennium. Who would willingly concede such an opportunity? We must find a solution. We must replenish Lin Yu's divine spirit of Flora. Wang Qinkong exclaimed anxiously. How do we replenish it? Lin Yu's cultivation is inadequate. The Qi observation technique cannot cover areas beyond Danxia Peak. We can only restore the divine spirit of Flora if we too cultivate the Qi observation technique. Zhou Junbai sighed helplessly. All disciples of the Lu Daoxian sect, heed my command. Go to the various peaks and bring all the flora you can carry to Danxia Peak. At this moment, Lu Daoxian had returned, his voice resonating throughout the outer sect. Yes, while we cannot summon the divine spirit of Flora, we can transport the flora from the various peaks to Lin Yu. Zhou Junbai and the others' eyes brightened. Convey the order of the sect master. All disciples shall immediately transport all movable flora to Danxia Peak. One must ensure that the life of flora and fauna is best nurtured with both mud and soil. Zhou Junbai immediately issued the command. With a flurry of activity, Zhou Junbai and Lu Daoxian spoke in unison, causing the entire outer sect to erupt in fervor. One artifact after another soared through the air, enveloping the heavens and the earth. At this moment, all the disciples known and unknown to Lin Yu sprang into action, bringing with them a multitude of flora, heading straight for Danxia Peak. As the throng of disciples gathered at Danxia Peak, ethereal spirits of the plants began to emerge, flowing like gentle streams towards Lin Yu. Yet, it was insufficient. Even with utmost caution, it was exceedingly difficult to ensure that the roots remained unharmed upon their return. Thus, Lin Yu's ability to draw from these plant spirits was terribly limited. Zhou Junbai gazed upon the scattered plant spirits, his expression increasingly filled with dissatisfaction. Look, what is that? At this moment, the disciples frantically transporting the flora stood frozen, gazing around in disbelief. Suddenly, the vast expanse of the cloud heaven minor realm began to tremble, the myriad plants swaying restlessly. The spirits of the plants ascended, illuminating the entire minor realm like a canopy of stars. A mighty roar echoed as streams of plant spirits surged towards the direction of Lin Yu's seclusion. Qi observation technique. Someone was employing this technique to summon the entirety of the minor realm's plant spirits for Lin Yu. In our cloud heaven minor realm, who else has mastered the Qi observation technique to such an extent? Lu Daoxian and the others exclaimed in astonishment. There is someone. Zhou Junbai directed his gaze towards Tianyang Peak. There, an ethereal figure stood alone, as if transcending the world. Chapter 79, The Convergence of 3 Flowers. Leading the entire sect to enlightenment. It was Elder Luoxia. To think that Elder Luoxia would intervene to assist that young lad, Lin Yu. Zhou Junbai and the others looked up at the solitary figure of Luoxia on Tianyang Peak, their faces alight with ecstatic joy. Boom, boom, boom. With the gathering of the god of Flora, summoned by Elder Luoxia, Lin Yu's previously stagnant spiritual power began to surge with fervor once more. In a fleeting moment, both his physical path and spiritual path ascended consecutively to the 9th level of the innate realm. The time had come. Boom. As Lin Yu's body and spirit transcended to the 9th level of the innate realm, he ceased to suppress his cultivation and unleashed a full-scale eruption. The 12-story Qianglu soared into the heavens, harmonizing magnificently with the 9 great river and mountain seals. It had begun. Lin Yu was about to lay his foundation. He intended to perform the 3 Yuan Foundation establishment, and upon success, the entire Delua world would tremble. As the 12-story Qianglu emerged, everyone clenched their fists, gazing at Tianyang Peak with a mixture of anticipation and trepidation. The spirits of the 5 elements, the innate purple Qi, the spirit of the golden elixir, Sacrifice. At this moment, the three extraordinary foundation-laying materials had already been retrieved by Lin Yu. Rumble. As Lin Yu's body resonated with a thunderous roar, the cloud sky scripture, the 9 turns of the mountains and rivers, and the art of Qi observation simultaneously activated. The profound energies within the three materials were incessantly refined. The innate purple energy surged forth. The spirit of the golden elixir radiated brilliance. The essence of the 5 elements flowed with the quintessence of the fivefold Tao rhythm. One after another, they soared into Lin Yu's being. Boom. Lin Yu's body trembled with increasing intensity. The innate purple energy surged into his Qi sea, unleashing layers of violet radiance as a distorted Tao platform began to coalesce. Meanwhile, the spirits of the 5 elements carved out a space reminiscent of a Qi sea or dantian between Lin Yu's ribs. Boom, boom, boom. Simultaneously, Lin Yu's heart throbbed like a war drum. Within Lin Yu's being, the essence of vital energy and blood, the strength of the flesh, is drawn forth, evolving into a resplendent 5-colored Tao platform. The spirit of the golden core resides at his brow, unveiling a profound and inscrutable realm of the soul. The spiritual force within the golden core unfurls, similarly attracting Lin Yu's own spiritual power, thereby forging a soul Tao platform. Foundation establishment. What is being constructed is the Tao platform. The successful condensation of the Tao platform signifies the accomplishment of foundation establishment. The so-called golden core realm refers to the condensation of the golden core atop the Tao platform. The so-called nascent soul realm denotes the nascent soul emerging from the golden core, seated upon the Tao platform. At this moment, Lin Yu's flesh, spiritual energy, and soul simultaneously evolve the Tao platform. Cloud Sky Sutra. Mountains and rivers 9 turns. Qi observation technique. The 3 great methods operate concurrently. As the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, the essence of flora, and the might of mountains and rivers are continuously drawn forth. They converge within Lin Yu's being. The 3 Tao platforms coalesce, and Lin Yu's emanating majesty intensifies with each passing moment. Lin Yu took out several pills and consumed them, dedicating himself fully to refining the 3 Tao platforms within his body. Such a powerful aura, judging solely by this presence. It far exceeded that of an average foundation establishment practitioner. The outcome hinged on this critical moment. Zhou Junbai and the others fixed their gaze intently on Lin Yu's seclusion. Success. However, Luo Xia raised an eyebrow, a flicker of intrigue flashing in her eyes. Suddenly, as Luo Xia's voice fell, the 9-fold mountain and river seal above Lin Yu's cave abode and the 12-fold Qianglu simultaneously dissipated. The myriad spirits of grass and would return to their essence. Yet, this was not the conclusion. Immediately thereafter, layers of radiant light illuminated the heavens, overpowering the sunlight. The light of the Tao bathed the surroundings. Wasn't this phenomenon typically associated with the ascension from golden core to nascent soul? How could it manifest during foundation establishment? The practitioners of the Yuntian outer sect gazed in astonishment at the celestial expanse. Even more astonishing, as the light of the Tao surged, it gradually coalesced into a tricolored flower, with 3 petals, each representing a distinct Tao. As the flower blossomed, a beam of light descended, enveloping Lin Yu. The 3 flowers gathering at the crown. This phenomenon, known as the 3 flowers gathering at the crown, was said to occur only upon the true completion of the 3 Yuan foundation establishment. With the power of the 3 flowers, one could cleanse oneself, allowing the physical body, spiritual energy, and soul to communicate harmoniously. It was a triumph. Our Yuntian outer sect had indeed given rise to a prodigy who had completed the 3 Yuan foundation establishment. Upon the manifestation of the 3 flowers gathering at the crown, Zhou Jubai and the others were driven to a state of ecstasy. The 3 flowers gathering at the crown? Even Luo Xia, with her serene and unperturbed demeanor, felt ripples of emotion stirring within her. Boom. The phenomenon of the 3 flowers gathering at the crown soared through the skies. As the power of the 3 flowers entered Lin Yu's body, the 3 Tao platforms within him solidified completely. The purple Tao platform birthed from the innate purple energy within his dantian. The 5-colored Tao platform crafted from the spirits of the 5 elements nestled between his ribs. The azure lotus Tao platform formed by the essence of the golden core at his brow. Layers of power circulated, intertwining seamlessly as if they were one. Not only Lin Yu, but under the auspices of the 3 flowers gathering at the crown, all practitioners of the Yuntian outer sect reaped immense benefits. In that moment, Enlightenment flickered in the eyes of every cultivator beneath the phenomenon of the three flowers gathering at the crown. So that was it. The Yun Shao Sutra could be cultivated in such a manner. Was this not the true essence of the Tao? All the cultivators of Yun Tian discovered that their understanding of the Tao was elevating. The shackles that had once hindered them began to loosen. Zhou Junbai, Wang Qinkong, Lu Daoxian, and various disciples all sat cross-legged, their bodies entwined in the rhythm of the Tao, entering a state of sudden enlightenment. In an instant, within the Yun Tian small secret realm, layers of Tao rhythms intertwined, resonating like the grandest of bells, echoing through the heavens and earth. This brought about an inexplicable transformation within the Yun Tian small secret realm. How fascinating! As the extraordinary phenomenon of the three flowers converging atop the crown emerged, under the radiant light of the great Tao, the cultivators present here surely found themselves with newfound prospects for advancement. Even the secret realms began to undergo transformation. Given a little time, the rankings of the top 10 outer sects would likely be redefined. As Luoxia gazed upon the ethereal Tao rhythm enveloping the small secret realm, a rare smile graced her countenance. Chapter 80. Luoxia imparts the Tao, the treasure of Yuntian Town. In a flash, Luoxia declared and vanished back into the grand hall. Under the baptism of the extraordinary phenomenon at the three flowers gathering at the apex, Lin Yu's cultivation has been continuously elevated. Foundation Establishment Level 2. Foundation Establishment Level 3. Lin Yu's cultivation advanced seamlessly to the third level of foundation establishment, marking a comprehensive enhancement of his physical body, spiritual energy, and soul. As the moment of his ascension to the third level arrived, the extraordinary phenomenon of the three flowers converging at the apex also dissipated. Lin Yu opened his eyes, gazing at the incessant circulation of the three primordial energies within him, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Is this what it means to establish a foundation with the three primordials? Lin Yu murmured to himself. Beneath the foundation of the three yuan, the innate energy within Lin Yu's body had entirely transformed into the true essence of foundation establishment. This is the unparalleled force of innate power. The foundation has been successfully laid. It is time to seek out Elder Luoxia. Lin Yu murmured to himself before rising and exiting the cave dwelling. At the entrance, Tianqi Yao sat gracefully in a meditative posture, exuding an aura of spiritual energy, her cultivation evidently having reached the fourth stage of Qi refinement. As Lin Yu was establishing his foundation, an extraordinary phenomenon of three flowers converging at the apex appeared in the sky. Tianqi Yao stood guard at the entrance of the cave dwelling. Being closest to Lin Yu, she naturally reaped immense benefits. At this moment, Tianqi Yao had awakened from her epiphany, holding a scroll of medicinal elixirs for study. Greetings, Senior Brother Lin. Upon seeing Lin Yu emerge, Tianqi Yao promptly rose to pay her respects. No need for such formalities. Lin Yu waved his hand and inquired, "You have been following me for nearly a month, haven't you?" 27 days. Tianqi Yao nodded in affirmation. This elixir shall serve as your remuneration for this month. Lin Yu smiled gently, retrieving a vibrant 7-colored mysterious pill and presenting it to Tianqi Yao. Upon uttering these words, Lin Yu stepped forward and his figure vanished without a trace. Tianqi Yao gazed at the 7-colored mysterious pill in her hand, adorned with 4 intricate patterns, and her face instantly reflected a look of astonishment. A pill with 4 distinct patterns? Tianqi Yao felt utterly bewildered, murmuring to herself, "This pill seems somewhat familiar." In her state of shock, she hurriedly opened the pill compendium in her possession. Each page of the compendium detailed various pills, complete with illustrations and efficacy annotations. When Tianqi Yao reached the section on mysterious grade pills, she was left utterly dumbfounded. A mysterious grade pill. The top-ranked 7-colored mysterious pill. Aside from the absence of patterns, it was unmistakably identical to the pill Lin Yu had given her. Lin Yu took a single step, traversing 1,000 miles, landing atop Tianyang Peak. Disciple Lin Yu seeks an audience with Elder Luoxia. Lin Yu respectfully bowed outside the hall. "Please come in." The voice of Luoxia echoed from within the chamber. "Yes." Lin Yu pushed the door open and entered. "You are remarkable. Achieving the 3 Yuan Foundation, our Xian Luo sect has not seen such talent in 30,000 years. Luoxia sat majestically upon the throne, resting her chin on her hand as she scrutinized Lin Yu, her tone laced with admiration. The disciple's success in attaining the 3 Yuan Foundation is also due to the assistance of Elder Luoxia. Lin Yu spoke with a serious demeanor. At the moment when Lin Yu was establishing his foundation, although he was in a state of sudden enlightenment, under the influence of his Qi observation technique. Every blade of grass and tree on Danxia Peak was within his perception. Lin Yu was acutely aware that it was Elder Luoxia who, at the crucial moment, summoned the spirit of Flora for him. It was merely a matter of his inclination. Luoxia's tone remained as serene as ever. I have never taken on disciples, nor have I ever taught anyone. Had it not been for Wang Chengkong bringing the jade token to seek my guidance, I would not have come here at all. However, since I have promised Wang Chengkong, I must adhere to my word. As Luoxia pondered to herself, she produced a jade slip. Wang Chengkong mentioned that your talent in weapon forging is extraordinarily high. He is unable to instruct you and has requested that I offer you some insights. I have indeed made some progress in the art of forging. This jade slip contains my knowledge and experiences in weapon forging, and I bestow it upon you today. With a flick of her finger, the jade slip gracefully descended into Lin Yu's hands. Initially, Elder Luoxia intended to mentor Lin Yu for 3 days. But upon observing Lin Yu's foundational mastery of the 3 essences, she altered her decision. This insight into weapon forging would be far more suitable for him. Lin Yu's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Who is Luoxia? A celestial-grade artifact smith. The insights and experiences of a celestial-grade artifact smith are deemed priceless in the realm of Deluo. Having bestowed the item upon you, I must take my leave now, Luoxia stated as she rose. Elder Luoxia, may this insight be shared with others? Lin Yu hastily inquired, what shall be done with the items entrusted to you? The authority rests in your hands. Having spoken, Luoxia had already vanished without a trace. If you have the time, you might visit the esteemed Tianxian Great Secret Realm of the Outer Sect. As Luoxia's figure faded away, her indifferent voice lingered in Lin Yu's consciousness. The esteemed Tianxian Great Secret Realm of the Outer Sect? Lin Yu felt a stir within his heart. The outer sect of the Xianluo sect boasts over 3,000 members, with the top 10 among them residing in the Great Secret Realm. The Tianxian Great Secret Realm, ranked first, stands as the most formidable among the more than 3,000 outer sections. As Lin Yu pondered, he turned and exited the Grand Hall. Lin Yu, what is the situation? Why have you emerged so swiftly? As Lin Yu stepped out of the main hall of Tianyang Peak, he beheld Zhou Junbai, the 2 deputy sect masters, and the 4 esteemed elders, all awaiting him outside. The aura of Zhou Junbai and his companions had notably intensified, particularly that of Zhou Junbai, whose presence bore a striking resemblance to that of Qing Sangzi just prior to his ascension to the nascent soul stage. Elder Luoxia bestowed upon her disciple a jade slip, containing her insights and experiences in the art of weapon forging accumulated over the years. Lin Yu directly retrieved the jade slip. The insights of Elder Luoxia regarding artifact forging? Splendid. Truly marvelous. Elder Luoxia is a master artifact smith. In many respects, this understanding is infinitely more precious than the methods of crafting sacred artifacts. It is the culmination of a celestial craftsman's toil and dedication. Zhou Junbai and others displayed expressions of joy. Master, I have a thought concerning this jade slip. Lin Yu spoke solemnly. You may speak. Zhou Junbai replied, I wish to transcribe these insights into 2 copies. One shall be kept in the outer sect as a treasure to safeguard the entrance, while the other will be presented to Master Wang Chengkong. Lin Yu pondered before speaking. With a single statement, Lin Yu left all present in utter astonishment. Chapter 81. The Pinnacle of the Rankings. The most charismatic throughout history. Wang Chengkong gazed at Lin Yu, his breath heavy with disbelief. Lin Yu surprisingly intended to transcribe Elder Luoxia's insights on artifact forging for him. The reflections of a master artifact craftsman. Undoubtedly, it encompassed her entire journey from the inception of her craft to her eventual mastery as an artifact master, including all her revelations. It detailed the unique applications of forging materials and the subtle secrets of inscribing formation patterns. With sufficient talent, one could potentially devise their own forging techniques from this knowledge. Lin Yu, as for Elder Luoxia, Zhou Junbai furrowed his brow. While this is indeed a favorable development, one must not overlook Elder Luoxia's stance. A single misstep could lead to monumental consequences. Rest assured, the sect leader, Elder Luoxia, has stated that I may fully manage these insights. Lin Yu spoke with a solemn demeanor, subsequently transcribing the contents of the jade tablet into 2 copies. As he engaged in this transcription, he also absorbed some of its knowledge. Luoxia, with a casual air, remarked that it merely contained some insights and reflections, yet one could only comprehend its true value upon examination. The jade tablet not only chronicled Luoxia's experiences during each of her ascensions, but also encompassed an ocean of intricate array patterns, meticulously categorized and endowed with varying effects. Additionally, some formations had been previously imparted to Lin Yu by Wang Qingkong. These formations had been refined by Luo Xia. Even the slightest modification, under her unparalleled skill, rendered the array patterns drastically different in efficacy. Such insights were abundant, beyond enumeration, each demanding dedicated time for thorough exploration. After Lin Yu meticulously transcribed 2 copies onto jade slips, he handed one to Zhou Junbai and the other to Wang Qingkong. Lin Yu, this is something I cannot refuse. On behalf of all the disciples of the Yuntian Outer Sect, as well as those who will join us in the future, I express my heartfelt gratitude to you. Zhou Junbai said as he held the jade slip, bowing solemnly. I shall always remember the unwavering support from the entire sect during my foundation establishment. Lin Yu inclined his body slightly, hastily yielding to the etiquette of Zhou Junbai. Zhou Junbai was a revered mentor, and such a gesture of respect could not be disregarded. Lin Yu originally intended to honor you, yet it seems you have, in turn, honored me. Wang Qingkong spoke with a trembling tone. Oh, Master Wang, do not speak in such a manner. Had it not been for your efforts in inviting Elder Luoxia, how could Lin Yu have attained his current standing? Lin Yu chuckled. Lin Yu, I shall not stand on ceremony with you. Merely glancing at this insight has already loosened the shackles on my path of artifact forging. After a few days of diligent study, I should be able to ascend to the rank of a divine-grade artifact master. Once I emerge from my seclusion, should you require any assistance, I shall lend my utmost support. Wang Qingkong spoke with eager anticipation. That is truly remarkable. It is no wonder that the insights of an artifact master can lead to such enlightenment with just a single glance. Furthermore, Wang Qingkong was aware that his own jade tablet did not carry such weight. It was indeed Lin Yu's exceptional talent that prompted Elder Luoxia to invest so generously. Then allow me to extend my early congratulations to Master Wang on your imminent elevation to divine-grade artifact master. Lin Yu chuckled. Lin Yu. Wang Qingkong gazed at Lin Yu, his fist striking his chest a few times, conveying unspoken sentiments. Master, there is one matter I wish to consult you about. Lin Yu gazed at Zhou Junbai and spoke. Speak. Anything that I am aware of, I shall disclose without reservation. Zhou Junbai nodded in response. Before Elder Luoxia departed, she mentioned that the disciples, when free, could visit the Tianxin Grand Secret Realm. Do you, esteemed leader, know the reason behind this? Lin Yu inquired with curiosity, Elder Luoxia. Have you been sent to the Tianxin Great Secret Realm? Upon hearing this, Zhou Junbai's eyes suddenly sparkled with realization. Indeed, not only have you completed your foundational establishment, but you have also achieved the remarkable 3 Yuan Foundation. You are indeed qualified to venture into the Tianxin Great Secret Realm and strive for a place on the supreme rankings. Zhou Junbai scrutinized Lin Yu with a radiant gaze. Wang Qingkong and the others, upon hearing this, also appeared to ponder deeply. The supreme rankings? What might that be? Lin Yu inquired with curiosity. The supreme rankings. This is the aspiration of countless young disciples. Lu Xian's beautiful eyes sparkled as she responded. Indeed, Lin Yu. In the realm of cultivation, there exist 5 illustrious immortal sects: the Southern Demons, the Northern Alchemists, the Western Buddhas, the Eastern Artifacts, and the Central Immortal Luo. The Northern Alchemists are founded upon the blessed grounds of the Northern Celestial Danyu. The Western Buddhas are established on the sacred grounds of the Western Celestial Spirit Mountain. The Eastern Artifacts are rooted in the treasures of the Eastern Celestial 8 Jewels. The Southern Demons arise from the vast lands of the Southern Celestial Myriad Beasts. As for the Immortal Luo, it goes without saying that we belong to this esteemed lineage. These 5 great forces are among the earliest entities in the cultivation world. For countless years, other sects have risen and fallen, replaced time and again. Yet, our 5 great forces have withstood the test of time, standing resolute and unyielding. Zhou Junbai proclaimed proudly, as members of these ancient, indomitable powers, none can deny their pride. After all, even the formidable Celestial Academy does not rank among these 5 great forces. While the Celestial Academy possesses combat prowess that can rival that of the Immortal Luo sect, the overall disparity is indeed vast. Zhou Junbai continued. There is more cooperation than competition among the 5 forces, is there not? Lin Yu's heart stirred. Of course, it was cooperation. After all, they were all cultivators, and their pursuit of cultivation was for the sake of longevity. Senseless conflict only leads to death. Thus, the 5 great sects have always adhered to a principle: matters that can be discussed should never resort to violence. Lu Xian also smiled as she spoke. But what if negotiation fails? Lin Yu smiled. Lin Yu, having once been a prince of the realm, possesses a keen understanding of the intricacies of interest and conflict. Thus, let the battle commence. Yet, it must not be the older generation that engages in this strife. After all, when the elders take up arms, entire territories can swiftly be reduced to ashes and ruin. The catastrophic aftermath of such turmoil would be too grievous to bear. Therefore, it is the younger generation that shall contend. Lu Daoxian chuckled softly, questioning, is this truly feasible? Lin Yu was taken aback. How could it not be feasible? With a secret realm emerging, everyone would desire a share of it. The sects eager for competition would dispatch their most outstanding foundation establishment and golden core cultivators to battle. The victors would hold the power of distribution. The winners feast, while the losers merely sip broth. Furthermore, the triumphant disciples would receive substantial rewards. It is a win-win situation. How splendid, Zhou Junbai remarked with a smile. Indeed, that is quite true. Lin Yu nodded. The original supremacy rankings were established by the 5 great immortal sects as a means to resolve their conflicts. One must not underestimate the competitive spirit of cultivators. Some prodigies, after triumphing over their contemporaries, remain unsatisfied. They yearn to engage in battles with the truly invincible beings of all eras. Thus, the 5 major super sects spearheaded the gathering of 12 elite sects and 108 first-rate sects to collaboratively forge a new supremacy ranking. This new ranking allows the combat footprints of the strongest cultivators of the same realm to be imprinted, providing a challenge for future aspirants. The supremacy rankings consist of 3 distinct lists: the Foundation Establishment List, the Golden Core List, and the Nascent Soul List, each with specific age requirements. Each of the 3 lists features 9 individuals, culminating in a total of 27. Each of them represents, in some regard, the pinnacle of their realm across the annals of history. Zhou Jubai exclaimed with fervent eyes, so? Those who aspire to the supremacy rankings have the opportunity to duel with the mightiest beings of all epochs in the same realm? Upon hearing these words, Lin Yu's eyes sparkled with brilliance. Chapter 82. The youth wields a 3-foot sword. Observing the boundless universe. Are you not intrigued? Allow me to share with you that among the younger generation of cultivators, none can resist the allure of ascending the ranks. Zhou Junbai spoke with a smile. Pray tell. In this vast world, who does not yearn to engage in battle with the most formidable of adversaries? Moreover, we are indeed the youth. With the spirit of a young heart, one ought to wield a 3-foot sword, encountering the heroes of both ancient and modern times, triumphant yet humble in victory, resilient yet undeterred in defeat, witnessing the mastery of past and present experts, drawing one's sword to ascend, perceiving the vastness of the universe, and realizing one's own path. Lin Yu smiled lightly and said, what a profound statement. To witness the masters of both ancient and modern times, to wield the sword and ascend, to behold the vastness of the universe, and to comprehend one's own path. Upon hearing this, Zhou Junbai and others felt a surge of fervor in their hearts, as if they had been transported back to their youthful days upon entering the immortal realm. Thus, since the inception of the supreme ranking, all aspiring youths with dreams have sought to ascend the ranks. Some wish to rise to prominence by leveraging the names of the ancient powerhouses, while others strive to reach even greater heights. Still, others seek to engage in combat with these ancient titans, hoping to find a breakthrough opportunity, regardless of their motives. Generations of prodigies have poured their utmost efforts into climbing the rankings, resulting in names on the 3 major lists that have changed numerous times, almost embodying the pinnacle of their realms. If I am not mistaken, the names on the supreme ranking have remained unchanged for 3 millennia. Zhou Jubai spoke with a serious expression. 3,000 years without change on the supreme ranking? In Lin Yu's eyes, brilliance overflowed, and within his heart, a fierce fighting spirit surged. How should one strive to ascend to the pinnacle of the rankings? Aim for the pinnacle monument, Zhou Junbai declared with solemnity. The 5 supreme immortal sects each possess 2 pinnacle monuments, one situated within the inner gate and the other at the outer gate. Each of the 12 top-tier immortal sects has one as well. When the rankings are challenged, the 22 pinnacle monuments will respond to one another, sharing information. This enables countless spectators to witness the event. Zhou Junbai remarked, this is a chance to achieve fame and recognition throughout the realm. Lin Yu marveled. Lin Yu, previously, the master of the Xianluo sect, Feng Xian, communicated with me, stating that if you have the opportunity, you may venture into the vast secrets of the Xianluo realm to study the complete volume of the Shattered Void Step. This time, I shall accompany you. We shall first journey to the Xianluo secret realm, and then proceed to the Tianxian secret realm. I do not harbor concerns regarding your cultivation. However, if you aspire to ascend the rankings, combat experience is equally paramount. If memory serves me right, you have yet to endure life and death battles, where survival hangs by a thread. Have you? This journey provides an excellent opportunity for some practical training. Zhou Junbai stated earnestly. This is indeed fortuitous. Lin Yu nodded with a smile, yet prior to that, the disciple required certain items. What? Zhou Junbai was taken aback. The materials. The materials for forging magical artifacts. Lin Yu spoke with a smile. Treasures? With your reverse immortal sword box and 13 long swords, is that not sufficient for your needs? Zhou Junbai glanced skeptically at the sword box on Lin Yu's back and inquired. Not enough. I also practice the arts of firearms and blades. I have just been reflecting on the insights left by Elder Luoxiao regarding artifact refinement, and inspired by them, I wish to attempt crafting a few suitable treasures for myself. Lin Yu spoke with a serious demeanor. It's a trivial matter. Upon hearing this, Zhou Junbai retrieved a communication jade tablet. Li Zhishir, please send a complete set of all the Xian-grade materials from the resource hall to Tianyang Peak. Master, wait. Just as Zhou Junbai finished speaking, Lin Yu, feeling somewhat embarrassed, interjected, the Xian-grade materials are insufficient. We also need some D-grade, and if possible, a few Tian-grade materials as well. D-grade materials? Do you truly believe you can forge D-treasures? Or even Tian treasures? Zhou Junbai looked at Lin Yu with a puzzled expression. Master, allow me to handle this. Wang Qinkong interjected with a smile. The materials above Xian-grade are all in my possession. In the Yun Tian outer sect, only Wang Qinkong had the capability to craft D-treasures and Tian treasures. Hence all these materials were naturally under his control. Take these materials. As he spoke, Wang Qinkong produced a spatial treasure, which represented a portion of the Yun Tian outer sect's wealth. Thank you, Master Wang. Lin Yu smiled and said, what is the matter? The very purpose of the outer sect's existence is to nurture disciples. The fact that you can forge weapons on your own truly alleviates my concerns. Wang Qinkong shook his head with a wry smile. In the past, the disciples of his peak would gather materials and implore him to craft weapons for them. Yet here with Lin Yu, the situation was entirely reversed. You provide me with the materials, and I shall forge them myself. Lin Yu was not courteous. He promptly stowed away the spatial treasure and then turned his gaze towards Lu Daoxian. Master Lu, your disciple still requires some spiritual herbs. Lin Yu shyly spoke. What rank? Lu Daoxian waved his hand grandly, exuding an air of magnanimity. No rank is required. Lin Yu shook his head. No requirements for rank. Lin Yu, please do not be modest with me. While my worth may not rival that of Wang Qinkong, the celestial and earthly elixirs I possess are indeed plentiful. Let us not forget that we previously divided a natural medicinal garden. Lu Daoxian declared, thumping his chest. While I do not demand a rank, my other requirements are somewhat stringent. I require 3,000 varieties of spiritual herbs, each with distinct attributes. Lin Yu blinked and spoke. 3,000 varieties of spiritual herbs? Lu Daoxian was taken aback, and then his eyes suddenly sparkled with intrigue. 3,000 types of wine? You little rascal, are you intending to brew 3,000 wines? Lu Daoxian exclaimed in astonishment. Zhou Junbai and the others also gazed at Lin Yu in surprise. Master Lu, you are aware of the 3,000 wines as well? Lin Yu expressed his curiosity. How could one possibly be unaware? Lu Daoxian shook his head and remarked. The creation of the 3,000 Dao wine necessitates the use of 3,000 varieties of spiritual herbs to extract their medicinal properties. It is through these 3,000 distinct essences that one can brew the myriad flavors of the mortal realm. A senior in the inner sect devoted several centuries in pursuit of crafting the 3,000 Dao wine, yet he has never succeeded. Lu Daoxian continued. This matter is well known and widely recognized within the inner sect. Is it truly that arduous to brew? Lin Yu felt a stir within his heart. It is challenging, indeed. In certain respects, the art of winemaking surpasses that of alchemy in complexity. The path of alchemy adheres to a hierarchy of spiritual herbs and the corresponding elixirs they yield. In contrast, the craft of winemaking transcends the classification of herbs, transforming them into an ethereal essence. Even if these 3,000 varieties of wine are brewed solely from inferior spiritual herbs, they may still possess efficacy in aiding one through tribulations. Lu Daoxian remarked. The disciple still wishes to give it a try. Lin Yu smiled and spoke. All right. I should be able to gather the 3,000 varieties of medicinal herbs with different attributes. Lu Daoxian produced 2 spatial treasures, selecting carefully, and eventually managed to assemble a complete set, which he handed to Lin Yu. Thank you, Master Lu. Lin Yu gathered the materials and respectfully bowed. Lin Yu, let us set forth, he proclaimed. I possess a wondrous artifact known as the void-splitting vessel, which is equipped with a pill refinement chamber and a weapon forging room. All that one might require. Whether you wish to forge weapons or brew spirits, you shall encounter no difficulties. With a resounding boom, as Zhou Junbai spoke, a magnificent treasure ship soared into the sky. Chapter 83, Master, you have been deceived by those scoundrels of the inner sect. The void-splitting vessel expanded in the wind, transforming into a colossal entity, a true divine treasure. Lin Yu, come aboard, Zhou Junbai exclaimed, his form already alighting upon the deck of the vessel. Lin Yu stepped forward, appearing on the void-transcending vessel. Rise. With a gesture of his finger, Zhou Junbai commanded, and the vessel surged forth, traversing the void as if gliding through the ether. What do you think, Lin Yu? This vessel was procured at great cost from the inner sect. It bears the intricate void-transcending runes, enabling it to traverse the void and cover vast distances in an instant. Zhou Junbai declared proudly, a look of satisfaction gracing his countenance. Not bad at all. Lin Yu nodded, inquiring about the locations of the forging room and the alchemy chamber. You rascal. Upon hearing this, Zhou Junbai instantly felt that his precious vessel had lost its allure. He had intended to showcase it. Follow me, Zhou Junbai declared as he led Lin Yu into the vessel. This room is the forging chamber, and adjacent to it is the alchemy chamber, with a passage connecting the two. Please wait a moment as I activate the gathering formation inside, allowing for cultivation, forging, and alchemy, all without hindrance. With that, Zhou Junbai entered the room, and from his palm, a multitude of spirit stones soared forth, descending into the various recesses within the forging chamber. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Lin Yu observed as intricate array patterns illuminated within the artifact refining chamber. Zhou Junbai inserted a spirit stone into the recess, emanating a rich aura of spiritual energy. In an instant, the spiritual essence within the chamber surged abundantly. Lin Yu indeed. This gathering essence array was a request I pursued for quite some time before the inner sect's artifact master finally agreed to implement it for me. The array is of an esteemed grade. Once activated, it merely requires the consumption of a few spirit stones to render the spiritual energy within this refining chamber as bountiful as that found in a secret realm. The cultivation effects are remarkably beneficial, Zhou Junbai proclaimed with pride. Master, are you certain that this is the array you sought for so long, which the artifact master finally agreed to install for you? Lin Yu cast a peculiar glance at the gathering formation. Indeed, the method of arranging the gathering formation is exceedingly rare. Even Wang Cheng does not possess it. Zhou Junbai remarked. Master, do you wish to hear the truth or sweet words? Lin Yu chuckled. How does one articulate something so melodious? Zhou Junbai was taken aback. The sect leader truly possesses a heart of purity, generosity, and a propensity to spend lavishly. Lin Yu spoke earnestly. Indeed, the Stenluo sect. Who does not know of my esteemed presence? My thoughts are as pure as the green lotus, rising untainted from the mire. Zhou Junbai grew even prouder. And how? Pray tell, is that the truth? Zhou Junbai inquired. You have been deceived. Lin Yu gazed innocently at Zhou Junbai. What? Could you please repeat that? Zhou Junbai's eyes widened in surprise. The disciple remarked, you have been deceived. Lin Yu spoke with unwavering certainty. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The gathering Yuan array has received nothing but praise from those who have utilized it. Even Wang Qingkong has affirmed its exceptional utility. Zhou Junbai shook his head. Who am I? I am Zhou Junbai, the notorious trickster among the top 3 of the outer sect. I have always been the one to deceive others. When has anyone ever managed to deceive me? Master, are you aware of the distinction between the gathering Yuan array and the gathering spirit array? Lin Yu inquired with a serious expression. Indeed, the gathering spirit array merely concentrates the nearby spiritual energy, thereby elevating the energy density within the formation beyond that of the surrounding area. The one we employ in the outer sect is precisely the gathering spirit array. However, the gathering Yuan array is distinctly different. It can draw forth the spiritual energy from spirit stones, artificially creating an environment conducive to cultivation. Although Zhou Junbai has never formally studied formations, he is not entirely oblivious to them, having observed their workings. What the sect leader has stated holds true. Nonetheless, I have a query for the sect leader. Once this gathering Yuan array is activated, what will become of the remaining spiritual energy in the refining chamber once you depart? Lin Yu inquired. Will it simply dissipate on its own? Zhou Junbai replied nonchalantly. Of course. Isn't that a waste? Lin Yu inquired. Indeed, it is a waste. Surprisingly, I seldom refine all the spiritual energy from the gathering essence array. Although each instance of waste may not seem considerable, over the years, it accumulates to a significant amount. Zhou Jubai expressed with a hint of regret. Does the sect leader know that the true gathering essence array possesses the capability to store spiritual energy? Lin Yu chuckled lightly. Does it also possess the capability to store spiritual energy? I have not heard of such a thing. Zhou Jun's expression changed dramatically. In a true gathering essence array, spirit stones merely serve as an auxiliary. In daily practice, the gathering essence array can absorb external spiritual energy and store it within the Great Formation. When needed, the stored energy can be released through the guidance of spirit stones. Only when the stored energy is completely consumed will the spirit stones be depleted. Any unused spiritual energy will also be retained. A comprehensive explanation of the gathering essence array can be found in the insights shared by Elder Luoxia. Lin Yu spoke in an orderly manner. Let me take a look. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jubai immediately grew anxious and hurriedly retrieved the jade slip given by Lin Yu. Within the jade slip, the 3820th line awaited. Lin Yu reminded. Found it. Indeed. Am I truly the unsuspecting fool here? Zhou Junbai gazed at the contents within the jade slip, his eyes slightly reddening. If there are no surprises, then yes. Lin Yu suppressed a smile and remarked, well, you, Situ Feng, have truly ensnared me. Zhou Junbai ground his teeth in frustration. The mere thought of the resources he had expended to construct this wretched airship drove him to the brink of madness. Master, remain composed, Lin Yu said with a smile. Calm? How can I be calm? At this moment, I wish to return to the inner gate immediately and give him a face full of peach blossoms. Zhou Junbai gritted his teeth in frustration. Master, do you think you can defeat him? Lin Yu posed a soul-searching question, instantly deflating Zhou Junbai's spirits. It seemed insurmountable. After all, they were up against a formidable nascent soul cultivator, one who was also a master craftsman. He realized he truly was no match. Perhaps it would be wiser to sheath their fists and seek an alternative approach. Lin Yu smirked mischievously. What method? Zhou Junbai felt a surge of joy within. Master, there is indeed a way you could do this. Lin Yu whispered to Zhou Junbai, whose eyes sparkled with increasing brightness as he listened, ultimately breaking into a broad grin. Lin Yu, you truly are my esteemed disciple. You have grasped my teachings remarkably well. You continue with your tasks. I will reach out to Situ Feng. And when the time comes, I shall share half of what we obtain. Upon hearing this, Zhou Junbai clapped Lin Yu on the shoulder, shaking off his earlier gloom with a radiant smile. Chapter 84. Why is this unfortunate soul seeking me again? After Zhou Junbai exited the artifact refining chamber with great enthusiasm, he began to scan the void vessel with his spiritual energy. Found it. It's right here. He swiftly appeared at the side of the vessel, lightly tapping his finger against the edge, causing a radiant glow to emerge. As the light flowed, 3 grand characters materialized. Situ Feng. These characters were inscribed on the side of the vessel using a pattern formation technique. Without Lin Yu's reminder, he would have never discovered it. Lin Yu indeed did not deceive me. Artificers often inscribe their names on the treasures they forge as a means of identification. Zhou Junbai beamed upon seeing Situ Feng's name. He promptly retrieved the communication jade slip and sent a message to Situ Feng. Zhou Junbai? Why is this unfortunate soul seeking me again? At that moment, within the inner sect of the immortal Luo, Situ Feng frowned as he glanced at the illuminated communication jade slip. Could it be that this unfortunate soul has discovered an issue with the gathering formation? A sense of unease washed over him as he read Zhou Junbai's message. Situ Feng was capable of arranging the gathering formation. However, establishing a complete version of it was labor-intensive and resource-draining. Thus, he devised a plan to create a simplified version of the gathering formation, removing its storage functionality. Although this may seem minor, the storage component was the most intricate aspect of the formation. By omitting it, the time required for setup could be reduced by 70%, and resource consumption would be halved. However, Zhou Junbai's remuneration was based on the full gathering formation price. The remaining time and materials could suffice for him to refine several magical treasures. The profit margin would be significant. Impossible. Zhou Junbai is utterly ignorant of formation techniques. He certainly cannot discern any issue. The only one in the outer sect capable of understanding the intricacies of artifact refinement is Wang Qingkong. It is not that I underestimate him. Had he been able to identify a problem, he would have approached me long ago, rather than waiting until now. Moreover, so much time has passed. Even if he had discovered an issue, what could be done about it? As Situ Feng pondered, he accepted Zhou Junbai's communication. Sect Master Zhou, what brings you to seek my counsel? Situ Feng replied coolly. I have a matter I wish to discuss with Master Situ, the artificer. Zhou Jubai spoke with an excessive politeness. Is there anything you wish to discuss with me? Situ Feng was taken aback. His relationship with Zhou Jubai was purely that of fellow disciples, further complicated by the fact that he had crafted a void-breaking boat for Zhou. What could possibly warrant a discussion? It is thus, Zhou Jubai continued, feigning awkwardness. I have recently sensed a change and discovered an opportunity for advancing to the nascent soul stage. I wish to return to the inner sect to procure some elixirs and fine wines to dispel my inner demons. You know well that such items are quite expensive within the inner sect. My time in the outer sect has not been fruitful in comparison. Should you seek a loan, I must advise against it. I am equally impoverished, Situ Feng replied without hesitation. A loan? Not a chance. Master Situ, we are not close enough for me to broach such a subject, Zhou Junbai said with a bitter smile. If you are not seeking a loan, then all is well. Situ Feng's tone softened slightly. Excellent. Previously, did I not request you, Master Situ, to craft the void-breaking boat? It is truly my most cherished treasure. One I cannot bear to part with, Zhou Junbai expressed, his tone brimming with admiration. It pleases me that the sect master appreciates it. Situ Feng felt a surge of pride at his words. I knew Zhou Junbai would not notice the underlying issues. Indeed, you adore it. But it seems the void-breaking boat may soon change hands, Zhou Junbai lamented. Change hands? What do you mean? Situ Feng was taken aback. I intend to sell the void-breaking boat. It is a divine artifact, crafted by your own hands, Master Situ, and should fetch a handsome price. Zhou Junbai's voice was filled with reluctance. Why on earth would you sell such a fine item? Situ Feng's composure began to fray. If I do not sell it, I cannot gather the necessary resources for my advancement. Zhou Junbai's tone grew increasingly bitter. And whom do you plan to sell it to? Situ Feng inquired quickly. Zhou Junbai, unable to discern the issues with the void-breaking boat, pondered who could guarantee that the next owner would not uncover its flaws. I am not certain. I plan to visit the Tianxin secret realm and auction the void-breaking boat at the outer sect's auction. I am sure it will yield a greater profit. He stated. You intend to auction the void-breaking boat. Situ Feng's heart raced with unease. Indeed, any additional profit is welcome. Besides, since it was crafted by you, I mentioned it to the elder in charge of the auction at the Tianxin secret realm, and the response was quite favorable. Zhou Jubai spoke with sternness, Master Zhou. The creator of this void boat is not merely someone you can designate at will. The Tianxin Great Secret Realm would never easily accept that this void boat was crafted by me. Situ Feng felt a surge of panic within, hastily attempting to divert the conversation. At that moment, Situ Feng could only hope that Zhou Junbai had not noticed the mark he had left behind. Otherwise, if this defective void boat were to be auctioned, those discerning cultivators from the Tianxin Great Secret Realm would undoubtedly recognize the flaws. If this inferior item were indeed traced back to him, Situ Feng's reputation as a craftsman would be utterly ruined. Who would dare to commission him for crafting treasures in the future? Who would still trust in purchasing his artifacts? No, it couldn't be. Craftsman Situ, did you not leave your name inscribed upon the void boat? Zhou Junbai asserted. That name has been intricately fused into the void boat using the technique of engraving formation patterns. It cannot be denied. Situ Feng was so enraged that he nearly severed his own hand in frustration. This cursed habit. It was customary for craftsmen to leave their names on treasures, a means to ensure their legacy would endure through time. Who wouldn't desire to leave behind something that would allow future generations to remember them after they departed this world? Thus, inscribing one's name was a tradition cherished by all artisans. Initially, Situ Feng had also left his name out of habit. Yet this time, if things went awry, it would not be a legacy to be remembered, but a stench that would linger for eternity. Master Zhou, do you truly cherish this void boat so much? Are you willing to part with it? Situ Feng quickly sought to placate him. Cherishing it is one thing, no matter how fine a treasure it is. It remains an external object. However, the opportunity for advancement, once missed, will be exceedingly difficult to reclaim. Zhou Junbai feigned reluctance, saying, Master Zhou, your appreciation for the treasures I have crafted brings me great joy. As the saying goes, high mountains and flowing waters, true friends are hard to find. That void boat, Master Zhou, you should keep it. I will provide the resources you need for your advancement. Situ Feng gritted his teeth, feeling a pang of sorrow. These resources for your advancement, crafted by Situ, are simply unacceptable. Zhou Junbai's face beamed with joy, yet his tone remained unwaveringly resolute in refusal. What harm is there? After all, they are merely resources for advancing to the nascent soul stage. As a craftsman, I am more than capable of providing them. Now, tell me, what do you require? Qi Feng spoke plainly, though inwardly he felt as if his heart were bleeding. Then let me discuss this with craftsman Qi. Zhou Junbai feigned hesitation. Speak. Master Zhou, please do not hold back. At this moment, Qi Feng was consumed by a singular thought. He must first stabilize Zhou Junbai. To dispel the inner demons associated with ascending to the nascent soul stage, one merely needed a bottle of the renowned Xiaoyao wine, which was equally esteemed as the Zizai wine. Unfortunately, my aptitude is rather mediocre. I fear that a single bottle of Xiaoyao wine may not suffice. Therefore, to combat the tribulations of the heart, I intend to procure a bottle of Xiaoyao wine, along with a furnace of demonic transformation pills. Zhou Jubai pondered aloud. A bottle of Xiaoyao wine and a furnace of demonic transformation pills? Qi Feng's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. The Xiaoyao wine, being on par with the Zizai wine, is undoubtedly priceless. And the demonic transformation pills are even more astonishing. They are ranked as the premier elixirs among heavenly-grade pills. Indeed, who could blame me for my inadequate talent? Zhou Junbai's tone was laden with resignation. That scoundrel. He has certainly discerned the issue. Qi Feng seethed at this realization. He now comprehended that Zhou Jubai had clearly identified the problem with the void-piercing vessel and was deliberately trying to ensnare him. If it were not for this, why would Zhou Junbai discuss selling treasures with someone as unrelated to him as himself? If Zhou Jubai truly intended to sell the void-piercing vessel to gather resources for his ascension, then offering him a bottle of Xiaoyao wine would warrant his profound gratitude. How dare he demand an additional furnace of demonic transformation pills? Such audacity was undeniably brazen. But did he possess a solution? None whatsoever. Very well. A bottle of Xiaoyao wine and a furnace of demonic transformation pills. I shall provide you. Qi Feng, fully aware of the subtext yet choosing to remain silent, gritted his teeth as he spoke. Both individuals, at this juncture, tacitly refrained from revealing their understanding of the situation. Zhou Junbai withheld his acknowledgement, naturally to extract more benefits from Qi Feng. Qi Feng, on the other hand, feared that if he addressed the matter, Zhou Junbai might, in a fit of anger, truly resort to auctioning the void-piercing vessel. That would irreparably tarnish his reputation. Thank you, Master Qi, for your generosity. However, I have another request. Zhou Junbai said with a hint of embarrassment. Speak. Qi Feng gritted his teeth in response. Master Qi, I have grown quite fond of this void-piercing vessel over the years. Whether in leisure or in busyness, I find solace within it. Consequently, the gathering essence array has indeed consumed a considerable amount of spirit stones. I am currently rather financially constrained, and after ascending to the nascent soul stage, I fear I shall lack sufficient resources to solidify my cultivation. Zhou Jubai spoke leisurely. Upon hearing this, Qi Feng's nostrils flared with indignation. The transition from golden core to nascent soul, blessed by the illumination of the great Tao, requires minimal resources to stabilize one's cultivation. This fellow is deliberately highlighting the gathering essence array, clearly aiming to provoke him. How much do you need? Qi Feng gritted his teeth once more. 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. Zhou Junbai replied. 100,000? Qi Feng nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. The artifact craftsman is wealthy, but that amounts to 100,000 top-tier spirit stones. Enough to purchase another divine-grade magical item. Indeed, it seems rather excessive. Perhaps I should refrain from troubling Master Qi the craftsman and simply sell this broken void vessel. Zhou Junbai said helplessly. Wait, I have it. A jar of carefree wine, a furnace of demon-melting pills, and an additional 100,000 top-tier spirit stones. I shall offer them to you. At this moment, Qi Feng found himself thoroughly ensnared by Zhou Junbai. Really? Zhou Junbai exclaimed in astonishment. I keep my promises. You wish to venture into the Tianxian Grand Secret Realm? I will head to the resource hall at once to procure the carefree wine and demon-melting pills and will await you in the Tianxian Grand Secret Realm, Qi Feng declared. How embarrassing. I feel terrible for troubling Master Qi the craftsman to make a special trip. Zhou Junbai chuckled. It's a trivial matter. The inner sect has a direct teleportation array to the Tianxian Grand Secret Realm. It won't take much time at all, Qi Feng replied, concluding the communication. Just you wait. Who do you think I am? I, Zhou Junbai, have always been the one to ensnare others. Do you dare to ensnare me? You are merely at my mercy. Zhou Junbai concluded the transmission, wearing a smug grin. Clang. Just as Zhou Junbai finished speaking, an astonishing tremor emanated from the direction of the artifact room, accompanied by an intensely sharp blade intent that soared into the sky. Such blade intent? Has a ground-grade magical item come into existence? This kid Lin Yu has truly forged a ground-grade magical item? Moreover, judging by this aura, although it is merely ground-grade, it nearly rivals that of a heavenly-grade magical item. As Zhou Junbai sensed the overwhelming blade intent, his expression transformed into one of shock. A ground-grade magical item has emerged. This signifies that Lin Yu has ascended to the rank of a ground-grade craftsman. Aside from Wang Qingkong, Lin Yu is indeed the strongest in the art of crafting within the outer sect of Yuntian. Boom. At this moment, within the artifact room, Lin Yu is wielding a long knife. The knife, with its ancient design, shimmered with a soul-capturing light, such that a mere glance could seem to draw one's very gaze into oblivion. What a magnificent blade! Lin Yu gently flicked the long blade, producing a chilling resonance that seemed capable of tearing apart one's soul. This sword was forged primarily from the earth-grade material, the soul-capturing stone. It was perfectly suited for executing the soul-severing 3 absolute strikes. From this day forth, I shall name you the soul-severing blade. Lin Yu smiled faintly and sheathed the soul-cutting blade. With the sword in hand, it was time to acquire a spear. Lin Yu sheathed the soul-cutting blade and once again retrieved an array of materials. The art of the sword. Lin Yu possesses the extraordinary skill of the 3 absolute slashes of the soul. In addition to his mastery of the spear, Lin Yu wields the Spear of Time. The Spear of Time harnesses the power of temporal energy and must be forged from materials imbued with such essence. Let us utilize the gold of antiquity for this purpose. Lin Yu smiled gently, summoning the pure lotus heavenly fire to refine his craft once more. He forged the weapon's core and inscribed the intricate array patterns. With the experience gained from crafting the soul-cutting blade, the creation of the Spear of Divine Essence flowed effortlessly. Before long, a spear imbued with the power of time was birthed from Lin Yu's hands. Henceforth, it shall be known as the Spear of Time. Lin Yu sheathed his long spear once more. The materials provided by Wang Shi are truly commendable, abundant, and of exceptional quality. Presently, there remains a considerable surplus of these materials. Lin Yu gazed thoughtfully at the remaining materials, casting a contemplative glance at the reverse immortal sword box. Chapter 86. The Second Epiphany. The Spirit of Yezi. The reverse immortal sword box. Crafted by the mortal swordsmith Yezi, the sole artifact that transcends the boundaries between the mortal and the immortal through the methods of mortal sword forging. Its grade reaches the profound level. Lin Yu's admiration for the reverse immortal sword box is not rooted in its rank, but in the indomitable spirit of Yezi, who forged it with a willingness to sacrifice himself for his convictions. The path of cultivation is long and arduous. One might say it involves traversing 1,000 mountains and crossing myriad rivers, bearing the weight of the heavens. Ultimately, those who achieve true ascension are invariably individuals of immense perseverance. Yet, not everyone will attain remarkable accomplishments or leave a lasting legacy in this world, much like Yezi himself. Lin Yu was utterly convinced that the moment Yezi crafted the reversed immortal sword box, he had embarked upon his own celestial path. Although Yezi had already sacrificed himself in pursuit of his ideals, his essence, spirit, and indomitable will had long since fused with the reversed immortal sword box. Within this box lies Yezi's profound yearning for the immortal way and his fervent passion for the art of sword forging. Every time Lin Yu summoned the reverse immortal sword box, he could feel the will within the 13 swords of the reverse immortal, a determination that pierced through the heavens. Boom! The reverse immortal sword box landed before Lin Yu. Clang! Lin Yu lightly tapped the sword box, and the reverse immortal sword box immediately opened, revealing 13 reverse immortal swords resting quietly within. In truth, from the very moment I first summoned you, an irresistible urge took hold of me. I yearned to embark with you, to witness the vastness of the sea, the exuberance of blooming flowers, to wield my sword in song, and ascend the untouched celestial peaks, beholding all the unseen landscapes. For you, for Yangzi, and for myself. Lin Yu's fingers gracefully glided over the 13 swords of reversal, which responded with a gentle tremor, as if imbued with life. Yangzi, with his indomitable will, has forged your renowned title of transcending the mundane to become celestial. He has bestowed upon you a vitality that mirrors life itself and endowed you with power that rivals or even surpasses that of the profound treasures. Yet, this is insufficient. To traverse the path of cultivation with soaring swords and resounding songs, one must possess a sufficient level of the Xian grade and foundational cultivation. Therefore, what I must do is shatter your limitations. A thought surged within Lin Yu, growing increasingly fervent, nearly bursting forth. If Uyuizi could shatter the shackles between the celestial and the mortal realms, then surely I can too. With a swift motion, Lin Yu retrieved the jade slip left by Elder Luoxia. The vastness of the information contained within was overwhelming. It encompassed all aspects of existence. Within it lay Luoxia's insights following each advancement in the art of crafting, as well as his experiences and observations from traversing the world and the essence of the craft. Moreover, it contained numerous esoteric techniques of forging. Buzzing incessantly, Lin Yu harmonized with the divine as characters began to emerge within the jade tablet. They were imprinted upon the void, swirling around Lin Yu in an ethereal dance. Lin Yu devoted his heart and soul to comprehending all of this. It was the moment he had been most earnest since entering the realm of immortality. As Lin Yu contemplated the insights of the setting sun, he simultaneously pondered the profound meaning of the reversal immortal 13 swords. The sound of rustling echoed around him. With Lin Yu's wholehearted engagement, the flower of enlightenment shed rays of brilliance, enhancing his comprehension of artifact refinement. The 13 swords of reversal seemed to resonate with Lin Yu's will, continuously vibrating in response. At this moment, a profound rhythm of Tao enveloped Lin Yu, intertwining and manifesting. Sudden enlightenment. Lin Yu, through the enlightenment flower, has ascended into a realm of profound realization, far beyond his usual state. Enlightenment, a condition fervently sought after by all cultivators. Some practitioners, upon achieving sudden insight, create their own paths. Others, in a moment of clarity, make remarkable strides in their understanding of the Tao. Ultimately, enlightenment allows cultivators to delve deeper into the principles they have learned, elevating their state of mind. While it may be relatively easy to enhance one's cultivation, refining one's character is an arduous task. Take Qing Songzi, for instance. He remained stagnant for a century. His lack of advancement attributed to an unrefined state of mind. It was only when Lin Yu articulated the truth that he soared to new heights. The elevation of minor realms pertains to the cultivation of power, while the elevation of greater realms concerns the cultivation of one's inner state. This inner state, ethereal and elusive, has caused countless prodigies to falter. With the enlightenment flower in full bloom, Lin Yu's every endeavor not only enhances his cultivation, but also enriches his inner state. It is precisely through these repeated moments of insight that Lin Yu was able to discern the shackles binding Qing Songzi. Lin Yu's cultivation may only be at the foundation stage, yet his state of mind has transcended the golden core realm. Furthermore, the enlightenment Lin Yu experienced this time, in contrast to the insights bestowed by the flower of enlightenment, was of a different nature. It unfolded naturally. In this instance, within the profound understanding granted by the flower of enlightenment, Lin Yu delved into an even deeper level of realization, which could be deemed a dual-layered enlightenment. The sensation was exquisitely marvelous, as if Lin Yu's spirit had been transported to an entirely different realm. In this realm, he beheld an individual, Ouyangzi. Ouyangzi was engaged in sword forging. He appeared as an elderly man, emaciated yet towering in stature, with a spine that stood straight as an arrow. Years of forging had rendered Ouyangzi's skin a deep crimson, and his hands were exceedingly rough. The sparks that flew during the forging process, the repeated burns and subsequent healings, had rendered his palms as resilient as gold and iron. Ouyangzi's gaze was remarkably bright, imbued with an indomitable will. With rhythmic clangs, Ouyangzi stood before a sword-forging platform, relentlessly striking the sword blank before him. Each descent of the hammer echoed with a crisp resonance. Every movement Ouyangzi made exuded an essence of returning to simplicity, with each strike resonating deep within the soul. This was the very process by which the esteemed Ouyangzi forged the legendary reverse immortal sword box. Lin Yu had previously witnessed this extraordinary moment while absorbing the stunning history of the 13 reverse immortal swords. However, now, through the lens of enlightenment, the experience felt entirely different. So it was. With each hammer strike, Ouyangzi infused not only strength, but also his spirit and essence. Through countless strikes and tempering, he imbued the 13 reverse immortal swords with sentience. The ability of Ouyangzi to transcend the shackles of mortals and immortals was not solely due to his unparalleled craftsmanship. Rather, it lay in the sincerity he invested. This encapsulates the true essence of the power of the reverse immortal. In the midst of contemplation, Lin Yu experienced an epiphany akin to a sudden enlightenment, evoking a profound sense of clarity. In a moment of enlightenment, Lin Yu instinctively executed the fire control technique with his hands. The magnificent pure lotus heavenly fire instantaneously engulfed the 13 swords of counter-seniority. Chapter 87. Creation of techniques. The counter-seniority reinforcement method. Lin Yu was immersed in a state of enlightenment, his hands instinctively performing intricate hand seals. The pure lotus heavenly fire surged with great intensity, while 13 swords of anti-immortality danced restlessly amidst the flames. At that moment, if Wang Qingkong were present, he would surely recognize the extraordinary nature of Lin Yu's technique. Although Lin Yu was employing the pure lotus heavenly fire to incinerate the 13 swords of reverse immortality, he was not crafting a weapon. Rather, he was mending one. As Lin Yu executed his hand techniques, various refining materials soared into the air of their own accord, plunging into the purifying flames of the lotus of heaven. These materials were all of the celestial grade provided by Wang Qingkong. At this moment, they were being refined by Lin Yu, gradually melding into the 13 swords of reversal. Should this scene be witnessed by other artisans, their hearts would surely seize with terror. Typically, once a magical artifact has been forged, introducing additional materials leads to but one inevitable outcome: destruction of the artifact and harm to the artisan. This is fundamental knowledge. No artisan would dare to act so recklessly. Each artisan possesses a distinct understanding of the art of forging. Identical materials, when worked by different artisans, yield artifacts that exhibit varying degrees of divergence. Even a single artisan would not claim the ability to produce two identical artifacts. The mindset during the forging process, along with numerous other factors, influences the properties of a magical artifact. Any material introduced later risks compromising these inherent characteristics. Moreover, apart from the 13 swords of reversal, every magical artifact is inscribed with intricate formations. The addition of any material would disrupt these formations. Yet, Lin Yu dared to do so. The existence of the flower of artifice enabled him to transform the impossible into the possible. Furthermore, the 13 swords of reversal are crafted through mortal means, transcending the mundane to attain the celestial. There are no formations inscribed within. Crucially, Lin Yu, in a state of enlightenment, had comprehended the true essence of reversal, achieving flawless synergy with the 13 swords. One by one, the refining materials were assimilated into the 13 swords, directly elevating its foundation to celestial grade. Let it come. Boom. Lin Yu's divine soul surged with resounding power, as the myriad paths of cultivation erupted simultaneously. The path of time, the path of space, the path of metal, the path of water. Lin Yu evolved into 13 hammers of the great Tao, descending upon the soaring reverse immortal 13 swords. With a resounding clash, a series of melodious tones echoed through the heavens and the earth. Simultaneously, an extraordinary aura of Tao emanated from Lin Yu, spreading outward in all directions. What is happening? How can such a marvelous essence manifest? At this moment, Zhou Junbai, piloting the void-breaking vessel, gazed in astonishment towards Lin Yu's direction. This Tao resonance, enigmatic and unfathomable, stirred the winds and clouds of the world. I have only witnessed such a phenomenon once before, during my youth in the inner sect, coinciding with the Master's creation of a new method. This young man, Lin Yu, is not merely forging weapons, he is innovating a new path. Zhou Junbai exclaimed in shock, a tumult of emotion surging within him. Innovating a path. This is the pinnacle every cultivator yearns to achieve. To distill a lifetime of insights and consolidate one's utmost efforts, leaving behind a method for future generations. Such an endeavor is akin to scaling the heavens. Do not be deceived by the multitude of methods available in the cultivation realm today. They are the cumulative result of countless years of gradual accumulation. Lin Yu, merely at the foundational stage, yet he has already begun to forge his own path. The creation of such a technique has emerged. This lad is truly beyond comprehension. At this moment, Zhou Junbai found it difficult to articulate his emotions. There was a sense of solace, intertwined with bitterness. The solace stemmed from the realization that within the outer sect of Yutian, there exists a true dragon, destined to shine through the annals of time. The bitterness arose from the renewed sensation of being overshadowed by an unparalleled genius. At this moment, Lin Yu was wholly immersed in a state of enlightenment. 13 hammers of the great Tao relentlessly struck against the sword of reversal. Lin Yu embodies the essence of the true meaning of the rebellious immortal, melding it into the 13 swords of the rebellious immortal through relentless refinement. Under such tempering, despite possessing a foundation of heavenly quality, the 13 swords remain merely of mysterious grade, yet their aura incessantly ascends. At long last, in the span of merely 2 hours, the 13 swords of the rebellious immortal exude the essence of earth-grade treasures. The elevation of a treasure's rank from mysterious to earth grade. Should this news spread, it would undoubtedly reverberate throughout the realm of artifact refinement, shaking the very foundations of its practitioners. The enhancement of a treasure's rank is an ironclad rule acknowledged by all artisans, deemed unbreakable. Yet today, it has been shattered by Lin Yu. And this is merely the beginning. Lin Yu tirelessly honed the 13 reverse immortal swords. Lin Yu's vitality was depleting at an astonishing rate. The aura of the 13 swords of reversal was increasingly potent. Clang, clang, clang. Half a day later, the 13 swords of reversal resonated in unison, unleashing an extraordinary sword intent that soared into the heavens. The sound of the swords echoed across 100,000 miles. Oh, revered ancestors! Is this the essence of the heavenly treasure? Has Lin Yu truly become a master craftsman of heavenly artifacts? The aura suggested not merely the creation of a singular heavenly treasure, but rather 13. What marvels had this young man conjured? To forge 13 heavenly treasures in such a brief span? Zhou Junbai was utterly astounded, his entire being trembling in disbelief. A teenage master craftsman of heavenly artifacts. Even the esteemed immortal artifact sect, renowned as the cradle of artifact masters, could never nurture such talent. Boom. At the moment the 13 swords of reversal ascended to the level of heavenly treasures, Lin Yu altered his hand seals, retracting the pure lotus heavenly fire. The 13 swords of reversal returned to their scabbard with a swift motion. Lin Yu emerged from a state of sudden enlightenment, his complexion slightly pale. Yet his gaze shone with unparalleled brilliance. Has he created a method? Lin Yu murmured in astonishment. Lin Yu did not anticipate that he would, at this moment, forge a path unique to himself. This is a secret technique for refining artifacts devoid of rank. It is not merely a method of crafting. Rather, it is an art of restoration. By harnessing the power of the anti-immortal, one can mend the inherent flaws of magical treasures, thereby enhancing their potency and even elevating their grade. The true might of this technique lies in its capacity to restore any worldly artifact, provided that the materials and cultivation are sufficient. This method, arising from the anti-immortal force, is aptly named the anti-immortal restoration technique. Bang! Lin Yu gently clapped his palm, closing the sword box with a smile. Chapter 88. Brewing 3,000 Varieties of Wine. The beast tide approaches. Lin Yu restrained his aura and made his way towards the alchemy chamber. His next objective was to concoct the legendary 3,000 elixirs of wine. The 3,000 elixirs of wine, a creation of the wine sword immortal, represents the finest libation for enlightenment. A single flask embodies 3,000 flavors. To savor the myriad of experiences in the mortal realm and refine one's state of mind, there exists only those who can match, but none who can surpass. Lin Yu had already gathered the 3,000 materials required for the creation of the 3,000 elixirs of wine. Lin Yu naturally wished to attempt to see if he could brew these 3,000 varieties of wine. With a swift motion, he set to work. In a fleeting moment of thought, Lin Yu summoned 3,000 medicinal herbs, each imbued with distinct properties, from within the confines of a spatial treasure. With a resounding crash, the pure lotus heavenly fire erupted, engulfing the myriad of herbs. The distinction between brewing and alchemy lies in the process of extracting the medicinal essence from the herbs and refining it into pills. The consumption of these pills significantly benefits the cultivation of a practitioner. Brewing, however, does not extract the medicinal potency. Rather, it nurtures the true essence of the herbs through one's own path, be it to temper the mind or to nourish the spirit. Both alchemy and brewing possess their unique merits. Every entity possesses a spirit. Humans have their lives, and so too do plants and trees, albeit their existence often goes unnoticed. It is precisely these overlooked lives that the wine sword immortal, Li holds in high regard. Lin Yu meticulously controlled the pure lotus celestial fire, continuously refining various spiritual herbs. Among the 3,000 spiritual herbs, the highest grade was merely earth grade, while the lowest was a humble yellow grade. Although this is Lin Yu's first attempt, he effortlessly accomplished the first step under the flawless fire manipulating techniques of the divine fire record. The medicine is dregs. The Qi is water. Come. Lin Yu swiftly formed seals with both hands. Thunderous roars echoed through the alchemy chamber as spiritual energy was drawn in by Lin Yu, merging into the realm of true flavor. The spiritual energy transformed into ethereal water, intertwining with the 3,000 true flavors. Their unpredictable collisions made fusion a challenging endeavor. In order for the 3,000 true flavors and spiritual energy to harmonize, a principal realm must be established as the essence. Only then can they truly ferment and elevate to a higher state. I possess a multitude of realms at my disposal. Which one should I ultimately choose? Lin Yu pondered to himself. What resonates with me the most is the concept of defying the celestial realm. Let this first cauldron of 3,000 wines be imbued with the essence of this defiance. Boom. As Lin Yu spoke, the essence of anti-immortality surged forth, soaring towards the heavens, like the rock rising with the wind, soaring 90,000 miles. It was imbued with an indomitable spirit and an unwavering yearning for the path of immortality. In a cacophony of sound, the essence of anti-immortality emerged, causing the previously distinct and clashing spiritual energies and true flavors to converge with astonishing swiftness, as if they had found their rightful core. In less than 2 days, the three had achieved perfect harmony. Go. Lin Yu extracted the wine jar and casually tapped it, allowing the fusion of 3,000 true flavors, spiritual energy, and the essence of defying the celestial realm to be drawn into the vessel. Lin Yu once again conjured a realm of reverse celestial intent, sealing the mouth of the jar and placing the lid atop, encasing it with spiritual clay. The wine jar, crafted by Lin Yu with casual finesse, was merely of yellow grade. The spiritual clay, also of yellow grade, nevertheless demonstrated commendable preservation capabilities. A yellow-grade wine jar and yellow-grade spiritual clay seems somewhat unworthy of the exquisite 3,000 Dao wine. I shall procure something of superior quality next time. Lin Yu smiled and put away the wine jar. 3,000 varieties of wine. Typically, the aroma can be detected within 3 days, and the essence can be cultivated in 7 days. However, to nurture 3,000 flavors, it requires a full 3 months. Lin Yu possesses the flower of wine path, which can double his speed, allowing him to achieve this in just a month and a half. Moreover, the effects can be further enhanced. Now, all that remains is to wait in anticipation. Roar. As Lin Yu regained his composure, a series of fierce roars echoed from ahead. Lin Yu, it's time to get to work. Did you not wish to hone your skills? Step forward. Amidst the growling shouts, the excited voice of Zhou Jubai resonated from outside. Here they come. Lin Yu felt a stir in his heart as he exited the alchemy chamber and stepped onto the deck. So many demonic beasts. Lin Yu gazed ahead, momentarily taken aback. Before him, amidst the mountains, a horde of monstrous beasts surged forth like a tempest. Creatures of all kinds, both terrestrial and aerial, descended upon the scene. Each beast was a peculiar sight to behold. Some were adorned with spines that resembled swords, while others towered like mountains, exuding immense strength. Some even spread their wings, spanning hundreds of feet. The power of these creatures varied greatly, with the weakest at the Qi refinement stage, and the mightiest astonishingly at the 9th level of foundation establishment. What could have precipitated such an unexpected emergence of these beasts? Lin Yu inquired curiously. Who knows? In any case, it doesn't matter. So, with so many demon beasts, do you feel confident? Zhou Junbai smiled as he looked at Lin Yu. The onslaught of demon beasts was formidable, with the strongest reaching the 9th level of foundation establishment. Nevertheless, Zhou Junbai held unwavering confidence in Lin Yu. Who is Lin Yu? He is the first cultivator in thousands of years to achieve the genuine 3-yuan foundation. In the face of these demonic beasts, even if he cannot eliminate them completely, he is more than capable of ensuring his own safety. Very well. Then, disciple, let us put it to the test. Lin Yu smiled faintly and immediately took a step forward. Boom. Before Lin Yu arrived, the reverse immortal sword box had already soared forth, crashing with a thunderous sound before the oncoming ferocious beasts. The sword box embedded itself 3 inches into the ground. Instantly, the surrounding earth erupted. Chasms spread forth, and a terrifying wave of energy surged into the sky, momentarily obstructing the path of all the demonic creatures. Roar. Cry. The once relentless and ferocious beasts abruptly halted, sensing the threat and fixating their gaze upon the reverse immortal sword box. Swish. Just as the beasts were intercepted, Lin Yu, with hands clasped behind his back, descended beside the sword box. Roar. Cry. Upon witnessing Lin Yu's arrival, the previously halted beasts erupted into a rage. How dare a mere foundation establishment 3rd layer block their path? Boom. Amidst the roars of the multitude of beasts, they charged directly at Lin Yu. Reverse immortal sword box. Activate. Lin Yu pointed his finger, and the reverse immortal sword box sprang open. Lin Yu flicked his fingers once more, and the 13 reversed immortal swords soared forth from their sheath. The 13 swords surrounded Lin Yu, standing tall and swirling endlessly around him. Today, I shall test my sword against you. Lin Yu's fingers, resembling swords, emitted a series of melodious sounds that pierced the skies. Flash. Boom. Lin Yu's fingers swept down fiercely, and the 13 swords of the immortal were transformed into 13 distinct sword energies, descending with might. As these 13 sword energies converged, they melded into a singular, colossal sword that obliterated the oncoming horde of beasts in an instant. Chapter 89. Lin Yu's sword across 10,000 miles. Oh, how I, Qin Yang, feel aggrieved. With an unstoppable force, the radiant sword light, as it fell, unleashed the power of the 13 sword energies in a breathtaking eruption. Boom. As the sword light descended, the heavens fractured and the earth shattered. The surging beasts had no chance to resist and were overturned, vanishing into mere ashes. The ground itself was cleaved open, leaving a deep chasm. The overwhelming sword intent surged forth like a boundless ocean, engulfing an expanse of 10,000 miles. I, Zhou Junbai, stood upon the deck, witnessing the beasts being effortlessly cleared by Lin Yu's sword, rendered utterly speechless. Initially, Zhou Junbai had thought that despite Lin Yu's prodigious talent, he would still appear inexperienced in battle, allowing him an opportunity to offer guidance and indulge his vanity. But now, what was there to say? Such weakness? Lin Yu gazed ahead in astonishment. Initially, his intention with that strike was to swiftly eliminate the weaker demon beasts. The few at the 9th level of Foundation establishment were meant to be dealt with gradually. However, to his surprise, those wretched creatures were effortlessly dispatched, unable to withstand even a single blow from him. At this moment, it was not only Lin Yu and Zhou Junbai who were taken aback, but also the cultivators on the Divine Blade arriving from the distance. These were the outer sect disciples of the Xianluo secret realm. Leading them was an elderly man, tall and imposing, with piercing eyes that seemed to cut through the air. He exuded a palpable aura of blade intent, unmistakably an infant soul cultivator, much like Qin Sangzi. This was Fang Xian, the sect master of the Xianluo secret realm. Behind the elders stood Qin Yang, Tian Qi, Ji Yanling, and Fang Mingxue, all present. The group stared in awe at the chasm carved by Lin Yu's sword, their expressions a mixture of shock and disbelief. Senior Sister Mingxue, do you think you could replicate the power of Lin Shixiang's strike? Ji Yanling's beautiful eyes were filled with astonishment as she tugged at Fang Mingxue's sleeve, unable to contain her curiosity. If I were at the 9th level of Foundation establishment, I might manage it, but at the 3rd level, it is utterly unattainable. Fang Mingxue took a deep breath, shaking her head. Master, is this the surprise you intended to present to Lin Shidi? Qin Yang regarded Fang Xian with an expression of peculiar intrigue. How was I to know he was so extraordinarily talented? Had I foreseen this, I would have summoned those golden core demon beasts to face him as well. Fang Xian's lips twitched involuntarily. I was wondering why so many demon beasts had suddenly gathered here. It turns out it was Master Fang's deliberate summoning. At this moment, Zhou Junbai's voice echoed from a distance. With a swift motion, Fang Xian's thoughts stirred, and in an instant, the divine blade beneath him quivered, propelling him through the air to appear before the void-traversing vessel. Fang Mingxue, Ji Yanling, Qin Yang, greetings, Sect Master Zhou. Qin Yang and the others promptly bowed in respect. There's no need for excessive formalities. Zhou Junbai gestured dismissively. Fang Mingxue, Ji Yanling, Song Qinfeng, and the others quickly positioned themselves behind Zhou Junbai. Lin Yu stepped forward and returned to the broken sky boat. Lin Yu, do not delay in greeting Master Fang Xian, said Zhou Junbai with a smile. Disciple Lin Yu pays his respects to Master Fang. Lin Yu hurriedly bowed, expressing his gratitude. Master Lin Yu, you are too courteous, Fang Xian replied with a hearty laugh, his gaze towards Lin Yu brimming with admiration. Master Fang, what is the purpose of summoning such a multitude of beasts for no apparent reason? Zhou Jun inquired. Zhou Jun added, you seem to have mistaken good intentions for folly. Did I not hear you mention that you wished to help Lin Yu hone his combat skills? Hence, I offered a modest gift for our meeting. Yet, who could have foreseen, Fang Xian lamented with a bittersweet expression, that these beasts would be too formidable for even junior brother Lin Yu to withstand with a single sword stroke. I see now, Qin Yang chuckled. In that case, it seems the disciple has spoiled the atmosphere. Perhaps, Master Fang, you could summon them once more. I shall certainly take my time in the fight. Lin Yu chuckled as he spoke. You rascal, are you ready for another round? Zhou Junbai immediately burst into laughter. I wager that with your current prowess, even ordinary demon beasts below the 3rd stage of the Golden Core realm would steer clear of you. And what about cultivators below the third stage of the golden core? Lin Yu inquired. It ultimately depends on who it is. Fang Xian responded with a smile. If they are below the third level of golden elixir from the 5 great sects, you will find few worthy opponents. However, if they belong to the 5 great sects, considering the power of your recent sword strike, there are still quite a number who could contend with you. Zhou Jubai also stated earnestly. It appears that my disciple's strength still requires enhancement. Lin Yu spoke earnestly. You rascal! At the third level of foundation establishment, you can contend with the golden elixirs beyond the 5 great sects, yet you remain unsatisfied. Zhou Junbai couldn't help but chide with a laugh. Indeed, for disciples of the 5 great sects, it is not uncommon to engage in battles between foundation establishment and golden elixir, but only under a specific condition. One's cultivation must reach at least the 7th level of foundation establishment. Yet here is Lin Yu, at merely the 3rd level, already capable of challenging the majority of disciples at the 3rd level of golden elixir from the 5 great sects. This exemplifies the boundless pursuit of knowledge. Lin Yu chuckled. Well said. The pursuit of knowledge knows no bounds. Qingyang, this exemplifies the correct attitude toward cultivation. When I urge you to work diligently, you always complain of fatigue. Relying on your innate talent, fishing for 3 days and sunbathing for 2. If you do not strive harder, your level of cultivation will inevitably be surpassed by Lin Yu. Fang Xian glared at Qingyang, directly using Lin Yu as a prime example. Master, you cannot blame me for this. I fear not those who are talented in cultivation, but rather those who possess both talent and diligence. What can I do? Qingyang responded, feeling quite aggrieved. Ha ha. The crowd erupted into hearty laughter. The only one capable of putting Qingyang, with his agile physique, in such a predicament among the younger generation was undoubtedly Lin Yu. Master Fang, you previously. Zhou Jubai chuckled, casting a knowing glance at Fang Xian. You old rascal, I know you have your eyes on the void-shattering step. Fang Xian smiled, retrieving a jade slip. Lin Yu, this contains the complete method of the void-shattering step. Today, I shall entrust it to you. With decisive generosity, Fang Xian handed the jade slip to Lin Yu. Disciple, thank you, Master Fang. Lin Yu hurriedly bowed in gratitude before accepting the jade slip. Earlier, he had been labeled a spendthrift. After all, I merely transmitted the 9th level, while you have conveyed the entirety. Who is the true spendthrift here? Qingyang murmured in response. Bang! Without a word, Fang Xian delivered a punch to Qingyang's head, causing him to yelp in pain. Lin Yu, my disciple, are you not lacking in golden core opponents? Go and summon those golden core demonic beasts we encountered earlier. Fang Xian spoke with a grim expression. Me? Sectmaster. I do not even possess a golden core. Qingyang was left dumbfounded. I can slay golden core demonic beasts, but to summon them. Shall I go? Fang Xian's face darkened. Go, I will go? Upon hearing this, Qingyang instinctively recoiled, leaping off the divine blade and vanishing in a flash. My disciple. Fang Xian sighed as he watched Qingyang depart, rubbing his head. His talent for cultivation is truly exceptional. Few in this world can compare with him. However, his actions can be quite disheartening. I actually think that Brother Qingyang possesses a childlike heart. He is truly a remarkable person. Lin Yu spoke with a smile. I share the same sentiment. Fang Mingxue and the others nodded in agreement, their faces adorned with smiles. That settles it. Since you all believe that Qingyang is admirable, make sure to cultivate a closer relationship in the future. Fang Xian remarked with a cheerful demeanor. Indeed, we shall. Lin Yu nodded. That is splendid. Once you enter the inner door, it will be advantageous to have someone to rely upon. Upon hearing this, Fang Xian revealed a satisfied smile. Since we all desire to venture into the Tianxian Great Secret Realm, let us travel together. Zhou Junbai also spoke with a smile. Indeed, I have long heard that your void-breaking boat, Master Zhou, is a remarkable treasure. I am eager to witness it today. Fang Xian, unreserved, led Tianxi aboard the void-breaking boat and subsequently sheathed his divine blade. Master Fang, please do not mention the void-breaking boat. Zhou Junbai's expression turned disdainful at the mere thought of it. Disdainful? I have heard that this void-breaking boat was personally crafted by the renowned artifact master Situ Feng. Fang Xian inquired with a peculiar look. You are unaware that Situ Feng, in setting up the Gathering Yuan formation for me, cut corners, causing me to waste a significant amount of spirit stones over the years. If it weren't for Lin Yu noticing the issue, I would still be in the dark. Zhou Junbai recalled it with great frustration. Love runs deep, yet so does hatred. Previously, Zhou Junbai had cherished the void-breaking boat, but now his heart was filled with displeasure. Is that so? Fang Xian furrowed his brow. I do have some rapport with Sidu Feng. Should I intervene and mediate? That is unnecessary. This lad Lin Yu has provided me with a clever idea. I currently have Sidu Feng firmly under my control. Zhou Jubai replied with a smile. What idea? Fang Xian cast a glance at Lin Yu, suddenly intrigued. Zhou Jubai whispered something to Fang Xian, who then displayed a peculiar smile. This idea is indeed excellent. It not only teaches Sidu Feng a lesson, but also recoups the losses. Fang Xian praised wholeheartedly. After many years apart, Fang Xian and Zhou Jubai, reunited due to Lin Yu's influence, found themselves growing closer and engaged in joyful conversation. Lin Yu and Fang Mingxue stood at the edge of the boat. Senior sister Mingxue, how did you venture into the mysterious realm of Xianluo? What has become of Elder King Kangzi? Lin Yu inquired with a chuckle. Huh? Brother Lin, you are unaware of the events that transpired. After your departure, Brother Tianqi ventured forth to slay a dragon of the Golden Core realm, only to discover that 2 dragons, one male and one female, were in the midst of procreation. The moment Brother Tianqi made his move, he inadvertently provoked the wrath of both Golden Core dragons. In the end, he was unable to prevail and was driven back. It was only through our combined efforts that we managed to vanquish the 2 dragons. Just as Brother Tianqi was beginning to regain his composure, Brother Qingyang, fueled by the effects of alcohol, insisted on dragging us back to the Xuanlu secret realm to continue our revelry. We were unable to dissuade him. In a moment of exasperation, Elder Qingsong had no choice but to escort us to the Xuanlu secret realm. To our astonishment, Brother Qingyang pilfered the treasured sun and moon brew from the collection of Master Fang Xian and indulged himself. Ji Yinling immediately became animated, chattering away as she recounted the entire sequence of events. So that was the case. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu couldn't help but smile. The day and night brew. This exquisite elixir is documented in the annals of winemaking, rivaling the renowned Zizai wine. While Zizai wine has the power to dispel inner demons, the day and night brew is crafted from the essence of the sun and moon, capable of refining one's own spiritual energy and drawing closer to the Tao, yielding remarkable effects. If fortune smiles upon you, it is said that one might even enter a state of enlightenment. Indeed, it is worth noting that Brother Song, after consuming the day and night brew, entered such a state and has begun preparations for his ascension to the Golden Core. Meanwhile, Brother Qingyang finds himself punished by Master Fang, tasked with cleaning the beast stable, dutifully tending to the great cat of the Xianluo secret realm. As a result, just as he emerged from this ordeal, he found himself facing yet another punishment. Ji Yinling laughed heartily at the turn of events. Congratulations are in order for Brother Song. Lin Yu chuckled. This is a reward earned by junior Brother Qingyang through his diligent cleaning of the beast pens. How could I not strive for excellence? Song Qingfeng laughed. I beg your pardon for the amusement we have caused. These are merely the daily endeavors of junior Brother Qingyang within our sect. Tianqi also shook his head with a wry smile. Amidst their light-hearted banter, the void-traveling vessel surged forward with great speed. Along their route, they occasionally glimpsed Qingyang energetically herding the Golden Core demon beasts across the vast expanse. After all, Qingyang was merely at the 9th level of Foundation establishment. If he were to unleash his full power, vanquishing the Golden Core demon beasts would be a trivial matter. However, driving them toward Lin Yu without slaying them posed a considerable challenge. With the lively Qingyang accompanying them, Lin Yu and the others found their journey quite entertaining. The distance to the Tianxian secret realm remained considerable. Even with the void-traveling vessel, it took them over a month to arrive. During this time, Lin Yu's cultivation progressed steadily. His physical body, spiritual energy, and consciousness all ascending to the 5th level of Foundation establishment. During this period, Song Qingfeng ventured out briefly and successfully advanced to the Golden Core stage. Is this truly the Tianxian secret realm? A month later, Lin Yu stood upon the void-traveling vessel. Gazing at the breathtaking scenery ahead, his expression filled with astonishment. Chapter 91. The Crown City. I nurture my invincible spirit. Before him lay a breathtaking panorama of majestic mountains and deep valleys, with precious lands dotting the landscape. Pillars of spiritual light soared skyward, piercing the heavens. Lin Yu gazed intently and discovered that these enchanting lands were akin to Honghe Village, yet the spiritual essence they harbored was vastly different. Honghe Village could hardly compare. Within the village, children frolicked, herding cattle and horses, creating an idyllic scene reminiscent of a utopia. At the end of the mountains stood a celestial ladder. With steps of white jade and banisters of gold, adorned with intricate patterns that reached towards the heavens. Above, an ancient portal loomed, its bronze hue resembling the celestial abodes chronicled in myths. Master of the Gate, you referred to the place we previously resided in as the Outer Gate? The disparity is astounding, Ji Yanling exclaimed, her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment as she looked at Zhou Junbai. Lin Yu and Song Qifeng exchanged peculiar glances towards Zhou Junbai. What is our ranking in the Yun Tian Outer Sect? How can we be so vastly inferior compared to the first Outer Sect? Zhou Junbai retorted, is that my fault? The Tianxian Great Secret Realm is the foremost among the 3,000 outer sects. Do not be deceived by the mere difference of a single word between the Great Secret Realm and the minor ones. The disparity is indeed immense. Furthermore, the Tianxian Great Secret Realm holds the prestigious title of being the greatest among all great secret realms in the land. Can we truly compare? Zhou Junbai expressed with a tinge of envy. Indeed, even in comparison to my Xianluo Great Secret Realm, the gap is significant. Fang Xian chimed in with a smile. Let us proceed. Contain your astonishment for now. Once we enter, there will be ample opportunity for you to be amazed, Zhou Junbai said with a smile, as he willed the void-breaking vessel to surge forth towards the portal. The villagers along the route were naturally accustomed to such occurrences. As Zhou Junbai approached the bronze portal, he retracted the void-breaking vessel, and the group stood suspended in the air. We pay our respects to the master of Xianluo and the master of Yun Tian. Upon their arrival, the two gatekeepers greeted them promptly. Golden Core. The gatekeepers of the Tianxian Great Secret Realm were indeed at the Golden Core realm, a testament to the realm's grandeur. This was to be expected, for the Tianxian Great Secret Realm was unlike ordinary outer sects. Its scale far exceeded that of over 90% of the immortal sects outside. Even without entering the inner sect, the treatment was not lacking, as the inner sect is the true arena for prodigious talents. Without exceptional brilliance, one could easily fade into obscurity in the inner sect. Thus, many disciples opted to remain, embracing the notion of being a prominent figure in a lesser domain rather than a subordinate in a grander one. Some inner sect disciples even chose to depart from the inner sect to join the Tianxian Great Secret Realm. We greet elders Wu Lu and Wu Qi. Zhou Junbai and Fang Xian spoke with smiles. The two masters are too kind. Wu Lu and Wu Qi responded hurriedly, their demeanor imbued with utmost respect. Although they hailed from the first outer sect, their status paled in comparison to that of Zhou Junbai and Fang Xian. The Xianluo sect is a place that upholds strict traditions. Despite Zhou Junbai being of the same Golden Core level and originating from a remote locale like the Yun Tian Minor Secret Realm, his standing was significantly elevated. In a venerable sect that has stood the test of time, traditions and order are inviolable until one reaches the ascended stage. The two masters must have brought their disciples with the intent of competing for the illustrious rankings, Wu Lu inquired with a smile. Indeed, our two outer sects cannot hold a candle to your Tianxian Great Secret Realm. The illustrious rankings are commonplace for you, Fang Xian replied with a smile. Our disciples have long admired the illustrious rankings. Master Fang, you flatter us. Wu Qi also shook his head with a smile. Please, everyone come in. As for the two esteemed gatekeepers, this is not your first visit, so we shall forego the formalities. Wu Lu granted them passage with a wave. Thank you for your efforts. Zhou Junbai smiled, leading the group through the entrance. Heavens! Upon entering, the crowd could not help but display their astonishment once more. It was vast, unimaginably so. The celestial secret realm of Tianxian resembled a true world. Mountains, rivers, lakes, and seas existed in abundance. Upon the boundless land stood magnificent cities, each one grander than an entire mortal kingdom. As Lin Yu and others gazed around, they beheld a series of floating islands. Faintly, a magnificent hall could be discerned, towering above the vast expanse of 90,000 miles, radiating an eternal and unquenchable brilliance. Within the grand secret realm, thousands of cultivators traversed with their treasured artifacts, creating a myriad of awe-inspiring sights. Master, our Yun Tian small secret realm is merely as vast as a few cities, exclaimed Song Qifeng, unable to contain his astonishment. Indeed, our Xianluo Great Secret Realm, while holding the same rank as other great secret realms, is but 1/10 the size of this. Qin Yang responded in admiration. Yes, the Tianxian Great Secret Realm represents the pinnacle of secret realms. Moreover, being the foremost outer sect, many cultivators who have withdrawn from the inner sect choose to reside here. Only those of us, born to toil, would opt to lead a sect. Zhou Junbai remarked with self-deprecating humor. Master, what about the crown list? Where is it? I am eager to make my move. If I do not act soon, I shall ascend to the Golden Core stage, and once I do, I must compete for the Golden Core crowned list. With my foundation, I fear I shall be swiftly surpassed. Qin Yang inquired impatiently. You possess some awareness of your own abilities. Fang Xian cast a glance at Qin Yang, then pointed in a certain direction, saying, the crown list is located within Crown City. Crown City? Lin Yu felt a stirring in his heart. The Crown City. A magnificent edifice established solely for the renowned crowned rankings, embodies the aspiration to reign supreme over the world. It serves as the sole venue of the outer sect of the celestial mystics' grand secret realm that is entirely accessible to the public. Anyone who has attained the foundation establishment stage may enter the Crown City. Zhou Junbai remarked, since you have all arrived here, exert yourselves fully and elevate your own momentum. Should you aspire to challenge the crowned rankings, it is imperative to cultivate an invincible mindset. Otherwise, it would be best not to go, lest you bring shame upon yourselves. Fang Xian also cast a glance at Qin Yang. Junior brother Lin, in the past few days, I have diligently contemplated your spatial essence. Would you be interested in a friendly competition to see who reaches the Crown City first? Upon hearing this, Qin Yang looked at Lin Yu with eager anticipation. Since my elder brother is so keen, I shall gladly accept the challenge. However, should you lose, do not lament. Lin Yu smiled and spoke. Who is crying indeed? Qin Yang, exuding confidence, declared, I shall count to 3, and then you may begin. Fang Xian, equally intrigued, chimed in, 1, 2, 3, go. No sooner had Fang Xian uttered the last word than Qin Yang's figure flickered, and he appeared thousands of miles away in an instant. A step, a vanishing illusion? Zhou Junbai's eyes sparkled with excitement. Congratulations, Sect Master Fang. Young disciple Qin Yang has indeed mastered the Shattered Void step to a minor success. Well said, well said. Zhou Junbai continued, I must express my gratitude to young disciple Lin Yu. Without his guidance in unraveling the true essence of space for Qin Yang, achieving such a minor success would have taken much longer. Feeling a tinge of embarrassment, he added, to be honest, I have only attained a minor success at the 9th level of the Shattered Void step myself. In terms of understanding the true essence of space, I still fall short of Lin Yu. Fang Xian glanced at Lin Yu with a smile, but then paused, asking, young disciple Lin Yu, why do you not make your move? Indeed, senior brother Lin, Qin Yang has already achieved minor success in his Shattered Void step, and his realm surpasses yours. If you do not pursue him now, he will surely leave you behind. Ji Yanling chimed in, her voice laced with urgency. No need to worry. Let senior brother have a head start. Lin Yu cast a glance at the ethereal figure of Qin Yang and spoke with a hint of detachment. Upon hearing this, the crowd displayed expressions of intrigue. Was that the Shattering Void step? It was Qin Yang, the junior brother. At that moment, a middle-aged man clad in a scholarly robe led a group of students leisurely toward the city of Guangzhou, with Wang Su among them. With a foundational cultivation at the 9th level, he had already mastered the Shattering Void step to a minor degree. Yet another prodigy had emerged from the Xian Luo sect. The middle-aged scholar exclaimed in astonishment, Master, I recognize junior brother Qin Yang. Let us go meet him. Wang Su's eyes sparkled with excitement as he dashed forth, carrying his bookshelf. Whoosh! Wang Su soared into the wind, the aura of Confucianism swirling beneath his feet, constructing a divine bridge as he pursued Qin Yang. The Shattering Void step of the Xian Luo sect. The righteous spirit bridge of the Heavenly Learning Academy? As the two figures streaked through the air, one pursuing the other, they swiftly captured the attention of numerous cultivators heading to Guangzhou City. It is said that the Shattering Void step is the pinnacle of sacred movement techniques. Yet, our demon clan has always been defiant. A youthful figure, seemingly in his 20s, adorned with a pair of golden wings and radiant golden hair, flashed a rebellious glint in his eyes. With a powerful beat of his wings, he transformed into a streak of golden light, his speed rivaling that of the Shattering Void step. The Shattering Void step, the righteous spirit bridge, and the swift golden pung of the demon clan all emerged. It seems that our Xianqi sect has made the right choice in venturing into the Tianxian Great Secret Realm to challenge the Guangzhou rankings. As Qin Yang and his companions soared through the skies, many prodigies gazed upon them with fervent admiration. Lin Yu, my disciple, they have already traversed half their journey. If you do not set off soon, you may truly miss the opportunity. Fang Xian said with a smile. Disciple will depart at once. Lin Yu smiled faintly, then took a step forward. Buzz. Lin Yu stepped forward, and beneath his feet, starlight ignited, vanishing as if the celestial bodies themselves were shifting. Astonishing. The shifting of the stars. This was the mastery of the void step, a true embodiment of celestial transformation. Fangxian gazed at Lin Yu. Surrounded by a dazzling display of starlight, his eyes widening in disbelief. How long had it taken Lin Yu to achieve this void step? Nearly a month. Lin Yu swiftly mastered the threefold techniques behind Xiaocheng. At this moment, Qin Yang, Wang Su, and the blonde youth were all striving forward with fervor. Qin Yang, having set off earlier, firmly held the advantage. Wang Su and the blonde youth were nearly neck and neck, relentlessly pursuing him. Suddenly, they felt a cascade of starlight behind them, as if a celestial sky were descending. In an instant, a figure dashed past them with remarkable speed. Was it the turning of the stars? Had the void step reached its pinnacle? The once arrogant blonde youth halted in astonishment, gazing at Lin Yu, enveloped in starlight. No more, no more. Compared to junior brother Qin Yang, I still have some confidence. However, with junior brother Lin Yu's intervention, I shall not seek discomfort. Wang Su promptly relinquished his pursuit. Do you know him? The blonde youth inquired, swiftly landing beside Wang Su, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. It's Lin Yu from the Xianluo sect. Wang Su replied with a smile and a nod. Lin Yu. I shall remember that name. However, relying solely on speed for the champions list is insufficient. Our competition will ultimately converge on the champions list. The blonde youth proclaimed with confidence. How fortuitous. If I had to select one individual from this generation who could alter the title of the champion, I firmly believe it would be junior brother Lin. Wang Su remarked with a smile. You are mistaken. The one who will ascend the champions list is undoubtedly me, Jin Wujin. The blonde youth exclaimed, radiating self-assurance, before charging toward the champion city once more. A monster. Junior brother Lin is truly a monster. Qin Yang, witnessing Lin Yu surpass him, was left stomping in frustration. The sect master taught me not to be overly sincere. I had secretly cultivated the void step to a minor completion, hoping to surprise junior brother Lin. Yet he instead astonished me. The pinnacle of the void step. Qin Yang gritted his teeth in exasperation. Before leaving the sect, Fangxian had once remarked that among contemporary foundational cultivators, no more than 5 could surpass him in combat prowess or agility. Yet, upon venturing out, he first encountered the evenly matched Wang Su, followed by the even more formidable Lin Yu. It seems the 5 individuals I cannot contend with have appeared before me all at once. Qin Yang found himself thoroughly overwhelmed by Lin Yu's prowess. Boom. Lin Yu, having traversed Qingyang, came to a halt before the magnificent city of Guanjue. This city, resplendent in its grandeur, bore the marks of time. Its walls adorned with various battle scars, each whispering tales of unparalleled strength and vigor. To Lin Yu's astonishment, the gates of Guanjue stood firmly shut, devoid of any cultivators within. Outside, however, the air was alive with a cacophony of voices, teeming with practitioners. As he gazed beyond the ancient stronghold, Lin Yu beheld 3 towering stone tablets, standing resolute and aligned in a row. Each tablet, majestic as the heavens, bore 9 names that glimmered with an eternal radiance. Above these monumental stones, 2 characters loomed large, emblazoned in the sky like twin suns, exuding an aura that overshadowed the ages, Guanju. Such simple characters ignited a fervor within one's veins. Chapter 93, Sect Master of Xianlu. The Triumvirate of Antiquity. Lin Yu gazed at the 3 stone tablets, his eyes ablaze with fervor, particularly the one on the right, which represented the pinnacle of the Foundation establishment realm, and was the very objective of Lin Yu's visit on this occasion. Lin Yu gazed upwards, his eyes tracing the names inscribed above. Champion of Array, Wang Xiangang Champion of Artifact, Li Xianyuan Champion of Alchemy, Su Tianlin Champion of Blade, Li Hentian Champion of Spear, Jiang Chua Champion of Sword, Lei Jiuxiao Champion of Flesh, Mi Tian Champion of Soul, Wang Qing Champion of Combat. Xian Luo, these 9 names shone brilliantly, each like a radiant star, their brilliance overwhelming the expanse of heaven and earth. Lin Yu also observed that at the pinnacle rankings of Foundation Establishment, Golden Core, and Nascent Soul, the foremost combatant was none other than the same individual, Sten Luo. Is this truly the pinnacle ranking? Lin Yu gazed intently at the illustrious ranking board, while the reverse celestial sword box behind him trembled violently, emanating an overwhelming aura of battle intent. Indeed, this is the triumvirate of the most esteemed rankings. Listed upon it are the names of the 25 most formidable individuals throughout history. Some have remained unassailable since the moment they ascended the ranks, while others have been overtaken by successors, vanishing from the list. Fangxian and Zhou Junbai appeared, their eyes similarly aflame with fervor as they fixated on the 3 grand lists. Are there truly individuals who have maintained their positions atop the rankings? Lin Yu's heart trembled. Of course there is. Fang Xian declared with conviction, the formidable leader of combat, Xian Luo. Xian Luo? Is it connected to our Xian Luo sect? Lin Yu inquired, indeed. Xian Luo is the third-generation leader of our Xian Luo sect, and he is also the first individual in the universe to truly achieve the Three Yuan Foundation, summoning the extraordinary phenomenon of the convergence of the three flowers atop the head. It is for this reason that the second-generation leader bestowed upon him the name Xian Luo. Fang Xian replied with solemnity. I see. Lin Yu's heart trembled as he realized that the unparalleled warrior atop the three rankings was none other than the former leader of the Xian Luo sect. Since the inception of the champion rankings, countless individuals have endeavored to ascend to the pinnacle of combat prowess, yet all have, without exception, returned defeated. Only one person, armed with a singular sword, dared to challenge the Yuan Ing champion rankings, engaging in a fierce battle with the Xian Luo sect's leader for 3 days and 3 nights. Ultimately, he withdrew, utterly exhausted. Zhou Junbai spoke with sparkling eyes. Who was it? Lin Yu inquired curiously at Li Feixian. Zhou Jun raised his eyelids. It is he. A tremor coursed through Lin Yu's heart. The Wine Sword Immortal, Li Feixian, the creator of the wine cannon. Li Feixian, born of mortal origins, embarked on the path of cultivation rather late in life. It could be asserted that, under normal circumstances, the achievements of Li Feixian in this lifetime were destined to be limited. Yet, he is indeed an anomaly. With each deliberate step, he traversed countless mountains and rivers. And before reaching a millennium in age, he ascended to the 9th layer of the nascent soul. Upon entering the city of supreme glory, he confronted the esteemed master of Xinlu directly. It was this very battle that forged a deep bond of mutual respect between him and the master of Xinlu, leading to his eventual induction into our sect. Fang Xian sighed in admiration. Thus, many assert that had it not been for Li Feixian's late start in cultivation, he might have truly shattered the records held by the master of Xianlu in the illustrious 3 rankings. Moreover, Li Feixian undoubtedly possesses the prowess to etch his name upon the Sword Dao rankings. Zhou Junbai expressed his astonishment. Why does Li Feixian not strive for the pinnacle of the Sword Dao? Qingyang inquired curiously from the side. The Wine Sword Immortal's life has been fraught with hardship. He harbors no interest in the city of supreme glory, nor does he intend to take action. It is said that his motivation for challenging the rankings is for the sake of a forgetting emotion flower. Wang Su remarked. The forgetting emotion flower? Lin Yu felt a stirring within his heart. The forgetting flower, a divine elixir, was as rare and elusive as the pure lotus. It was said that consuming the forgetting flower could allow one to perceive the world without emotions for a time, a truly miraculous phenomenon. Indeed, achieving success on the leaderboard would yield rewards, among which the forgetting flower was the prize for those whose strength in the nascent soul realm was unparalleled. Fang Xian nodded with a smile. Open the gates of the supreme city. Boom. At that moment, a defiant voice rang out, followed by a golden light surging towards the gates of the supreme city. The golden-haired youth of the demon clan appeared, breaking through the void, with a radiant light igniting at his fingertips. The dazzling sword light, capable of piercing all, struck the gates of the supreme city. Buzz. Simultaneously, threads of golden light emanated from the golden-haired youth, descending upon Lin Yu's brow. With a flourish, a vision materialized before him. Within this vision lay an immense nest, its grandeur illuminated by brilliant rays, with strands of chaotic energy cascading downward, compressing the void with overwhelming majesty. A golden-haired youth emerged from the nest, golden feathers cascading around him. The sword light blazed forth. With a single strike, he cleaved through 100,000 miles of ocean. The prodigy of the demon clan, Jin Wujin, bore the bloodline of the Golden Peng from the day of his birth. At the age of 3, his bloodline awakened, and by 20, he had grasped the intent of the Golden Peng sword from the nest, refining the Golden Peng sword technique to the brink of mastery. Such astonishing achievements. Drawing upon Jin Wujin's remarkable past, the effects of the physical body's flowering intensified. 1. Even without cultivation, the speed of improvement could reach a state of sudden enlightenment at 60%. 2. The purity of the foundational true essence within his body increased 7-fold. 3. The nourishing effects of the foundational true essence on the physical body enhanced 7-fold. 4. The nourishing effects of the foundational true essence on the soul amplified 7-fold. 5. The foundational true essence inherently possessed the might of the 9 heavens. 6. The speed of body refining tripled. 7. The speed of soul refining tripled. Drawing upon Jin Wujin's extraordinary past, the flower of the sword path was on the verge of blooming. The flower of the sword path was about to blossom? Lin Yu gazed at the emerging script, then turned his attention to the swaying yet unbloomed flower of the sword path, unable to suppress his astonishment. It seemed that the blossoming of the flower of the great Tao requires more than merely drawing upon remarkable past experiences. It necessitates a profound and formidable history of brilliance. The singular marvel of Jin Wujin is insufficient. Lin Yu swiftly discerned the crux of the matter. Boom. At this moment, Jin Wujin pointed a finger, causing the gates of Guanjua City to resonate violently before they gradually creaked open. Whoosh. As the gates swung wide, Jin Wujin's figure flickered and surged into Guanjua City. He had entered. A practitioner of the demon clan had successfully infiltrated Guanjua City. It seemed today would be a spectacle to behold. As Jin Wujin breached the city, numerous cultivators outside were captivated, their eyes alight with anticipation. The demon clan's Jin Wujin had come to challenge with sword in hand. Swish. The instant Jin Wujin stormed into Guanjua City, a beam of golden sword light shot skyward, soaring towards the foundational monument of Guanjua. Chapter 94. The Wandering Sword Immortal. Lihindian. An unusual commotion stirred within the illustrious Guanjua City. The golden sword light, akin to divine metal forged in flames, blazed with intensity, illuminating Guanjua City. Fierce. Sharp. In the blink of an eye, the sword light traversed the entirety of Guanjua City, striking the foundational monument. Boom. The monument quivered violently, and the sword light vanished within its depths. Rumbling. Immediately, boundless lightning erupted from within the monument, enveloping the skies. Crackle. As the lightning illuminated the surroundings, it was blinding. Jin Wujin's golden sword light was overshadowed. Amidst the relentless torrent of lightning, a figure, burdened with a long sword, gradually materialized. It was he. Lin Yu gazed at the figure emerging amidst the torrential thunder, as if his eyes contained a vast sea of lightning, and his heart trembled momentarily. Who is it? Ji Yanling inquired with curiosity. The Thunder Sword Immortal. Lin Yu's eyes sparkled as he exclaimed, Thunder Sword Immortal. Lin Yu had once been awestruck by the legendary lightning sword technique and had encountered the illustrious Thunder Sword Immortal. At this moment, the figure materializing from the Supreme Monument bore an uncanny resemblance to the Thunder Sword Immortal, save for a youthful innocence in his features. His visage and the overwhelming aura he exuded mirrored that of the Thunder Sword Immortal perfectly. Indeed, he was none other than the Thunder Sword Immortal, Lei Jiuxiao. With a single strike, he could sever the heavens. With another, he could rend the universe asunder. Throughout history, he had harnessed the most tyrannical power of thunder to forge the mightiest sword known. When the Thunder Sword Immortal ascended the supreme ranking, he unleashed merely 3 strikes to vanquish the former masters of the sword path. Fang Xian also felt the essence of the sword coursing within him. In the presence of such a formidable figure in the annals of swordsmanship, no practitioner could resist the yearning for a duel. Yet, those who could truly contend with him were exceedingly rare. The Golden Peng sword technique. Jin Wujin, facing the onslaught of thunder, had his golden hair wildly billowing. Surrounded by a sea of golden sword intent, Jin Wujin did not draw his sword in the traditional sense. Instead, he extended his finger as if it were a blade, charging directly at Lei Jiuxiao. Clang! An unbounded brilliance of sword light coalesced upon his finger, transforming into a magnificent golden rock that soared through the air. This was the Golden Peng sword technique, a divine mastery of swordsmanship. It was said that when perfected, one could unleash the golden rock to vanquish celestial spirits. Even though Jin Wujin had not yet mastered the Golden Peng sword technique to its fullest, he was remarkably close. However, even such a fearsome sword was astonishingly inadequate against Lei Jiuxiao. Swish! Standing atop the supreme monument, Lei Jiuxiao similarly pointed a finger. Uft! A resplendent beam of sword light, imbued with the essence of thunder, erupted forth and shattered the golden rock sword in an instant. Subsequently, it sent Jin Wujin hurtling out of the Supreme City. Bang! As Jin Wujin was expelled, the great gates of the Supreme City slammed shut with a resounding thud. The figure of Lei Jiuxiu dissipated soon after. Hiss, hiss, hiss. With but a single strike. My heavens, Jin Wujin, who was rumored to be on the verge of mastering the Golden Peng sword technique. Such a swordsmanship master could not withstand even one blow from the Thunder Sword Immortal. Just how vast was the chasm between them? As Jin Wujin was cleaved from the arena, all the cultivators outside the city bore expressions of shock. This illustrated the stark contrast between an ordinary genius and the pinnacle of the supreme ranking. Fang Xian and Zhou Jubai exchanged bitter smiles. How long did the 2 sect leaders manage to endure within? Fang Mingxue could not help but inquire. How long, indeed? Mingxue, you truly hold us in high regard. At that time, we could barely enter the Supreme City. Zhou Junbai replied with a rueful smile. To ascend the Supreme ranking, one must first enter the Supreme City. The Supreme City is the battlefield. Without sufficient strength, who qualifies to step onto such a stage? Jin Wujin stood outside the city, his gaze brimming with the essence of swordsmanship, as the tumultuous energy within him gradually settled. Thank you, esteemed elder, for bestowing upon me this sword. He bowed respectfully towards the direction of Guanjua City and then, with genuine admiration, stepped aside. So, who among you will go first? Fang Xian glanced at Lin Yu, Qing Yang, and Wang Su. Although Fang Mingxue and the others had all arrived, they could hardly be deemed extraordinary talents. Their purpose this time was merely to broaden their horizons. The only individuals truly qualified to challenge the rankings were Lin Yu, Qing Yang, and Wang Su. I think I shall pass. Wang Su shook his head. I have come merely for a journey. As our master has said, the swordsmanship of the Tiandi Academy must cultivate the noble spirit of Confucianism. I still lack sufficient vigor to contend for a ranking. Perhaps I must wait until I reach the Yuanying stage. Wang Su spoke humbly. Then I shall take the lead. Qing Yang stepped forward. Remember, when challenging the Guanjua rankings, do your utmost to refrain from using magical artifacts. If you do not utilize artifacts, neither should those on the rankings. The aim is to ensure that the outcome of the duel remains unaffected by external influences. Fang Xian advised. Now I understand. No wonder Jin Wujin did not truly draw his sword. Lin Yu and the others suddenly awakened to realization. Indeed, as Qing Yang spoke, his figure had already surged forth. With a resounding crash, Qing Yang's finger, sharp as a blade, sliced toward the grand gates of the city, which swung open with great force. Qing Yang has come to inquire about the sword. Upon entering the city, Qing Yang made a swift gesture, unleashing a vast, overwhelming aura that struck the Foundation Establishment rankings. With a thunderous roar, the Foundation Establishment rankings responded, emanating an equally formidable presence that swept across the land. A white-haired youth gradually emerged. This individual, Li Hentian, practiced the same swordsmanship as his senior brother, Qing Yang. Lin Yu's gaze flickered. Indeed, Li Hentian is also connected to my Xian Luo, as our Songmang blade from the outer sect of Xian Luo originates from him. Fang Xian remarked with a smile. Swish, swish, as Li Hentian made his entrance. Qing Yang charged forth. Neither of them summoned their magical artifacts. Instead, they wielded their fingers as blades, engaging in a fierce duel. Both practitioners cultivated the same divine ability, and during their confrontation, the air was thick with the essence of Songmang, with streaks of blade light flooding the surroundings. The entire Guanju city trembled violently. The disciple of Xian Luo is remarkably strong. Indeed, not having been cleaved by a single stroke, yet still able to contend with the Songmang blade, immortal Li Hentian, at this level, is impressive. As they fought with all their might, blade light crisscrossed the heavens. At this moment, not only were the cultivators observing from the Tiangxian Great Secret Realm captivated, but other sects possessing the Guanju steel also turned their gazes towards their own Guanju city. Within those cities, two distorted figures faintly emerged, colliding and battling fiercely. The cities resonated with one another. A true genius has indeed appeared, one with the potential to ascend the rankings. Who could it be? Eyes fell upon the various Guanju cities, all expressing their astonishment. Chapter 95. The Three Rankings in Motion. Lin Yu finally made his move. The 5 great super-immortal sects, along with 12 top-tier immortal sects, all possess the Guanju steel. Whenever a practitioner emerges with the potential to ascend the rankings, projections would appear within different Guanju cities. At this moment, as the projection materialized, the atmosphere quaked. Brother Qing Yang is incredibly powerful, Ji Yanling exclaimed. Gazing at the Songmang blade aura engulfing Guanju City and the fierce clash of the two opponents wielding finger blades, the two streams of Songmang blade aura collided violently. Each strike contained the essence of foundational cultivation, embodying a profound understanding of the blade path that transcended the realms. The mere transmission of that blade intent immersed countless cultivators in an overwhelming sense of boundless grandeur. It seems defeat is imminent. Lin Yu observed the two combatants engaged in a fierce struggle, gently shaking his head. Indeed, in recent times, Qing Yang has undoubtedly made significant progress. However, when compared to Li Hentian, he still falls short. Fang Xian also shook his head in agreement. Truly, Lin Yu and Fang Xian had just finished speaking when a finger from Li Hentian pierced through the vast, nebulous atmosphere, striking Qin Yang directly. Boom. Qin Yang was sent flying, ejected from the city of Guanjue, the city gates slamming shut with a resounding thud. Suddenly, all projections within Guanjue city vanished simultaneously. Yet, it was still insufficient. To ascend the rankings, one must stand unparalleled, surpassing all others. Even a fraction of inadequacy would not suffice. Nevertheless, the individual who had just attempted to ascend had performed admirably well to last this long. Figures from various sects withdrew their gazes. Such a pity. Despite enduring for so long, it was still not enough. Had they encountered someone truly capable of ascending the ranks today, it would have been a journey worth undertaking. Although Qin Yang had been cast out, the glances directed at him had transformed entirely. To be able to engage someone from the esteemed rankings to such an extent marked him as a prodigy among prodigies. Who could have caused such a stir in Guanjue City? It turned out to be the disciple of Master Feng. Under Master Feng's tutelage, remarkable talents had indeed emerged over the years. At that moment, amidst the distortion of the void, an elder appeared. He cast a glance at the contemplative Qin Yang and smiled, saying, "We have met Master Qin." Upon the elder's emergence, both Fang Xian and Zhou Junbai's expressions shifted slightly. Qin Bai, the master of the external sect of the Tianxian Great Secret Realm. In terms of standing, Qin Bai surpassed both Fang Xian and Zhou Junbai. Being a half-step transcendent expert, Zhu Bai's here as well. Qin Bai waved his hand, casting a warm glance at Zhou Junbai. Indeed. I brought my disciples to witness a thing or two. Zhou Junbai replied hastily. Your disciples are quite commendable. Qin Bai acknowledged with a nod after surveying Lin Yu and the others. We are somewhat old acquaintances. Since you have already challenged the esteemed rankings, why not come to my place for a visit? Qin Bai inquired with a smile. While the challenge has been made, the one truly capable of ascending the ranks has yet to make their move. Fang Xian asserted confidently. The one truly qualified to ascend has yet to take action? Qin Bai was momentarily taken aback, his gaze sweeping over Lin Yu, Fang Mingxue, and the others. Fang Mingxue, Song Qifeng, and Tianqi's cultivation levels clearly indicated they could not ascend the Golden Core rankings. Zhao Huayu's cultivation was sufficient, yet his aura bore no remarkable traits. The only one with some potential was Lin Yu. However, Lin Yu's cultivation was also too low, at the 5th level of foundation establishment. The prospect of ascending the ranks was virtually impossible. Indeed, junior brother Lin is the one truly qualified to ascend. Qin Yang, having regained his composure, exclaimed with excitement. Quite right, having just faced defeat, yet remaining undaunted. What a commendable spirit. Qin Bai nodded in approval. Hasn't he been accustomed to the frequent setbacks inflicted by junior brother Lin? Qin Yang scratched his head. Indeed, one cannot truly befriend junior brother Lin without possessing a heart of steel. Tianqi also nodded in agreement. Junior brother Lin? Is he perhaps this young disciple? Qin Bai inquired curiously, gazing at Lin Yu. Disciple Lin Yu, I have the honor of meeting you, Master Qin. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu stepped forward to pay his respects. Indeed, it is you. Qin Bai scrutinized Lin Yu closely, sensing that there was something distinctly unique about his aura, though he could not quite discern its nature. It is indeed junior brother Lin. I have come merely to test the waters, today. The one who will truly dominate the top of the list is none other than junior brother Lin. Qin Yang looked at Lin Yu with palpable excitement. Then I shall observe closely today. Qin Bai revealed a hint of intrigue. The Lin Yu before him had managed to earn the unwavering admiration of a prodigy like Qin Yang, suggesting there was truly something extraordinary about him. That disciple shall ascend. Lin Yu nodded, then soared into the air. Yet another contender was about to ascend. How peculiar this day has turned out to be. Indeed, 2 had already taken flight, and now a 3rd was forthcoming. Typically, one might encounter merely a single ascendant in a year or even longer. Yet today, 3 have emerged in rapid succession. However, it appears this junior brother has only reached the 5th level of foundation establishment, still shy of the 9th. The cultivators outside the city gazed at Lin Yu with great curiosity. Lin Yu landed 3 zhang away from the city gate, unlike Jin Wujin and Xingyang, who opened the gate with their own strength. Instead, he stood outside the gate and bowed respectfully towards the monument of supremacy. I, Lin Yu, have come to seek the sword. As Lin Yu performed his salutation, a surge of sword intent erupted skyward within him. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, the 3 illustrious rankings shone with an extraordinary brilliance. Vaguely, it seemed as if 3 figures were poised to emerge from the monument of supremacy. What? How could this be? His sword intent had somehow activated all 3 rankings. causing the wills of the swordsmanship leaders inscribed upon them to stir. The simultaneous activation of the three rankings left even the formidable Qi with an expression of disbelief. Bang! The gates of the city of supremacy swung open of their own accord, as if to welcome Lin Yu into the city. Moreover, the 5 great celestial sects and the 12 foremost clans within the city of supremacy radiated a resplendent light, illuminating the entrance. As the brilliance descended, Lin Yu's figure gradually materialized. Could it be? Even before entering the city, he had already elicited a projection from Supremacy City. Who exactly is this individual? The occurrence of such a solid projection is exceedingly rare. Those powerful figures who had previously averted their gaze after Qin Yang's failure to ascend the rankings now gazed in awe at the various monuments of supremacy. Chapter 96. Two Swords Slay the Thunder Sword Immortal. A new era dawns. The simultaneous activation of the 3 rankings astonished the world. The gates of Supremacy City opened in welcome, and the projection arrived prematurely. Although similar phenomena had occurred before, they were exceedingly rare. Each instance signified the imminent emergence of a genuine contest for supremacy. The synchronized activation of the 3 rankings denoted that Lin Yu's understanding of swordsmanship was sufficient to awaken the battle intent left by the powerful figures within those rankings. You were right. Lin Yu indeed possesses ample qualifications to ascend the rankings. The aged eyes of Qi sparkled with brilliance. What kind of day is this? First, there was Jin Wujin, who broke into the city only to be cast out by the Thunder Sword Immortal with a single strike. Then, there was Qin Yang, who fought valiantly against the Celestial Blade Immortal, Li Hentian, and though defeated, his efforts are worthy of remembrance. And now, this individual has caused all 3 rankings to activate and the gates of Supremacy City to open and welcome. My friends, I have a feeling that today we are destined to witness history. Outside the grand secret realm of Tianxian, all the gathered cultivators gazed at Lin Yu with fervent intensity. Suddenly, figures of astonishing presence stepped forth from the void, their eyes fixed in awe upon Lin Yu. Are they here to contend with the Sword Sovereign, Lei Jiuxiao? Simultaneously, within the inner sanctum of the falling Sunset Mountain, Elder Luoxia also cast his gaze toward Supremacy City. Lin Yu, you truly have surprised me. However, to defeat Lei Jiuxiao, one must wield an offensive more tyrannical than the swordsmanship of the lightning attributes. Elder Luoxia gazed at Supremacy City, whispering softly. Swish. Lin Yu gradually entered the magnificent city. The sound of crackling echoes around him. As Lin Yu entered the city, the profound sword intent of the 2 titans, the golden core and the nascent soul, gradually subsided. Foundation Establishment. They were poised to dominate the Foundation Establishment rankings. Within the rankings, boundless thunderous brilliance ignited, and the figure of the Thunder Sword Immortal reformed once more. Standing resolutely atop the monument of supremacy, separated by thousands of miles, where their gazes met, sword lights clashed, causing the void to distort. Even before either had made a move, their sword intents were already colliding across the distance, unleashing piercing brilliance. The 2 merely gazed at each other from afar. 1 incense stick, 2 incense sticks, 3 incense sticks. They maintained this silent exchange for the duration of 3 incense sticks. Many onlookers were unable to contain themselves. Why had they not yet engaged? Were they merely to stand there? Numerous voices muttered in confusion. Do you not understand? A cultivator admonished. Lin Yu and the Thunder Sword Immortal are accumulating momentum. Accumulating momentum? Many cultivators were left bewildered at the mention of it. In the realm of swordsmanship, when one reaches the level of Lin Yu and the Thunder Sword Immortal, their full force is unlike that of an ordinary Foundation Establishment practitioner. What they wield is their very essence of sword intent. Both were now nurturing their sword momentum through intent. Once it fully formed, it would undoubtedly be earth-shattering. Indeed, the deeper one's comprehension of the sword path, the more thunderous the strikes become, often determining victory or defeat in mere exchanges. Do you think this is a simple spar between us weaklings? You strike me with a sword, I evade, then turn to strike back. And we exchange blows for hundreds of rounds without a victor? Many seasoned cultivators began to elucidate. Oh, now it makes sense. With this understanding, some novices in swordsmanship finally grasped the significance. Lin Yu's ability to compel the Thunder Sword Immortal to gather momentum was already a testament to his formidable strength. Since the Thunder Sword Immortal's rise to prominence, only one person had managed to elicit such a response from him. A cultivator spoke with radiant eyes. Elder Luoxiao of the Xianluo sect. Wang Su glanced at Qin Bai and the others, remarking, Elder Luoxiao? Many cultivators displayed expressions of realization. Years ago, When Elder Luoxia challenged the supremacy rankings, he also managed to compel the Thunder Sword Immortal to gather momentum. They each unleashed 3 strikes, determining the victor. In that battle, Elder Luoxia was defeated. However, upon Elder Luoxia's ascension to Golden Core, he swiftly claimed the top position in the Golden Core rankings. Qi Bai spoke with pride. They have made their move. At that moment, a cultivator could no longer suppress his astonishment. Boom. Within the confines of the Supremacy City, Lin Yu and the Thunder Sword Immortal surged forth as if they had made a silent pact, both dashing out simultaneously. They moved like swords themselves, pointing forward with their fingers, embodying the very essence of the blade. Both unleashed their full might, becoming living swords. Qi Bai and the others fixed their gazes intently on the 2 figures tearing through the air. The fingertips of both individuals shimmered with arcs of lightning, exuding an aura capable of annihilating the heavens and the earth. They were both masters of the sword, wielding the essence of thunder. As the lightning flickered, many cultivators displayed expressions of astonishment. Bang! Lin Yu and the Thunder Sword Immortal clashed their fingers together, resembling 2 fallen stars colliding in a breathtaking display. A terrifying resonance echoed, causing the grand and magnificent crown city to tremble violently. Boom! The point of their confrontation unleashed a torrent of countless sword-shaped lightning bolts that cascaded down, submerging the vast crown city. Buildings within the city erupted one after another, while the ground was carved with deep sword marks by the fierce sword intent. The very fabric of the air twisted at their battleground. With a swift motion, both retreated simultaneously, returning to their original positions in an instant, achieving a perfect balance. Their comprehension of the Thunder Sword Dao was remarkably similar, rendering them unable to gain the upper hand over one another. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the onlookers. With a delicate push of their toes, both surged forward once more. Boom, boom, boom. This time, Lin Yu was enveloped by an aura of 13 layers of sword energy, while the Thunder Sword Immortal was surrounded by a sea of lightning. Each bolt of lightning surged like a sharp blade through the air. Just as a mere 10 zhang separated them, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Surrounded by the 13th layer of sword aura, Lin Yu concentrated it into a single finger. Similarly, the sea of thunder enveloping the Thunder Sword Immortal coalesced into that very digit. Boom! The 2, embodying their swords, clashed once more, producing an even more terrifying resonance that surged towards the heavens. The formidable intent of the sword, upon release, reduced all structures to ash in an instant. The ground itself sank 3 inches within the blink of an eye. Boom! The figure of the Thunder Sword Immortal was cleaved back onto the monument of supremacy by Lin Yu's sword, only to erupt violently, transforming into a myriad of sword lights. With a resounding crash, the characters for Lin Yu rose into the sky amidst the surging sword light. Chapter 97, The Supremacy Reborn. How could it be him again? Boom! The 2 characters, Lin Yu, soared into the sky, radiating brilliance akin to the resplendent sun, illuminating the city with unparalleled splendor. Lin Yu's name ascended the ranks, supplanting that of the legendary swordsman Lei Jiuxiao, leaving an indelible mark upon the illustrious leaderboard. Lin Yu, having reached the 5th level of Foundation Establishment, defeated the former champion of the Sword Path, Lei Jiuxiao, thereby ascending the rankings to become the new champion of the Foundation Establishment Sword Path. An ancient and resonant voice reverberated throughout the entirety of the renowned city. Lin Yu, he has truly ascended the rankings. Which sect does this disciple belong to? Lin Yu's second sword strike must be derived from my Xianluo sect's Jiuxiao Sword Classic. Yet it has shattered the limits of the Jiuxiu Sword Classic, evolving into the 13 layers of Sword Qi path. At this moment, all cultivators witnessing the battle in the renowned city were left in awe, forever remembering the name Lin Yu. It has been 3,000 years. The renowned rankings have not seen anyone ascend in 3 millennia, and yet today, it has unexpectedly occurred. Once again, it is a disciple of my Xianluo sect. Within the inner sanctum of the Xianluo sect, on an island forged from starlight, an elder clad in robes, seemingly merging with the void, revealed a faint smile. The Hall of Punishments, heed my command. The elder gazed towards the renowned city and spoke, his voice echoing throughout the inner sanctum. As soon as the elder's voice resonated, from the majestic and grand city afar, a unified response surged towards the heavens. According to the rules of the renowned rankings, the new list must be personally delivered to the heads of all sects across the realm. Furthermore, inform the outer sect leader Qi Bai of the Tianxin Great Secret Realm to prepare the rewards for the ascension and bestow them personally. The elder spoke once more. Understood. Whoosh. Immediately after the elder's command, a multitude of flying swords soared into the sky from the magnificent city. The flying swords appeared endless, akin to a torrent of stars. Each sword bore a cultivator exuding an aura of coldness and lethal intent. This is the Hall of Punishments, under the Xianluo sect. It handles all matters related to the sect's regulations. Even they were stirred. Lin Yu's name would undoubtedly spread throughout the cultivation world in the shortest time possible. The champion of the Foundation Establishment Sword Path? With your accumulation, your aspirations must transcend mere championship, do they not? The beautiful eyes of Luo Xiao gazed lightly towards the direction of the renowned city, a rare smile gracing her lips. He has truly ascended the rankings. This is none other than the Thunder Sword Immortal, Lei Jiuxiao, who even the elder Luo Xiao of your could not defeat. Who would have imagined that Lin Yu, with merely 2 sword strikes, would ascend the rankings? The contemporary champion of the Sword Path, we are truly fortunate to witness the birth of the current Sword Path champion. Countless cultivators in the Tianxian Great Secret Realm share in this glory. You are merely witnesses to the birth of the contemporary Sword Path champion. We have walked alongside the champion of the Sword Path. Not just alongside, we have even shared a drink with the Sword Path champion. Qingyang was even more exhilarated than when he succeeded in his own ascension. Excellent. Truly splendid. Zhou Junbai opened his mouth heavily. A formidable figure on the brink of ascending to the nascent soul realm now trembled slightly with excitement. Junbai, congratulations. A master of swordsmanship has emerged from your ranks. Indeed. This time, your Yin Tian's secret realm is destined to soar to unprecedented heights. Qinbai and Fang Xian looked at Zhou Junbai with faces full of envy. The appearance of a swordsmanship prodigy within the sect is a momentous occasion that would rouse even the ancestors from their graves. Congratulations, congratulations indeed. After all, Lin Yu is a disciple of our Xianluo sect. Zhou Junbai laughed heartily. For a while, the drinks are on you. Qinbai responded with a smile. I must insist that this treat is on me. Zhou Junbai declared, thumping his chest assertively. Sect Master, why hasn't Brother Lin emerged since he has already ascended the rankings? Ji Yinling inquired, gazing curiously at Lin Yu, who stood with closed eyes in the sky above Guanjue City, not yet having made his exit. He is likely in a state of enlightenment from his battle with the Thunder Sword Immortal, Zhou Junbai pondered aloud. At this moment, Lin Yu appeared to be simply standing there, yet within him, boundless sword intents clashed fiercely. Lin Yu savored the essence of the sword intent from the recent strike, refining his physical body, spiritual energy, and soul through it. In this process, his cultivation naturally progressed, elevating him to the 6th level of the Foundation Establishment realm. After Lin Yu's cultivation reached a stable state, he slowly opened his eyes. Lin Yu has awakened. Please, everyone wait. I have just received an order to personally present an award to Lin Yu. I will go to greet him.